Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2359 to Chapter 2413. Zhao Hai looked around and said, someone poisoned him. Senior brother Zhao was poisoned to death. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Gong Bushi and the others were stunned. Then their expressions changed. Gong Bushi asked, what happened? Tell me in detail. Zhao Hai replied, there's a yellow grasses there. Yellow grasses are a type of holy healing medicine, but as long as you add a few poisons, the fragrance of the yellow grasses can turn into a deadly poison. This poison and the yellow grasses are incompatible, so it's impossible for them to grow together. Because of this, it's impossible for a naturally grown yellow grasses to poison people. Someone must have placed a few poisonous grasses beside the yellow grasses, turning the yellow grasses into a poison that killed senior brother Zhao. Gong Bushi's expression changed. He looked around and said, who is it? Come out, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Zhao Hai looked around and said, friend, why aren't you coming out? Do you want us to invite you out? There was still no response. Zhao Hai snorted and waved his hand, sending a wave of energy towards the forest on his left. With a boom, all the trees in the forest were broken by his energy. At the same time, a figure shot up into the sky. As soon as the figure appeared, Gong Bushi wanted to rush forward. Zhao Hai pulled him back and said, don't be impulsive. This guy is a poison expert. Gong Bushi stopped, but his eyes were still spitting fire as he looked at the figure. After the figure stood still, Zhao Hai and the others saw the person's appearance. When they saw the person's robe embroidered with various poisons, Gong Bushi and the others narrowed their eyes. This was because they recognized that it was the 10,000 poison robe of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Those who were qualified to wear the 10,000 poison robe were official disciples of the 10,000 Poison Valley. After that person stood still, he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, as expected of the peerless dual saber Zhao Ling. You actually know so much. You even discovered my poison. Amazing, truly amazing. Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered, this isn't difficult. I'm just curious, why did you attack us? We don't have any enmity with the 10,000 Poison Valley, right? The person smiled faintly, you don't need to know why I'm attacking you. Maybe after you die, I'll tell you. Gong Bushi looked at the person and said, 100 Poison young noble Wan Huaqing, you actually dared to attack the people of our Lifefire Palace? Do you want to start a war between the two sects? Wan Huaqing looked at Gong Bushi and coldly smiled, as long as I kill you, nobody will know that I did it. You have offended many people. If you die here, your sects might suspect the other sects in the Eastern Sea. However, they wouldn't suspect our 10,000 Poison Valley, right? Zhao Hai looked at Wan Huaqing and smiled, are you sure that you can kill us? After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade bottle and opened it. The fragrance of wine wafted out. Zhao Hai drank a mouthful of wine before handing it over to Gong Bushi. Then he said, drink a mouthful before you kill. This is also a sacrifice for senior brother Zhao. Gong Bushi knew that Zhao Hai must have a deep meaning for doing this. He nodded and received the jade bottle. After drinking a mouthful, he handed it over to Zhou Feng and the others. Wan Huaqing looked at Zhao Hai's actions and coldly smiled, what's wrong? Do you think that by drinking the antidote, you won't be afraid of my poison? Zhao Hai looked at them and said, didn't you already poison them? 7 fumes grass, fish gall, scavenger crocodiles I sweat. Not bad, 36 types of poisons are mixed together. It's colorless and tasteless. You're talking so much nonsense because you want us to be poisoned even more. Am I right? When Wan Huaqing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression. How did you know what poison I used? That's impossible. You also said that my poison is colorless and tasteless. It's impossible for you to discover it. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Huaqing and smiled, you don't need to know how I discovered it. Don't you want to know why I'm talking so much nonsense to you? When Wan Huaqing heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not understanding what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Huaqing and smiled, because I'm also poisoning you. You should know that I was a rogue cultivator before joining the Buyun sect. However, you don't know that I was born in a declining cultivator clan. My clan is proficient in detoxification. I've tasted hundreds of herbs and poisons since I was young. My understanding of poisons isn't any less than the 10,000 Poison Valley. Ha ha ha, what a joke. When Wan Huaqing heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately used his spiritual qi to check his body. However, he discovered that his spiritual qi was somewhat astringent. This was a sign that he was poisoned. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately took out some pills and threw them into his mouth. Zhao Hai looked at him and shook his head. It's too late. You've been poisoned too deeply. Nobody can save you. After Wan Huaqing swallowed the pills, he discovered that his spiritual qi was circulating more slowly. At the same time, his body also showed signs of being poisoned. Wan Huaqing looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Impossible. How could you poison me? How did you do it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why should I tell you? 10, 9, 8, 7. When Wan Huaqing heard Zhao Hai's count, his expression couldn't help but change. Anyone who heard that they could only live for 10 minutes wouldn't be able to stay calm. Therefore, he roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. But when he reached Zhao's side, Zhao counted to 1. Wan Huaqing felt a painful and itchy feeling coming from his bones. He immediately screamed, but no matter how he screamed, the feeling was still there. In fact, it was getting more and more clear. Finally, countless blood blisters appeared on Wan Huaqing's body. These blood blisters burst one by one, turning Wan Huaqing into a bloody person. Wan Huaqing's whole body turned into a pool of blood, which fell to the ground and dyed the ground red. Gong Bushi and the others stared blankly at this scene. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such an ability. The poison was too fast and too ruthless. Zhao Hai sighed and looked at the pool of blood. Then he said in a deep voice, "People who play with poisons die from poison in the end." Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Xiao Ling, are you really from a family that plays with poisons? How come I don't know about this?" Zhao Hai rolled his eyes at Zhou Feng and said, "I lied to you. My family is just an ordinary cultivation family. How could I be from a family that plays with poisons? If I was from a family that plays with poisons, I wouldn't be in this situation." Zhou Feng and the others were stunned. Then Gong Bushi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you're not from a family that plays with poisons? Then why did you say the names of those poisons and poison Wan Huaqing to death?" "The reason why I know that someone poisoned senior brother Zhao is because I read about this matter in the True Spirit World's records. It's just that very few people pay attention to it, so you didn't know about it. As for why I know that he poisoned himself, it's very simple. The poisons that I mentioned were all famous poisons in the continent. Additionally, I also saw some of the poisons on Wan Huaqing's clothes. The reason why I said that he poisoned himself was because of that bottle of pure spirit liquid. Its detoxification ability is very formidable, even its smell is a very good antidote. If an average person smelled it, they wouldn't have any problems, it would also strengthen their body. However, Wan Huaqing came from the 10,000 Poison Valley, and he practiced the poison cultivation technique. Therefore, he became like this after smelling it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That bottle of pure spirit liquid has a very formidable detoxification ability. Even its smell is a very good antidote. If an average person smelled it, they wouldn't have any problems, it would also strengthen their body." However, Wan Huaqing came from the 10,000 Poison Valley, and he practiced the poison cultivation technique. Therefore, he became like this after smelling it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That bottle of pure spirit liquid has a very formidable detoxification ability." Gong Bushi looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Why did he become like that when he smelled the pure spirit liquid that he cultivated? Could it be that the pure spirit liquid turned into poison when he smelled it?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Although it's not completely correct, it's not too far off." Wan Huaqing's pure spirit liquid was very powerful. He used a variety of poisons to slowly refine his body, turning himself into a myriad poison body. However, this pure spirit liquid has a very important flaw, its balance. This pure spirit liquid allows the poisons to reach a balance in the body. This way, the person who cultivated this pure spirit technique wouldn't be poisoned to death and could even use the poisons to attack the enemy. But if this balance is broken, then the pure spirit liquid would cause a backlash. Wan Huaqing wasn't poisoned to death by me. He smelled the pure spirit liquid and the balance of the poisons in his body was broken. That's why he killed himself. Gong Bushi and the others stared, then an expression of realization appeared on their faces. Gong Bushi said, "So you're saying that if we meet people from the 10,000 Poison Valley in the future, we just need to give them some antidotes and they'll die?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's that simple. Ordinary antidotes simply can't deal with them. Their poison techniques are very strong. Unless it's an antidote on the same level as the pure spirit liquid, it's simply impossible to deal with the people of the 10,000 Poison Valley. If you want to concoct the pure spirit liquid, then you might as well kill the people of the 10,000 Poison Valley." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Gong Bushi couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sure enough, the 10,000 Poison Valley isn't that easy to deal with. But it's strange, why would Wan Huaqing want to deal with us? He doesn't have a reason." Zhao Hai said, "I don't think this matter is that simple. If it's for the things we have, then Wan Huaqing wouldn't take such a risk. We aren't weak. If he wants to rely on poison to deal with us, then his thinking is too simple. If the 10,000 Poison Valley's poison is really that powerful, then they would have already ruled the entire true spirit world. Therefore, I think that Wan Huaqing wouldn't deal with us because of this. There must be some other reason." Zhou Feng and the others nodded. They also felt that this matter was strange. Looking at Wan Huaqing's appearance, it seems like he acted on his own. If the 10,000 Poison Valley wanted to deal with them, then they wouldn't have sent just one person. They were all famous experts, so it would be too arrogant of the 10,000 Poison Valley to send only one person to deal with them. However, no one knew what was going on. After all, Wan Huaqing had already turned into a pool of blood. Even if Zhao Hai took the blood to the space, Wan Huaqing wouldn't be able to come back to life. Wan Huaqing's death was too thorough. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to know why Wan Huaqing wanted to deal with them, it would be impossible for him to do so. The group thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so they stopped thinking about it. Zhao Hai turned to Gong Bushi and said, "Brother Gong, how do you want to deal with Brother Zhao's body?" Gong Bushi sighed and said, "Leave it to me. When I return to the sect, I'll bury him." Zhao Hai nodded, then he handed Brother Zhao's body over to Gong Bushi. Then the group left. Today, the group's mood wasn't very good. It has been almost a month since they entered Sky Island. This was the first time that they suffered a casualty. Therefore, their mood wasn't very good. At night, they built a camp and rested for the night. The next day, everyone's mood was completely restored. However, the group also discovered that the number of beasts on Sky Island was increasing. Moreover, the beasts were becoming more and more crazy. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng and Zhao Hai knew that Gong Bushi was telling the truth. The beasts were going crazy. After the group dealt with an eagle beast that attacked them, they gathered together. Zhao Hai looked around and could clearly feel that there were more and more crazy auras coming from the surroundings. Zhao Hai said, "It seems like the most dangerous time of Sky Island has arrived. These beasts aren't weak. Adding on to that, it's really troublesome to deal with them. I think we should find a place to set up a camp. Since our harvest isn't small, it's best to preserve our lives first." The reason why Zhao Hai made this decision was partly because of Gong Bushi's words. Another reason was that the situation of the beasts on Floating Island reminded him of the beast tide that he experienced in the lower realm. If a small beast tide were to break out on Floating Island, then it would be enough to make them drink a pot of water. The demonic beasts on Levitating Island were quite strong. If these demonic beasts really went crazy, they would cause a lot of casualties to the cultivators. If they did not have a stable camp, the demonic beasts would make things difficult for them. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these beasts, he didn't want to expose his strength too much. If he did, then it wouldn't be good for him. Therefore, he made this proposal. When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he thought about the beasts that had gone crazy in the past 2 days. Then he nodded and said, "Right, I think Little Ling's proposal is good. If those beasts become crazy, then their attack power would increase. If there are only 1 or 2 of them, then it would be fine. But if there are too many of them, then we'll be in trouble." Most importantly, we're flying in the sky, making us too big of a target. I think it would be better to do what little Ling said. We'll set up a camp and hide until we can get out of here. Gong Bushi nodded and said, I proposed to build a camp before. But at that time I thought that it was still early, so I wasn't in a hurry. Now, it seems like it's time to build a camp. Zhao Hai said in a serious tone, to build a camp, we must first choose a good location. We must choose a mountain with a wide field of vision. Lastly, we must choose a place like a cliff. That way, those beasts wouldn't be able to besiege us, and we would be able to survive. Everyone nodded and Gong Bushi said in a deep voice, let's split up now. We'll look around and see if there's a suitable place to set up camp. We'll meet back here in 2 hours. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Zhao Hai chose an east direction as he slowly flew forward. These days, he had been acting alone for a long time. Now that he was alone, he couldn't help but feel relaxed. At the same time, he also collected some ordinary things from the space that didn't exist in the space. While flying forward, Zhao Hai suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. From the sound of the fighting, he could tell that the two sides were cultivators, not cultivators, and beasts. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't want to kill anyone right now. Moreover, he didn't want to move forward. This was because he didn't want to get into trouble. Zhao Hai didn't want to get into trouble, but that didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come to him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a large Yuan character appeared in the air. When Zhao Hai saw this Yuan character, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that one of the two people fighting in front of him would be from the Xianxia sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts of looking for trouble with the Xianxia sect. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. But just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he saw a group of people flying towards the Yuan character. It was clear that these people were from the Xianxia sect. Zhao Hai sighed. He decided not to cause trouble. He turned around and flew in the opposite direction of the Xianxia sect. However, the Xianxia sect's cultivators didn't seem to want to let him go. Not long after he flew in the opposite direction, the Xianxia sect's cultivators arrived at his previous location. They didn't stop and directly flew towards the Yuan character. But at the same time, they also sent two people to chase after Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt the actions of the Xianxia sect's cultivators. He was somewhat confused. He didn't know what the other party wanted to do. He clearly avoided them, so why did they still chase after him? Zhao Hai frowned and stopped. He was very clear that if he left at this time, the other party would think that he was guilty. They would think that he did something bad and would chase after him with even more vigor. Therefore, he stopped. Not long after Zhao Hai stopped, two cultivators wearing white robes arrived in front of Zhao Hai. The two looked at Zhao Hai and their eyes flashed with understanding. It was obvious that they recognized Zhao Hai. Their expressions immediately changed as they arrogantly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, why are you running?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What are you running for?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two arrogant Xianxia sect cultivators. He frowned and said, "Are you talking to me?" The two Xianxia sect cultivators didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such a thing. Their expressions turned ugly. The cultivator who spoke before said, "If we're not talking to you, then are we talking to a ghost? Is there anyone else here besides you?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Besides me, aren't you guys here as well? Who knows if you're talking to yourselves? Moreover, I'm not a kid. I don't care about rude people." When the two Xianxia sect cultivators heard Zhao Hai, their faces turned ashen. They angrily looked at Zhao Hai. The cultivator who hadn't spoken until now opened his mouth and said, "You have a sharp tongue. Zhao Ling, you're already a famous person. Do you think it's fun to talk like this?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Interesting, very interesting. If I can anger people to death with my words, then wouldn't I be able to save a lot of trouble? Most importantly, look, haven't you all learned how to be polite now? Next time, don't just call people kid. If you want to call them kid, call them by my name." The two Hai Yuan sect cultivators were almost angered to death. Just because of the word kid, Zhao Hai actually grinded his teeth for a long time. The two High Yuan sect cultivators clenched their teeth and said, "Kid, answer my question. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The two High Yuan sect cultivators clenched their teeth and said. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't hear what the cultivator said. The Shang Yuan sect cultivator really wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't help but angrily shout, "Kid, you asked for it. Prepare to die." Lightning fist, heaven-shaking thunder. Following his words, he sent a fist towards Zhao Hai. This fist carried a faint sound of thunder. Its momentum was very shocking. Zhao Hai still stood there without moving. It was as if he didn't see the person at all. Before long, the fist arrived in front of Zhao Hai. This fist went straight towards Zhao Hai's face. If it hit, then Zhao Hai's mind would disappear. At this time, Zhao Hai raised his hand. His hand turned into a tiger's claw and grabbed the cultivator's wrist. Then his body fiercely shook. This shake was like an electric shock. The Shangyuan sect cultivator's body also shook. Then the cultivator became like a snake that was shaken loose. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai grabbing him, then he might have already fallen from the sky. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "You don't know manners. I'm teaching you manners. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Alright, then I'll use force to teach you manners." The Shangyuan sect cultivator was now looking at Zhao Hai with a face full of fear and resentment. However, he still couldn't move. At this time, a clear voice was heard, "I'm a member of the Shangyuan sect. Since when did you need others to teach you manners? Let go." Along with this voice, a yellow energy directly attacked Zhao Hai's wrist. This energy was very fast, and its purpose was very simple. It was to make Zhao Hai let go. However, in Zhao Hai's view, this wasn't simple at all. Although the yellow energy looked very solid, Zhao Hai could feel a trace of instability from it. It didn't mean that even if he let go, the yellow energy would explode. Moreover, its power wouldn't be small. When Zhao Hai saw this attack, he couldn't help but get angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If you want him, then just say it. I'll give him to you." After he said that, Zhao Hai pulled his hand and directly threw the Shangyuan sect cultivator in front of the yellow energy. Naturally, the yellow energy couldn't be retracted. Therefore, when the clear voice heard Zhao Hai using the Shangyuan sect cultivator to block his energy, he couldn't help but angrily say, "Jianzi, you dare." However, his words were already too late. Zhao Hai had already placed the Shangyuan sect cultivator in front of the yellow qi. The yellow qi hit the Shangyuan sect cultivator's body and then exploded. The Shangyuan sect cultivator didn't even have a corpse left. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with disbelief. At this time, Zhao Hai had already retreated some distance. Moreover, he also put up a shield. The flesh and blood that splattered everywhere didn't touch him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sigh, they're obviously from the same sect. Why did you have to be so ruthless? You shouldn't." Along with Zhao Hai's words, a pale-faced cultivator appeared in front of Zhao Hai along with 20 Shangyuan sect cultivators. Zhao Hai had seen this Shangyuan sect cultivator before. It was Li Jianyun, a core disciple of the Shangyuan sect. Li Jianyun was currently looking at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. He didn't expect that he would be dragged into this matter by Zhao Hai. This was equivalent to being slapped in the face by Zhao Hai. Moreover, his junior brother's life was at stake. How could the arrogant Li Jianyun not be angry? When Zhao Hai saw Li Jianyun, it was as if he had seen a good friend. He cupped his fist and said, "So it's senior brother Li Jianyun. Junior brother greets senior brother Li. It seems like senior brother Li has also entered Sky Island. If I knew this earlier, I would have gone to seek refuge with senior brother Li. But it's good that I've met you. Senior brother Li, please take care of me." Li Jianyun looked at Zhao Hai with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't think that a person could be this shameless. Li Jianyun clearly knew that he had arrived and even used him to kill his junior brother. But now, Li Jianyun greeted him as if nothing had happened and even asked him to take care of him. Is this person crazy? But it didn't take long for Li Jianyun to realize that he had been played by Zhao Hai. His face turned pale as he looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "Zhao Ling, don't play dumb. You actually dared to kill my junior brother in front of me. You don't put me in your eyes at all. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jianyun with a puzzled expression and said, Senior brother Li, what are you talking about? When did I kill your junior brother? Didn't you kill your junior brother? Ayaya, you're really ruthless. Not even a complete bone is left. Tragic, too tragic. I say, Senior brother Li, what kind of enmity do you have with your junior brother? Is there a need to be so ruthless? Nonsense. Although Li Jianyun was very angry, he still didn't curse. Instead, he angrily said, Zhao Ling, you're clearly the one who killed my junior brother. How dare you deny it? Don't tell me that you're a coward who doesn't dare to do anything? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's not right. If I killed him, then I'll admit it. But that person was killed by your energy. What does that have to do with me? Senior brother Li, you can't accuse a good person. Li Jianyun really wanted to vomit blood. Although that person was killed by his energy, if Zhao Hai chose to let go instead of using that person as a shield, then that person wouldn't have died. But even if Zhao Hai used that person as a shield, that person's energy was indeed sent out by him. Naturally, he wanted to attack Zhao Hai. This way, Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted to do. Therefore, Li Jianyun's responsibility for that person's death wasn't small. However, Li Jianyun absolutely didn't think this way. He was a member of the Xianxia sect. In his opinion, people from other sects should give way to people from the Xianxia sect. This was because the other sects were inferior to the Xianxia sect. They simply didn't have the qualifications to be treated as equals. Because of this, Li Jianyun didn't consider Zhao Hai as an opponent. Instead, he regarded Zhao Hai as someone who was inferior to him. In his opinion, whatever he said, Zhao Hai should take care of him. He didn't even have the qualifications to object. Li Jianyun didn't hate Zhao Hai because he accidentally killed someone from his own sect. In fact, although that person was his junior brother and also a member of the Xianxia sect, Li Jianyun didn't care about his life at all. The real reason why he was angry was that Zhao Hai dared to not listen to him, which made him even angrier. Li Jianyun decided not to waste his breath on Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, so, you don't want to plead guilty? Alright, then I'll take you back to the Xianxia sect. Tell your Dishian sect to come to us and ask for you. When Zhao Hai heard Li Jianyun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Li Jianyun with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, then I should thank Senior brother Li. You actually didn't take my life, that's rare. Li Jianyun looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, you dared to be disrespectful to our Haiyuan sect. This isn't just a matter of you, it's a matter of the entire Onion sect. We'll capture you so that the Onion sect can give us an explanation. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed coldly, but he still had a smile on his face. Senior brother Li, why are you so enthusiastic? However, I'm afraid I can't do as Senior Marshal brotherly wishes. I'm very busy, and not just anyone can invite me. When Li Jianyun heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but sneer, that's not up to you. After saying that, Li Jianyun flipped his hand and a pen appeared in his hand. With a stroke of the pen, row after row of words appeared in the void. Like a large net, the words swept towards Zhao Hai. Zhao laughed and punched out. A fist-shaped chi directly met the big net. With a bang, the big net was smashed into pieces by Zhao's fist. Bang! Zhao's fist energy smashed the big net into pieces. However, Li Jianyun's attack was only a probe. Then the real attack came. His pen continued to draw. In the void as golden characters appeared one after another. These characters were all articles with different contents. The attack of these characters was also related to the content of the article. For example, if Li Jianyun wrote an article about swords, then the golden characters would turn into sword energy and attack Zhao Hai. If Li Jianyun wrote an article about morality, then the energy would turn into a book or a pen and attack Zhao Hai. It even had some spiritual attacks. Zhao Hai hadn't encountered this kind of attack before. At this time, he also understood what Li Jianyun's attack method was. Zhao Hai didn't even think about it before. He really didn't know what Li Jianyun's attack method was. After the two exchanged more than 10 rounds, a thunderous voice was heard in the distance, who dares to bully my brother? Along with this voice, a silhouette quickly approached. This person was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng and the others separated to find a place to base. However, they didn't separate for long before they noticed the 10,000-mile summoning command from the Xianxia sect. To be honest, when they saw the 10,000-mile summoning command, their first thought was to leave. After all, they killed a person from the Xianxia sect. They didn't want to face the Xianxia sect right now. However, they quickly discovered that something was wrong. The 10,000-mile summoning command was coming from Zhao Hai's direction. The group was startled and immediately rushed over. Naturally, since they were going in different directions, their speed was naturally different. Because Zhou Feng was closer to Zhao Hai, he was the first to arrive. When he saw Zhao Hai fighting with someone, he couldn't help but angrily shout. However, his shout didn't stop Li Jianyun. Don't forget that Li Jianyun was accompanied by a lot of people from the Xianxia sect. These people didn't participate in the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Jianyun. This was because they knew that Li Jianyun was a very proud person. If they attacked Zhao Hai without his permission, then not only would he not be grateful, he would also be very angry. Because of this, when Li Jianyun and Zhao Hai were fighting, the others didn't make a move. But now that Zhou Feng had arrived, these people naturally wouldn't be polite. Two people immediately went to meet Zhou Feng and blocked his path. Then they began to fight with him. Although Zhou Feng's strength wasn't weak, the Xianxia sect's cultivators weren't weak either. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhou Feng to defeat the two people and help Zhao Hai. After Zhou Feng and the two cultivators from the Xianxia sect fought for more than a dozen rounds, Gong Bushi and his two junior brothers arrived. The Xianxia sect immediately sent people to stop the three of them, but they didn't go up. They swarmed the three people like a swarm of bees. They were from the Xianxia sect, they had their own pride. Zhao Hai didn't use his weapon, he just kept blocking Li Jianyun's attacks. In other people's eyes, Li Jianyun had the upper hand. However, in Li Jianyun's eyes, this wasn't the case. He felt that he had been attacking Zhao Hai for a long time, but Zhao Hai didn't seem to be using his full strength. This discovery made Li Jianyun very uncomfortable. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him and insulting him. His face couldn't help but turn ugly. He, Li Jianyun, was a genius of the Xianxia sect. He had become a core disciple of the Xianxia sect at a young age and had even learned the most difficult mantra Dao technique in the Xianxia sect. This had made him think highly of himself, and he believed that no one was his match. However, he had been fighting with Zhao Hai for a long time. Although it seemed like he had the upper hand, he was very clear that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't going all out. After writing an article, Li Jianyun turned his hand and put away the pen. Then he moved again and another pen appeared in his hand. However, this pen seemed to be too big, it was taller than him. It looked like a spear. Li Jianyun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai asked. Upon seeing Li Jianyun take out the spear-like pen, the Xianxia sect's cultivators were stunned. Of course, they knew about this pen. This pen was a treasure of the Xianxia sect. According to legend, this huge pen was obtained from Sky Island. It was a top-ranked artifact of the Xianxia sect. However, this pen was very strange. In the hands of an ordinary person, this pen wasn't as useful as an iron rod. But in the hands of a Dao technique of the Xianxia sect, this pen was a supreme artifact. It could increase one's attack power to a frightening degree. And what was truly precious about this brush was that there was a cultivation technique engraved on it. This cultivation technique was called Truth Incantation, not Truth Dao technique. This was a very high-level cultivation technique. Until now, no one in the Xianxia sect had been able to completely comprehend this cultivation technique called Truth Incantation. The Truth Dao technique was just a weakened version of the Truth Incantation, and not just by a little bit. It could be said that the Truth Dao technique didn't even have 1/10 of the power of the Truth Incantation. Even so, the Truth Dao technique was still considered the strongest cultivation technique in the Xianxia sect, and it was also the most difficult cultivation technique to practice. The Xianxia sect, called the mantra brush by the Xianxia sect, was the biggest harvest of the Xianxia sect on Floating Island. It was also for this reason that the Xianxia sect attached great importance to Floating Island. When Floating Island first appeared, they would send a large number of cultivators to Floating Island. This time, the Xiangyuan sect attached great importance to Li Jianyun entering Sky Island. Therefore, the Xiangyuan sect gave the incantation pen to Li Jianyun as his weapon. Li Jianyun was naturally very happy when he received the incantation pen. He knew very well what the incantation pen meant to the Xiangyuan sect. Now that the sect was willing to give it to him, it was enough to show how much the sect valued him. Originally, Li Jianyun thought that he wouldn't have the opportunity to use the incantation pen this time. This was because he always believed that no one on Sky Island was worthy of his use. But at this time, he took out the incantation pen. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of Zhao Hai as soon as possible. The other cultivators of the Xiangyuan sect naturally knew why Li Jianyun did this. They knew that Li Jianyun didn't want to use the incantation pen. However, they didn't expect Li Jianyun to take it out at this time. This was really unexpected. Zhao Hai also noticed Li Jianyun's action. At the same time, he also heard the words of the Xiangyuan sect's cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned heavy. Then he waved his hand and the jasper staff appeared in his hand. When Li Jianyun saw Zhao Hai take out his weapon, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Then he said, "Good, you're finally willing to use your weapon. It seems like my guess was right. You didn't use your full strength before." Zhao Hai looked at Li Jianyun and smiled faintly, "Aren't you the same? You didn't use your full strength before either. How about we make a deal? Give me the pen in your hand and I'll consider not killing you." When Zhao Hai said this, the Xiangyuan sect's cultivators were stunned. Li Jianyun stared at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at a monster. After some time, Li Jianyun's face turned pale as he said, "Do you really know what you're talking about? Do you know who you're talking to?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Jianyun, then he suddenly laughed and said, "I know, of course I know. Are you senior brother Li Jianyun? How about it, senior brother Li? What do you think of my proposal? As long as you give me the brush, I'll spare your life. At the same time, I'll also spare all the cultivators from the Xiangyuan sect who entered Sky Island. What do you think?" Li Jianyun's complexion turned completely dark. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Good. Zhao Ling, you're the first person who dared to speak to the Xiangyuan sect like that. Good, very good. I've decided not to capture you. I'll just kill you because you insulted the Xiangyuan sect." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Li Jianyun. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jianyun's expression and smiled faintly, "You should have done this earlier, right? Come, let's see who's the real deal." Li Jianyun coldly snorted, then he waved the brush in his hand. A huge net character appeared and flew towards Zhao Hai. As it flew, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards the character. With the addition of the spiritual energy, the character became more solid, as if it had turned into a real net. Zhao Hai laughed and waved his jasper staff towards the net. Zhao Hai's jasper staff crashed into the net, breaking it. However, Zhao Hai's jasper staff was also repelled. Zhao looked at the jade staff in his hand with some surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength, he could clearly feel that the other party's attack this time was much stronger than the previous one. At this time, Li Jianyun's second attack arrived. This time, it was a sword-like attack. Zhao Hai's jade staff once again went up to meet it. Clang! Although Zhao Hai blocked the sword-shaped energy, he was pushed back by the impact. He was pushed back about a kilometer before Zhao Hai stopped. As soon as he stopped, he laughed and said, "Good, that's great. The Xiangyuan sect really is the Xiangyuan sect. Ha ha ha, let's do it again." Then his figure moved and rushed towards Li Jianyun. When Li Jianyun saw Zhao Hai's movement, his expression couldn't help but change. To be honest, the two attacks just now had consumed a lot of his spiritual qi. Although he was a teleportation cultivator, the two attacks just now were equivalent to big moves. Even a void-piercing expert wouldn't dare to use big moves casually. After all, big moves consumed a lot of spiritual qi. The truth brush in Li Jianyun's hand was a good item, but its consumption was also very high. The truth brush itself was a very powerful artifact. Almost all good artifacts have a common characteristic, and that is that they have very high requirements for their users. Unless you completely refine it, then the consumption of the truth brush would directly turn you into a dried corpse. Of course, Li Jianyun couldn't refine the pen of truth. The pen of truth didn't belong to him, it belonged to the sect. This time, the sect only lent it to him for self-defense. When he returns from Sky Island, he would have to return the pen of truth to the sect. Naturally, he wouldn't have the right to refine it. If Li Jianyun didn't refine the brush of truth, then he would have to expend a lot of spiritual qi to use it. It was like a person who knew that a mace was more powerful than a wooden stick. However, his strength was only enough to use a wooden stick, and he could only swing the mace a few times. For Li Jianyun, the brush of truth was the mace. It was powerful, but it wasn't something that he could control. The pen of truth could greatly increase his attack power, but at the same time, it would also consume more spirit qi. Although the pen of truth could increase its attack power by absorbing the spirit qi in the surroundings, it also required a lot of spirit qi from the cultivator. Therefore, Li Jianyun decided to use the pen of truth at the last moment. Li Jianyun had tested the power of the pen of truth. Although the pen of truth couldn't be used to its full potential, it could still easily kill a Vajra realm cultivator. Li Jianyun's second attack just now was already the maximum power of the pen of truth. In other words, his second attack could already kill a Vajra realm cultivator. Even if the Vajra realm cultivator wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to block it. However, Zhao Hai blocked it and didn't suffer any injuries. Because of this, Li Jianyun was very surprised. It was also because of this surprise that he didn't immediately launch a third attack. He allowed Zhao Hai to swing the jade staff in front of him. It wasn't until Zhao Hai arrived in front of him that he reacted. His expression couldn't help but change as he immediately wrote the word block. Zhao Hai's staff hit the word block with 60% of his strength. With a bang, the word block was directly broken by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai swung the staff forward and pointed it at Li Jianyun. Li Jianyun didn't expect Zhao Hai to break through his defense so easily. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's staff came, his body shook and he retreated. At the same time, he used the pen of truth in his hand to block Zhao Hai's jade staff. The pen of truth blocked Zhao Hai's jade staff. But then something happened that surprised Li Jianyun and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's Jade King staff and pen of truth were stuck together and couldn't be pulled apart. Zhao Hai and Li Jianyun were both shocked. Whether it was the jade staff or the pen of truth, both were very important to Zhao Hai. They couldn't afford to lose them, so the two immediately tried to snatch them. But in terms of strength, how could Li Jianyun be Zhao Hai's opponent? Both of them exerted their strength at the same time, but Li Jianyun was pulled over by Zhao Hai. Li Jianyun was worried that the pen of truth would be snatched away by Zhao Hai. He was still pulling the pen of truth with all his strength. When Zhao Hai saw Li Jianyun's appearance, his eyes lit up. Then he pulled the pen of truth a few times until he wasn't too far away from Li Jianyun. Then he kicked Li Jianyun. Li Jianyun was using all his strength to catch the pen of truth. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this. Because of this, he didn't have any ability to fight back. He was kicked in the chest by Zhao Hai. But at this time, a strange thing happened. A golden light suddenly appeared on Li Jianyun's body and blocked Zhao Hai's attack. Then the golden light slowly turned into a person's shadow. This person was wearing the same white robe as Li Jianyun and the others. However, this person didn't look young. The white robe on his body looked very luxurious. He also had a temperament that looked down on all living things. As soon as the shadow appeared, it looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually dare to attack a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Do you want to die?" Zhao Hai looked at the shadow and couldn't help but stare. This person's aura was very strong. His status in the Xianxia sect was certainly not ordinary. However, this aura might be useful to others, but to Zhao Hai, it was completely useless. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "A mere shadow dares to speak such words?" After he said that, Zhao Hai continued to kick the phantom. The phantom shook as if it was about to break. The shadow showed a trace of anger and said, "Brat, I won't forgive you." After he said that, the phantom immediately shined with golden light. The golden light shot towards Zhao Hai, covering the entire place where the two were fighting. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai's clothes were torn apart. However, Zhao Hai's body didn't have any injuries. Instead, the shadow on Li Jianyun's body became even more illusory. Zhao Hai looked at the shadow and sneered, "Just a mere shadow. Even if you're a void-piercing realm expert, you still can't do anything to me. Then he sent out another kick. With a bang, the shadow on Li Jianyun's body disappeared, revealing Li Jianyun's panicked face. Zhao Hai coldly looked at Li Jianyun and said, "This should be your last resort." "That's fine too. I'll cripple your final move. Let's see what other moves you, a core disciple of the Xianxia sect, have up your sleeves." After he finished speaking, he sent another kick forward. When Li Jianyun saw Zhao Hai's move, his face couldn't help but change. He couldn't help but let go of the mantra pen in his hand and retreated. But at this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw a sword towards Li Jianyun. This time, the attack was out of Li Jianyun's expectations. When he wanted to dodge and block, the sword was already in front of him. Before Li Jianyun could react, the sword had already pierced through his throat. Li Jianyun stared at Zhao Hai with an expression of disbelief. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Zhao Hai would dare to kill him. He still couldn't believe that he would die in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Li Jianyun into the space. Then he looked at the jade staff and mantra pen in his hand. These two artifacts were slowly fusing. Although Zhao Hai felt strange, he still threw the artifacts into the space. Then the blood saber appeared in his hand as he went straight towards the Xianxia sect disciple. He didn't know that the projection was placed on Li Jianyun's body by the Xianxia sect. However, he was certain that the projection was able to reflect some information back to the person who placed it. In other words, the Xianxia sect already knew that he killed Li Jianyun and took the mantra pen. Since that was the case, there was no need to be polite. None of the cultivators from the mantra sect who entered Sky Island would be able to return. The Xianxia sect cultivators were shocked. When the projection appeared on Li Jianyun's body, they were stunned. When the projection didn't do anything to Zhao Hai, they were even more shocked. Then Zhao Hai kicked Li Jianyun to death and took the mantra pen. Only then did they react. But at this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived. The Xianxia sect cultivators had angry expressions on their faces. One of them shouted, "He killed Senior Brother Li, avenge Senior Brother Li and take back the mantra pen." The others immediately followed suit and shouted, "Avenge Senior Brother Li and take back the mantra pen." After saying that, those people took out their weapons and went straight towards Zhao. The two sides quickly clashed, and the whole battlefield fell into a chaotic battle. Zhao Hai put away his saber. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected the corpses of the Xianxia sect. None of the Xianxia sect's cultivators managed to escape, they were all killed by Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhou Feng and the others arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Zhou Feng's expression was ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, you killed a lot of Xianxia sect's cultivators today. Those fellows from the Xianxia sect definitely won't just stand by and watch. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you leave Sky Island." Zhao Hai replied, "I know, but I can't let them go just because of this. If they want me dead, then I'll make sure they die. This is my character." Zhou Feng replied, "The projection that appeared on Li Jianyun's body is certainly not low. Moreover, it's possible that the projection already knows about you. This is the most troublesome part." Zhao Hai replied, "So what if they know?" "Humph. In the true spirit realm, the Xianxia sect has the final say. If they dare to block me outside, then I'll go all out against them. I want to see if the Xianxia sect is something that I can afford to offend." Zhao Hai nodded and said, Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, you seem to have a lot of opinions about the Xianxia sect. What's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "They're going too far. Do you know what Li Jianyun wanted to do before? He wants to take me to the Xianxia sect so that the sect can take me back. Moreover, he also said that this isn't just about me, it's about the Xianxia sect and the Xianxia sect. Alright, I'll kill them today. I want to see if those fellows from the Xianxia sect really dare to go to war with the Xianxia sect." When Zhou Feng heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Are you telling the truth? Did Li Jianyun really say that?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "Do I need to lie about this matter?" Zhou Feng coldly snorted and said, "Alright, the Xianxia sect wants to use this matter to slap our Dixun sect's face. I want to see if they really dare to fight our Dixun sect." Gong Bushi didn't speak until now. Now that he heard Zhou Feng, he waved his hand and said, "Alright, we'll talk about this later. It's a pity that we can't contact the outside world here. Otherwise, we can report this matter to the sect and have them make some preparations." Upon hearing Gong Bushi, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he chuckled and said, "It seems like we overestimated the Xiangyuan sect. The Xiangyuan sect left a projection in Li Jianyun's body, but how powerful can a projection be? It can't even kill me. Since there's no way for floating island to contact the outside world, I think it's impossible for the projection to do so. Not to mention the projection, even the void-piercing realm experts of the Xiangyuan sect wouldn't be able to do so. Otherwise, floating island wouldn't be in its current state. So it's possible that the Xiangyuan sect doesn't know about us and that we killed Li Jianyun." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng and Gong Bushi's eyes lit up. Zhou Feng's face lit up as he said, "Right, that's possible. If the Xiangyuan sect doesn't know about this matter, then we'll be even safer." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, this matter is very good for the sect. Forget it, we're just guessing right now. We'll only know the truth once we get out." "Right, I haven't been out for long and I already encountered this. What about you guys? Did you find a suitable place?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng immediately nodded and said, "I do have a good place. It's a cliff with 3 sides and a gentle slope. We can build a cave residence there and use it as our camp." Gong Bushi said in a low voice, "I found something there as well. It's a lone peak. It's not very big, but if we set up a camp there, we'll only need to deal with some demonic beasts." The other two did not find anything special. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Let's go to Brother Gong's place. There's a gentle slope there, but it's useless for us. We don't lack food, but the slope might become a channel for the beasts to attack us. So let's go to Brother Gong's place." Gong Bushi nodded and said, "Alright, let's go. We have to build a camp quickly. If we wait until the beasts on Sky Island go crazy, then we'll be in danger." The few of them nodded. Gong Bushi led them to the place he had discovered. Not long after, they saw a lone mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a sharp sword, pointing straight to the sky. When Zhao Hai saw this peak, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's a good place to build a cave residence. Let's get to work. We'll be here for a month." The group nodded and immediately got to work. They didn't notice that they had already regarded Zhao Hai as their core. Actually, this wasn't strange. The cultivators of the true spirit realm weren't any different from the cultivators that Zhao Hai had encountered before. They were more interested in those who were strong. Because of Zhao Hai's strength, although he didn't show any intention of becoming the core of the group, Zhou Feng and the others still unconsciously regarded him as the core. Cultivators weren't strangers to building their own caves. Although they were from big sects, cultivators from big sects also needed to go out for training. And when they went out for training, they also needed to build their own caves. Although it wasn't necessarily good, they still knew how to do it. Additionally, their strength wasn't weak, so building a cave wasn't a difficult matter. In less than 2 hours, a cave residence consisting of 12 rooms was built. This cave residence was very well designed. There was a living room, a training ground, and a place for the group to cultivate. There were also a few meditation rooms. The entire cave residence was divided into 2 floors. The meditation rooms were on the lower floor, some distance away from the upper floor. After the cave residence was built, the group gathered in the hall. They looked around with smiles on their faces. Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Speaking of which, this cave residence is really good. This is the first time I built such a large cave residence. In the past, I only needed to build a cave residence for one person to live in. This is the first time I built such a large place." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've built a lot of places like this before. Alright, now there's only one step left." Then Zhao Hai took out some formation flags. Seeing the formation flags that Zhao Hai took out, Zhou Feng and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They really didn't have these things. They were all core disciples of large sects, so they didn't go out much. Although they had some experience surviving outside, it was still impossible for them to be fully prepared. Things like formation flags, they didn't have them. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "I'll go and arrange everything. We'll be living here for the next month. Everyone can use this time to cultivate. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll go and arrange everything. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'll help you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You can't. You don't know any more formations than me. Moreover, I'm not arranging ordinary formations. You can't do it. Then Zhao Hai went outside and inserted formation flags into the cave residence. After an hour, Zhao Hai returned to the hall. Zhou Feng and the others were looking around curiously. They discovered that when Zhao Hai entered the hall, all the formation flags had disappeared. Although they could arrange some simple formations, this was the first time they saw such a formation. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, All right, everyone can move freely inside the cave residence. There won't be any inconvenience. But once you leave, it will be difficult to come back in. So if you don't need to, don't go out. Zhou Feng nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, It seems like rogue cultivators are also independent. At the very least, they're much better than us when it comes to surviving in the wild. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we would be in a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, This is nothing. Almost all rogue cultivators have a few tricks up their sleeves. Rogue cultivators don't have a good living environment. In order to get cultivation materials, they have to go all out, but they also have to find ways to save their own lives. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, then even if they get more cultivation materials, it would be useless. Therefore, these things are something that almost every rogue cultivator must learn. Things like formation flags are a necessity for every rogue cultivator. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Zhou Feng nodded and said, Hee hee. Forget it, we don't know if we'll be able to use it. Right, did any of you bring food? If we don't drink some wine, we'll feel sorry for ourselves. When Gong Bushi heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out some dry food and said, We don't have any wine, but we do have some dry food. Do you want some? These dry food weren't anything good, they were just ordinary dry food. Naturally, they wouldn't taste good. When Zhou Feng saw these things, he couldn't help but frown and said, Forget it, I don't want to eat these things. In any case, we don't need to eat anymore. To be honest, at their level, they don't need to eat. But this wasn't absolute. This was because at their level, they didn't need to eat. However, this only applied to those who have been in the teleportation realm for a long time. Cultivators like Zhou Feng who just entered the teleportation realm needed to eat. Naturally, it wasn't impossible for them to not eat at all. However, doing so would have some negative effects on their bodies. Seeing Zhou Feng's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I brought some food. Then he flipped his hand and took out a large pile of dried meat. Then he took out 2 jugs of wine and placed them on the table. Upon seeing these things, Zhou Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, Dried meat, good stuff. There's also wine. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you're just like me, a foodie. Then he took the dried meat and put it in his mouth. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and then turned to Gong Bushi and said, Brother Gong, I'll make something delicious today. Let's have a good drink. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jar. This was a used wine jar. Zhao took out some dried meat and put it in the jar. Then he used a spell to make a ball of water and put it in the jar. Finally, he poured some wine into the jar and immediately used a fire spell to heat up the wine jar. Before long, the water in the wine jar began to boil. The dried meat also absorbed some of the water and slowly became soft. At the same time, the aroma of wine spread throughout the cave. This wine aroma was mixed with the aroma of the meat, and the smell was too enticing. Zhou Feng looked at the jug and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He rubbed his hands and said, Is it done? I'm starving. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and ignored him. The fragrance of wine in the cave became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the wine in the jug became less and less. When all the water in the jug disappeared, the meat in the jug became soft and soft. Zhao Hai extinguished the fire in his hand. Then he turned to Gong Bushi and said, Wine stew and some wine. Zhou Feng couldn't wait to grab a piece of meat. He was a body cultivator, so this amount of heat was nothing to him. He immediately put the meat in his mouth, but he immediately screamed from the heat. Even so, he still couldn't bear to spit out the meat in his mouth. After screaming for a long time, he finally swallowed the meat. After swallowing the meat, Zhou Feng let out a long breath and said, "It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be able to stew meat. How come I didn't know about this earlier?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "I didn't prepare everything this time. Next time, I'll make something delicious for you. Rogue cultivators don't know how to make their own food. I'm just a bit more proficient. Just like Brother Zhou said, I'm a foodie. I like to eat, so the more I cook, the better it will be." Gong Bushi nodded and said, "All right, we'll have a good meal when we get out of here. Speaking of which, you're quite patient. We've been eating rations for so many days, but you still haven't taken out any jerky." Zhao smiled. "Actually, dry food is also good. I used to eat it a lot, but don't underestimate it. These things can save lives. If you bring too much dry food, it will take up too much space. But this dried meat, after boiling it in water, can increase its size several times. A piece of dried meat, if eaten sparingly, can be eaten for a few days. Of course, it's not important now. Before I entered the teleportation realm, I had prepared a few days' worth of food. If necessary, it could really save lives. But if we can save lives, we can save lives." Gong Bushi nodded. Although he had never been a rogue cultivator and Zhao Hai spoke of it casually, he could still hear the difficulties of a rogue cultivator. Gong Bushi sighed and said, "It's really not easy to be a rogue cultivator." Zhou Feng didn't care so much. He waved his hand and said, "What's the point of thinking so much? Anyway, little Ling isn't a rogue cultivator anymore. Come, let's eat and drink to celebrate the completion of our cave residence." When Zhao Hai and the others heard this, they all laughed. They each took a piece of meat and ate it. Zhao Hai sat in his room and looked at the weapon in his hand. It was a pen. The shaft of the pen was transformed from Zhao Hai's jasper wand, and the tip of the pen was the pen used by Li Jianyan. The original pen shaft was now standing outside the jasper wand. Li Jianyan's jasper wand was only about 1 meter long except for the tip. However, Zhao Hai's jasper wand was nearly 4 meters long, so the hair of Li Jianyan's jasper wand became the tip of the pen. Zhao Hai didn't see any seams where the jasper wand was connected to the incantation pen. The metal tip and the jasper wand were completely integrated as if they were originally one. Now, in addition to the word incantation on the tip of the pen, 2 words also appeared on the jasper wand. The 2 words on the tip of the pen were incantation pen, and the 2 words on the tip of the pen were incantation pen. Together, they were the incantation pen. Dao had always been the pursuit of cultivators, but no one could clearly say what Dao was. Some said it was the sword Dao, some said it was the saber Dao, and some said it was the strength Dao. In short, there were all kinds of theories. However, in Zhao Hai's view, all of them were small Daos. They couldn't even be regarded as real Dao. Zhao Hai couldn't tell what the real Dao was now. Maybe it was a kind of law or something else, but in short, it wasn't the saber Dao or the sword Dao. Almost no magic weapon dared to call itself Dao. Even some famous magic weapons didn't dare to use the word Dao because it was very likely to anger the laws of heaven and earth. Before the magic weapon was formed, it would be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth. Now, the magic weapon in Zhao Hai's hand dared to call itself Dao, and it was even called the incantation pen. This was absolutely amazing. Zhao Hai gently touched the spear-like incantation pen and said, "It would be good if it could be shorter, it's too long." But just as his voice fell, the incantation pen shrunk. Zhao Hai looked at the incantation pen in his hand and muttered, "Is this eldest brother's item?" The reason why Zhao Hai didn't know about the incantation pen's ability was because it was too advanced. The space simply couldn't analyze it. This was what made Zhao Hai surprised. Now that he saw that the incantation pen could shrink, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Smaller, smaller, smaller." Along with Zhao Hai's words, the incantation pen shrunk to the size of a righteous brush. Zhao Hai took the incantation pen in his hand and carefully looked at it. Then he muttered, "It's really good. Even liquid silver couldn't fuse with it. Once we get out, I'll immediately study the incantation Dao technique." Then Zhao Hai stopped being obsessed with it and put the incantation pen away. Sitting in his room and meditating, Zhao Hai thought about his harvest in the past few days. To be honest, besides the incantation pen, his biggest harvest was the ordinary things on Sky Island. Because there were many kinds of things, he was able to add a new species to the space. In fact, it was the 100 Spirit Scripture Tree. The 100 Spirit Scripture Tree hadn't yet grown, so he wasn't very happy with the cultivation methods that appeared. However, these things were still very important to Zhao Hai. At this time, the space had already collected dozens of basic cultivation methods. Zhao Hai was very interested in cultivation methods. This was because he wanted to turn the space into a huge force that could help him. The size of a force had a lot to do with its foundation. However, the foundation didn't necessarily refer to how many materials a sect had, or how many experts it had. These were only a part of the foundation. But the foundation of a large sect was also very important, and that was the number of cultivation methods. A small sect wouldn't have too many cultivation methods. On the other hand, a large sect would have a lot of cultivation methods. Every cultivator was different. Even if their talents were similar, their character and experience would determine that their cultivation methods weren't necessarily the same. A person who was afraid of hardship wouldn't be able to reach the peak of a body cultivation method. Even if they had a lot of talent, they wouldn't be able to cultivate their body cultivation method to the peak. In general, small sects, because there were few cultivation methods, cultivators would have fewer choices. Many talented cultivators, because they couldn't find a suitable cultivation method, their cultivation progress would be slow. This was the tragedy of small sects, but at the same time, it also reflected the importance of cultivation methods. In the past, Zhao Hai had collected some cultivation methods. However, the quantity of these methods couldn't be compared to those of the great sects. Because of this, special races like the goblins and the giants didn't have any cultivation methods. Even if he had the processing machine, it was impossible for him to create cultivation methods out of thin air. The processing machine can increase anything, but pay attention to the word processing. It can improve the cultivation method and make some adjustments according to the space's data to make suitable cultivation methods for the goblins and the giants. However, these cultivation methods were all improved or adjusted on the basis of the space's original cultivation methods. Although the goblins and the giants could practice these cultivation methods, they weren't necessarily the most suitable for them to practice. The difference between what was suitable for them to practice and what was suitable for them to practice was very big. But with the 100 Spirit Scripture Tree, this problem can be solved. Because the 100 Spirit Scripture Tree had the support of spiritual roots, it was able to produce cultivation methods much faster. Because of the 100 Spirit Scripture Tree, the 100 Spirit Scripture Tree was able to produce cultivation methods of various races. Zhao Hai even saw some of the purest beast cultivation methods, which were very good. There were a lot of animals in the space. Whether it was demon beasts, magic beasts, or ordinary animals, the space can bestow them with spiritual wisdom at any time. Beasts with spiritual wisdom can also practice cultivation methods. Naturally, the most suitable cultivation methods for them were beast cultivation methods. After counting his gains, Zhao set his sights on another thing. It was the spatial fragment that he had thrown into the space, which was finally fused with the space. The prompt from the space seemed to indicate that he could use the space to attack and defend. Naturally, Zhao Hai also knew that the space wasn't his own space, but rather the incomparably huge space outside. Although Zhao Hai had some spatial divergent abilities in the past, they weren't as smooth as his space. Because of this, Zhao Hai rarely used them. Moreover, spatial divergent abilities were mostly used for running or escaping. In terms of attack and defense, Zhao Hai almost never used spatial abilities. In the past, he didn't have any way to use spatial abilities to attack or defend. But now, he could. Moreover, through the spatial fragment, Zhao Hai could directly tell others that he had comprehended the power of space. This would make it more convenient for him to use his space. Zhao Hai sat on the ground with a calm expression. He was carefully feeling the power of the space. Before, he had never felt the power of the space in such detail. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't. But after obtaining the spatial fragment, Zhao Hai was able to feel the power of the space. Although the fragment was attracted to his space, his space was able to release the power of the space for him to feel. This was the advantage of having his own space. Space was the most powerful law in the world. It was as terrifying as time. People have always said that no one can defeat time. Even if you are a peerless expert, you would still be defeated by time one day. On the other hand, space wasn't any weaker than time. But compared to time, space was much easier to comprehend. However, the space that people can comprehend wasn't the real space. At most, it was just a small part of the space's laws. It might not even be a trillionth of the real power of space. But even so, the attack power of the Space Force was still very powerful. Just think about it, one attack could shatter the space around you, and your body and soul would also shatter along with the space. How terrifying would such an attack be? At this time, Zhao Hai was comprehending the laws of space. With the help of his space, as well as his space-divergent ability, his comprehension of the laws of space was much easier compared to other people. Therefore, he was able to comprehend the laws of space more easily than others. Time passed little by little, but Zhao Hai didn't come out of his room. At this time, the space around him was distorting. Although the distortion wasn't very serious, it was still there. Fortunately, no one came to disturb him. Zhou Feng and the others were in their rooms sorting out their harvest after entering the floating island. It can be said that they were in a small retreat. Naturally, no one came to disturb Zhao Hai. Time passed day by day. The distortion around Zhao Hai became more and more intense. Finally, the distorted space started to crack. Spatial cracks appeared around Zhao Hai's body. However, these spatial cracks didn't cause any harm to him. The spatial cracks around Zhao Hai's body were getting bigger and bigger. These cracking sounds alarmed Zhou Feng and the others. Zhou Feng and the others weren't weak. Moreover, Zhao Hai's cave residents didn't have any defensive formations. Because of this, Zhou Feng and the others were able to hear the sounds coming from Zhao Hai's room. At the same time, they also felt the abnormal spatial fluctuations coming from Zhao Hai's room. This made them unable to sit still, so they came out of their rooms. The group gathered outside Zhao Hai's room. Because this was a temporary cave residence, it looked very rough. They could see Zhao Hai from outside the room. When they saw the distorted space around Zhao Hai and the spatial cracks, they couldn't help but be stunned. They were all discerning people, they could see that this was a sign of someone comprehending the power of space. This surprised them. They knew how powerful the power of space was, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to comprehend the power of space. Every one of them had a spatial fragment, but having a spatial fragment didn't mean that they could comprehend the power of space. They just refined the spatial fragments and planned to slowly comprehend the power of space after returning to the sect. In their opinion, comprehending the power of space wasn't something that could be done overnight. They didn't dare to casually touch the spatial fragment in a place like Floating Island because they were afraid that they would be interrupted midway and waste the spatial fragment. And now, Zhao Hai has already comprehended the power of space. Moreover, it seems like his comprehension was quite good. For them, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai comprehended the power of space. In the future, Zhao Hai would be able to help them when they use their spatial fragments to comprehend the power of space. The group looked at Zhao Hai and then immediately left Zhao Hai's room. However, they didn't go far. Instead, they protected Zhao Hai's room. Zhou Feng glanced at his position. After making sure that he wouldn't disturb Zhao Hai, he let out a long breath and said, "This kid is really bold. He actually used a spatial fragment here." Gong Bushi smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, don't just stand there and talk. Look at little Ling. He has already comprehended some of the power of space. His strength will definitely be greatly improved. Your Ayun sect really has a genius this time." Zhou Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect this either. Although little Ling is from a small cultivator clan, he's not much different from a rogue cultivator. If he didn't go to Demon Heart City, we wouldn't have known that he had such a talent. This is also an opportunity." Gong Bushi nodded and sighed. "Yes, this is also a kind of opportunity. I really don't know how many talents like Xiaoling are buried among the itinerant cultivators. Big sects like us place too much importance on the itinerant cultivators and underestimate them." Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. If we really choose talents from the rogue cultivators, then our great sex would decline. Gong Bushi also sighed and didn't say anything else. The group calmly guarded Zhao Hai's room for 3 days. During these 3 days, the spatial fluctuations in Zhao Hai's room gradually calmed down and then completely disappeared. Upon feeling the spatial fluctuations disappear, the group couldn't help but become nervous. They knew that Zhao Hai had succeeded in comprehending the power of space. Now, they wanted to know how far Zhao Hai had progressed. Sure enough, not long after the spatial fluctuations disappeared, Zhao Hai came out of his room. Zhou Feng and the others immediately went to greet him. Zhao Hai looked at the group and knew that they had been guarding him. He couldn't help but cup his fist and say, "Senior brothers, thank you for guarding me." Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to say that." "Right, how are you? How's your understanding of the power of space?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's just some superficial knowledge. I can use it to escape, but it's still lacking in terms of attack and defense." When Zhou Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhou Feng anxiously said, "Did you comprehend the power of space to attack and defend?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "A little, but not a lot." Zhou Feng laughed and said, "All right, it's good to comprehend a little. Remember that feeling, it won't be too late to slowly comprehend it after we get out. Don't worry, using space to attack and defend is the most difficult thing to comprehend. You were really lucky to be able to comprehend it." Gong Bushi smiled and said, "You're the one who's talking nonsense. Do you think you can comprehend it just because you're lucky? Little Hai's perception is really high. Alright, let's not talk about these useless people. Since Little Hai came out today, we should celebrate and have a good drink." Zhou Feng naturally wouldn't object. Zhao Hai also nodded. "Alright, but we've been here for a long time. Everyone is tired. Let's go to the top of the cave and enjoy the scenery while drinking wine. I think the feeling would be good." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right." When Zhou Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately nodded. Zhou Feng said, "All right, that's a good idea. We've been staying in the cave for a long time, it's suffocating. Let's go out and get some fresh air." Gong Bushi didn't object, he just nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Let's go to the top of the mountain and have a look." When I discovered this mountain, I saw that there was an open space at the top. However, it wasn't very big, just like a small platform. As long as we clean it up, it shouldn't be a problem for us to drink there. As he said that, he led the group outside. After a few turns, they arrived at the entrance. Just as Zhao Hai said, if they were to move around inside the cave, then the formation he arranged wouldn't have any reaction. They wouldn't even be able to feel the formation inside the cave. They easily walked out of the cave. Gong Bushi and the others were very curious about how they were able to walk out of the cave so easily. The formations they arranged in the past required a special method to get out. But now, they were able to walk out so easily. This was beyond their expectations. After the group flew out of the cave, they looked back and saw that the entrance had disappeared. They couldn't help but be surprised. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's easy to come out, but it's not easy to go in. Let's go to the top of the mountain." The group didn't ask any questions as they followed Zhao Hai to the top of the mountain. Just as Gong Bushi said, there was a small platform at the top of the mountain. This small platform was only about 100 square meters. There were also some strange rocks on it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent a wind blade towards the platform. After the wind blade passed through the platform became even flatter. The strange rocks were cleverly used by Zhao Hai to turn into stone tables and chairs. When Zhao Hai and the others landed on the platform, Gong Bushi sighed and said, "Little Spirit's control over her spells is too good. To be honest, I'm afraid that even if I practice for a few years, I still wouldn't be able to do it." Gong Bushi sighed and said, "Little Spirit's control over her spells is too good." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You can't do it because you don't need this kind of magic. For a rogue cultivator, this kind of magic is a necessary skill. Rogue cultivators don't have the money to buy good artifacts or jade talismans. They can only rely on this kind of magic. I've seen people who can use wind blades to carve flowers. I'm still lacking compared to them. Zhou Feng's eyes widened as he said, damn, carving flowers with wind blades? Is that true? How strong is your control over it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, so what if it's strong? Low-level magic, without the support of spiritual energy, is very limited. Zhou Feng nodded. Just as he was speaking, a tiger's roar was suddenly heard from the distance. Following that, a fierce beast's roar was heard. The group's expression couldn't help but change as they quickly looked into the distance. The moment they saw it, they were all stunned. They saw a dense mass of black dots in the distant sky, flying towards them. The number of black dots made their scalps tingle. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, not good, quickly return to the cave. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he immediately flew towards the cave. Zhou Feng and the others also quickly followed. When they arrived outside the cave, Zhao Hai said, follow me. Then he took out a jade talisman. A layer of shield immediately appeared around Zhao Hai and covered the group. Zhao Hai then flew forward. Inside the shield, Zhou Feng and the others discovered that there was a path forward. Zhao Hai was flying along this path. Before long, the group saw the entrance to the cave. Zhao Hai led the group into the cave. Then he stood at the entrance and said, now that the formation has been activated, it's impossible for people or beasts to see us. Let's stay here and see what's going on. What are those black dots? Gong Bushi smiled bitterly and said, what else could it be? Naturally, they're beasts. We made a mistake before. We forgot that the beasts on Sky Island are very strong. They're also in the teleportation realm. In other words, they can fly. If we're discovered by the beasts, then we won't be attacked by just flying beasts. Even ordinary beasts can attack us. When Zhao Hai and the others heard Gong Bushi, they couldn't help but stare. Then they smiled bitterly. Zhao Hai said, we've only been in the teleportation realm for a short time. We didn't think that the beasts here are all teleportation beasts. Fortunately, we knew that the beasts would go crazy, so we made some preparations. Otherwise, we would have suffered a big loss this time. Gong Bushi nodded and said, I'm afraid that the beasts would go crazy. Gong Bushi and the others smiled wryly. They hadn't been in the realm of teleportation for a long time, so it was normal for them to use their old ways of thinking to make judgments. However, on Levitating Island, using old ways of thinking to judge a situation was disadvantageous. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a formation disc. He gave it to Zhou Feng and said, Brother Zhou, place this formation disc in the hall. This way, our defense will be stronger. Zhou Feng nodded and said, Brother Zhou, place this formation disc in the hall. Zhou Feng received Zhao Hai's formation plate and asked, what's this thing used for? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's a good thing. The Bloodblade sect used this formation plate in the past. It can be used for both offense and defense. Not only can this formation plate make the surrounding walls harder, it can also form a strangling airflow. It can attack any beast or cultivator that enters its range. When Zhou Feng heard this, he couldn't help but ask, then why didn't you use it before? Isn't this a good thing? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's a backup. I thought that I wouldn't need it. I didn't expect to use it now. Just leave it there, don't activate it. Zhou Feng nodded and then went to place the formation plate. Zhao Hai stood at the entrance of the cave, calmly looking at the approaching black dots. After some time, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Senior Brother Gong, don't move. I'll go out and pick them up. When Gong Bushi heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, pick them up? What's going on? Why aren't they beasts? Why are there so many of them? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, not all of them are humans, most of them are beasts. However, these beasts are chasing after a group of people. There are a lot of them, about 100 of them. You should immediately prepare to expand the cave. When Gong Bushi heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, why did you bring them in? We don't know them, we don't have anything to do with them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, don't forget, we've offended the Xianxia sect. If the Xianxia sect knows that we killed so many of their people, then I'm afraid that they would put pressure on our two sections. If we save these people, then they might stand up for us. This would lessen the pressure on our two sections. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Don't forget." When Gong Bushi heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure flashed as he flew out of the cave. In fact, he didn't tell Gong Bushi that he wanted to bring those people into the cave not only because he wanted to rope in their sections. The main reason was that he saw people from the Tyrant's Blade School among them. That's right, Zhao Hai saw 3 core disciples of the Tyrant's Blade sect. Although he didn't have any contact with them, he knew that the Tyrant's Blade sect was much weaker than the Unstoppable sect. If the 3 of them died here, then it would be a big blow to the Tyrant's Blade sect. Therefore, he had to save them. When Zhao Hai came out of the cave, the cultivators who were chased by the beasts were only a kilometer away. However, 3 kilometers behind them, there was a large number of beasts. As for how many there were, Zhao Hai couldn't remember. When the panicking cultivators saw a person appear in front of them, they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Come with me." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai and heard the roars of the beasts, they didn't have time to think. They immediately flew to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai took out a jade token and covered everyone with a shield. Then Zhao Hai led the group into the cave. At this time, Gong Bushi and the others also used magic to expand the cave. Even if it didn't expand, it could still fit so many people. But after the expansion, the space for everyone to move around had increased. After entering the cave, the cultivators looked around in confusion. They didn't think that there would be a cave here. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, can you tell me what's going on? Why are there so many beasts chasing after you?" The group looked at each other, they didn't know where to start. After some time, a black-robed cultivator with a sword on his back came out. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I'm Qiu Wushuang from the Sword Reverence sect. Greetings, senior brother." Looking at senior brother's attire, "Are you from the Unpermitted sect?" Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I'm Zhao Ling from the Unpermitted sect." "Greetings, senior brother Qiu. Can you tell me what's going on?" Qiu Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, "We don't know what's going on right now. 4 days ago, a large number of beasts suddenly appeared on Sky Island. These beasts were very strong. Most importantly, these beasts attacked us like crazy. We couldn't block their attacks, so we could only fight and run. I didn't expect that there would be a lot of people like us. In the end, we gathered together and formed a team like this. But I didn't think that there would be so many beasts." After he said that, he looked outside with fear lingering in his heart. Zhao Hai said, "I didn't think that something like this would happen. We've been in seclusion for the past few days, so we didn't go out. We don't know what's going on outside." The group nodded. Zhao Hai looked outside the cave, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if it was right or wrong to lead you here. Now that we've been surrounded by beasts, we can only rely on the cave to defend ourselves." When everyone heard what he said, their faces changed. They anxiously looked outside and found that it was indeed the case. The Lone Mountain had already been surrounded by those demonic beasts. Everyone's expression wasn't very good. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, it seems like we can't leave now. Fortunately, we've arranged 2 formations in the cave. But if you have any formations, please take them out and arrange them in the cave. This will increase the cave's defensive capabilities." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they didn't hide anything. Several cultivators immediately took out formation flags and plates and arranged them in the cave. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "We just need to hold on here. Once we reach the floating island, we will leave immediately. Therefore, I hope that everyone can put aside their hatred for now. We need to work together, otherwise we might all die here." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I'm afraid that we'll all die here." Everyone nodded. Those who could cultivate to the teleportation realm weren't idiots. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. They were now surrounded by countless beasts. If they don't work together, then they might really die here. At this time, the beasts outside began to attack. A large number of beasts rushed straight towards the cave. When the people in the cave saw the aggressive appearance of the beasts, their faces couldn't help but change. They took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Although Zhao said that they could leave after a month or so, in the face of so many beasts, they really didn't have the confidence to defend for a month. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Everyone, don't panic. There's an illusion formation here. Once the beasts enter, they won't be able to destroy it. Therefore, we don't need to fight in close quarters for a while. So please don't worry." When everyone heard Zhao, they felt relieved. Zhao continued, "But there must be a very intelligent leader among these beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrounded the mountain. It seems like they have determined that we are in the mountain. As long as there is a smart leader, they will find a way to destroy the formations. As long as the formations in our cave are destroyed, then we will have to face them head-on." Zhao nodded, then said, "But there must be a very intelligent leader among these beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrounded the mountain." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai turned to look at the group and said, "I don't know if any of the senior brothers are good at using flying swords. When the beasts are trapped in the soul confusion formation, we can ask the senior brothers to attack them." Zhao Hai nodded. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, more than 10 cultivators immediately stood up. Among them, Qiu Wushuang was the leader. He cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Zhao, rest assured. Leave it to us." Then they walked towards the entrance of the cave and took out their flying swords. Sure enough, when the beasts rushed a kilometer away from the cave, they seemed to have lost their way. They wandered around but couldn't find the entrance. At this time, Qiu Wushuang and the others immediately released their flying swords and attacked the beasts. They thought that the beasts would be able to block their attacks. However, they didn't expect that the beasts didn't notice the flying swords at all and were easily killed by them. Qiu Wushuang and the others couldn't help but stare before their faces lit up with joy. Zhao Hai said, "Don't be surprised. We can clearly see the beasts from here. However, the beasts can only see fog. Aside from the fog, they can't see anything else. Moreover, their perception has been reduced to the lowest level. Because of this, they can't sense your flying swords at all. But the next time the beasts attack, they will be more careful." The others nodded as well. This time, there were less than 100 beasts that attacked them. They were quickly killed by Qiu Wushuang and the others. When the other beasts saw that the other beasts had died, their eyes became even more crazed. They roared towards the cave, but they didn't attack. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. At this time, Zhou Feng and the others arrived beside Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this, Zhou Feng also frowned and said, "Why aren't the beasts attacking?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's because they didn't receive any orders. There must be a beast king among these beasts. I didn't expect these beasts to be so smart. Is there a senior brother from the Imperial Beast sect here?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "That's because they didn't receive any orders." A burly man wearing animal skin immediately stood up. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother Zhao, do you have any orders?" Because Zhao Hai saved them before, and Zhao Hai has been giving orders. Therefore, these people unconsciously treated Zhao Hai as the core. Now that Zhao Hai mentioned someone immediately stood up. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother, the Imperial Beast sect often deals with beasts, so you should have a good understanding of them. Now, I'll have to ask senior brother to take a look and see if there are any beast kings among these beasts." The Imperial Beast sect's cultivator nodded, then he walked to the entrance of the cave and carefully looked at the beasts. After some time, he turned to Zhao Hai and shook his head, "I can't see it. At the very least, there isn't a beast king in the front row. The eyes of these beasts are flashing with a crazy light. If what Brother Zhao said is true, then the beast king must remain calm. Otherwise, these beasts would have already pounced on it. Therefore, I judge that there isn't a beast king in the front row." The Imperial Beast sect's cultivator nodded, then he walked to the entrance of the cave and carefully looked at the beasts. Zhao nodded. "This is also within my expectations. Beast kings don't appear so easily. It seems like this beast king is very cunning. We need to be more careful." Zhao nodded. "That's what I expected. Just as Zhao was speaking, a dozen fiery red-furred wolf-shaped beasts suddenly flew out of the group. These beasts stopped about a kilometer away from the cave. Then they opened their mouths and a fireball flew out of their mouths, heading straight towards the cave. Zhao Hai patted his head and said, I didn't expect these beasts to be so smart. They even know how to attack from a distance. It seems like these beasts are more difficult to deal with than I thought. While Zhao Hai was speaking, the fireballs that the wolves shot out were blocked by a transparent shield. However, the shield also trembled. It seems like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What made Zhao's head hurt even more was that after the first round of fireballs, the beasts immediately retreated. Then another row of beasts came out and sprayed fireballs in the direction of the Immortal's cave. Zhou Feng stared at the wolf-shaped demonic beasts with his mouth agape and muttered, Are these still demonic beasts? How can they be so smart? How can they take turns to rest? What the hell is going on? The others were also standing there in a daze, they didn't know what to do. The big man from the Imperial Beast sect muttered, This is too strange, I've never met such a smart demon beast. Even if it's someone from our sect, it's impossible to command a demon beast like this. This is too godly. When Zhao Hai heard this, his heart couldn't help but move. Then he turned to the Imperial Beast Sect's cultivator and said, Senior brother, do you really think that this matter is strange? When the person from the Imperial Beast Sect heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, It's very strange. We've seen smart beasts before. Our Imperial Beast Sect's elders all have teleportation realm beasts and are very smart. However, beasts are still beasts, they're still beasts. It's very difficult for people to command beasts, especially these wild beasts. Even if we subdue them, it's still impossible to command them. These beasts' actions are too abnormal, it's as if they don't have any intelligence at all. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the beasts. The attacks of the beasts didn't stop. Rows of fireballs were sent towards them. However, all of them were blocked by the barrier. However, the barrier was trembling more and more. It seems like it won't be able to withstand more attacks. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the beasts for a while before he sighed. Senior brother, you're right. These beasts really don't have a mind. Or rather, their minds are being controlled by someone else. In other words, the one commanding these beasts isn't necessarily a beast king, but a human. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the beasts and sighed. A person. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Everyone's gaze turned towards the Imperial Beast Sect's cultivator. Because of this, no one could compare to the Imperial Beast Sect when it comes to controlling beasts. Therefore, the Imperial Beast Sect's cultivator was the most suspicious. When the Imperial Beast Sect's cultivator saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he stared at everyone and said, What do you mean? Are you suspecting that someone from our beast-controlling sect is behind this? Zhao Hai looked at these people and sighed. Then he waved his hand and said, You don't need to think too much about it. This matter has nothing to do with the beast-controlling sect. If this matter is related to the beast-controlling sect, then it means that this place has become their territory. If this was really their territory, would you let us in? Impossible. Moreover, in the true spirit realm, no one in the teleportation realm or above can enter this place. Also, do you think it's possible for someone in the true spirit realm to control so many beasts at once? Don't forget, the strength of these demonic beasts isn't weak. Not to mention controlling one, even if you can subdue one, it would increase your combat strength by double. Everyone nodded. They also knew that this matter couldn't have been done by the beast-controlling sect. But when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they subconsciously looked at the beast-controlling sect cultivator. Although they had some doubts, they immediately rejected it. Seeing that everyone nodded, Zhao Hai said, When we first arrived at Floating Island, we had a fixed idea. That is, there's no one on the island. But is there really no one on the island? Has anyone checked the entire island? Everyone present was stunned. They never thought about this question. In fact, it wasn't just them, no one in the true spirit realm thought about this. In the opinion of the people in the true spirit realm, there was no one on Floating Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to see a single person after coming here so many times. But now, Zhao Hai's words woke them up. It was just their thoughts that there was no one on the floating island. And the reason why they had this idea was because they hadn't seen anyone on the island. So what if they didn't see anyone? Didn't that mean that they didn't see anyone? This was hard to say. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, although it's just a suspicion, it's very likely that there are people here. But one thing is certain, even if there are people here, there shouldn't be too many of them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stay here for so long. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, alright, there's no point in thinking about this right now. We just need to survive for a month. The formation can still hold on for a while, but there are too many beasts. It's impossible for us to survive for too long. We'll have a tough battle ahead of us. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Zhou Feng and said, Brother Zhou, you take half of the people to rest. We'll stay here. If we don't take turns to rest, we won't be able to hold on for a month. Zhou Feng nodded, then he turned to the others and said, everyone, let's go. Half of you will come with me to rest. The others will stay here and confront the beasts. Otherwise, if we all stay here, I'm afraid we won't last a month. Everyone nodded, then half of them followed Zhou Feng to rest. Zhao Hai looked at the beasts and said, we can't let these beasts attack without any scruples. Otherwise, we'll suffer a huge loss. Fellow brothers, please choose 10 beasts that are fast and have strong defenses to follow me in a surprise attack. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. To be honest, they didn't want to go out after entering the cave. There were too many beasts outside. They didn't know how many there were. Attacking the beasts at this time was undoubtedly the most dangerous. For a moment, no one stood up. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was a madman. At this time, he still wanted to attack. Zhao Hai looked at these people. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. However, he didn't say anything. The reason why these people stayed here was because they weren't his subordinates. Some of them even had enmity with him. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal if they didn't stand up. At this time, a voice suddenly said, we'll go with Brother Zhao. Zhao Hai turned his head and was stunned. This was because the person who spoke was a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 core disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. The 3 core disciples also looked at him. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. When he saw their eyes, Zhao Hai understood that they knew his identity. Zhao Hai's face didn't show any expression. He nodded and said, all right, thank you. At this time, another voice was heard, we'll go as well. Zhao Hai turned his head and stared. This was because the person who spoke was actually a disciple of the Tyrant's Blade School. The Tyrant's Blade School and the Tyrant's Blade School had always been at odds. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Tyrant's Blade School would stand up at this time. When the person from the Tyrant's Blade School saw Zhao Hai's expression, he also knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. After all, the conflict between the Tyrant's Blade School and the Tyrant's Blade School had already been made public. These two sects were like this. One wanted to hit a dog while the other wanted to scold a chicken. For these two sects to do the same thing at the same time was too difficult. The cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School didn't get angry. He just looked at the core disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School and said, our Tyrant's Blade School isn't a coward. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what the cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade School meant. This time, they were going to attack the beasts. This was a very dangerous matter. If the people from the Tyrant's Blade School didn't go, then it would make them seem like they were more timid than the Tyrant's Blade School. Because of this, they had to go. This was a matter of face. In the eyes of cultivators, face was more important than life. 5 people. Zhao Hai looked at the others. It seems like no one else would come out. Just as he was about to give the order to set off, he suddenly heard a voice, count us in. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was a disciple of the Truth Tao sect. But this time, the Truth Tao sect only had 2 disciples. The 2 disciples from the Truth Tao sect came out and stood beside the 3 core disciples of the Tyrant's Blade School. Then they said, you're already here. How can you not count us in? When the 3 core disciples heard this, they couldn't help but smile. Then the leader of the group gave the Truth Tao sect's disciple a hug and said, Lu Feng thanks Senior Brother Ji. Senior Brother Ji smiled faintly and said, You're too polite. What's the relationship between our two sects? The other sects couldn't help but look at Lu Feng and Senior Brother Ji with envy. Their sects also had some allies. But at this time, they were afraid that no one would stand up for them. At this time, Gong Bushi turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother, count us in. We brothers will fight side by side. Zhao Hai looked at Gong Bushi, then he laughed and said, Good, Brother Gong said it well. Our junior brothers will fight alongside each other. Everyone, after we go out, we'll form an arrow. I'll be at the front, behind me. You'll be divided into 2 rows of 5 people each. You'll be on either side of me, then you'll be in a diagonal formation. If I don't stop, then you won't stop. Wherever I go, you'll follow. You can't move alone, otherwise, you'll be in danger. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. The group nodded. To be honest, they were nervous. But even if they were nervous, they still decided to go with Zhao Hai. If they didn't go, then everyone would look down on them. Zhao Hai took out his blood-red sabers. Then he turned to the people behind him and said, Everyone, follow me. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed out. Gong Bushi and the others quickly followed behind. The other cultivators looked at them with complicated expressions. They didn't know whether to admire Zhao Hai's courage or laugh at Zhao Hai's foolishness. Zhao Hai adjusted his speed. He didn't fly too fast because he knew that if he flew too fast, then the people behind him wouldn't be able to keep up. Without him as the arrowhead, the people behind him would be in danger. Before long, Zhao Hai's group flew out of the illusion formation. Like a sharp blade, they went straight into the beast horde. The beasts didn't expect that Zhao Hai's group would dare to rush out. Even the people who commanded them didn't expect this. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's group came out, they didn't immediately attack. Zhao Hai quickly killed his way into the beast horde. Zhao Hai swung his sabers up and down, killing all the beasts in front of him. On the other hand, Gong Bushi and the others were following behind Zhao Hai. They were also holding their weapons as they kept attacking the beasts. But to be honest, the beasts that they killed were very few. At most, they only managed to injure the beasts, but the injuries weren't very serious. Zhao Hai and the others were also surprised. Because of Zhao Hai's sharp arrowhead, the beasts couldn't stop them at all. However, Zhao Hai didn't go too deep into the beast horde. He drew a semicircle in the beast horde, attacking from the east and coming out from the east. When Zhao Hai finished killing the beast horde and returned to the cave, Gong Bushi and the others were injured. However, their faces were filled with excitement. They didn't expect that they would be fine after killing the beast horde. Although they were injured, these injuries were nothing to a cultivator. When Zhao Hai returned to the cave, he immediately turned to Gong Bushi and the others and said, Brother Gong, you should take a rest as well. Heal your injuries first, after all, we still have a month left. Gong Bushi and the others didn't say anything, they just nodded and went to rest. At this time, the beasts seemed to have been angered by Zhao Hai's attack. Some of them attacked without any regard for their lives. However, these beasts still couldn't break through Zhao Hai's illusion formation. So when they rushed into the formation, they were immediately lost. At this time, there was no need for Zhao Hai's command. The cultivators who used their flying swords immediately killed the beasts. At this time, the way these cultivators looked at Zhao Hai had changed. There was a trace of fear mixed with admiration. Of course, they had reason to be afraid of Zhao Hai. Those beasts weren't easy to deal with. Although Zhao Hai and the others had no problem killing the beasts, these people didn't think that those beasts were easy to deal with. If those beasts were that easy to deal with, then they wouldn't have been chased by them. The most important reason why Zhao and the others were able to get out of the monster horde safely was because Zhao's arrowhead was too sharp. The monster beasts simply couldn't block his arrowhead. If they couldn't block his arrowhead, then naturally they wouldn't be able to block everyone. It was possible that they would be able to kill their way out of the monster horde. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people's gazes. Although he had saved everyone here, he was sure that many of these people wouldn't first think about repaying his kindness. Instead, they would suggest to their sects to kill him immediately. These people were capable of doing such a thing. After all, those who came to the floating island were all core disciples of their sections. They had to think about their sects and didn't really want to repay Zhao Hai's kindness. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. When he saved these people, he didn't really want them to repay his kindness. His main purpose was to save the people of the Tyrant's Blade School. The others were just incidental. After killing those beasts, the sky had already darkened. The beasts didn't attack anymore. Although many of them were nocturnal beasts, the night was more advantageous for them. However, Zhao Hai's cave was surrounded by a bewildering formation. If the beasts wanted to break the formation, they would have to use long-range attacks. Almost all long-range attacks had to be illuminated. If the beasts used long-range attacks, then it wouldn't make any difference whether they attacked at night or during the day. Therefore, the beasts didn't attack. Instead, they landed at the foot of the mountain and continued to surround it. They also sent a small number of beasts to monitor Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing this situation, Zhao was even more convinced that there must be someone commanding these beasts. If it was a single beast that was commanding these beasts, then it would be too terrifying. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who saw this, the others also saw it. Qiao Yuanshuang sighed and said, "Now I'm starting to believe senior brother Zhao's words more and more. The one commanding the beasts must be a person, not a beast. If a beast is commanding them, then we won't be able to enter the floating island in the future. He will slowly turn the island into his territory." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "He's already doing this. If he really succeeds, then Sky Island would become a forbidden area. After all, only teleportation realm experts can enter Sky Island. Although teleportation realm experts are strong, they can't compare to the number of beasts here. Additionally, the strength of these beasts isn't weak. In the future, it would be very difficult for us to enter Sky Island." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "But now that he's done so, Sky Island would become a forbidden area." Qiao Wushuang sighed. Zhao Hai looked at Qiao Wushuang and said, "Senior brother Qiao, you should go take a rest. Those beasts won't let us go tomorrow." Qiao Wushuang nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the beasts wouldn't attack for a while. Then he went to the lower level of the camp and found Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was sitting down. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted him and said, "Brother, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Zhou, when you're resting, you can disable the defensive formation disc at night. Then take some people to dig down from the mountain. It would be best if you can dig all the way to the bottom of the mountain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Zhou, you should use your time to rest." Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Dig down? Why? Isn't what we're doing now very good?" Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not for now, but for when we leave. Those monsters are surrounding us, so it's impossible for them to just trap us here and let us go when we can leave. Maybe they want to kill all of us here. Even if they can't break through our camp in a month, as long as they keep us here, we will all die here. So they won't let us go easily. If we want to rush out from here, it's almost impossible. So we can only think of other ways, like digging a hole down here. It's best to dig all the way out, so when we can leave through the hole instead of killing those monsters." Zhou Feng immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "All right, leave it to me. I'll definitely do it well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This matter needs to be carried out in secret. Don't let too many people know about this. If they know about this, then they might think of leaving through this passage instead of dealing with the beasts. This wouldn't be good for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhou Feng nodded and said, "All right, I know. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Also, brother Zhou, you mustn't make too much noise. Those beasts' ears are very sharp. If you make too much noise, then they might hear you. Therefore, you need to be careful." Zhou Feng nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out his blood-red swords from the space. Then he handed them over to Zhou Feng and said, "Take these 2 swords. There are some places that can't be dug with magic. You might need to do it yourself. Iron maces can't be used for digging, so it's better to use these swords. Let me use your iron maces." Zhou Feng didn't say anything as he took out his iron maces and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Then he said, "You need to be careful. If those fellows don't obey you, then don't be polite. At worst, you can just kill 2 of them to establish your prestige." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." "Alright, I'll be heading out." Zhou Feng nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes at the entrance of the cave. After talking to Zhou Feng yesterday, he went to the entrance to meditate. At the same time, he was also paying attention to everything that was happening at the entrance. At this time, the other cultivators slowly appeared. When they saw Zhao Hai sitting at the entrance, their eyes flashed with gratitude. After all, people still had feelings. Even if they were cultivators, they still had feelings. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just said, "Everyone still needs to eat, right? Did you bring food? If you don't, I have some here." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they quickly said that they had some. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone is trying not to eat. But at this time, you still need to eat something. If you don't eat, then your strength will decrease slightly. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. But now is a time of life and death. We need to think about how to survive first." Everyone nodded. At this time, the attacks of the beasts began. This time, the attacks of the beasts were even more ferocious. More and more beasts joined the attack. Their long-range attacks only took 3 rounds to break through the transparent shield. But then they were blocked by another thick shield. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. But he immediately thought that he wasn't the only one who arranged a defensive formation here. Yesterday, several other people also arranged defensive formations. Using these formations, they should be able to last for a few days. The day passed by quickly. Zhao Hai didn't go out to attack the beasts. He knew that he took advantage of the surprise attack last time. But now, the beasts were prepared. If they rushed out, then they would be courting death. Although he could guarantee that he would be fine and that he could bring everyone back safely, that would only show his strength. Therefore, he didn't do that. However, he didn't do nothing. He started to have the people who used artifacts attack the beasts from afar. It can be said that both sides were using long-range attacks. However, Zhao Hai's group had fewer people. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage when it came to long-range attacks. After the sky turned dark, the beasts retreated once again. And in this day, 2 of Zhao Hai's formations lost their effectiveness. The third formation was able to block the attacks of the beasts. Seeing that the beasts had retreated, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he turned to the cultivators in the camp and said, "Are there any senior brothers who are proficient in refining? Everyone needs to gather some materials and refine some simple defensive formations. Otherwise, if we wait until all the formations are broken, then we'll be in big trouble. If we fight the beasts head-on, then we'll die. I hope that everyone can get out of here alive." Several people immediately stood up. Although they weren't specialized in refining, they still had some research on refining. Making some simple defensive formations wouldn't be a problem for them. Then with Zhao Hai taking the lead, everyone took out some materials and handed them over to those people. They had them focus on refining the formations. Another day passed by. On the second day, the beasts attacked again. Although Zhao Hai's long-range attacks caused some casualties, the huge difference in numbers made the attacks of the beasts more ferocious. On this day, all the defensive formations in the camp were broken. Only Zhao Hai's formation plate and the illusion formation were left. The formation plate was used to reinforce the walls of the camp. Therefore, it wasn't easy to damage it. As for the illusion formation, as long as it didn't attack the formation flag, it would be fine. Because of this, the only formations that everyone could use to deal with the beasts were Zhao Hai's 2 formations. After another day, the refining cultivators finally finished refining a few defensive formations. Although these defensive formations were very rough and didn't have much ability, they were enough for now. Boom 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 boom. Zhao Hai calmly looked outside as the sounds of explosions resounded. Beside him stood a lot of cultivators. Their faces were also calm, and their expressions were even a bit cold. They have been defending the camp for half a month. 5 days ago, all of their formations lost their function. Even the illusion formation was broken by the beasts. Zhao Hai didn't expect that among the beasts, there would be a beast that could directly attack them with spiritual force. He didn't pay attention and allowed the beast's spiritual force to destroy the formation flag of the illusion formation. Because of this, the illusion formation completely lost its function. The only thing that was still useful was the reinforcement formation disc in the middle of the camp. The formation disc was still functioning normally. It can be said that if it weren't for the disc, their casualties would have been very high. It would be hard to say if they could still defend the camp. Although half a month had passed and they still didn't have any casualties, facing the large-scale attacks of the demon beasts every day, many of them still suffered heavy injuries. This made everyone's heart completely calm down, and they could even use a cold attitude to face the demon beasts that pounced on them. The reason why Zhao Hai and the others didn't make a move was because they still had a defensive formation around them. This defensive formation was just refined last night. However, this defensive formation wouldn't last long. At most, it could only block 10 rounds of attacks. After 10 rounds, they would have to rely on themselves. Truth be told, if it weren't for these temporary defensive formations, their casualties wouldn't have been so small. Zhao Hai silently counted the number of attacks from the beasts. At the same time, he also paid attention to the defensive formation. Naturally, when he looked at 13, the defensive formation began to shake violently. It was obvious that the defensive formation was about to break. Zhao Hai didn't care. Instead, he gently raised his hand. All the cultivators around him immediately revealed their artifacts. Their expressions changed at the same time. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Hai. Their eyes flashed with fanaticism. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with such eyes. In the past half a month, if it weren't for Zhao Hai standing on the front line and commanding everyone, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Now, these people were looking at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at God. The fanaticism in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Bang! The defensive formation was finally broken. Zhao Hai fiercely waved his hand forward. The cultivators immediately threw out their artifacts. However, some of them didn't move. They tightly grasped their artifacts and stood beside Zhao Hai. In Zhao Hai's hand, there were 2 blood-red iron maces. As soon as the defensive formation was broken, the beasts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. At this time, the artifacts released by Zhao Hai's group arrived. The beasts at the front were killed on the spot. However, the beasts behind didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Although Zhao Hai's cave wasn't very big, after the repeated attacks from the beasts, the cave was now twice as big as before. Therefore, the area that Zhao Hai's group had to defend had become even bigger. The attacks from the artifacts only slowed down the attacks of the beasts by a bit. It didn't take long for the beasts to reach the entrance of the cave. Everyone's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. They gripped their weapons even harder. It didn't take long for a beast to reach Zhao Hai. It was a tiger-shaped beast. Its eyes flashed with madness as it opened its mouth and pounced towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the tiger-shaped beast. Then, he waved the iron maces in his hand and struck the tiger-shaped beast's head. The tiger-shaped beast's head was like a rotten watermelon, smashed into pieces by Zhao Hai's maces. However, another beast immediately pounced on Zhao Hai. The maces in Zhao Hai's hands were continuously waved. One by one, the beasts died in front of him. His maces were like the scythe of death. As long as the maces touched a beast, none of them would be able to survive. Zhao Hai alone was able to defend almost half of the cave entrance. The others were also crazily fighting with the beasts. From time to time, someone would get injured and be replaced by someone else. However, the battle didn't stop for a moment. Kill, 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 kill. Everyone seemed to have turned into machines. They only knew how to kill, 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 and forget about everything else. Only Zhao Hai was able to remain sober. Zhao Hai had been observing the beasts. He wanted to find the person who commanded these beasts. The attacks of the beasts continued. These beasts had all gone crazy. They didn't care about casualties, nor were they afraid. They only knew how to attack, attack, and attack. Their goal was to kill Zhao Hai and the others. The battle continued. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The cultivators guarding the cave entrance had been replaced several times. However, Zhao Hai was still persisting. Slowly, the sky darkened. The beasts also slowly retreated. In fact, they didn't need to retreat. They could continue to attack. However, the beasts also knew that they wouldn't be able to achieve any results. Although Zhao Hai and the others were few in number, the area they were guarding wasn't very big. It was impossible for the beasts to send too many beasts to attack. It can be said that Zhao Hai and the others didn't have a lot of beasts to deal with. Therefore, they were able to persist. After another day passed, the beasts retreated. Zhao Hai and the others also got some time to rest. At this time, the cultivator in charge of refining the defensive formation made another one. Zhao Hai and the others immediately used this formation. This way, the cave was completely safe. As usual, Zhao Hai calmly sat at the entrance of the cave. He meditated to restore his strength while keeping watch for everyone. Because of Zhao Hai's performance these days, the cultivators had a fanatical worship for Zhao Hai. They were very clear that if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they would have already been killed by the beasts. Time passed bit by bit in this state of stalemate. 20 days passed, 25 days passed, 28 days passed, 29 days passed. On the morning of the 30th day, everyone gathered around Zhao Hai. They had already forgotten about the time. It was as if they had turned into robots programmed to do the same thing on the first day. They were already used to it. Therefore, they stood beside Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the sky of the floating island. The sky of the island was different from the outside world. But today, there was a slight change. Zhao Hai discovered that there were some seagulls in the sky. At the same time, he could see the undulating waves of the sea from the island's sky. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that the day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Today was the day that the island would be open to the outside world. It was time for them to leave. Zhao turned to look at the others and found that they were all standing beside him with indifferent faces. They didn't seem to notice this. Zhao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he let out a long sigh and laughed. "You're right. You're right." Zhao Hai's smile caused the surrounding cultivators to look at him in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and laughed. "Brothers, we won. We'll be able to leave Floating Island." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brothers, we won. We'll be able to leave Floating Island." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion before their bodies shook. They finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Then they looked outside the cave and saw that they were able to see the situation outside. This meant that they could leave the island. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on outside the island." But at this time, a roar of a beast brought everyone back to reality. They looked at the demonic beasts outside the cave and their expressions immediately turned ugly. Qiu Wushuang bitterly stood beside Zhao Hai. Then he smiled bitterly at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, even if we can leave today, what can we do? If we want to leave, we have to break through the encirclement of the beasts. Can those beasts let us break through their encirclement? It's fine for us to defend here, but if we rush out, we'll be dead for sure." Qiu Wushuang said what was on everyone's mind. Everyone smiled bitterly. They didn't think that after holding on for so long, they would still end up like this. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. "Everyone has been wondering why my senior brother Zhou Feng didn't go with everyone. But because the battle was too fierce, everyone forgot about it. Now, I'll tell everyone that my senior brother didn't go there. He was preparing a way out for everyone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, my senior brother didn't go there. He was preparing an escape route for everyone." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, but there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "When everyone entered the cave, I already thought that this day would come. Therefore, I had senior brother Zhou Feng build a tunnel to the outside. From here, we'll dig down to the foot of the mountain. Then from the foot of the mountain, we'll dig until we get out of the encirclement of the beasts. This tunnel is very difficult to build, but senior brother Zhou Feng has been working very hard. Finally, 3 days ago, he finished digging. He's still digging, hoping that he can dig a bit further so that we can leave this place and return to the true spiritual realm. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone cheered. But then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Qiu Wushuang said, "But senior brother, why didn't you tell us about this?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone and sighed, "There's a reason why I didn't tell you. It's because I'm afraid that once you hear the news, you'll think that you still have a way to leave this place. Some of you might even help senior brother Zhou dig the tunnel instead of resisting the beasts. Moreover, it's very likely that you'll leave the camp as soon as the tunnel is finished. But at that time, we might not be able to leave the island. In the end, we'll still be chased by the beasts. If that's the case, then we'll be in even more danger." After saying that, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "So I didn't tell you about this. I wanted you to think that we have no other choice but to resist. Only in this way will you be willing to stay here and fight the beasts. This will give us a chance to survive." Qiu Wushuang and the others lowered their heads in shame. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. If they thought about digging a tunnel, then they would have already done so. Who would stay here and fight the beasts? But if they didn't, then they wouldn't have been able to defend this place. If the beasts knew that they ran away, then they would have been chased all over the island. At that time, they would have been done for. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Brothers, I lied to you. No matter what you think of me, I always thought that what I did was for your own good. Even if you hate me, you should wait until we get out of here before settling accounts with me. According to the daily routine, the beasts will attack soon, and the defensive formation will only be able to withstand 15 rounds of attacks. Therefore, it's best for us to leave this place immediately. Brothers, let's go." Qiu Wushuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, you're right. I, Qiu Wushuang, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Even if we leave this island, you're still my senior brother." The others also cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Even if we leave this island, you're still our senior brother." Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards them and said, "All right, brothers, there's no need to be polite. From today onwards, we're brothers. Let's leave this place first. As long as we can return to the spiritual realm, I'll treat everyone to a drink." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they laughed along with him. Zhao Hai waved his hand and then went into the cave. Before long, they arrived outside Zhou Feng's room. As soon as they arrived outside, Zhou Feng came out of his room. His body was covered in dirt. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Brother, can we leave now?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, brother Zhou. We can leave now. How's the tunnel?" Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Great, we're in luck. I actually managed to reach another mountain. And that mountain is actually a volcano. We can fly directly from there. I believe it won't be long before we leave this island." When everyone heard this, their faces lit up with excitement. They were finally going to leave this place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, brother Zhou, you lead the way. Everyone, follow brother Zhou. I'll bring up the rear." At this time, another explosion came from outside the cave. Apparently, the demon beasts had started to attack again. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone stared. The sounds of the beasts attacking could be heard. This meant that the beasts had already discovered the abnormality and were preparing to attack. If the beasts came in, they would quickly discover the tunnel. The 9 beasts would certainly chase after them. The ones who stayed behind would be in the most danger. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not know about this. But he was still willing to stay behind. This was something that no one expected. Qiu Wushuang's eyes turned red. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, we can't let you stay. It's too dangerous." Zhao waved his hand. "If you know it's dangerous, then hurry up and leave. It's not pleasant to hear, but besides me, who else can stay behind to ensure their own safety? Hurry up and leave this place." When Qiu Wushuang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they didn't say anything. At this time, Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhou Feng took the lead and entered the tunnel. The others quickly followed. The tunnel wasn't very wide, it was just enough for two people to walk side by side. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of people here. Before long, everyone entered the tunnel. Zhao Hai also entered the tunnel. Before entering, he waved his hand and erased all traces. After entering the tunnel, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand and used a spell to block the tunnel's entrance. This way, the beasts wouldn't be able to find the entrance immediately. At the same time, he flew forward and blocked the entrance. This way, even if the beasts found the entrance, they wouldn't be able to immediately chase after them. As the group flew forward, they found out how long the tunnel was. After flying for half an hour, they came out of the tunnel. When they came out of the tunnel, they discovered that they were below a volcano. When they looked up, the sky was only the size of a bowl. It can be seen that they were now completely underground. However, the group didn't stop and immediately flew towards the sky. Before long, everyone flew out of the crater. After flying out of the crater, everyone couldn't help but look around. They discovered that they were already quite far away from the camp. At this time, the beasts were still surrounding the camp, they didn't pay attention to them. They didn't dare to stop and flew straight into the sky. At this time, the demonic beasts also noticed them and immediately rushed towards them. Everyone immediately increased their speed. Fortunately, the speed of the demonic beasts wasn't much faster than them. While flying forward, Zhao Hai felt that the real spiritual realm was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, everyone's bodies shook. Then they discovered that they had already flown out of Sky Island. After flying out, everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Sky Island. However, they found that the island was covered in fog and couldn't see anything. But what made them happy was that the beasts didn't chase after them. Just as everyone was about to speak, they heard a thunderous voice in the distance. "Which one of you dared to kill my Xianxia sect's disciples? Come out." Everyone stared. Then they turned their heads and saw the Xianxia sect's floating island. On the floating island stood several Xianxia sect cultivators. The leader of the group was a Vajra realm expert. At this time, he was looking at everyone with an angry expression. Zhao Hai and the others stared. Although the Xianxia sect elder seemed to be scolding them, Zhao Hai understood something from his words. The Xianxia sect elder didn't know who killed Li Jianyun and the others. It was good that they didn't know who killed Li Jianyun and the others. Zhao Hai and the others can just deny it. The Xianxia sect elder wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Besides Zhao Hai's group, the others didn't know what was going on. Therefore, they just looked at the elder of the Haiyuan sect. The elder looked at the group and his face became even angrier. He shouted, "Who dared to kill my Haiyuan sect's disciples? Stand out for me." Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what was going on. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. At this time, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Hai. Seeing everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai didn't decline. He flew out first and cupped his fist towards the Xianxia sect elder and said, "Xianxia sect's Zhao Hai greets the martial uncle of the Xianxia sect." In reply to martial uncle, "We didn't see any of the senior brothers of the Xianxia sect. We don't know what happened to them." The Xianxia sect elder stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you represent everyone by yourself?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, I won't hide it from you. We've been together for a while now. We were besieged by the beasts on the island. We were lucky to be able to escape. If we didn't get out of the island, I'm afraid that we would have died in a few days." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, I won't hide it from you." When the Xianxia sect elder heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "What happened? What's the situation on the island?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, replying to the elder, "The situation in Floating Island is very bad. When we first entered the island a month ago, we still dared to walk around and collect some herbs. But in less than a month, the number of beasts on the island increased. The beasts crazily attacked us, we simply couldn't resist. Later on, we used a camp and some formations to defend ourselves until we were able to leave Floating Island. For more than a month, we were fighting with the beasts every day, but we didn't get to see the senior brothers of the Xianxia sect." When the Xianxia sect elder heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. To be honest, he believed that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie about this matter. There were so many people here. If Zhao Hai was lying, then his lie would be exposed very quickly. However, he wasn't willing to just let Zhao Hai and the others go. After thinking about this, the Xiangyuan sect elder's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that you've been together for more than a month. What about before? What's more, you've been together all this time. Who knows if you've colluded to kill my Xiangyuan sect's people? This old man won't make things difficult for you. As long as you return to the Xiangyuan sect with me and tell this old man what happened inside, this old man can naturally guarantee that you'll be able to leave the Xiangyuan sect safely." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. Then everyone's expression changed. The Xiangyuan sect wanted to forcefully take them back. They couldn't agree to this no matter what. If they agreed, then where would their sect's face go? Zhao Hai's expression sank. He looked at the Xiangyuan sect elder and said, "Martial uncle, please forgive us. We received a mission from the sect. Now that the mission has been completed, we have to return to the sect. We can only disappoint Martial uncle's good intentions." When the Xiangyuan sect elder heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash a cold light as he said, "So you're not going back with me?" Zhao Hai replied, "Forgive me for not being able to comply." The Xiangyuan sect elder looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. After some time, he stopped laughing and said, "Forgive me for not being able to comply. Even the sect master of the Xiangyuan sect wouldn't dare to talk to this old man like this. Kid, I suspect that you've killed my people. I want to bring you back for questioning. If you dare to resist, then don't blame this old man for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at the Xiangyuan sect elder. His expression was cold as he said, "What is Martial uncle's status in the Xiangyuan sect? You actually said that the sect master of the Xiangyuan sect wouldn't dare to talk to you like this? Are you the sect master of the Xiangyuan sect? If you are not the sect master of Xiangyuan sect, how dare you say such things about the sect master of Buyuan sect? I might have offended you." When the Xiangyuan sect elder heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. His words weren't appropriate, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so tough. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "You want to fight with this old man?" Zhao Hai calmly looked at him and said, "You're insulting my Xiangyuan sect. Kill." When Zhao Hai said this, his tone was calm, as if he was talking about something completely unrelated. But when he said the word kill, the temperature of the scene dropped by several degrees. Upon feeling Zhao Hai's murderous aura, the Xiangyuan sect elder's expression couldn't help but change. He knew what Zhao Hai's murderous aura meant. He looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. At this time, Zhou Feng stood by Zhao Hai's side. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at the Xiangyuan sect elder. Then he said, "Although my unyielding sect isn't as strong as the Xiangyuan sect, we still can't be insulted. If Martial uncle can't explain himself, then we'll be offending you. Ha ha ha, arrogant and ignorant. You two juniors dare to make a move against this old man? This old man wants to see if you have the ability to do so." After he said that, the Xiangyuan sect elder flew up from the island. At this time, the cultivators from the other sects also stood by Zhao Hai's side as they coldly stared at the Xiangyuan sect elder. When the Xiangyuan sect elder saw this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he said, "What? Do you also want to be enemies with our Xiangyuan sect?" Qiu Wushuang looked calmly at the Xiangyuan sect elder and said in a deep voice, "Please forgive us, Martial uncle. This time, we were able to come out of the floating island alive because of senior brother Zhao Ling. Also, Martial uncle asked us to go to the Xiangyuan sect as guests. We really can't comply." As soon as Qiu Wushuang said this, the Xiangyuan sect elder's expression changed. The reason why he had such a tough attitude towards Zhao Hai was because he wanted to make an example out of him. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would save the lives of others. Moreover, he also underestimated Qiu Wushuang and the others. He thought that Qiu Wushuang wouldn't dare to stand up at this time. He didn't expect that Qiu Wushuang and the others would actually stand up and tell him that they wouldn't go with him. The elder of the Xiangyuan sect didn't think that this would happen. However, this didn't make him feel embarrassed or afraid. On the contrary, it made him even angrier. He didn't think that someone would dare to not give him face. After thinking about this, the elder of the Xiangyuan sect couldn't help but look colder. He looked at the crowd and said, "Good, good, good. Youngsters nowadays are getting bolder and bolder. I want to see what kind of courage you have to go against our Xiangyuan sect." After he said that, the elder of the Xiangyuan sect waved his hand. An unparalleled hand made a grab for Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but wave his hand. The cultivators standing behind him immediately took out their artifacts. Then those with strong long-range attacks immediately used their artifacts to attack the hand. This attack caused the hand to sway in the air before it disappeared. When the elder of the Xiangyuan sect saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's group would be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, Zhao Hai's group didn't seem shaky at all. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take down Zhao Hai's group today. At this time, a voice was heard, "Brother Feng is getting more and more promising. You actually came here to make things difficult for a group of children." Following this voice, a figure flew over from afar. He was casually wearing an ordinary cultivator's robe and looked inconspicuous. However, the aura on his body was not any weaker than that of the elder from the Xiangyuan sect. Clearly, he was also a Vajra realm cultivator. When the elder of the Xiangyuan sect saw this person, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly said, "Qianlong, your information is quite accurate. Alright, I'll give you face today. You can take your people away, but the people from other sects must stay." Xiangyuan sect's elder Feng also understood that Qianlong's appearance meant that he wouldn't be able to take away the cultivators from his sect. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush and directly made things clear. Qianlong didn't think that elder Feng would be this direct. He looked at the two cultivators behind Zhao Hai and then waved his hand towards them. Qianlong didn't think that elder Feng would be this direct. The two cultivators looked at Zhao Hai with a troubled expression. Then they looked at Qianlong with hesitation. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that they were hesitating. He smiled faintly as he cupped his fist towards the two cultivators and said, "Senior brothers, your sect's elders have come looking for you. You can go back, there's no need to worry about us. If you have time in the future, come to the Onion sect and have a drink with me. I've already said that I'll treat everyone to a drink after I come out. It seems like we won't have the opportunity today, we can only wait for the future." When the two cultivators heard Zhao Hai's words, their eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. They cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother Zhao, we won't forget what we said in Floating Island. You will always be our senior brother." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We're brothers. There's no need to say this. Go back and come to Buyun sect to see me in the future." The two cultivators cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before flying back to Qianlong's side. Then they whispered something to Qianlong while pointing towards Zhao Hai's direction from time to time. When Qianlong heard this, he looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. After the two finished speaking, Qianlong said, "Is what you said true?" The two nodded and said, "It's true. If it wasn't for senior brother Zhao Ling, we would have died in Floating Island. He saved all of us." Qianlong pondered for a moment before he turned to elder Feng and said, "Brother Feng, this Zhao Ling saved my sect's cultivators. Please give me face and let them go." Elder Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Then his expression changed as he coldly said, "Qianlong, don't be so shameless. I'm already giving you face by letting your sect's cultivators go. To tell you the truth, Zhao Ling must come with me to the Xiangyuan sect to ask for forgiveness. This isn't the first time he has contradicted our Xiangyuan sect. Our Xiangyuan sect won't let him go." So what if I contradicted your Xiangyuan sect? Your Xiangyuan sect is not the emperor, so you can't say anything. Since when did it become your Xiangyuan sect's turn to punish the people of my Xiangyuan sect? A voice came from afar. Zhao Hai and the others looked towards the source of the voice and saw a cultivator wearing a monk's robe flying towards them. This person also had a very powerful aura. He was also a Vajra realm expert. When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng saw him, their eyes couldn't help but light up. The two immediately gave a big salute to the elder. "We have seen Elder Shangguan." Both of them recognized the newcomers. They were the elders of the Disobedience sect, Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei was Elder Chang of the Disobedience sect's External Affairs Hall. However, he was Elder Dojan of the External Affairs Hall. He was in charge of the conflicts between the External Affairs Hall and others. He was known throughout the true spirit world for his ruthlessness and extreme protectiveness. People gave him the nickname Vicious Butcher. When Elder Feng saw Shangguan Lei, his expression couldn't help but change. He coldly said, "Shangguan Lei, be more polite with your words. Do you really want to start a war with our Xianxia sect?" Shangguan Lei looked at Elder Feng and sneered, "Start a war? Do you dare? Does your Xianxia sect dare? If your Xianxia sect dares to start a war with our Buyan sect will accompany you at any time." When Elder Feng heard Shangguan Lei's words, his face turned ashen. He coldly snorted and said, "Shangguan Lei, you're courting death." Then he threw a punch at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei coldly snorted and said, "I, Shangguan Lei, will die. But do you think you can kill me?" Then he waved his hand and released a wave of energy, dissolving Elder Feng's energy. After dissolving Elder Feng's energy, Shangguan Lei looked at Elder Feng and said, "Surnamed Feng, don't be so shameless. If you dare to make a move, do you believe that I won't leave you here today?" At this time, Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng opened their mouths and told Shangguan Lei what happened. When Shangguan Lei heard Elder Feng say that even the sect master of the Buyan sect didn't dare to talk to him like that, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly looked at Elder Feng and said, "Surnamed Feng, who do you think you are? You dare to talk to our Buyan sect master like that? I think you're the one who's courting death." When Elder Feng heard Shangguan Lei, his expression slightly changed. However, he still put on a strong front and said, "Shangguan Lei, what do you want? My Xiangyuan sect will accept your challenge." Shangguan Lei coldly snorted and said, "You keep talking about the Xiangyuan sect. You people from the Xiangyuan sect only know how to scare people. Don't you know how to do anything else? Fine, I'll give you a chance today. Zhao Ling, you just said that anyone who insults the sect will be killed. Go on, play a few rounds with that Feng guy. If you lose, the Disallow sect will not pursue what he said before. If you kill him, the Disallow sect will take responsibility for you no matter what the Xiangyuan sect says." When Zhao Hai heard Shangguan Lei, he couldn't help but stare. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Yes, Elder Shangguan can rest assured. I won't lose face for the Buyan sect." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up. Then with a wave of his hand, the black gold bead necklace that was wrapped around his hand appeared. On the other hand, Elder Feng was angered by Shangguan Lei's words. He didn't expect that Shangguan Lei would actually let Zhao Hai deal with him. He looked at Shangguan Lei with an ashen face and said, "Shangguan Lei, what do you mean?" Shangguan Lei looked at Elder Feng and said in a deep voice, "Feng, I'll give you this chance. If you defeat Zhao Ling, even if you kill Zhao Ling, the matter between you and the Union sect will not be written off. However, if Zhao Ling wants your life, then consider yourself unlucky." "You." Elder Feng was angered by Shangguan Lei. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "Good, Shangguan Lei. Since you dare to insult me, then don't blame me for being impolite." Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed coldly. It was obvious that he wanted to kill. However, Zhao Hai looked at Elder Feng calmly without any expression. The black gold bead necklace in his hand didn't grow bigger. When Elder Feng saw Zhao Hai's expression, he was even angrier. He shouted, "Kid, die." After he said that, he punched at Zhao Hai. He had used all his strength in this punch. A fist force that was like Vitra glazed glass went straight for Zhao Hai. When Shangguan Lei saw Elder Feng's fist force, his face couldn't help but change. He said, "I didn't expect this surnamed Feng to have practiced the Vitra glazed fist to this extent. Alas, I was too careless." Zhou Feng looked at Elder Chen with a calm face. He said in a deep voice, "No matter how far he has practiced the Vitra glazed fist, he is doomed. Zhao Ling's strength isn't something he can compare to." Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Shangguan Lei couldn't help but be stunned. He turned to look at Zhou Feng and said, "Little Feng, what do you mean? Could it be that Zhao Ling could defeat that Feng guy? Did he break through to the Vajra realm?" Zhou Feng said in a deep voice, "No, Zhao Ling hasn't broken through to the Vajra realm. However, I think that he can defeat that surnamed Feng. I believe in Little Hai's strength." Xiao Ling's strength isn't weaker than an ordinary Vajra realm expert. His strength is much stronger than an ordinary Vajra realm expert. And this time, he comprehended the power of space in Sky Island. I think that even if that surnamed Feng goes all out, he still won't be Xiao Ling's opponent. When Shang Guanlei heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "You mean Xiao Ling comprehended the power of space? Did you snatch the spatial fragment?" Zhou Feng nodded and said, "We did. But we didn't dare to comprehend the power of space in Sky Island. Xiao Ling did. We were all shocked at that time." Shang Guanlei's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and murmured, "He comprehended the power of space. Good, very good. This child can be heavily nurtured." It was no wonder that Shang Guanlei was so excited. The power of space had always been the most difficult to comprehend. Once someone comprehended the power of space, their future wouldn't be too low. Even if they could only use the power of space to escape, almost no one would be able to catch them. Such a person was worth nurturing in any sect. Therefore, when Shang Guanlei heard Zhou Feng say that Zhao Hai comprehended the power of space, he was so excited. At this time, Zhao Hai and Elder Feng were also fighting. Zhao Hai looked at the attack coming towards him. His face was dignified. He could clearly feel the pressure brought by this fist. Zhao Hai didn't use the black gold bead necklace immediately. Instead, he moved his hand and 6 blood-red flowers suddenly appeared beside him. Then, Zhao Hai also fiercely punched out. A blood-red lotus appeared in front of his fist and collided with the fist. Zhao Hai's figure didn't retreat a single step, and the fist disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Feng with sparkling eyes. He snorted coldly and moved forward. He also punched towards Elder Feng. Elder Feng didn't expect that his fist would be blocked by Zhao Hai so easily. Just when he was stunned, Zhao Hai had already rushed to his side and punched him. Elder Feng's face couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so fast, but he didn't care. He just snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to block Zhao Hai's fist. At the same time, he also punched towards Zhao Hai. But he soon found that he was wrong. The power of Zhao Hai's fist was beyond his imagination. He blocked Zhao Hai's fist, but he didn't manage to block Zhao Hai's fist. Instead, he was pushed to the side because he couldn't bear the force. This time, his moves were messed up. Naturally, his following punch couldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai sent another punch. Under his feet, a huge blood-red lotus appeared. His footwork was also very special. Every time he took a step, he would be able to face Elder Feng directly. His fist technique was even more special. Every punch of his was straight, it didn't seem like there were any changes to it. However, Elder Feng was being beaten back again and again. On the other hand, Shang Guanlei, who was standing at the side, was staring blankly at Zhao Hai. He was very familiar with Zhao Hai's martial arts. The Evil Buddha Ascending Heaven Steps and the Evil Buddha Body Seizing Fist. These two martial arts were from the Forbidden Sect's Evil Buddha Lotus Body. But to be honest, there weren't many people in the Forbidden Sect who used these two martial arts. The Evil Buddha Lotus Body's martial arts were too simple in their eyes. There were too few changes and its power wasn't very big. Therefore, many cultivators would practice other martial arts after learning the Evil Buddha Lotus Body. But today, Zhao Hai was clearly using the Evil Buddha Ascending Heaven Steps and the Evil Buddha Body Seizing Fist. But in Zhao Hai's hands, the power of these two martial arts made Shang Guanlei dumbfounded. Shang Guanlei wasn't a person who didn't know what was good for him. But now, he had to admit that he had underestimated the Evil Buddha Lotus Body's martial arts. In the past, the Forbidden Sect's people said that Monk Wuhua relied on the Evil Buddha Lotus Body and his martial arts to conquer the world. They didn't believe it, but now, Shang Guanlei was convinced. On the other hand, Elder Feng was feeling very aggrieved. He couldn't understand why a Vajra realm cultivator like him would feel so aggrieved against a teleportation realm cultivator. Now, he was completely at a disadvantage. This was something that he didn't expect. Elder Feng didn't think that this would happen. Zhao Hai's fist was too heavy, and his movement technique was too strange. It was almost impossible for Elder Feng to defeat Zhao Hai like this. Thinking of this, Elder Feng's expression couldn't help but become more unsightly. He coldly snorted and retreated. While retreating, he suddenly flipped his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Then he moved his hand and a sword light shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai already thought that the other party might use a sword, but he didn't care. The black gold bracelet was already in his hand. He poured his spiritual chi into the bracelet and it immediately turned into an iron whip. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a shadow formed around his body. Then, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Zhao Hai and Elder Feng had separated. The two were 100 meters apart from each other. Elder Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Not bad, young man. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to reveal my sword." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Feng and smiled faintly. "To be honest, forcing you to take out your sword isn't something to be proud of. For someone like you, even if I kill you, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. Your strength is too weak." Elder Feng nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Arrogant, you're courting death." When Elder Feng heard Zhao Hai, his face turned livid. He waved the sword in his hand and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and unfolded the golden pearl chain in his hand. He fought with Elder Feng. The black gold pearl chain seemed to come alive in Zhao Hai's hand. He used all kinds of moves casually. Sometimes it was a whip technique, sometimes it was a hammer technique, sometimes it was a hammer technique, sometimes it was a whip technique, sometimes it was a whip technique, and sometimes it was a double hammer technique. Elder Feng was flustered. While the two were fighting, several cultivators arrived. These cultivators were all at the Vajra realm. Moreover, they were all cultivators from various sections. The cultivators who followed Zhao Hai out of Floating Island also found their respective sex elders. There were also some elders who couldn't find their sex elders. Their expressions couldn't help but turn gloomy. Seeing this, Shangguanlei couldn't help but frown. He said in a deep voice, "Xiaoling, stop. Let him go today. We have to go back." When Zhao Hai heard Shangguanlei's words, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, he still moved and retreated. In fact, he could have killed Elder Feng long ago, but he didn't want to expose too much of his strength, so he didn't do so. When Zhao Hai retreated, Elder Feng was relieved. However, he still glared at Zhao Hai and Shangguanlei fiercely. Shangguanlei glanced at Elder Feng and said coldly, "Feng, don't be ungrateful. Today, I won't care about your rude remarks to the sect master of Desoyan sect. Next time, if you dare to talk nonsense, don't blame us for being rude. Let's go." After that, he turned and led Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng away. Zhao Hai turned to the cultivators who hadn't left yet and said, "Brothers, I'll go first. If you have time, you must come to Desoyan sect to drink with me. I'll be waiting for you in Desoyan sect." Those cultivators also cupped their fists at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, take care." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You too. Take care." After that, he turned and left with Shangguanlei. The elders of other sects were looking at Zhao Hai with extraordinary splendor in their eyes. They had all heard about what Zhao Hai did on Floating Island. In addition to Zhao Hai's behavior just now, these sect elders now had some consensus. Zhao Hai would definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. Elder Feng gnashed his teeth and looked in the direction where Zhao Hai and the others left. He didn't expect that the various sects would send their elders to pick up these core disciples. He thought that his identity as a Vajra realm expert was enough to suppress the situation, so he didn't let the sects send anyone. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss. Elder Feng hated the Nanyun sect, but he couldn't do anything about it now. This was because the elders of the various sects had come to support him. These people weren't any weaker than him. Moreover, the disciples of the various sects had told the elders about what he had done before. Now, these people were looking at him with an unfriendly expression. He knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Shangguanlei and the others, it would be impossible. If he didn't handle it well, it would arouse public anger. Seeing that the people of Desoyan sect had left first, the other sects didn't stay any longer. They all turned and left. This trip to Floating Island had officially come to an end. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng followed Shangguanlei all the way to Seawatch City. While flying, Zhao Hai said to Shangguanlei, "Martial uncle, why are you here? Do you know that the people of Shangyuan sect are going to deal with us?" Shangguanlei nodded and said, "Almost. Although I didn't know that the people of Xiangyuan sect were going to deal with you, we received news that the people of Xiangyuan sect who went to Floating Island this time were all dead. With Xiangyuan sect's temper, they will definitely vent their anger on you, so I came. I didn't expect that I guessed right. I think the people of the other sects also think the same. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng didn't say anything. Then Shangguan Lei continued, speaking of which, it's strange. Every time we send people to Levitating Island, the Xiangyuan sect would send the most people. Moreover, they are stronger than ordinary cultivators. They should have the most survivors. I didn't expect all of them to die this time. Do you know what happened inside? Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng looked at each other but still didn't say anything. Shangguan Lei finally felt that something was wrong. He suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the two. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he said, "Do you really have something to do with the deaths of the people of the Xiangyuan sect?" Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there was no one around. He nodded and said, "It's related. Not only that, it's also related. Those people from the Xiangyuan sect were killed by us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Shangguan Lei stared. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Tell me, what happened?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told Shangguan Lei about the conflict with the Xiangyuan sect. After Shangguan Lei heard this, he pondered for a moment and said, "So other than the people from the Lifire Palace, no one else knows about this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. I believe that Brother Gong and the others wouldn't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, their troubles wouldn't be any smaller than ours. Moreover, I'm sure that they wouldn't be able to enter Floating Island in the future. This matter would only become a case without any clues. Fortunately, even if we don't admit it, the people of the Xiangyuan sect wouldn't suspect us." Shangguan Lei nodded. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, good job. My unyielding sect has never been afraid of anything. So what if you're from the Xiangyuan sect? If they provoke us, then we'll just kill them. Don't worry, the sect will protect you." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded. Shangguan Lei laughed. Then he turned around and flew towards Seawatch City. There was an indescribable sense of joy in his laughter. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng with a puzzled expression. Zhou Feng gave Zhao Hai a look that said, "We'll talk about this later." Then he followed Shangguan Lei towards Seawatch City. Before long, the three of them arrived at Seawatch City. They didn't stay there for long. They took the transmission formation and returned to the unyielding sect. As for the ship that Zhao Hai released, he had already taken it back to the space. As for Zhou Feng, he didn't care about the life and death of the ship. Soon, the three of them returned to Buyun sect. Shangguan Lei directly brought the two of them to the Evil Buddha Hall. Monk Shuri was waiting for the two of them in the hall. Other than Monk Shuri, there was no one else in the hall. After the three of them gave Shuri a salute, Shuri looked at Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng and said, "Good, you've done a good job. I know about Brother Zhang's matter. The sect's rewards will be given later. Tell me about the situation in Sky Island." "Don't worry, the things that you gave to the sect can be exchanged for contribution points." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded. Then they told Shuri about what happened in Sky Island. Finally, the two of them took out the elixirs and ores that they obtained. At the same time, they also took out the jade slips that they obtained. Shuri nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, "Good, you've done well. The sect's rewards will be given to you in 2 days. You can go back and rest." However, Zhao Hai didn't leave. Instead, he gave Shuri a salute and said, "Sect Lord, there's one more thing that I want to tell you. After killing Li Jianyun of the Xiangyuan sect, I obtained a treasure. This treasure is the Xiangyuan sect's magic treasure, the Truth Brush. But before I found the Truth Brush, I also obtained a green, wooden stick-like weapon. Later on, when I fought Li Jianyun with that weapon, the two weapons fused into a weapon called the Truth Brush. This weapon is very suitable for me, so I won't give it to the sect. However, I can give the truth technique of the Truth Brush to the sect. I hope Sect Lord will allow it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Shuri couldn't help but stare. Then he chuckled and said, good. Zhao Ling, you really didn't make me wrong. The Truth Brush is a treasure that you obtained. Naturally, it belongs to you. Even if you don't give the truth technique to the sect, I wouldn't have any objections. But I didn't expect you to take the initiative to speak about this matter and even give the truth technique to the sect. Good, Zhao Ling, you're really good. Don't worry, you're not only innocent, but also meritorious, a great meritorious deed. Go back and record the truth technique and send it to the sect. But you must keep this matter a secret. Even if you practice the truth technique, don't use it indiscriminately. If the Xianxia sect finds out, it will be very troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll remember it. Thank you, sect lord. Shuri waved his hand and said, go. I've already sent people to check on your disciples. They're very good, their cultivation is very good. Their strength isn't weak. You can rest assured that the sect will support you in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, Zhao Ling will take her leave. Then Zhao Hai gave Shuri a salute before he turned around and left. Giving the truth technique to the Buyan sect was a decision that Zhao Hai made after thinking for a long time. If he did this alone, then he wouldn't have given the truth technique to the Buyan sect. However, Zhou Feng was also aware of this matter. Zhou Feng was a member of the Zhou clan and was very loyal to the Buyan sect. He would certainly tell the Zhou clan about this in the future. If the Zhou clan knew about this, then Shuri would know as well. If Shuri knew about this matter and found out that Zhao Hai was hiding it from him, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, Zhao Hai took the initiative to tell Shuri about this matter in order to consolidate his position in the Buyan sect. Zhao Hai had an earth-shattering plan in his heart. In order to achieve this plan, he must improve his status in the sect. And in any large sect, there was only one way to improve one's status, and that was to contribute to the sect. Zhao Hai's current strength wasn't low. Although he was only a teleportation realm cultivator, there were a lot of people in the sect who were stronger than him. However, his strength was definitely not low among the core disciples. Moreover, he just had the experience of facing Elder Feng of the Xianxia sect. It can be said that Zhao Hai's strength could be ranked among the top among the core disciples of the sect. However, Zhao Hai had a natural weakness. This was the most obvious among the core disciples of the sect. He wasn't a member of the sect, he was an outsider. The so-called people of Buyan sect referred to people like Zhou Feng. They were born in a family of Buyan sect. It could be said that they were people of Buyan sect from the day they were born. When Buyan sect discovered their talent, they would vigorously nurture them and make them work for Buyan sect. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator who joined the Unbreakable sect later. He relied on his own merits and strength to become a core disciple of the Unbreakable sect step by step. Although this made his experience very colorful, it was also his natural weakness. For people like Zhou Feng, who came from the Ayan sect, they had a family behind them. They had huge connections in the Ayan sect. Even if the Zhou family and the Long family had enmity, the Long family still wouldn't dare to make a move against Zhou Feng, a core disciple of the Ayan sect. And not only would Zhou Feng get more resources, he would also get more information. Similarly, it would be very easy for him to get promoted. However, Zhao Hai didn't have such conditions. He was an outsider. Although his strength wasn't weak, it would still be difficult for him to become a core elder of the sect in the future. The core elders of the sect were also people of major forces. If Zhao Hai was added, then the sect's resources would be given to Zhao Hai. This was equivalent to giving Zhao Hai one less share. This was related to their interests, so these people wouldn't agree. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to rise to the top of the Unbreakable sect. What he needed to do now was to increase his status in the sect. He needed to make the people in the sect feel that he had made a huge contribution to the sect, that the sect owed him. This way, it wouldn't be difficult for him to rise to the top in the future. Zhao Hai came out of the evil Buddha hall and greeted Zhou Feng. Then he flew towards the gravity mountain. He wanted to see the situation there. Although Shuri said that the rewards in the gravity mountain were good, Zhao Hai was still worried. Soon, he arrived at the gravity mountain. The construction of the gravity mountain had already been completed. It looked similar to the Blood Blade Gang's previous headquarters. The scale wasn't small, and Lu Zhentian and the others were currently cultivating on the path to the various peaks. Zhao Hai stood in midair and calmly looked at Lu Zhentian and the others. It can be seen that Lu Zhentian and the others had made a lot of progress. Lu Zhintian and the others had already stabilized their cultivation at the transcending realm. The others had also made a lot of progress. Moreover, they were now able to move freely under 3 times gravity. Moving freely under 3 times the gravity, what would happen under normal circumstances? It can be said that they were much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the changes in Lu Zhintian and the others. Now, Lu Zhintian and the others could go out and explore. The reason why Lu Zhintian and the others had such changes wasn't just because of the gravity mountain. The gravity mountain could indeed speed up the cultivation of body cultivators, but at the same time, it also required a lot of resources. If Zhao Hai didn't provide a lot of pills, then it would be very difficult for Lu Zhintian and the others to reach their current level of cultivation. They might even injure their bodies in the process. Lu Zhintian and the others' current achievements could be said to be due to Zhao Hai's various resources. Zhao Hai's contribution points were all exchanged for resources for Lu Zhintian and the others. Moreover, he also gave them a lot of things from the space. This allowed Lu Zhintian and the others to have their current achievements. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile proudly. Then his figure moved as he descended from the sky. When Zhao Hai landed, Lu Zhintian and the others immediately noticed him. Everyone surrounded him and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he looked at Lu Zhintian and said, "Brother Lu, it seems like everyone's training is very good. However, you should also pay attention to your rest." Lu Zhintian replied, "Sect Master can rest assured, I'm strictly following your arrangements. I can guarantee that there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's not good to just let everyone practice. Starting tomorrow, you can send some people to the sect to take some missions. This way, you'll have the opportunity to practice." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's do this." Lu Zhintian nodded and said, "Sect Master can rest assured." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he patted Lu Zhintian's shoulder and said, "All right, Brother Lu, you don't need to be nervous. You can continue with your work, I'll be going into seclusion for some time." Lu Zhintian nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he headed towards the gravity mountain. Zhao Hai really wanted to go into seclusion for some time. This was mainly because he wanted to comprehend the incantation technique as well as the incantation brush. However, before going into seclusion, he still had some things to do. This was to record the incantation technique and send it to the Buyan sect. Zhao Hai didn't want to record the incantation brush's incantation technique for the Buyan sect. The incantation technique that he recorded was actually the incantation technique that Li Jianyun studied. The incantation brush's incantation technique was very advanced. The Xianxia sect spent a long time to comprehend it and only managed to comprehend a portion of it. However, this portion of the incantation technique couldn't compare to the incantation brush's incantation technique. Even so, the incantation technique still became one of the most famous techniques of the Xianxia sect. Zhao Hai himself wanted to learn the incantation technique. Naturally, he wanted to learn the complete version. However, what he handed in was a simplified version. After using a day to have Li Jianyun record the incantation technique, Zhao Hai handed it over to the Buyan sect. Then he returned to the gravity mountain and went into seclusion. At this point, the people of the Buyan sect already knew that Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng had completed their mission and returned. Moreover, their mission this time was quite outstanding. As for the matter of Zhao Hai obtaining the incantation brush, it had already become the Buyan sect's top secret. Naturally, they couldn't talk about it in public. Otherwise, the Xianxia sect would know that it was Zhao Hai who killed their people. If that was the case, the Xianxia sect wouldn't agree. Although the Xianxia sect was overbearing, they couldn't deal with the Buyan sect without any evidence. The Buyan sect wasn't a small sect, so they weren't afraid of the Xianxia sect. Although they weren't afraid, this didn't mean that they didn't want to go against the Xianxia sect. Although the Demon Dao Alliance was preparing to deal with the Righteous Dao Alliance, and the Xianxia sect was the #1 sect in the alliance, it was also their target. However, the Demon Dao Alliance wasn't ready yet, so they couldn't clash with the Xianxia sect. While Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Zhou Feng was also in seclusion. Zhou Feng's harvest in Sky Island wasn't small. In addition to some material objects, the most precious thing in Zhou Feng's opinion was the spatial fragment. He now needs to completely refine and absorb the spatial fragment and see if he can comprehend the power of space. Zhou Feng didn't look for Zhao Hai to refine the spatial fragment. This was because he knew that what was useful to Zhao Hai wouldn't necessarily be useful to him. After refining the spatial fragment, Zhou Feng planned to look for Zhao Hai. This way, he could use his previous insights to verify Zhao Hai's insights. Perhaps his harvest would be even greater. Because of Zhou Feng's seclusion, Zhao Hai's seclusion didn't seem to be too eye-catching. Everyone thought that Zhao Hai had some sort of enlightenment, so he went into seclusion. Zhao Hai himself was now halfway up the Gravity Mountain's main peak. The gravity here was about 100 times stronger than the outside world. Ordinary people would be crushed to pieces by the gravity here. With Zhao Hai's strength, it would be impossible for him to reach here without crystallizing. But now, Zhao Hai was sitting there with a calm expression. Beside him were 6 blood-red lotuses. Next to these 6 blood lotuses was a somewhat transparent blood lotus shadow. This was the result of Zhao Hai's evil Buddha lotus body reaching the 6th lotus 9th grade, just one step away from reaching the 7th lotus 9th grade. Zhao Hai obtained a lot of blood energy from Sky Island this time. This blood energy came from the demonic beasts that Zhao Hai killed. With the support of the blood energy in his body, he was able to raise the evil Buddha lotus body from the 6th lotus 5th grade to the 6th lotus 9th grade in one go. However, Zhao Hai discovered that his cultivation came to a halt after reaching the 6th lotus 9th grade. Although he was only one step away from the 7th lotus realm, this step seemed to be thousands of miles away. After discovering that it was impossible for him to reach the 7th lotus realm, Zhao Hai didn't waste any more time on the evil Buddha lotus body. He knew why he couldn't reach the 7th lotus realm, it was because he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Blood energy and spiritual energy were different. Zhao Hai didn't lack blood energy, but the amount of spiritual energy in his body didn't meet the requirements. Although the spiritual energy in the space was very abundant and he could safely absorb it, it still required a process. Additionally, his spiritual energy was 10 times more condensed than others. If he wanted to advance, the amount of spiritual energy he needed would also be 10 times more than others. Because of this, it wasn't easy for him to advance. It would take a long time for him to accumulate spiritual energy. After stopping his cultivation of the evil Buddha lotus body, Zhao Hai took out the Truth Tao brush. He was ready to comprehend the Truth Tao brush's cultivation method. This was also the final goal of his seclusion. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the brush in his hand. To be honest, the brush in his hand looked very gorgeous. It had a jasper-like body and a golden tip. Even the tip of the brush was made of golden filaments. It looked very strange. On the tip of the brush, there were a lot of small characters. Even with Zhao Hai's eyes, he couldn't see what was written because it was too small. Zhao Hai didn't intend to look at it. He sat cross-legged while holding the brush in his hand. Then he slowly adjusted his power of thought and tried to communicate with the power of thought on the brush. Zhao Hai accelerated his power of thought bit by bit. He was very clear that this artifact was very powerful. The power of thought on. This artifact wouldn't be too bad. Therefore, he slowly increased his speed of thought. His thinking speed had already been adjusted to the fastest speed in history, but he still couldn't communicate with the power of thought of the mantra Tao brush. Even now, he still couldn't sense the power of thought of the mantra Tao brush. It was as if the mantra Tao brush didn't have any power of thought at all. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that it wasn't that the brush didn't have any power of thought. It was just that his power of thought wasn't fast enough. There was no way for him to communicate with the power of thought on the brush. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but speed up his thinking. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's heart moved. He felt a powerful and fast-thinking force flash through the truth word brush. The speed was so fast that Zhao Hai didn't feel it at all. Zhao Hai's heart shook as he felt a powerful and fast-thinking force flash through the truth word brush. Zhao Hai was happy. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to feel the power of thought on the brush. Now that he felt it, although it was just a flash, it gave him hope. Zhao Hai continued to increase his speed of thought. However, soon, he felt powerless. This made Zhao Hai surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. For a long time, the power of thought had been Zhao Hai's weapon. As long as he communicated with the power of thought, he could immediately learn it. Moreover, he didn't feel that his power of thought had reached its limit. He didn't expect to feel powerless now. However, at the same time as this feeling of helplessness came over him, he also felt the power of thought coming from the mantra Tao brush. It was vast and fast as the ocean and as fast as lightning. Although he felt the power of thought on the brush, he still couldn't communicate with it. This was because his power of thought wasn't fast enough. Zhao Hai had long known about the existence of the power of thought. However, he didn't know how to train the power of thought. So now that he felt powerless, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, he was even more curious about the brush. If the brush was created by the creator, then someone must have used it. And if the technique was created, then someone must have used it. In other words, the reason why the brush had the power of thought was inseparable from the creator. The power of thought of the brush and the technique was fast, which meant that the creator's power of thought would only be faster. And now, Zhao Hai couldn't keep up with the speed of the power of thought, let alone faster. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be a little shocked. He really couldn't think of how fast the creator of the brush and the technique was. Zhao Hai calmed his emotions and then raised his power of thought again. This time, he didn't raise his power of thought slowly like before. Instead, he raised his power of thought fiercely. This adjustment made Zhao Hai's power of thought adjust very quickly. When his power of thought felt powerless, Zhao Hai already felt that his power of thought was about to connect with the power of thought of the brush. Just a little bit more. However, Zhao Hai also saw hope. Since he saw hope, he wouldn't give up. Zhao Hai adjusted his power of thought once again. It was like he was accumulating power, making his power of thought very stable. However, he was waiting for the moment to erupt. After adjusting for a while, Zhao Hai suddenly raised his power of thought. Bang! Zhao Hai's power of thought collided with the power of thought of the brush. Before Zhao Hai could adjust his power of thought, he immediately discovered that his power of thought was connected with the power of thought of the brush. Zhao Hai instantly felt that he had turned into the brush. He felt that he could write the entire world. All the power of the laws of the world seemed to be concentrated on him. He felt that there were countless words of truth around him. The first word he wrote was a word of truth, the law of the world. This feeling was very magical. Zhao Hai was completely immersed in this enlightenment. In this enlightenment, not only did he learn the word of truth, but he also felt the power of the countless laws of the world. The most powerful thing about the word of truth and the word of truth was that every word they wrote directly pointed to the heart of the great Tao. If he wrote the word fire, then that would be the limit of the fire Tao. This word would be the fire Tao, and the fire Tao would be this word. One could imagine how powerful the word of truth was. The highest realm of the word of truth was the profound realm. The word he wrote was the Tao. The word he wrote was the Buddhist Tao. The word he wrote was the Tao. The word he wrote was the Tao. The word he wrote was the Tao of the world. Zhao Hai had completely regarded himself as the word of truth. He was the word of truth, so he didn't pay attention. The word of truth in his hand had disappeared. The word of truth slowly integrated into his body and completely integrated with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't notice that the first cell in his body had an additional golden light spot. As for what this golden light spot was, no one knew. After all the cells in Zhao Hai's body had a golden light spot, the word of truth once again appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. However, the brush had changed greatly. It could be said that it was no longer a brush, but a spear. This spear had a green jade-like shaft and a golden spearhead. Below the golden spearhead was a thunderous white tassel. However, this spear was only as long as a brush. It looked small and cute. All the words on the word of truth had disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the spear in his hand. Then he couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't think that there would be such a powerful spell." Just because of this spell, a spear turned into a brush. What's even more surprising is that this isn't a word of truth. It should be called the word of truth. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he discovered the biggest secret of the word of truth. This secret wasn't that the word of truth was powerful. In fact, the word of truth wasn't a brush, but a spear, a very powerful spear. This spear wasn't called the word of truth spear, but the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. This spear was a very powerful artifact. When the person who created the Word of Truth obtained the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, he was very fond of it and engraved the Word of Truth onto the spear. Unfortunately, this person fell and the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was lost. After the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was lost, a cultivator found it. Later on, that cultivator learned the Word of Truth from the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear and became a powerful being. When he fought with the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, he was defeated. The Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear's spearhead was smashed off and fell on Sky Island. After the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was split into 2 parts and dropped on the floating island, the spearhead slowly turned into the tip of a pen under the blessing of the Brush of Truth technique. The shaft was wrapped in a stone and constantly absorbed the mind power around it to restore itself. In the end, when Zhao Hai held the spear shaft and the transformed spearhead, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear finally became one. However, because the spearhead had already been blessed by the Word of Truth, when Zhao Hai first obtained the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, he saw a brush. Because of the Word of Truth, the words Word of Truth appeared on the brush. After Zhao Hai used his own power of thought to communicate with the power of thought of the Word of Truth completely merged with him. Because the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear lacked the blessing of the Word of Truth, it returned to its original appearance. What made Zhao Hai happy was that this Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was a very powerful magic weapon. Its attack power was very strong, so it was just right for him to use. The reason why Zhao Hai said that the Word of Truth was a set of magical techniques was that this Word of Truth wasn't just a magic weapon, but the name of this technique. The name of this technique didn't mean that you had to use the brush to write in the void. Instead, it meant that you had to treat yourself as a brush. You had to record a law in all your cells. When you fought with others, you were a brush that wrote the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a wave of your hand, a great Tao of heaven and earth would appear and be used to attack the enemy. When you mastered all the great Tao of heaven and earth in your body and became a true supreme great Tao, you would be considered to have successfully cultivated this technique. Once you cultivated to the highest level of the Word of Truth, you would be able to comprehend the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. With the great Tao of heaven and earth in your hands, who could be your opponent when you fought with others? Although the person who created this technique created this magical technique, he didn't cultivate this technique to the highest level. He didn't even imprint all the cells in his body with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even so, he was already an extremely powerful Almighty. If he could really comprehend the supreme great Tao, he would probably be invincible. Of course, this invincible didn't mean that he was invincible in the true spirit realm, but that he could be incomparably invincible in a higher level plane. This was because the Word of Truth and the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear weren't from the true word realm at all. There was no mistake, the Brush of Truth's cultivation method wasn't as comprehensive as the true spirit plane. Zhao Hai could clearly feel this. This was because the Brush of Truth's cultivation method had already surpassed all cultivation methods in this plane. Now, Zhao Hai could almost understand why his power of thought couldn't keep up with the Brush of Truth cultivation technique. It was because this Brush of Truth cultivation technique came from a higher plane, so his power of thought couldn't keep up. At the same time, this also allowed Zhao Hai to speculate the way to increase his power of thought, which was to ascend. Zhao Hai hadn't noticed before that ascension could increase his power of thought. However, he had guessed it now. Although he had no way to confirm this matter, he believed that his guess might be true. In any case, Zhao Hai knew that this Brush of Truth cultivation technique was definitely a very powerful technique. Its most powerful aspect wasn't just the characteristics of its words, but the reason for the Tao. The Tao had always been something that all cultivators pursued. There were thousands of Taos in this world, but these thousands of Taos were just small Taos. There was only one true Tao. Cultivators wanted to slowly pursue the true Tao of heaven and earth through these small Taos, the supreme Tao. However, there was one thing. It was very difficult to find the supreme Tao through these small Taos. It was like giving you an iron nail. If you wanted to understand the manufacturing method of a spaceship through this nail, the difficulty could be imagined. The Brush of Truth cultivation technique required him to collect all kinds of small Taos between heaven and earth. Then, he would go through all these small Taos to find the supreme Tao. This was like having all the parts in your hands. What you had to do was to assemble these parts into a spaceship. Although it was equally difficult, it was much easier than just having a nail. Zhao Hai also discovered the golden dot on his cells. The golden dot was also mentioned in the brush of truth cultivation technique. That dot was actually a Dao core used to store the small Daos one comprehended. When one comprehended a small Dao, one could store this small Dao in the Dao core of the cells. When one needed to use it, one could extract this Dao from the Dao core at any time. Zhao Hai wanted to give it a try. He had a good understanding of the power of space some time ago and had basically touched the edge of the Dao of space. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to try and see if he could store his Dao of space in his cells. As soon as he thought of it, Zhao Hai put away the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear and slowly recalled his Dao of space. His understanding of the Dao of space was now very deep. His Dao of space could be used to attack, defend, and even escape. It was very powerful. However, in order to not shock too many people, Zhao Hai didn't use it. Even Zhou Feng thought that Zhao Hai had only comprehended the surface of the Dao of space and was still unable to use it in battle. Zhao Hai felt the Dao of space and then slowly imprinted it on the Dao core. As soon as his Dao of space came in contact with the Dao core, a suction force appeared on the Dao core. Then the Dao core absorbed the Dao of space. Zhao Hai felt that the Dao core had turned into Dao of space. If he wanted to use Dao of space, he could immediately use it through the Dao core. It was very convenient. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the spiritual magic cube in his body move. Then his spiritual force entered the Dao core. Then the Dao core immediately began to rotate. After a total of 81 revolutions, the Dao core changed and turned into a small golden magic cube. This small golden magic cube was still rotating gently. Through his spiritual force, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that every time the magic cube rotated, his understanding of the Dao of space deepened. This discovery made Zhao Hai ecstatic. The Dao core could actually automatically comprehend the power of the Dao. This was very important for him. Zhao Hai now understood a lot about the power of the Dao. However, he didn't have much time to comprehend the power of the Dao. Every Dao needed a lot of time to comprehend and explore. This way, the power of the Dao would become more and more complete, stronger, and finally become a Dao. Now, the combination of the spiritual magic cube and the Dao core could help him comprehend the heavenly Dao. How could Zhao Hai not be happy? This would save him a lot of time. It would make his strength constantly improve and his understanding of the Dao would constantly increase. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai didn't stop. He immediately began to imprint the other Daos that he had comprehended onto the Dao core. The Wind Dao, Strength Dao, Fire Dao, Water Dao, Earth Dao, Wood Dao, Thunder Dao. All kinds of Daos that Zhao Hai had comprehended were imprinted onto the Dao core. And the Dao core didn't disappoint him. One by one, more golden magic cube Dao cores appeared. These Daos were slowly increasing in number. When all the Daos that Zhao Hai knew were imprinted into the Dao core, Zhao Hai discovered that the Daos that he knew were very small compared to the Dao core. It was like the difference between a drop of water and an ocean. The gap was too big. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gravity mountain. Suddenly, he realized that the gravity on the gravity mountain was also a type of Dao. There were hundreds of millions of minor Daos in the world. Any object, any scene, could be called a type of Dao. Then, could the gravity on the gravity mountain also be a type of Dao? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai understood something. He slowly stood up and felt the strong pressure all around him. However, he didn't care. He just stood there and slowly moved forward in a parallel direction. While walking, he was comprehending the gravity Dao. Slowly, a trace of the Dao of gravity was comprehended by him and imprinted on his Dao core. However, this didn't stop there. As his comprehension of the Dao of gravity deepened, he felt that the gravity around him had less of an effect on him. Finally, he slowly walked up the gravity mountain. As the gravity increased, his comprehension of the Dao of gravity also increased. Just as he was comprehending the gravity Dao, he suddenly felt the Earth Dao core slowly move towards his gravity Dao core. Finally, the two Dao cores collided. At the same time, the Earth Dao core's magic word Dao core and the gravity Dao core's magic cube Dao core sped up. At the same time, Zhao Hai's understanding of the Earth Tao and the Gravity Tao also increased. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to walk up the mountain step by step. At this time, the Strength Tao Core also approached him. At the same time, the Magic Cube Tao Core also sped up. Then, the Blood Tao Core also sped up. At this time, Zhao Hai felt something inside his body break. Then 7 blood-red lotuses appeared beside him. Among these 7 blood-red lotuses, 6 of them had 9 petals and 9-petal lotus platforms. Only one of them had 1-petal lotus platform. His evil Buddha lotus body actually upgraded in this situation. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He maintained a calm state of mind as he walked up the mountain step by step. Finally, he arrived at the top of the gravity mountain. Feeling the gravity that was 10,000 times stronger than the outside world, Zhao Hai's heart was calm. He stood on the top of the gravity mountain with a straight figure. Then his figure slowly floated up. It seems like the gravity of the gravity mountain didn't affect him at all. At this time, Zhao Hai flew to the side of a cloud. He reached out his hand and gently touched the cloud. However, he didn't touch anything. His hand easily passed through the cloud. His heart moved. Could this be the Cloud Tao? It was both real and illusory, both tangible and intangible. A little bit of the Cloud Tao appeared in his heart and imprinted itself into his Tao core. Zhao Hai looked at the cloud. It was constantly changing, and the surrounding was what made the cloud change. The Tao core of the Wind Tao slowly reached the side of the Tao core of the Cloud Tao. Then, the Tao core of the Water Tao also reached the side of the Cloud Tao. Then, the Tao core of the Illusion Tao also reached the side of the Cloud Tao. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. His attention was focused on the cloud and the wind. Under the influence of the wind, the cloud was constantly changing its shape. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at it in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. At the same time, the feeling of enlightenment disappeared. Zhao Hai returned to reality. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he could maintain this state for a longer time, then he would be able to comprehend more Taos. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to do so. However, when he saw the magic cube Tao cores in his body, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The various Taos in his magic cube Tao cores had been improved. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai's figure slowly descended to the top of the gravity mountain. Then he waved his hand as the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear appeared in his hand. He didn't combine the spear with liquid silver. Although he could do so, he didn't. This was because he wanted to use the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear to decompose the liquid silver. After that, he would combine the liquid silver with the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. He wanted to use the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear for a while. At this time, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was only as long as a pen. But with a thought from Zhao Hai, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear grew longer and turned into a normal spear. When the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear grew longer, Zhao Hai noticed that the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear had undergone an unexpected change. The current Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was completely different from the mantra brush. This was because although the mantra brush looked beautiful, it gave off a cultured and refined feeling. It didn't have a trace of domineering aura. But now, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was different. The shaft of the spear was actually engraved with a dragon. The entire spear shaft was densely covered with a dragon-shaped anti-skid pattern. At the head of the spear, there was a dragon's mouth. The tip of the spear extended out from the dragon's mouth, just like a dragon's tongue. This was where the name of the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear came from. Zhao Hai held the end of the spear and gently shook it. The spear trembled slightly before it issued a dragon's roar. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel satisfied. He concentrated all of his thoughts on the spear. Then he began to brandish the spear, causing a flower to appear all around him. In an instant, clouds began to float out of the spear. It looked dreamy and very beautiful. Zhao Hai had integrated the concept of clouds and illusion into his spear art. And this concept was a manifestation of the Tao. In other words, Zhao Hai had integrated the cloud Tao and the illusion Tao into his spear art. Therefore, his spear art looked dreamy and very beautiful. But then his spear art changed. His spear art became very slow. Every thrust of the spear seemed to be carrying a mountain. Although Zhao Hai's figure didn't change, everyone who saw him would think that he was a warrior with infinite strength. This was the result of the integration of the Tao of gravity and the Tao of strength into his spear art. These two different characteristics were slowly integrated into a set of spear art. It was really incredible. Slowly, Zhao Hai's mind was immersed in the spear art. A trace of Tao power appeared on his body and then imprinted into a Tao core. This Tao core slowly turned into a Rubik's Cube Tao core. And on top of this Rubik's Cube Tao core, a long spear appeared. Tao of spear. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He was wholeheartedly practicing his spear art. The spear in his hand was like a dragon that came out of the water. It flew up and down, but at the same time, it carried an incomparably heavy feeling. Not to mention fighting with it, just looking at it for a while would make people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, no one could enter the gravity mountain. Therefore, no one could see Zhao Hai practicing his spear art. Aside from practicing his spear art, Zhao Hai didn't have any other thoughts. He kept practicing and immersed himself in the comprehension of the Tao of spear. Finally, his spear thrust out. Not only were there countless spear shadows that were unpredictable, but there were also changes in gravity and strength. It could be said that one spear had a myriad of variations. At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and put away the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. After putting away the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, Zhao Hai carefully felt his understanding of the Tao of spear. After feeling it for a while, Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction. Then he put away the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear and took out liquid silver. Liquid silver turned into a staff. Zhao Hai began to practice the staff art and comprehend the Tao of staff. Because he learned the brush of truth, Zhao Hai's pursuit of the Tao became even more intense. He was very eager to comprehend more Tao. Therefore, he practiced tirelessly. Tao of staff, Tao of hammer, Tao of blade, Tao of sword. Liquid silver turned into weapons and appeared in his hands one by one. Zhao Hai continued to comprehend the various Tao of weapons. Time slowly passed as he comprehended. Zhou Feng quietly stood outside the mountain of gravity. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the constantly moving silhouette at the top of the mountain. It had been 3 years, 3 whole years. He had stood outside the mountain of gravity countless times. But no matter when he looked, that silhouette had always been at the top of the mountain, constantly brandishing his weapons. He put down one weapon and immediately took out another one. It was as if he would never stop. Zhou Feng was surprised that Zhao Hai could use so many weapons. But what really surprised him was that Zhao Hai could actually stand at the top of the mountain of gravity. He was very clear about how strong the gravity of the mountain of gravity was. With his current strength, it would be good if he could walk halfway up the mountain. But now, Zhao Hai was standing at the top of the mountain of gravity. This really surprised him. Besides the fact that Zhao Hai was standing at the top of the mountain of gravity, there was another thing that surprised him. It was the blood lotus floating around Zhao Hai. The blood lotus represented the achievement of the evil Buddha lotus body. When he and Zhao Hai entered Sky Island, he was a 5 lotus 5th grade cultivator while Zhao Hai was a 6 lotus 5th grade cultivator. But when he came to visit Zhao Hai for the first time, Zhao Hai was already a 7 lotus 1st grade cultivator. In the following 3 years, he often came to visit Zhao Hai. He noticed that the 7th blood lotus was slowly growing with the passage of time. It had grown from a 1st grade cultivator to a 9th grade cultivator. A 9th grade cultivator. Zhao Hai could say that his evil Buddha lotus body had reached a whole realm in these 3 years. This was too shocking. One must know that it wasn't easy for a body cultivator to reach a new realm. It required a large amount of blood qi to support it. Zhou Feng didn't see Zhao Hai using anything to replenish his blood qi. However, he seemed to have a large amount of blood qi at his disposal. This made Zhou Feng very puzzled. However, after thinking about it for a while, Zhou Feng thought of an answer that might not be the answer. This was because this answer was the closest to the truth. When Zhao Hai was on Sky Island, he killed a lot of beasts. Because of this, a large amount of blood qi was stored in his body. And after 3 years of stimulation, this blood qi was completely stimulated, allowing Zhao Hai to reach a new realm. Zhou Feng was envious of Zhao Hai. However, he wasn't jealous of Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai to have what he has today was inseparable from his hard work. Zhou Feng had never seen a person who was obsessed with weapons to this extent. While Zhou Feng was looking at Zhao Hai, he saw Zhao Hai suddenly stop. He put away all of his weapons and began to practice his fist techniques. Zhou Feng stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but worry. He didn't know how long Zhao Hai would take this time. Because of this, he decided to stay and watch Zhao Hai practice. This practice lasted for a month. Fist techniques, palm techniques, melon techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques. Zhao Hai practiced all of them once. After practicing all of these, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Finally, he stood at the top of the gravity mountain and slowly adjusted his breath. Zhao Hai already knew that Zhou Feng was watching him. In the past 3 years, he had been in a state of enlightenment. The reason why he said that he was in a state of enlightenment was because he really did comprehend something. However, it was different from other people's epiphany. When one was in an epiphany, they didn't know what was going on outside. However, Zhao Hai was aware of what was going on outside. He knew that Zhou Feng would come to see him from time to time. However, he didn't stop. He was still practicing his weapons and condensing his Dao core. After practicing his weapons, Zhao Hai also practiced his fists and feet. To be honest, practicing his fists and feet was easier than practicing his weapons. Fists and palms were interlinked. It was impossible for one to practice a single type of Dao. Because of this, Zhao Hai only practiced his fists and palms. He didn't pay too much attention to the other Daos. After practicing his punches and kicks, Zhao finally let out a long breath and slowly sat down. He needed to rest for a while. In the past 3 years, he had been practicing various weapons. Although his body was very strong, even if he didn't stop moving, there wouldn't be any problems. But in his heart, there was still a sense of fatigue. He needed to take a good rest and relax. At the same time, he sent his spiritual force into the space to communicate with Laura and the others. Laura and the others had already finished their training in the underground world and returned to the space. Their blood had already turned into immortal blood. Their strength had also improved by a certain degree. Although they hadn't reached the teleportation realm yet, they had already reached the transcending realm. They were only a step away from the teleportation realm. Naturally, after Laura and the others came out of the underground world, they didn't stay inside the space. They returned to the Tyrant's Blade sect and went to see the Yinyang elders. They told them that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. At the same time, they went to the Long family and became teachers there. Right now, Laura and the others just needed an opportunity to make a breakthrough. As long as they make a breakthrough, they wouldn't be a burden to Zhao Hai anymore. They would be able to follow Zhao Hai to the heavens and the earth. Zhao Hai and the others hadn't seen each other for a long time. They missed each other very much. However, they also knew that the cultivation realm was a cruel place. If they were too infatuated with each other, they wouldn't be able to move forward. Because of this, sacrifices were necessary. Moreover, for them, time wasn't a problem. As long as their ranks increase, their lifespan would be endless. In the future, they would have plenty of time to be together. After chatting with Laura and the others for a while, Zhao Hai slowly stood up. If he wanted to relax, then he would have to wait for Zhou Feng to leave before entering the space. What he needed to do now was to send Zhou Feng away. After Zhao Hai stood up, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng didn't move. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of him, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Brother Zhou, how long have you been here? Why didn't you call me?" Zhou Feng smiled and said, "I've been here for a while. Kid, you were too absorbed in your cultivation, so I didn't disturb you." "Good, very good. I didn't expect you to reach the 7 Lotus 9th grade realm. Your progress is quite fast." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've stored a lot of blood qi in Floating Island. I didn't think that I would improve so quickly. I didn't cultivate the evil Buddha lotus body in the past few years." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "But now, I'm going to use the evil Buddha lotus body." Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Alright, don't make me angry. My evil Buddha lotus body has only reached the 6 Lotus 1st grade realm, but you've already reached the 7 Lotus 9th grade realm. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Let's go, the sect has already sent people to look for you. You still haven't received your reward from Floating Island. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. He really forgot about this matter. But when he thought about it, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Zhentian and the others. When Zhou Feng saw Zhao Hai's expression, he immediately knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't need to worry. They're fine. The sect has been taking care of them for the past few years. Moreover, they've already started doing missions. Supporting themselves shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Zhou. You've taken care of them quite a bit, right?" Zhou Feng smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it, there's no need for us brothers to say such things. Let's go and see the sect master. He's been waiting for you for several years." Zhao Hai nodded, then he flew towards the Evil Buddha Hall along with Zhou Feng. When they arrived outside the Evil Buddha Hall, Zhou Feng immediately turned to the two guards outside and said, "Go and report to the sect master that Zhao Ling has come out of seclusion and is requesting an audience." When the cultivator heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. However, he immediately complied. Just as he was about to report, Shuri's voice was heard, "You two, come in." When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng heard this, they immediately went inside. This caused the two guards to be stunned. The Ayan sect was a place that paid particular attention to the rules. Although the sect master could hear what was going on outside, because of his status, even if he knew who was outside, he would still wait for someone to report before letting them in. This was the first time that the sect master directly opened his mouth to let people in. When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng entered the hall, they gave Shuri a salute. Shuri nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Not bad, little Ling has been working very hard. Here, this is your reward from the sect." Then Shuri threw a spatial bag to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the spatial bag, he gave Shuri a salute and said, "Thank you, sect master." Shuri waved his hand and said, "This is what you deserve. I should have given it to you earlier, but you went into seclusion as soon as you came back. Because of this, I can only give it to you now. Originally, I was going to send people to look for you. Since you two are here, I have a task for you. You two must complete it well." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng stared, especially Zhao Hai. He didn't think that he would be given a task as soon as he came out of seclusion. However, he couldn't say anything, so he immediately replied, "Yes, sect master." Monk Shuri nodded and said, "All right. You should also know that our unpermitted sect is in contact with some sects of the Evil Cultivator Alliance. It's not just our unpermitted sect, many sects of the Evil Cultivator Alliance are also in contact with the Evil Cultivator Alliance. This time, both sides are going to have an exchange. Each sect will send 2 core disciples to the White Jade platform to compete. I want you to go." When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng heard Shuri, they stared. Then they immediately understood what the monk meant. The two looked at Shuri, they knew that the monk must have something to say. As expected, Monk Shuri glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "This matter is very important to the sect. If you go to the White Jade platform this time, I want you to get a good result as much as possible. It would be best if you don't kill anyone. If you have to kill someone, then there is nothing to be afraid of." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng were calmly flying in the sky. Zhou Feng said, "I've asked my family about this competition. This competition is for a quota to leave the true spirit realm and enter the void." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already asked my family about this competition. It's for a quota to leave the true spirit realm and enter the void." When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Enter the void realm? Is it the void realm with the free trade planet? From there, I can go to all the places in this plane?" Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Right, we can enter the void realm." "Little Ling, have you heard of the Long family?" Zhao Hai pretended to be confused as he shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of them." "You're not talking about the Long family of the Onion sect, are you?" Zhou Feng curled his lips and said, "How can the Long family of our Dishian sect compare to the Long family that I'm talking about? The Long family that I'm talking about was the overlord of the entire True Spirit domain. The entire True Spirit domain belongs to the Long family. More than half of the current sect masters of the 81 great sects used to be Long family's subordinates. How can our Dishian sect's Long family compare to them?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng with a shocked expression and said, "The entire true spiritual sect belongs to the Long family? Are they that powerful? Then how did they fall? Why didn't the great sects clean them up after they fell? The great sects aren't easy to deal with. They won't let go of such a threat." Zhou Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on, but I know that the fall of the Long family has nothing to do with the great sects. Moreover, the Long family is very strong. Moreover, they have the method to enter the void realm. Therefore, the great sects don't dare to make a move on them. Moreover, the Long family doesn't intervene in the matters of the true spiritual world. Therefore, they've been allowed to roam freely until now." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhou Feng continued, "Although the Long family has the method to enter the void realm, they didn't keep it for themselves. Instead, they would open it every once in a while so that the core disciples of the various sects would have the opportunity to enter the void realm. And now, the Long family is about to open the void passage. Our demonic Tao Alliance and the evil Cultivator Alliance have a total of 30 spots, the righteous Tao Alliance has 30 spots, and the Long family has 20 spots. In the past, the demonic Tao Alliance had 20 spots and the evil Cultivator Alliance had 10 spots. Then the demonic Tao Alliance would have an internal competition to compete for the 20 spots. But this time, the situation has changed." Speaking up to here, Zhou Feng sighed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You should have heard that our demonic Tao Alliance and the evil Cultivator Alliance have been very close recently. Because of this, the evil Cultivator Alliance proposed to combine the spots obtained by the two alliances. Then the cultivators of the two sects would compete for the 30 spots." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Those guys from the evil Cultivator Alliance want to take advantage of the situation and rob us. But the Long family is really hateful. They actually gave us 30 spots and the righteous Tao Alliance 30 spots. What are they thinking?" Zhou Feng shook his head and said, "You can't blame the Long family. The Long family's void passage can only allow 80 people to leave at the same time. They also left 20 spots for themselves. The remaining 60 spots weren't designated by them. Every 100 years, the three alliances would hold a competition to determine the ownership of the spots. The winning alliance would get 30 spots, the second-place alliance would get 20 spots, and the losing alliance would get 10 spots. The winner of the competition would be the righteous Tao Alliance, so they would get 30 spots. Our demonic Tao Alliance would get 20 spots." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. It seems like those guys from the evil Cultivator Alliance want to form an alliance with us. Therefore, they want to take advantage of us. Aren't they afraid of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it?" Zhou Feng shook his head and said, "When it comes to fighting strength, those guys from the evil Cultivator Alliance aren't weak. They're just at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If it's a one-on-one fight, then there aren't many sects in our demonic Tao Alliance that can fight against them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "No matter what, I must get a spot. I've been thinking about going outside for a long time. When I first heard about the Void Realm, I couldn't help but think that it would be great if I could go there one day. Now is my chance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhou Feng patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "I still have confidence in you. Among your peers, there aren't many who can beat you. I'm not worried about you. In fact, I'm more worried about myself. Although my strength isn't bad, I'm not at the top. So in this competition, I might lose. Then the sect will have to rely on you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng in confusion and said, "Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? This doesn't sound like something you would say. Why are you afraid before the battle?" "I was thinking of going to the Void Realm with you to explore it." Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Brother, when have you ever seen me afraid? I know my own strength." "Brother, I can see your strength. Among the younger generation, you're definitely at the top. Your strength isn't just because of your talent, it's also because of your hard work. Big brother can't do that. I'm just a glutton, and I don't have the patience to do things. This is a taboo for cultivators. Although my strength has improved a lot, I'm not as hardworking as you. Little Ling, if I become the backbone of the unyielding sect in the future, then your future won't be in the real spiritual world." Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Zhou, don't you want to leave the Void Realm one day? Zhao Hai understood what Zhou Feng meant. Zhou Feng wanted to ascend to a higher plane one day. Zhao Hai also wanted to ask Zhou Feng about this. He didn't believe that a cultivator wouldn't want to ascend. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, Brother, it's not that I don't want to ascend, it's just that I can't. Ascending is glorious, but if I ascend, what will happen to the Zhou clan? With brother's current status, I'll be the one in charge of the Zhou clan in the future. If I ascend, what will happen to the Zhou clan? Moreover, brother, I don't have as much courage as you do. Do you know people who ascend from the lower realms? They have to go through the baptism of the cleansing pool, which means that they have to start from the beginning. I think that after we ascend, the situation will be different. Brother, I don't have the courage to start from the beginning. Moreover, I still have to protect the Zhou clan. Therefore, I don't want to ascend. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but frown and said, You don't want to ascend? Then what will you do in the future? This will have a great impact on you in the future. If a cultivator loses their drive, their cultivation will be affected. Zhou Feng chuckled and said, Brother, who said that I don't want to ascend? I don't want to ascend, but I, Zhou Feng, want to become the strongest person in the true spirit world. When Zhao Hai heard Zhou Feng, he couldn't help but stare. Then he chuckled and said, That seems to be more difficult than ascending. I heard that there are a lot of old monsters in the true spirit realm who can ascend. But because they're too old, they don't want to ascend anymore. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to become the strongest person in the true spirit realm. Those old monsters wouldn't agree to it. Zhou Feng nodded and said, That's right. Zhou Feng smiled and said, Then I'll become an old monster myself. Moreover, I'll become an old monster that's even more terrifying than those old monsters. Zhao Hai laughed, then he patted Zhou Feng's shoulder. Then the two laughed as they flew forward. The two brothers already had their own goals. After leaving the sect for more than 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the White Jade platform. The White Jade platform was actually a mountain, a huge mountain made of white jade. This mountain didn't look very high and its summit was very flat. Moreover, it looked somewhat square. Because of this, people called it the White Jade platform. The White Jade platform wasn't very close to the Buyuan sect, and its location was also very strange. It was between the forces of the Devil Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance. In the past, no one had paid attention to this mountain. This was because white jade wasn't a special material for cultivators. Therefore, this White Jade mountain had always been preserved. Moreover, whether it was the Demonic Tao Alliance or the Evil Cultivator Alliance, they would always choose this place to hold a major competition. This place had become a natural arena for them to compete in. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng looked at the White Jade platform. There were also some teleportation realm cultivators around the platform. The various sects didn't send any elders to follow them. Zhao Hai and the others came by themselves. The same was true for the other sections. Naturally, the sects didn't send their elders here. This didn't mean that there was no order here. On the contrary, there was a lot of order here. There were even special referees here. And all the referees were from the Long family. This was done in order to show fairness. As soon as Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng arrived at the White Jade platform, two cultivators wearing black robes with a dragon embroidered on them flew in front of the two. The cultivator bowed to Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng and said, Are you two senior brothers Zhao Ling and Zhou Feng from the Buyuan sect? Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded at the same time. The cultivator took out 2 jade tokens and gave them to Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng, 2 senior brothers. This is your number token. We've arranged a place 50 li east of the White Jade platform. You can go there and use the token to get a room. At the same time, this number token will be used to draw lots during the competition. Please keep it well. When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng heard this, they nodded and kept the number token. The cultivator from the Long family then cupped his fists to the two and left. Zhao Hai looked at the departing back of the cultivator and smiled. This Long family isn't bad. They actually arranged things so meticulously. Brother Zhou, how about it? Do you want to go there and take a look or stay here and take a look? Zhou Feng glanced at the surroundings. What's there to see here? Let's go and take a look at their camp. I want to see who the people from the Lifefire Palace are. It has been a long time since I saw Bear die. I wonder how he is doing. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng looked at the small town below them. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. They didn't think that the Long clan would be so generous. The camp they were talking about was actually a newly built town. That's right, it was newly built. Moreover, it was built using magic. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng could clearly feel it. It's just that they didn't think that the Long clan would do this. Zhou Feng bitterly smiled, as expected of the Long clan, their generosity is truly great. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Only Zhou Feng and Zhou Feng landed in the small town. Just as they landed, a cultivator wearing the robes of the Long clan came over. This person was actually a teleportation realm cultivator. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng and said, "Greetings to the two senior brothers. Please show me your number plates." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded. They took out their number plates and handed it over to the cultivator. The cultivator took a look at the number plates and cupped his fists towards the two senior brothers. "Do you want to stay in a small courtyard or do you want to stay in two separate courtyards?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and said, "Just find us a small courtyard." "Oh right, do you know if the people from the Lifefire Palace have arrived? Where are they staying?" As soon as the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Senior brothers, please follow me. The cultivators from the Lifefire Palace have already arrived. I'll show you the way in a while." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded and followed the cultivator inside. Before long, the cultivator led Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng to a small courtyard. There were no other courtyards within 10 meters of this courtyard. The other courtyards were also similar to this one. Zhao Hai saw this and knew that the Long clan had specially arranged this. Every cultivator had their own secrets. They always hoped that their residences would be relatively independent. Additionally, the people who came here this time were all devil cultivators and evil cultivators. They weren't kind people. Some cultivators were even bloodthirsty. Moreover, there were many grudges between the various sections. If their residences were too close to each other, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng entered the small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't very big. There was a main room with two side rooms on both sides. In the middle of the courtyard, there were stone tables and chairs. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to the cultivator from the Long clan and said, "If we want to stay in separate courtyards, would we be able to get a house like this?" The cultivator from the Long clan smiled and said, "No, if the two of you want to stay in separate courtyards, then a wall would appear in the middle of the courtyard, turning the two courtyards into two separate courtyards." Upon hearing the Long family's cultivator, Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng couldn't help but stare. Their eyes flashed with a strange light as they looked at the cultivator and said, "Is this possible?" The cultivator smiled and said, "There's no other way. If we give every cultivator a courtyard like this, we wouldn't be able to handle it." These words caused Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng to laugh. The two of them carefully looked at the courtyard. The main room wasn't for people to live in. There was a living room and a dining room. There were no other places. On the opposite side of the courtyard, the design was very good. There was a small living room as well as a quiet room for rest. After looking at their respective rooms, Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng came out of their rooms. The cultivator from the Long clan had been waiting for the two of them. When he saw the two of them come out, he immediately said, "Senior brothers, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng nodded. Although the courtyard wasn't very big, it was still a temporary place for the two of them to rest. For the Long clan to be able to do this was already very good. That cultivator nodded when he saw the two of them nodding. Only then did he speak to the two of them, "Senior brothers, are you two going to pay a visit to your senior brothers in the Lifefire Palace? Please come with me." The two of them nodded and followed the cultivator out. That cultivator led the two of them through several bends before they arrived at a small courtyard. He then spoke to the two, "This is the residence of the Lifefire Palace's cultivators. I will be taking my leave now." Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng clasped their fists and expressed their thanks. After that, the cultivator turned and left. The two of them stood in front of the courtyard. Zhou Feng didn't stand on ceremony and directly called out, "The senior brother from the Lifefire Palace is here." Zhou Feng and Zhao Ling are here to pay their respects. Ha ha ha, fatty, little Ling, it's really the two of you. I didn't expect that the two of you would actually come. As these words were spoken, a burly man with a long beard walked out from the courtyard. When Zhou Feng saw the burly man, he couldn't help but smile. Beard, it's you. I didn't expect that the one who came this time would be you. How interesting. Ah, there's also Senior Brother Lei. Greetings, Senior Brother Lei. Behind Gong Bushi, there was another cultivator. This cultivator looked very cultured and refined. When he wore a fiery red robe, he gave off a scholarly aura. No matter who wore this red robe, they wouldn't appear weak. Who would have thought that when he wore it, he would actually exude such an aura? This was truly shocking. While Zhao Hai was sizing up the person, Zhou Feng opened his mouth and said, Junior Brother Zhou, long time no see. I didn't think that Junior Brother Zhou would be so handsome after restoring your true body. This senior brother is envious of you. Zhou Feng smiled and said, Junior Brother Zhou, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect Junior Brother Zhou to be so handsome after restoring your true body. This Senior Brother Lei was very polite and refined. If this was said by someone else, it would feel fake. But when it came from his mouth, it felt very natural. It was as if he was born to speak like this. Zhou Feng was already accustomed to this. Zhou Feng was obviously used to him speaking like this. He laughed and said, Senior Brother Lei is too polite. At least you are better than some guy with a face full of beard. Come, Xiao Ling, let me introduce you. This is Senior Brother Lei Shen. Senior Brother Lei, this is the rising star of our Buyan sect. Zhao Ling Zhao Hai turned to Lei Shen and said, Greetings Senior Brother Lei. Zhao Ling pays her respects. Lei Shen looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, Junior Brother Zhao is too polite. I've long heard of Junior Brother's peerless dual blades. It's truly an honor to be able to meet you today. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, It's just a small name. How could I dare to taint Senior Brother's eyes? Senior Brother is too polite. Don't be jealous. Fatty, you said that you're more handsome than me. If I shave, I'll be much more handsome than you. I just want to make myself look more manly. That's why I'm growing a beard. Is a man's manliness because he has a beard? Humph, I think you're afraid of scaring people because you don't look good. That's why you're growing a beard. When Zhao Hai and Lei Shen heard Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng's words, they also laughed. Lei Shen smiled and said, Junior brothers, don't quarrel. It's a blessing to meet you today. How about we go in and have a few drinks? Naturally, Zhou Feng and Gong Bushi didn't have any objections. The two nodded and the four entered Lei Shen and Gong Bushi's courtyard. Their courtyard was almost the same as the one that Zhao Hai and the others were living in. Because of this, the group directly entered the courtyard and sat down in the living room. As soon as the group sat down, Lei Shen said, Junior Brother Zhao, Junior Brother Zhou, I'm really sorry. Although I brought 2 jugs of wine, I don't have any dishes. I'm really sorry. Upon hearing Lei Shen's words, Gong Bushi immediately laughed and said, Senior brother, don't worry. It's fine if you didn't bring anything, but the two of them definitely did. Not only did they bring food, they also brought wine. Xiao Ling, hurry up and take it out. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand, taking out 2 jugs of wine and several dishes. These dishes were already prepared and were still warm when they were taken out. Upon seeing these things, Zhou Feng and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this well prepared. He even brought hot dishes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Everyone, come and have a taste. These are the dishes that I bought before. They've been stored in my space equipment. Everyone, have a taste. Naturally, these dishes couldn't have been stored in the space for a long time. However, space equipment generally had a time restriction. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai said that these dishes were stored in the space, Lei Shen and the others wouldn't doubt it. Lei Shen looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would store these things inside the space. One must know that cultivators generally wouldn't store these things inside their space, unless they were very gluttonous. Gong Bushi didn't care about this. He laughed and said, To be honest, these things aren't much. What I want the most is the stew that you made last time. The taste was really enticing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and took out a jug with a lid. Zhao Hai placed the jug on the table and smiled. The stew that I made last time wasn't very good, so I had someone make a new one. This one is much better than the previous one. It takes longer to stew, and it also uses more ingredients. After he said that, Zhao Hai opened the lid of the jug. A strong fragrance wafted out. This fragrance was so strong that one couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Not to mention Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng, even Lei Shen, who thought that he had a steady mind, couldn't help but feel that this fragrance was unbearable. Zhao Hai looked at the three and couldn't help but smile. Then he took out 4 chopsticks, 4 jade bowls, 4 jade cups, and 4 small spoons. After Zhao Hai arranged these things, the other 3 recovered. They looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhou Feng said, "Brother, when did you make these? Weren't you in seclusion before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You were in seclusion for a while. At that time, I came out of seclusion, and then I went back into seclusion again." Ha ha ha. This is good stuff. Come, try it. Zhou Feng didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. He grabbed his chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his mouth. When Gong Bushi saw that Zhou Feng's yen had moved, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Both of them chewed the meat in their mouths with shining eyes, and at the same time, stared at the jar covetously. At this time, Lei Shen picked up the spoon and drank a mouthful of soup. When the soup entered his mouth, Lei Shen immediately closed his eyes and closed his mouth. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Good, it's delicious. I've never eaten anything as delicious as this. It's really good. Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng didn't have time to talk to Lei Shen. They just kept stuffing their mouths with food until they couldn't fill it anymore. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He poured a cup of wine for each of them. Then he raised his cup and said, "Come, let's have a toast. It's fate to meet Brother Lei here. Let's have a toast to our meeting today." Lei Shen was quite calm. Lei Shen's mental fortitude was very good. He didn't act like Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng. Instead, he raised his glass and looked at Zhao Hai as he smiled and said, "Good, junior brother Zhao's words are very good. It's fate that brought us together today. Cheers." At this time, Zhou Feng and Gong Bushi also raised their glasses as the group drank their wine. After that, the atmosphere on the table became even better. Although this was the first time that Zhao Hai and Lei Shen met, he discovered that Lei Shen wasn't a hypocrite. On the contrary, Lei Shen had a scholarly aura. He could be considered a rare good person. Because of this, they drank even more happily. After drinking 4 jugs of wine and eating all the dishes, they finally stopped. After cleaning up, Lei Shen took out a jade teapot. This jade teapot was filled with tea, and it was a very good tea. Lei Shen actually liked to drink tea. He would always carry a few pots of good tea with him. No matter where he went, as long as he was alone, he would drink a cup of tea to relax himself. After drinking a cup of tea, Lei Shen turned to Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng and said, Junior brother Zhao, what do you think about this competition? Are you confident?" Zhou Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, "I'm not confident. I can only take one step at a time. However, I believe that little Ling will be able to get a spot. I'm confident in him." Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, Lei Shen was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Feng to be so confident in Zhao Hai. Before he could say anything, Gong Bushi said, "I'm confident in little Ling as well. With his strength, it should be easy for him to get a spot. However, little Ling, you still have to be careful of those evil cultivators. Those guys aren't easy to deal with." Gong Bushi's words made Lei Shen even more stunned. He glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Actually, getting a spot isn't necessarily a good thing. The Void Realm is too dangerous. Every time we send cultivators to the Void Realm, only a few of them come back alive. Although their strength would increase greatly and they would even bring back all kinds of treasures, it's still too dangerous. The casualty rate is almost 99%, which is still too high." Zhou Feng said in a deep voice, "It's because everyone's hearts aren't united. Look at the Long family. Every time they go out, at least half of them come back alive. But as for us, as soon as we go out, we fight for ourselves. Naturally, very few of us come back alive. But I believe in little Ling. He'll definitely come back alive. Lei Shen looked at Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng with a puzzled expression. These two seem to have a lot of confidence in Zhao Hai. It seems like no matter what Zhao Hai does, they wouldn't be surprised. Lei Shen couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai. Although Lei Shen didn't know much about Zhao Hai, he understood Gong Bushi and Zhou Feng. He knew that the two weren't the type to talk nonsense. Now that they said this, it meant that they had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. In other words, Zhao Hai was very strong. This made Lei Shen have no choice but to pay more attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he just smiled faintly and said, "If you want to talk about confidence, then I also have it. My dream is to see a wider world one day. Therefore, before I achieve this dream, I will take care of my own life. I won't be polite to anyone who wants to take my life." Zhou Feng chuckled and said, "Kid, you always have a smile on your face, but when you make a move, you're more ruthless than anyone else. I really admire you." "Right, Bear Dai, how many of the brothers that came with us are here this time?" Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Haha." When Gong Bushi heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "If you didn't mention it, then I wouldn't have thought about it. There were quite a few brothers who came with me last time. They even contacted me and wanted to know if the Nanyan sect sent you. Now that they know, they must be very happy." Gong Bushi's eyes lit up as he said, "You're right. I'm sure they're happy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I was just about to look for them to have a drink. Let's find a time to get together." Gong Bushi nodded and said, "All right, if they hear that you're here, then they'll certainly look for you. You just need to make some preparations." "Right, there's a tavern in town, we can go there and have a gathering. There are quite a lot of people there." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's have everyone meet in advance and let them know. When the time comes, don't fight to the death. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. With our current status, we don't need to worry about the sect's punishment. Maybe the sect doesn't want us to fight too hard." Gong Bushi nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. That's exactly what our sect master meant. Compared to a chance to enter the void realm, our lives are more important." Zhao Hai nodded and suddenly smiled. These fellows really can't help but talk about them. They came right after I mentioned them. As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, someone knocked on the door of Gong Bushi's courtyard. Gong Bushi laughed heartily and said, "Don't be so courteous. Come in yourselves." Following his words, the courtyard door was pushed open and a group of people walked in. As soon as these people came in, they immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, senior brother." Zhao Hai returned the greeting and said, "I didn't expect that you would come right after I mentioned you to Big Brother Gong. Alright, I still owe you a drink. This courtyard is too small, so it just so happens that I brought a lot of people with me. Let's go outside and have a good drink." When these people heard Zhao Hai's words, they all laughed. Qiu Wushuang cupped his fists and said, "We've been waiting for senior brother to drink with us for a long time. We're also prepared to drink with you today." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You want to drink with me? Even if you want to turn the water of the endless sea into wine, you can't. Let's go and have a drink." Then he flew out of the courtyard, followed by the others. Zhou Feng and Gong Bushi also followed. From time to time, some people would greet Zhou Feng. On the other hand, Lei Shen was dumbfounded. He didn't think that these people would have such a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Moreover, looking at their appearance, he knew that they were following Zhao Hai's lead. It seems like they were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. This was something that Lei Shen didn't expect. These people weren't just from the Demon Dao Alliance. For example, Qiu Wushuang was a core disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. He was a pure member of the Righteous Dao Alliance. People like him wouldn't have a good expression when they see him. But now, Qiu Wushuang was looking at Zhao Hai with worship in his eyes. There was even a trace of madness in his eyes. This was something that Lei Shen didn't expect. Lei Shen was sure that most of these people wouldn't look at their sect masters with such eyes. But now, they were looking at Zhao Hai with such eyes. This made him even more surprised. He didn't know how Zhao Hai did it. He knew that these people entered the floating island together and came out together. He also knew from Gong Bushi that these people were able to come out alive thanks to Zhao Hai. However, he always thought that Gong Bushi was exaggerating, so he didn't take it to heart. But now, after seeing these people, Lei Shen suddenly believed Gong Bushi's words. Lei Shen didn't think too much about it. He immediately followed these people and flew out of the town. When they flew over the town, cultivators would join them from time to time. When these cultivators joined the group, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai and respectfully called Zhao Hai senior brother. Zhao wasn't polite and chatted with each of them. He could clearly call out each person's name, and he could clearly see how much each person's strength had improved. He also knew what kind of injuries each person had suffered in the past. He asked each person these questions with concern, making them feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lei Shen looked at Zhao Hai's smiling face. He suddenly had a creepy feeling. He felt that Zhao Hai was too terrifying. He was like a pool of clear water. You can see the bottom with a single glance. But in fact, you can only see the surface. What you see is what he wants you to see. What he doesn't want you to see, you can't see it at all. This kind of person was too scary. The scary thing about him was that you could never see through him. A person you didn't understand and couldn't see through was the scariest because you didn't know if he was sincere or just pretending to be loyal to you. Before long, the group arrived outside the town. They arrived at a barren mountain and cleaned up. Then they took out the things they prepared. Everyone prepared some wine and some snacks. Of course, these things weren't hot, but there were still a lot of things. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "You guys brought a lot of things. But with so many people, it's a bit troublesome. Let's do this. Last time, when we were in Sky Island, we made wine jar stew. Everyone liked it. Today, we'll make a mess of it. Everything that can be stewed, we'll put it into a pot and then eat around the pot. What do you think? What do you think?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. But then Gong Bushi frowned and said, "But Zhao Hai, this way, we won't be able to get such a big pot. Moreover, there's a fire in the pot. We can eat here and roast our food. How comfortable would that be?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Give me a few minutes." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large piece of brass appeared in his hand. This piece of brass wasn't ordinary, it was a top-grade material for refining artifacts, yellow jade copper. Copper's spiritual properties were very good. If you use it to refine artifacts, it would definitely increase the attack power of your artifacts. However, this wasn't a very good material. Although its effects were very good, its production was also very high. Because of this, it wasn't very important. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Last time, we didn't have any materials in Sky Island, so we suffered a lot. So this time, I learned to be smart and brought some refining materials with me. Haha, this yellow jade copper isn't small, right? It can be used to make a pot." Zhou Feng and the others looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai sent a few seals into the yellow jade copper. The yellow jade copper was constantly changing its shape. After some time, the yellow jade copper slowly changed its shape. In the end, it turned into a large copper hot pot used by northern China. The center was used to add charcoal while the sides were used to cook mutton. However, this pot was bigger than any other hot pot on earth. Even if 200 people were to surround it, it wouldn't feel crowded. However, this was the first time Zhou Feng and the others saw this thing. They looked at the pot in confusion, they didn't know what it was used for. Zhao Hai took out a piece of jade essence and threw it into the center of the pot where the charcoal was added. He had already installed a fire element formation there. As long as the jade essence was added, it would provide heat to the pot without leaving any ash. Then Zhao Hai took out some good wine and poured it into the pot. After that, he lit the fire. Then he threw in some meat snacks that everyone brought. Before long, the pot was boiling. A strong fragrance entered everyone's nostrils. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and laughed, "Come, don't be polite. Most of the things you brought are cooked. You can eat it after cooking. Everyone has a jar of wine. You can get whatever you want to eat from the pot." Everyone immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone cheered. Then they waved their hands and took out a tool. Some of them took out a tree nearby and took out 2 long wooden roots. It looked like a pair of long chopsticks. Some people waved their hands and broke a piece of stone to make a huge stone spoon. Then, they began to eat the food in the pot. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Hai raised his jug and said, "Brothers, back in Sky Island, I said that I wanted to treat everyone to a drink. Unfortunately, things were too rushed back then. Because of some unforeseen circumstances, I wasn't able to fulfill my wish. Now that we're together again, although we're still missing some brothers, it's not easy for us to be together like this. Come, let's drink to today's reunion." Everyone raised their wine jars and loudly said, "Cheers." After saying that, they all raised their wine jars and gulped it down like whales. That soaring heroic spirit made even a cultured person like Lei Shen unable to help but imitate them and gulp down the wine. In the blink of an eye, a jar of wine was emptied. Everyone threw their jars aside and then laughed. Lei Shen had never tried drinking like this before. In his opinion, wine should be drunk slowly, using a jade cup. If good wine was drunk like this, then it would be tasteless. Even the best wine would be wasted. But now, he felt that drinking like this was too much. It was too satisfying. It was a feeling he didn't even dare to imagine before. It was as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Waves of hot air spurted out from his pores. He couldn't help but shout, "Awesome!" But what Lei Shen didn't expect was that the others also shouted, "Awesome!" Then everyone heard the shouts of the others. They stared for a moment before they burst into laughter. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Prepare the wine. I'm very happy to be able to gather with my brothers today. Let's drink to our heart's content. Quickly, prepare the wine." Everyone laughed as they took out wine from their space. It was clear that they were prepared this time. Each of them had brought a lot of wine. Zhao Hai's actions naturally alarmed the cultivators from the other sects in the town. They all ran out of the town and looked around Zhao Hai's group. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai and the others were doing. But what they saw left them dumbfounded. They had never seen so many people drinking around a big pot. This scene was too strange. Zhao Hai naturally knew that there were countless eyes watching them. But he didn't care at all. He still held up his wine jug and drank with everyone. At this time, the power of the hot pot was also displayed. The longer the hot pot was cooked, the more delicious it would be. The longer the soup was cooked, the better it would taste. Everyone was eating without stopping. They had already forgotten about everything else. Everyone drank from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn. They drank until noon the next day before they dispersed. However, the hot pot was kept by Zhao Hai. He didn't even throw away the soup. Zhao Hai's group became famous in this place. Even the Long family didn't think that this would happen. The other sects that didn't participate in this small group were secretly thinking about the impact of this matter. They had to think about it carefully. This was because Zhao Hai's group didn't only have devil cultivators and evil cultivators, there were also a lot of righteous cultivators. The competition this time had nothing to do with righteous cultivators. But these righteous cultivators actually came here and drank with Zhao Hai's group. This made the others mutter. Zhao Hai didn't take this matter seriously. Although Qiu Wuxuan and the others didn't participate in the competition, the devil cultivators and evil cultivators couldn't say anything. After all, the competition this time was very big. It was impossible for the Righteous Tao Alliance to not know about it. Therefore, even if the Righteous Tao Alliance sent people to take a look, it didn't matter. Zhao Hai was very open-minded, but it didn't mean that others would be as open-minded. The other devil cultivators and evil cultivators who weren't part of Zhao Hai's group were very dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's approach. However, they also discovered that Zhao Hai's group wasn't weak. If they dared to provoke Zhao Hai, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, although these people were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai, they didn't dare to express it. In the next few days, Zhao Hai's group would still gather from time to time. Zhao Hai also told everyone in the group that the competition was just a competition. If they met each other, they couldn't fight to the death. That was absolutely unacceptable. Everyone didn't object. Not to mention that they had experienced life and death together. At their level of cultivation, their lives were counted in yuan. They weren't stupid enough to risk their lives for an opportunity to explore the void realm. The stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. They were now beginning to be afraid of death. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't object, Zhao Hai was relieved. He was really afraid that these people would really fight to the death. If that happened, there would be some unpleasantness when they meet in the future. Zhao Hai was also prepared to use these people to lay the foundation for his future. It should be known that the people in this group were the core disciples of various sections. They had considerable influence in their respective sections. When these forces joined forces, it would be very amazing. What Zhao Hai wanted to do these days was to unite these people. He chatted with them one by one, and at the same time, told them the pros and cons. He wanted them to understand that only by joining forces could they become a force that no one would dare to underestimate. Each of them could even use this force to fight for a higher status and more benefits in their own sections. These people weren't fools. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. To be honest, they really didn't think of doing this before, but after hearing what Zhao Hai said, they felt that it was indeed feasible. Among these people, some of them had some conflicts in the past, but after more than a month of fighting on the floating island, their previous unpleasantness completely disappeared. The kind of comrade in arms that went through life and death together was not something ordinary feelings could compare with. Soon, under Zhao Hai's persuasion, a small alliance took shape. This alliance was still very weak and even very loose, but when this alliance was really formed, the influence it would bring would be absolutely amazing. Just 5 days after Zhao Hai and the others arrived in the town, all the sects participating in the competition arrived. Under the Long family's arrangement, everyone came to the White Jade platform. In addition to the devil cultivators and evil cultivators who came to participate in the competition, there were also a lot of righteous cultivators. They didn't cause any trouble and just quietly watched from the side. The devil cultivators and evil cultivators couldn't drive him away. In the eyes of the devil cultivators and evil cultivators, driving them away would make them look guilty, as if they were afraid of the righteous Tao alliance. In fact, not only did they not do that, they also made a request for the righteous Tao alliance to arrange a place for the righteous Tao alliance's cultivators so that they could comfortably watch the competition. After another 3 days of preparation, the Long family informed Zhao Hai and the others that 2 days later, the competition would officially begin. Everyone had to be prepared. On the day of the competition, they would be divided into groups and eliminated in one round. All the opponents would be determined by drawing lots. It was very likely that you would draw your life and death enemy, but at the same time, it was also very likely that you would draw your best friend, your fellow disciples. Anyway, everything depended on the arrangement of the heavens. 2 days passed quickly. On the day of the competition, Zhao Hai and the others came to the White Jade platform. The Long family's people had already arrived and were maintaining order. After everyone arrived, a person appeared on the White Jade platform. This person had gray hair, but it was very clean. He was wearing a black cultivator's robe with a golden dragon hovering above it, looking very gorgeous. The most important thing was this person's strength. His strength had definitely reached the spirit condensation realm, and was even at the high level of the spirit condensation realm. He was only a step away from the void-piercing realm. After this person got on the platform, he looked around and said, "This old man is Long Dingtian, the main judge of this competition. I hope that you will respect the rules and not cause trouble." Many people didn't know Long Dingtian's true identity, but after seeing his strength, they didn't dare to say anything. Long Dingtian was a true spirit condensation realm expert. If they dared to cause trouble, it would be no different than courting death. Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian in a daze. He didn't think that Long Dingtian would be the judge of this competition. It seems like the Long family attached great importance to this competition. Long Dingtian glanced at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's appearance had changed, he already knew Zhao Hai's identity. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for him to recognize Zhao Hai. However, Long Dingtian pretended that he didn't know Zhao Hai. He looked around and said, "Let's begin the drawing of lots." Then he waved his hand. 2 people from the Long family carried a huge lot bottle onto the platform and placed it in front of Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian pointed at the lot bottle and said, "This lot bottle is engraved with a forbidden formation. No one can use their spiritual force to scan the lot bottle. This time's drawing of lots is absolutely fair. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come up and check the lot bottle. After he finished speaking, he looked around. None of the cultivators who came to participate in the competition moved. They were all cultivators in the teleportation realm. Their spiritual power was not weak. They could tell whether Long Ding Tian was telling the truth or not with just a scan of their spiritual power. Moreover, they believed that Long Ding Tian wouldn't lie about this matter because there was no need for that. The Long family had some relations with all the sections. But at the same time, this also meant that they didn't have any relations with any sections. They didn't want to offend another sect for the sake of one sect. That wouldn't benefit the Long family at all. Therefore, no one went up to test the lot bottle. Seeing that no one was testing the lot bottle, Long Ding Tian said, "This old man thanks everyone for their trust. If no one wants to test the lot bottle, then this old man won't be polite. Let's begin the drawing of lots." After saying that, Long Ding Tian reached his hand into the lot bottle and pulled out 2 lots. He then said in a deep voice, "Number 17 against number 90. Please get ready." As soon as his voice fell, 2 figures appeared on the white jade platform, facing each other with a distance of 100 meters. The white jade platform was very large, about 50,000 meters long and 10,000 meters wide. Such a huge stone platform was naturally very suitable for cultivators in the teleportation realm to fight. Because the place was big enough, they could do whatever they wanted. Long Ding Tian looked at the 2 of them and said, "Remember, you can use any means to attack each other. If one of you loses the ability to fight or surrenders, you win. You can fly, but you can't fly more than 1,000 meters. You can move on the white jade stage, but you can't leave the white jade stage. If you leave the white jade stage, you will automatically surrender. Do you understand?" "Understood?" The 2 cultivators said in unison, "Understood." Long Ding Tian nodded and said, "All right, let the competition begin." After he finished speaking, his figure moved, and he disappeared from the white jade platform. No one saw how he left the platform, but this move shocked everyone. The 2 people on the stage looked at each other. They didn't say their names because there was no need to. After looking at each other, one of them slowly took out a sword. The sword was completely black, but the blade was blood red. The entire sword looked like a ghost with blood red eyes. Ghost Sword Sect Cultivator. This person was an evil cultivator. Moreover, he was from a large evil sect, the Ghost Sword Sect. The Ghost Sword Sect was a large sect among evil cultivators. Almost all of their swords had a black body. The red blade was very easy to recognize. It was rumored that they were in cahoots with ghost cultivators, but there was no evidence. So even now, there was no proof. When his opponent saw the signature weapon of the Ghost Sword Sect, the Blood Demon Sword, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he waved his hand and took out his own weapon. His weapon was also very special. It was actually a frost flower saw. The frost flower saw, also known as the Blue Dragon Crescent Blade, was a classic heavy weapon. In the true spirit world, only body cultivators would use such heavy weapons. This was because ordinary cultivators wouldn't use such heavy weapons, it was too wasteful of spiritual energy. In the entire true spirit world, body cultivators weren't the only body cultivator sect. There were many body cultivator sects in the true spirit world, and the Onion sect was only one of the most famous. Among all the body cultivator sects, the one that liked to use the frost flower saw the most was the Martial God Hall. Legend has it that their founding master was invincible in the world with one blade. He was respectfully called the Martial God. However, this was only a legend. The Martial God Hall might have been very famous in the past, but that was a long time ago. The current Martial God Palm was only a mid-level devil cultivator sect. However, no one dared to deny that the Martial God Hall's history was much longer than most of the sects in the true spirit world. Even when the Long family was still ruling the true spirit world, the Martial God Hall existed. At that time, they were already an independent sect in the true spirit world. One could imagine how long this sect had existed. Generally speaking, sects like this were generally born in the Righteous Tao Alliance. However, this Martial God Hall was a Devil Path sect. According to legend, they used to be a Righteous Tao sect a long time ago. But later on, the martial god hall experienced several changes. Their highest cultivation method, the martial god technique, was lost. Because of this, the martial god hall slowly declined. Later on, a genius cultivator appeared in the martial god hall. He actually used the blood of magic beasts to refine his body. This made his body extremely powerful, and at the same time, his body's defensive capabilities became as strong as magic beasts. This allowed the martial god hall to slowly recover. Although they were only a mid-level sect, it was known that the martial god hall was on the verge of disbanding. They weren't even as strong as the weakest sections. Being able to recover to their current state was already very good. However, it was precisely because this cultivation method was too bloody and evil that the martial god hall was classified as a devil path sect. To be honest, the martial god hall was somewhat similar to the martial god hall. They were classified as devil path sects because of their cultivation methods, not because they were evil themselves. Although the martial god hall's cultivation method was lost, their sect's saber technique was preserved. It can be said that in the entire true spirit world, there was no sect that could use the frost jade saw better than the martial god hall. The martial god's palm's chainsaw also had a special feature. The chainsaw used by the martial god's palm was longer and heavier than the chainsaws of other sections. At the same time, the chainsaw wasn't engraved with an azure dragon, but a fierce tiger with its mouth open. Because of these characteristics, when the person on stage revealed his frost jade saw, everyone immediately knew that he was a member of the martial god hall. When the evil cultivator from the ghost sword sect saw that he was actually a member of the martial god hall, he couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. In his opinion, an old sect like the martial god hall shouldn't exist anymore. Moreover, there was nothing to be afraid of. The ghost sword sect's cultivator shook the blood demon sword in his hand and pointed it at the martial god hall cultivator. He said, "I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. If you admit defeat, I'll spare your life." When the martial god hall cultivator heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "Do it." Then he didn't say anything else. The ghost sword sect's cultivator looked at the martial god hall cultivator and couldn't help but sneer. With a move of his hand, the blood demon sword in his hand seemed to come alive as it attacked the martial god hall cultivator. Zhao Hai thought that the ghost sword sect's cultivator would use a flying sword or sword chi to attack. However, he was wrong. The ghost sword sect's cultivator didn't use a flying sword or sword chi. Instead, his body moved along with the sword as he rushed towards the martial god hall cultivator. The cultivator from the martial god hall looked at the cultivator from the ghost sword sect with a nervous expression. Many cultivators shook their heads when they saw his expression. It was impossible for him to win against the cultivator from the ghost sword sect. There was no need for this battle to continue. However, Zhao Hai saw something different. Although the martial god hall cultivator looked nervous, his eyes were very calm, even a bit cold. However, there was also confidence in this coldness. It can be said that he wasn't as nervous as he appeared to be. The reason why he acted like this was to make others think that he was nervous, that he wouldn't be able to use his full strength. This way, he would be able to win more easily. Seeing this, the corner of Zhao's mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that I would meet such a person here. Too interesting. Zhou Feng was sitting next to Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. He asked, "Brother, what are you talking about? What's interesting? Are you talking about the ghost sword sect cultivator? His swordsmanship is really good." The reason why Zhou Feng said this was because the ghost sword sect cultivator was already fighting with the martial god hall cultivator. The blood demon sword seemed to have come to life in the hands of the ghost sword sect cultivator. A black sword shadow mixed with blood red surrounded the martial god hall cultivator. It seemed like the martial god hall cultivator could die on the spot at any time. The cultivator from the martial god hall also seemed to be in a difficult situation. The elegant frost saw in his hand was too heavy. When used to attack, it could bring a lot of pressure, but when used to defend, it was somewhat insufficient. Therefore, he seemed to be in dire straits and was very unbearable. However, Zhao Hai could see that although the martial god hall cultivator's expression was very nervous, his eyes were still very calm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly praise him. This person was definitely a natural actor. Moreover, he was a movie emperor. The two had fought for more than 40 rounds. The Ghost Sword Sect cultivator had completely gained the upper hand. He kept attacking, as if he didn't know how to do anything else. On the other hand, the cultivator from the martial god hall was constantly on the defensive. In everyone's opinion, it was only a matter of time before the cultivator from the martial god hall lost this match. However, Zhao Hai noticed that the martial god hall cultivator's eyes showed a trace of joy. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and mutter, "The outcome will be decided in 3 moves." Zhou Feng couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard this. Then he looked at the battle and shook his head. Impossible. The Ghost Sword Sect cultivator can't defeat the martial god hall cultivator in 3 moves. The martial god hall cultivator's defense is. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped and stared dumbfoundedly at the battle. He wasn't the only one. Everyone watching the match was dumbfounded by what was happening on the stage. The martial god hall cultivator was forced into a corner by the Ghost Sword Sect cultivator. It was as if he had given up on the match. He curled up into a ball and thrust his saber forward as if he could use it to protect himself. This action couldn't be considered a martial technique. It could only be described as a natural reaction of the human body. However, this casual swing of his saber managed to pierce through the layers of sword barriers set up by the cultivator from the Ghost Sword Sect and land on the cultivator's chest. The Ghost Sword Sect cultivator had been attacking the entire time, so he didn't have any defense. When the saber hit his chest, he felt his chest tighten and couldn't breathe. He directly fainted on the stage. This dramatic change left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the martial god hall cultivator in disbelief. At this time, the martial god hall cultivator stood up in a daze and looked at the Ghost Sword Sect cultivator on the ground with a face full of disbelief. Then he couldn't help but become ecstatic. He raised his saber and roared towards the sky as if he was venting his depression from before. At this time, Long Ding Tian appeared on the stage and said, "The first battle is won by number 90. Number 90, go rest. Men, take number 17 away for treatment." Following his orders, the cultivator from the Battle God Hall excitedly cupped his fists at him and left. A cultivator from the Long clan went up and carried the cultivator from the Ghost Sword Sect away to treat his injuries. Zhou Feng looked at the martial god hall cultivator and didn't say anything for a while. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, you saw the problem from the beginning? You said that the interesting one wasn't the Ghost Sword Sect cultivator, but him, right?" Zhao Hai didn't deny it, he just smiled and nodded, "That's right, I'm talking about him. Haha, this guy is very interesting. He wasn't nervous from the beginning, he just pretended to be nervous, making people think that he's weak. In fact, if they really fought, the one who would lose would be the Ghost Sword Sect's disciple. But he didn't do that. I think he's preserving his strength so that people wouldn't know how strong he really is. This way, when he meets someone in the future, they would still underestimate him. This is very good for him." Zhou Feng looked at the martial god hall cultivator and couldn't help but mutter, "Is that guy really that smart?" In other words, his last strike wasn't a coincidence at all. He saw through the opponent's weakness and deliberately sent out that strike? He wants people to think that it was a coincidence, right? Zhao smiled and nodded. Yes, he wants people to think that the knife was just a coincidence. He wants people to think that his strength is not good enough. Only in this way can he take advantage of other people's underestimation of him and defeat them. This guy is a talent, and a genius actor, very amazing. Zhao smiled and nodded. Zhou Feng let out a long breath and said, "I didn't think that such a person would appear in the martial god hall. It seems like we underestimated the martial god hall. They're one of the oldest sects in the true spirit boundary. Sure enough, their foundation is unfathomable. They aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Actually, I've always been suspicious about the continent's oldest sections. Although their sects have gone through several calamities, to be honest, I don't think that those calamities were enough to hurt them. However, these sects actually weakened. This is strange. But later on, I discovered that those sects that didn't decline have all disappeared. It wasn't because they lost too many people during the war, but because of some matters, the continent's great sects joined forces to destroy them. In any case, they were destroyed. But those old sects that were weakened still existed. Although they look like ordinary sects now, I think that things aren't as simple as they seem. Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, I've always suspected that the continent's oldest sects were too weak. Although they looked like ordinary sects now, I think that things aren't as simple as they seem. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhou Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He quickly said, Little Ling, is what you said true? If that's the case, then it's too terrifying. In other words, those old sects were hiding their true strength. Is the power they displayed just for show? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, this is just my guess. It's not accurate, so don't tell anyone. So what if those old sects are hiding their strength? They can't rely on this strength to unify the entire true spirit boundary. When an enemy invades, they will still stand up and help. Isn't that enough? Moreover, do you think that I'm the only smart person in the true spirit boundary? If I can see it, then others can't? This matter isn't that simple. With your current status and strength, you simply aren't suitable to get involved in this mess. Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhou Feng was stunned once more. He never thought that the true spirit boundary that he had lived in since he was young would have such a huge secret. If Zhao Hai's guess was correct, then the true spirit boundary was far from being as simple as it seemed. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng's changing expression and knew that this matter might have a huge impact on him. However, he was only speculating. He couldn't frighten Zhou Feng just because of one possibility, so he quickly comforted Zhou Feng, okay, brother Zhou, don't take it to heart. It's just my guess, it's not accurate. However, he didn't expect Zhou Feng to murmur, damn, if this is the case, then won't I have to defeat a lot of old monsters if I want to become the #1 true spirit boundary? Difficult. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. At this time, 2 cultivators stood on top of the white jade platform. Seeing these 2 cultivators, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Zhou Feng. This was because he knew these 2 cultivators. These 2 cultivators weren't strangers, they were the 2 people from his small team. Moreover, the 2 of them had some conflicts before. Zhao Hai didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhou Feng. The reason why Zhao Hai was so nervous was because of the conflict between the 2 of them. After the matter of the floating island, the small conflicts in their group were no longer a big deal. And with Zhao Hai's mediation, it could be said that the conflict between the 2 of them had been completely resolved. The reason why Zhao Hai was nervous was because he was afraid that the 2 would be impulsive and fight. That would be troublesome. Zhao Hai was currently working hard to establish an alliance of the new generation of core disciples. If the 2 on the platform really fought, then the alliance would collapse. There would be no need to establish it. Therefore, Zhao Hai was nervous. The 2 on the white jade platform looked at each other. Then one of them smiled faintly and said, brother, we're already on the platform. Let's fight. The other person smiled and said, alright, let's fight. Otherwise, we'll be letting everyone down. Then he waved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. At the same time, the cultivator opposite him took out a 9-section whip. The cultivator with the 9-section whip smiled at the person opposite him. Brother, you and I had some conflicts before. However, since the boss has spoken, we can't say anything. Today's fight is considered to be over. However, you must remember the boss's words. The other person nodded and said, alright, I also have the same intention. After the 2 said that, they roared and started fighting. However, when he saw the 2 fighting, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. Although the 2 were fighting fiercely, Zhao Hai could see that the 2 had a bit of killing intent. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Zhao Hai turned to Zhou Feng and said, it seems like they still have a sense of propriety. I'm relieved. As long as our alliance is established, then we will have more say in our own sections. Zhou Feng nodded and said. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, to be honest, I didn't think that you would come up with such an idea. But to be honest, this idea is really good. Zhao Hai looked at Zhou Feng and smiled, what's wrong? Did you tell your family about this? How did they react? Zhou Feng smiled and said, happy? Of course, the family is very happy. They didn't think that we would suddenly form such an alliance. To be honest, although our alliance looks insignificant, you must know that we are all core disciples of various sections. Our alliance is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, the family also said that the sects that we belong to would be willing to see us form an alliance. For us, this is definitely a good thing. Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Of course, the family is very happy." Zhao Hai nodded. The current situation in the true spirit world was very complicated. On one hand, the Demon Dao Alliance wanted to unite with the Evil Cultivator Alliance to deal with the Righteous Dao Alliance. But to be honest, even if these two alliances worked together, they might not necessarily be able to deal with the Righteous Dao Alliance. Although it seems like the Demonic Alliance had made a compromise, Zhao Hai could see that this compromise had made the Demonic Alliance even more dissatisfied with the Demonic Cultivator Alliance. How long would this honeymoon period of the alliance last? At this point, nobody could say for sure. Time was the biggest problem between the Demon Dao Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance. If these two alliances wanted to deal with the Righteous Dao Alliance, they would need some time to prepare. It was impossible for them to attack the Righteous Dao Alliance today and attack the Righteous Dao Alliance tomorrow. The consequences of doing so were something that the Demon Dao Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance wouldn't be able to bear. However, as time passes, the Demon Dao Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance might have problems with each other. When the time comes, not to mention dealing with the Righteous Dao Alliance together, it would already be good if they didn't fight each other. Moreover, as time passes, the Righteous Dao Alliance would come to know about the alliance between the two alliances. When the time comes, the Righteous Dao Alliance would certainly make preparations. When the time comes, it would be hard to say if the alliance between the Demon Dao Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance would still be useful. In Zhao Hai's view, the alliance between the Evil Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Dao Alliance might not necessarily be successful. From the very beginning, there were many problems with the alliance. And these problems might drag the two alliances into the abyss. The competition was still going on. The two people on the stage fought for a while. After knowing each other's strength, the person using the long saber admitted defeat. The two people were really like what they said before, this time, they were only here for the competition. Regarding this matter, the Long family couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, the two alliances only had 30 spots, so it didn't matter who took it. Round after round of the competition, the majority of the participants were still standing. Several people from the same group as Zhao Hai also participated in the competition. However, they didn't meet anyone from the same group. Because of this, some of them were eliminated while others were promoted. After the 30th round of the competition, Long Dingtian appeared on the stage again and announced, Round 31, number 103 versus number 310. At this time, Zhao Hai also stood up. His number was 310. Then his figure moved and appeared on the white jade stage. Upon seeing Zhao Hai appear on the stage, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone already knew about Zhao Hai's group. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai was the one with the most authority in the group. Those who haven't seen Zhao Hai in action wanted to know how strong Zhao Hai was. As soon as Zhao Hai went on stage, a person immediately jumped onto the stage. This person was wearing a black cultivator's robe, embroidered with several beasts. However, these beasts looked very strange, as if they had been killed. Upon seeing this person's strange robe, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he said, "So it's a friend from the Beast Spirit sect. Zhao Hai greets you." The Beast Spirit sect was a special sect among the evil sections. They used beast souls as the foundation for their cultivation. They killed demon beasts and absorbed their soul force to cultivate. This method could be said to be very evil. Fortunately, they only absorbed the souls of demon beasts. However, the other sects in the true spirit world didn't have a good impression of him. The person from the spirit beast sect wore a hat that almost covered his entire face. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Less nonsense. Let's see what you're capable of." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's see what you can do." Upon hearing the hostility in the beast spirit sect's voice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "That's fine. Please." Then Zhao Hai placed his hands behind his back and looked at the beast spirit sect's cultivator. When the beast spirit sex cultivator saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he angrily shouted, "Take out your weapon." Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "I'll take it out when it's time. Let's fight." The beast spirit sex cultivator coldly snorted. Then his figure went down with his hands clenched into claws. He looked like a beast pouncing on its prey as he stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly. "Friend, don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm from the non-compliance sect. People from the non-compliance sect aren't weak even if they don't use weapons. If you don't use your weapon, then you'll suffer a great loss." The beast spirit sex cultivator coldly snorted and said, "People from the beast spirit sect are the same even if they don't use weapons. Prepare to die." Then his figure moved like a tiger as he pounced towards Zhao Hai. His two hands went straight for Zhao Hai. His left hand went for Zhao Hai's shoulder while his right hand went for Zhao Hai's neck. Zhao Hai looked at the beast spirit sex cultivator and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he faintly smiled. Just as the beast spirit sex cultivator was about to touch him, Zhao Hai fiercely sent out a punch. The punch was so fast that the cultivator from the beast spirit sect didn't even have time to react before he heard a loud boom. He felt his chest tighten as his body was sent flying back dozens of meters before he landed on the white jade platform with a thud, motionless. The audience was in an uproar. Some of them applauded while others were startled. Although they haven't fought with the people from the beast spirit sect, they have heard of their reputation. The beast spirit sect didn't just use the souls of demonic beasts to cultivate. Their beast form fist and their soul summoning banner were very powerful. There's no need to talk about the beast form fist. Once it's used, it's as if 100 tigers had appeared. The soul summoning banner was also a very famous weapon in the continent. This weapon contains the power of a soul attack, making it very difficult to deal with. Although the beast spirit sex cultivator didn't use the soul summoning banner and only used the beast form fist, the beast form fist wasn't that simple. In the true spiritual realm, which martial art was so famous, it wasn't that simple. However, Zhao Hai only used one move to defeat his opponent. Moreover, it was unknown whether the opponent was dead or alive. Such strength was truly frightening. At this time, Long Ding Tian stepped onto the white jade platform. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The match is over. Number 310 wins. Next up, number 205 versus number 79. At this time, Zhao Hai also came down from the white jade platform. Naturally, there were people from the Long clan who went up to the platform to treat the beast spirit sex cultivator. However, as soon as the Long clan's people went up, the beast spirit sex cultivator made a sound. Then he turned around and sat up. After looking around, he seemed to have understood something. Then he moved and left the white jade platform. Looking at his appearance, it seems like he wasn't injured at all. When everyone saw his performance, they immediately understood that this person was indeed not injured. He had just been knocked unconscious by Zhao, but had not suffered any injuries. But because of this, they were able to see Zhao's strength. With their level of strength, if two people of similar strength were to fight, killing the other person would be several times easier than knocking the other person out like Zhao. From this point of view, it was confirmed that Zhao's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. The battle was still going on. The single-round elimination system was very cruel. You only had one chance. If you missed this chance, you would lose the qualification to move forward. Zhao Hai's strength was now remembered by everyone. They had no choice but to remember it. Zhao Hai's strength was too strong. Defeating the enemy with a single punch was simply inconceivable to them. The day's competition quickly came to an end. Naturally, it was impossible to finish the first round of the competition on this day. There were more than 1,000 participants in the first round, which meant that more than 500 matches would be needed to complete the first round. The first day's competition was already very fast, but only 50 matches were completed. This meant that the first round would take more than 10 days to complete. On the third day of the first round, Zhou Feng also participated. He also successfully advanced. Gong Bushi and Lei Shen also successfully advanced. From this point, it can be seen that their strength was quite good. However, their advancement wasn't as easy as Zhao Hai's. The entire first round of the competition took a total of 13 days. On the 14th day, the second round of the competition began. Only about 500 people participated in the second round of the competition, and these 500 people were also eliminated in a single round. Zhao Hai's first round was even easier. He met a member of his small group. After that person went up on stage, he chatted with Zhao Hai for a while. The two of them casually exchanged a few blows. Then that person admitted defeat. That person was very clear that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. It was better for him to admit defeat early. In this round, Gong Bushi met a strong opponent. After a bitter battle, he paid the price of being injured and finally defeated his opponent. Zhou Feng and Lei Shen also successfully advanced. They can now proceed to the next round. However, Zhou Feng's victory was much more difficult this time. Zhou Feng was also injured. On the other hand, Lei Shen was much stronger than Zhao Hai imagined. Up until now, he wasn't injured. Moreover, he was able to deal with his opponents within 50 moves and successfully advanced. Now, Zhao Hai also knew about Lei Shen's attributes. Lei Shen was a cultivator with 5 attributes. Moreover, among his 5 attributes, one of them was a mutated attribute. That was the fire attribute. The Lifire Palace was originally a sect that used fire attribute cultivation arts. Also, Lei Shen's fire attribute was a mutated one. His fire attribute was known as the Thunder Fire attribute by others. The attack power of this type of fire attribute was even stronger. Round after round of the tournament went on. In the 4th round, Zhou Feng and Gong Bushi were eliminated. Zhao Hai and Lei Shen entered the 5th round. By the time the 5th round was over, there were only 60 participants left. These 60 people would fight for the last 30 spots. The last 30 matches would be the final battle. Before the final battle, the Long clan gave everyone 3 days off. This allowed these 60 people to have a good rest. Those who were injured could use these 3 days to treat their injuries. On the 2nd day of the holiday, Zhao Hai gathered everyone in the small group and ate a hot pot. I know that this is an opportunity for everyone, but I still hope that you don't fight with your lives on the line. Although I know that this victory might improve your status in the sect, I still want to say that even if you win, you might not be able to come back alive after going to the Void Realm. As long as you have these brothers, your status in the sect wouldn't be lowered. Of course, these are all empty words. Today, let's talk about something tangible. If a brother successfully enters the list of 30, then when he goes to the Void Realm in the future, he must do something for the other brothers. For those who didn't enter the list, you can write down your requests. Whether it's materials, pills, or cultivation methods, as long as the people on the list can do it, then you must do it for them. What do you think, brothers? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about something tangible today. If a brother successfully enters the list of 30, then when he goes to the Void Realm in the future, he must do something for the other brothers. For those who didn't enter the list, you can write down your requests. What do you think?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before a smile appeared on their faces. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they didn't know how much influence this alliance would have on their sects in the future. But if those who can enter the Void Realm really agreed to help those who can't, then it would definitely be a good thing for those who can't enter the Void Realm. Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Brother, don't you know that you'll bring a lot of trouble to yourself? To put it bluntly, even if all of us here are eliminated, you'll definitely be able to enter the Void Realm. By then, you'll have to ask each of us to do one thing. More than 100 things. It'll be enough to keep you busy in the Void Realm." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Isn't it good to be busy? How about this, after I enter the Void Realm, I'll definitely do something for each of you. When we return, you can tell me what you want me to do and I'll do my best to do it well." Everyone applauded when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They knew that Zhao Hai would do his best to accomplish what he said. This was something they already knew back on Sky Island. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. Most importantly, through this competition, they also knew about Zhao Hai's strength. From the beginning of the first round, Zhao Hai didn't use his weapon. Moreover, no one could withstand 10 moves from Zhao Hai. Such fighting strength was absolutely terrifying. 3 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai had a pile of jade slips in his hand. These jade slips were given to him by the other members of the team. They were all things that Zhao Hai could help them with after entering the Void Realm. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, he could do some of the things that these people gave him. However, he didn't do so. This was because these people were asking for treasures. Although he had them in the space, it wasn't appropriate for him to take them out now. The last round of the competition began as scheduled. In fact, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the last round of the competition was very boring. He couldn't help but think this way, because this round was indeed very boring. In the previous rounds, everyone knew how strong they were. Therefore, the outcome of this round was already known to everyone. Although there were many people who didn't use their trump cards, they also knew that the others were the same. After all, this competition wasn't a life and death battle, so there was no need to reveal their trump cards. Otherwise, if people knew about their trump cards, then they would suffer a loss in the future. Zhao Hai didn't think that it was necessary for him to use his trump cards. After all, this competition wasn't a life and death battle, so there was no need to reveal their trump cards. Otherwise, if people knew about their trump cards, then they would suffer losses in the future. The competition went on as Zhao Hai expected. Although Zhao Hai's opponent wasn't a member of his team, that person still chatted with him. After chatting with Zhao Hai for a while, he directly admitted defeat. He didn't have any intention of fighting with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai easily entered the list of 30 people. After entering the list of 30 people, there was no need to continue the competition. This was because the ranking of 30 people was useless. Anyway, if they could enter the list of 30 people, they could go to the Void Realm. After the competition ended, the Long family gave each of the 30 winners a jade slip. This jade slip recorded the place they were going to, and there would naturally be someone to pick them up. The time was 1 month later. After receiving the jade slip, the matter came to an end. Zhao Hai and a small group gathered together and drank some wine. Then they returned to their sections. They had to go back to their sects and prepare for the upcoming battle. When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng returned to the Unbreakable sect, they were immediately called to the Evil Buddha Hall. Monk Shuri was sitting inside the hall. The two gave a salute to the monk. Shuri nodded and said, "Good, you did a good job. You didn't lose face to the Unbreakable sect, nor did you lose face to the Alliance of the Devil Dao." Although the Alliance of the Devil Dao managed to snatch 2 spots, this was also within our expectations. Our Alliance of the Devil Dao still managed to take the majority of the spots. We also let the Evil Cultivator Alliance know our strength. The two didn't speak. Then Shuri looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, I know that you've made friends with the other sections. You've done a good job. Those people are core disciples of other sections. Making friends with them would bring a lot of benefits to our sect. You've done a good job." Zhao Hai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your praise." Monk Shuri nodded, then he said, 1 month later, you'll be going to the Void Realm. Once you're there, you need to take care of yourself. Our true spirit realm has been through several catastrophes. In order to prevent other realms from dealing with us, our true spirit realm has closed itself off. Only the Long family knows how to get out. Because of this, our true spirit realm's development has been very slow in the past few years. After you arrive at the Void Realm, if possible, bring back 2 large artifacts as well as collect as many materials that our true spirit realm doesn't have. Understood? Zhao Hai looked at Shuri in confusion. In fact, he understood what Shuri meant. Large artifacts had always been a sore spot in the real spirit realm. In the past, the real spirit realm also had large artifacts. However, almost all of them came from the puppet sect. The puppet sect was famous for their artifacts, especially their puppet artifacts. They could make them very large, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to carry 10,000 people. Zhao Hai looked at Shuri and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at Shuri in confusion. When the demons invaded, the puppet sect was exterminated while fighting against the demons. At the same time, all of their large artifacts were damaged. Since then, there were no large artifacts in the true spirit world. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't see any large artifacts in the true spirit world. Because of this, the desire of the people in the true spirit world for large artifacts was unimaginable to people from other realms. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by Shuri's order. When Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng arrived at the gravity mountain, Zhao Hai went to see Lu Zhentian and the others. Lu Zhentian and the others were doing very well. The Buyuan sect had given them a lot of resources. Compared to the other core disciples, they received a lot more resources. And with the addition of their own missions, all of them had reached the fusion soul stage. They had become a force that couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai didn't force them to cultivate as hard as they could. He still hoped that they could take a good rest and have some fun. However, it was clear that Lu Zhentian and the others weren't in the mood. Lu Zhentian and the others were rogue cultivators. They didn't have such a good cultivation environment in the past. Now that they had such a good cultivation environment, how could they waste this opportunity? Because of this, their progress was very fast. This made Zhao Hai very happy. After talking to Lu Zhentian and the others and giving them some resources, Zhao Hai and Zhou Feng went to the main peak of the gravity mountain. Zhao Hai's stone room was still at the foot of the main peak. The two entered the room and sat down. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Zhou Feng and said, "Brother Zhou, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. These people are very serious in their cultivation. To be honest, I didn't think that they would progress this fast. After all, body cultivation is very hard. But from this point, I can see that two of them will certainly become talents in the future." Zhou Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. There won't be any problems. With your current status and the sect's care, even if I don't take care of them, nobody would dare to provoke them. At the very least, nobody would dare to provoke them before you meet with an accident." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He understood what Zhou Feng meant. His current position among the core disciples was already very high. From this, one could see how high his position was in the sect. Even the Long family wouldn't dare to provoke him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He understood Zhou Feng's meaning. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. I heard that people from the true spirit realm don't have any status in the void realm. People from the other realms don't like us. Moreover, the strength of the people from the true spirit realm can't compare to them. Because of this, you must be careful when you go out. Also, the devils in the void realm are very strong. If they know that you're from the true spirit realm, they wouldn't let you go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Zhou, don't worry. It's fine if they don't provoke me. But if they do, then I'll make sure to teach them a lesson." Zhou Feng nodded. He was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Feng returned. At the same time, Zhao Hai returned to the space to see Laura and the others. He had been wanting to return to the space to rest for a while. Now, he finally had the opportunity to do so. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space for 10 days. During these 10 days, he didn't go to the Tyrant's Blade sect nor the Long family. He just stayed inside the space to accompany Laura and the others. After 10 days, Zhao Hai came out of the space. Then he went to find Lu Zhentian and the others. He wanted to use the next few days to give a sermon in order to improve the strength of Lu Zhentian and the others. Giving a sermon was something that every core disciple would do. They would give a sermon to their disciples and talk about their cultivation experience. This would allow them to make progress. At the same time, they would also answer their disciples' questions. One must know that this was very important for a cultivator. If a cultivator wants to go further on the path of cultivation, then they would need a good guide. Why were the disciples of the great sects able to cultivate faster than the disciples of the common sects? On one hand, it was because they had resources. On the other hand, it was because the great sects had experts who would give sermons to them. This would allow them to take fewer detours. One shouldn't underestimate the importance of sermons. There was a saying that listening to a group of people is equivalent to studying for 10 years. Although this saying was a bit of a loss, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Sometimes, a single sentence could enlighten a person. Because of this, sermons were very important. Zhao Hai used the next 20 days to give a sermon in the gravity mountain. These 20 days were very important for Lu Zhentian and the others. Some of the things that they didn't understand in their cultivation were cleared up after listening to Zhao Hai's sermon. After 20 days, it was time for Zhao Hai to go to the Long family's meeting place. Zhao Hai went to see Monk Shuri. The monk didn't say anything, he just told Zhao Hai to be careful and ensure his own safety. Monk Shuri's words were sincere. It wasn't easy for the Ayun sect to produce a cultivator like Zhao Hai. However, if Zhao Hai really had an accident in the Void Realm, it would be a great loss for the Ayun sect. After bidding farewell to Monk Shuri, Zhao Hai saw Zhou Feng, who came to see him off. He said a few words to Zhou Feng before leaving. Zhou Feng wanted to see him off, but Zhao Hai didn't let him. Zhao Hai soon arrived at the place designated by the Long family. It was a deserted hill. On the hill, there were 2 teleportation realm cultivators from the Long family. They were guarding a temporary transmission array together. When the 2 Long family cultivators saw Zhao Hai, they immediately bowed to him and said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai? Please show me your identity card." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a turn of his hand, a jade card appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai gave the jade card to the 2 cultivators. One of them took the jade card and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and gave the jade card to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please enter the array." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stepped on the transmission array. The 2 cultivators also stepped on the transmission array. Then with a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared. As soon as the 3 figures disappeared, the transmission array exploded, creating a large crater on the ground. There was nothing else left. With another flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared in a valley. He looked around and saw that many of the people on the list had already arrived. Besides the people from the Devil Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance, the people from the Righteous Tao Alliance were also present. There were also some cultivators from the Long family. Everyone was gathered in the valley. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared, he attracted the attention of everyone in the valley. Then a voice was heard, "Ha ha ha, little Ling, you're a bit late this time." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Lei Shen. Lei Shen had also entered the list of 30 people. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist towards Lei Shen and said, "Brother Lei, you're really early." Lei Shen smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "I also just arrived, just a bit earlier than you." Zhao Hai smiled as he walked to Lei Shen's side. At this time, a voice was heard, "Boss, you're here." Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and saw a member of their team. However, this person wasn't from the Devil Alliance or the Evil Cultivator Alliance. He was a cultivator from the Righteous Tao Alliance. His name was Yang Wen, a core disciple of the Righteous Tao Alliance's Profound Scripture sect. The Xinjing school was also a big sect in the Righteous Path Alliance. Their cultivation method was very strange. They mainly cultivated the Confucian Tao and cultivated the righteous energy of the heaven and earth. Their magic tools were usually zither, chess, books, paintings, bows and arrows, and ruler. They were closely integrated with the 6 arts of gentlemen. Because the Profound Scripture sect cultivated the Confucian Tao and cultivated the righteous chi of the heavens and earth, their sect was very lethal to evil cultivators and demonic cultivators. Even if other cultivators were to face them, they would feel a lot of pressure. This was the pressure of the righteous chi of the heavens and earth. When the Profound Scripture sect cultivators cultivated the righteous chi of the heavens and earth, they always thought that they were standing at the highest point of morality. It was because of this that they were able to cultivate the righteous chi of the heavens and earth. When other cultivators faced them, they would feel that their morality was damaged. On the other hand, no matter who the Profound Scripture sect was facing, they would always feel that they were in the right. Of course, whether or not the Profound Scripture sect really stood at the highest point of morality, whether or not everything they did was in accordance with the heavenly Tao. However, this Yang Wen wasn't bad. Back in Sky Island, he was very close to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai could see that Yang Wen was a very pure person. He was like a transparent person. For him, there was only good and bad. He didn't care about anything else. Zhao Hai was very surprised that such a person was able to cultivate to this level. In the cultivation realm, which cultivator didn't go through trials and tribulations to reach their current level? If they didn't go through trials and tribulations, then it would be impossible for them to become a teleportation realm cultivator. However, after going through trials and seeing too much yin and yang, one's heart wouldn't be as pure as before. But Yang Wen was different. His heart was still pure, so pure that it was hard to believe. Later, Zhao Hai understood that Yang Wen was such a person. He had the purest heart, which made him like a lotus that grew in mud, untainted by the mud, pure and untainted. Pure and untainted, pure and untainted. It was precisely because of this character that Zhao Hai liked him very much. Zhao Hai didn't think that Yangwen would also go to the Void Realm. Therefore, he was very happy to see Yangwen. He laughed and said, "Little Wen, it's you. I didn't see you at the White Jade platform. So you're also going to the Void Realm. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Not bad." When Yangwen heard Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "I heard it from brother Qiu Wushuang. I heard that you're also going to the Void Realm. You don't know how happy I was when I heard this. Boss, let me introduce you to a friend." Then he pulled Zhao Hai and left. Soon, they arrived in front of a cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator that Yangwen was talking about. This cultivator was wearing a very ordinary cultivator's robe. There was a sword hanging on his waist. The sword looked very ordinary. The cultivator's appearance wasn't very handsome, but he gave off a refined and elegant feeling. Most importantly, the cultivator's eyes were very bright. Occasionally, his eyes would sweep past Zhao Hai like two bolts of lightning. The cultivator was also sizing up Zhao Hai. He had to admit that Zhao Hai was too ordinary. But in order to not let others doubt his previous identity, Zhao Hai's temperament had undergone a great change. He was now standing there like a mountain, giving people the impression that he was a mountain. In front of him, any kind of imposing manner was nothing more than floating clouds. For Zhao Hai, any kind of pressure, any kind of provocation, was nothing more than a gentle breeze that brushed past the hills. It wouldn't have any effect on him. Yangwen didn't care that much. He brought Zhao Hai to the cultivator. Then he smiled and said, "Boss, this is Senior Brother Ling Fengwu from the Sword Reverence sect. Senior Brother Ling, this is the boss that I told Senior Brother Qiu Wushuang about. Senior Brother Ling, this is the boss that I told Senior Brother Qiu Wushuang about." Zhao Hai kept his fists towards Ling Fengwu and said, "So it's Senior Brother Ling from the Sword Reverence sect. Nice to meet you." Ling Fengwu looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I thought you would say I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to say it's nice to meet you. Have you heard of my name before?" Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Ling Fengwu's words. Then, he shook his head and said, "No. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of Senior Brother Ling's name." "Why? Is Senior Brother Ling very famous?" Zhao Hai wasn't asking Yangwen, but Ling Fengwu. Asking someone if he was very famous in front of them was something that ordinary people wouldn't do. Lei Shen, who was beside Zhao Hai, felt like fainting. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai would do such a rude thing. When Ling Fengwu heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he laughed and said, "Good, you're honest enough. It's not easy to meet someone like you. Before, I heard Little Shuang and Little Wen say that you're very powerful. I didn't believe them at first, but now it seems like you're not a bad person." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be honest with you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's impossible for a bad person to be friends with Little Wen. You're not a bad person either. To be able to gain Little Wen's approval, it seems like you're someone worth befriending." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ling Fengwu was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "To be able to say this, it seems like you know Little Wen's ability." "That's right, Little Wen was born with a crystal heart. No evil person can escape her eyes. No matter how much an evil person hides, he won't be able to get close to Little Wen. However, you were able to successfully get close to Little Wen. From this point, it can be seen that you really don't have any bad intentions towards Little Wen. No wonder Little Wen likes you so much." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's the same for you. It's not easy for cultivators to cultivate. They have to face all kinds of things. Some cultivators will lose their nature due to various reasons and scheme all day long. However, they don't know that in the face of absolute strength, any schemes are useless. Cultivators who can befriend Little Wen aren't the kind of people who like to scheme against others. That's why I said that you're worth befriending." Yangwen had been listening to the conversation between Zhao Hai and Ling Fengwu. These two people were people he respected very much. Needless to say, Zhao Hai was his boss, his savior. Yangwen didn't just respect Zhao Hai, he even worshipped him. Ling Fengwu was the elder brother that Yangwen had known since he was young. The two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Although the two of them were not from the same sect, their families were very close. Therefore, Yang Wen had always treated Ling Fengwu as his elder brother. Ling Fengwu also took good care of Yang Wen. Yang Wen was born with a crystal heart. He could tell who was really good to him and who was harboring evil intentions towards him. However, it was also because of this ability that he didn't have any friends since childhood. Moreover, he was always bullied. At that time, the one who stood up for him was often Ling Fengwu. Now that he saw Zhao Hai and Ling Fengwu chatting happily, Yang Wen was naturally very happy. Yang Wen said to Ling Fengwu, "Big brother Ling, didn't I say that you can become good friends with boss?" "I wasn't wrong." Ling Fengwu looked at Yang Wen's appearance and smiled faintly. "Yes, you didn't say anything. I can become friends with him." While they were talking, some people came to the valley one after another. These people came to greet the people they were familiar with. If they didn't know anyone, they would stand alone and coldly look at the cultivators in the valley. Zhao Hai noticed that although the cultivators in the valley were chatting in groups of 3 to 5, they could be divided into 3 camps. The righteous Dao Alliance, the demonic Dao Alliance, and the evil Dao Alliance. Zhao Hai could understand this point. This was because the people in these 3 camps didn't see eye to eye with each other. The righteous Dao Alliance looked down on the demonic Dao Alliance and the evil Dao Alliance. They thought that these people were evil and that none of them were good people. The Demon Path Alliance's people also looked down on the Righteous Path Alliance's people, believing them to be hypocrites. They also looked down on the Corrupt Path Alliance's people, believing them to be despicable people who liked to play tricks. On the other hand, the Demonic Dao Alliance looked down on the Righteous Dao Alliance even more. In this aspect, they were very similar to the Demonic Dao Alliance. They believed that the Righteous Dao Alliance was a group of hypocrites. However, this didn't mean that they had a good impression of the Demonic Dao Alliance. In their opinion, the Demonic Dao Alliance was just a group of cowards. These 3 factions had always been at odds with each other. Although the Demonic Dao Alliance and the Demonic Dao Alliance had joined forces, the Demonic Dao Alliance and the Demonic Dao Alliance still didn't see eye to eye. Compared to the 3 factions, Zhao Hai's group of 4 was very eye-catching. Zhao Hai and Lei Shen belonged to the Demonic Dao Alliance. On the other hand, Ling Fengwu and Yang Wen belonged to the Righteous Dao Alliance. When the 4 of them stood together, they attracted the attention of the surrounding people. At this time, several cultivators arrived at the valley. As soon as they arrived, they immediately called out boss before running towards Zhao Hai. These people were from Zhao Hai's group. Moreover, 2 of them were from the Demonic Dao Alliance. This was great. The Demonic Dao Alliance, the Righteous Dao Alliance, and the Demonic Dao Alliance gathered together and laughed. This was very eye-catching. While everyone was laughing, Long Ding Tian appeared in the valley. He looked around and said, "Everyone, come here." Everyone looked at each other before walking over. Long Ding Tian looked at these people, then his gaze paused on Zhao Hai for a moment before he said, "Now that everyone is here, you will enter the Void Realm. This time, you will appear in the Void Realm's free trade planet, Bitter Shell Planet. Bitter Shell Planet is a planet where all cultivators can trade freely. However, the gravity there is twice as strong as the True Spirit Realm. You should be prepared." Long Ding Tian nodded and said, "You'll be able to enter the Void Realm." Everyone was stunned when they heard Long Ding Tian's words. They never thought that the place they were heading to would be such a place. Therefore, I hope that you can keep a low profile as much as possible. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Also, the currency in the Void Realm is Jade Essence, but they don't recognize our crystal cards. Therefore, you should prepare more Jade Essence. But I don't think I need to remind you of this. If you don't have enough Jade Essence in the Void Realm, you can take out some materials or artifacts to exchange for it. What I want to say is that you should remember that our Long family owns a shop in the Bitter Ba Star. The place where you appeared is our Long family shop. That shop is called Flourishing Dragon Ship, and there are many Flourishing Dragon Ship shops in the Void Realm. If you encounter any trouble in the Void Realm, you can ask Flourishing Dragon Ship for help. If you want to return to the True Spirit World, you can also ask Flourishing Dragon Ship for help. But if you don't have anything to do, it's best if you don't go to Flourishing Dragon Ship, because the people in the Void Realm don't know that it's our Long family shop. Everyone immediately understood what Long Ding Tian meant. They had more or less known that the real spiritual world was in the void realm. They also knew that the real spiritual world didn't have any status in the void realm. However, they didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Long Ding Tian looked at everyone and said, "All right, that's all I have to say. Get ready, we're about to set off." After saying that, Long Ding Tian waved his hand and a boulder in the valley flew up, revealing a teleportation formation inside. This teleportation formation looked very complicated, several times more complicated than the one Zhao Hai and the others usually used. Long Ding Tian looked at everyone and said, "Let's go up." Everyone nodded and stood on the teleportation formation. Long Ding Tian looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, take care of yourselves." Then he waved his hand and a white light flashed. Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the teleportation formation. Looking at the empty teleportation formation, Long Ding Tian couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a Long family cultivator came to Long Ding Tian's side and said, "Elder, is that Zhao Ling from before?" Long Ding Tian nodded and said, "It's good that you know. Don't tell anyone. Let's go. I wonder how he'll perform in the void realm." When the Long family cultivator heard Long Ding Tian, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up, he understood what Long Ding Tian meant. Therefore, he just nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai felt dizzy. When he returned to normal, he found that the white light in front of him was slowly disappearing. When the white light completely disappeared, they discovered that they were in a stone room. There were no windows in this room, but there were several lamps inside, making the room very bright. In a corner of the room stood a cultivator. This cultivator was wearing a very luxurious robe. The robe looked like a scholar's robe, but it was very luxurious. At first glance, people would only notice the robe and not the person wearing it. This cultivator wasn't very eye-catching. He was only in the transcending dust realm. His appearance was very ordinary and he was also quite thin. Such a person wouldn't attract attention no matter where he went. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were sizing up the cultivator said, "Sirs, please follow me." After saying that, he reached out and pressed on the wall behind him a few times. Then, the corner of the wall he was in suddenly rose, and a passage to the outside world appeared. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the cultivator would place the exit of the passage in the corner. If the cultivator didn't open the passage, then they wouldn't have known that there was a passage there. However, they didn't say anything and just followed the cultivator out of the passage. Outside the passage was a flight of stairs. The cultivator led the group up the stairs. The stairs were very long. Zhao Hai and the others went all the way up and made several turns along the way. After a few hundred steps, Zhao Hai and the others finally appeared in a room. Although there were windows in this room, they were sealed. Moreover, the room was very big. Not to mention a few hundred people, even if more people were to stand, it would still be able to fit them. This place looked like a huge warehouse. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and the others and then said, "Sirs, please come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to the door of the room. Then he pushed the door open and went out. Zhao Hai and the others followed behind the cultivator. When they went out, they found themselves in another room. Inside this room, there were a lot of transmission formations, big and small. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Everyone, you can now enter the transmission formation. These transmission formations have already been set up. After you enter the formation, I will give you a jade slip. This jade slip will record some basic information about the city you're in. That's all we can do. The rest is up to you. If you need any help, you can contact the Flourishing Dragon ship. I will mark the location of the Flourishing Dragon ship's branches in the jade slip." Then he paused for a moment before looking at everyone and said, "Everyone, you can act alone or in groups. However, I hope that you can understand that this is Bitter Crust Planet. In Bitter Crust Planet, the real power is the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce doesn't allow cultivators to fight inside the city. But if you go outside the city, then it would be hard to say what would happen. Therefore, I ask everyone to be careful." With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai calmly appeared in a transmission formation. This time, he acted alone. Originally, Lei Shen and the others wanted to act together with Zhao Hai. However, they gave up in the end. Ling Fengwu and Yang Wen acted together while Lei Shen and the others acted together. On the other hand, Zhao Hai acted alone. Zhao Hai didn't want to act with Lei Shen's group. This was because there were a lot of things that he couldn't use. There were a lot of methods that he couldn't use. This was what worried Zhao Hai the most. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that they were in a medium-sized city called Martha City. This city was also under the jurisdiction of the Bitter Bread Star Chamber of Commerce. Martha City was a city that was famous for its artifact refining. A lot of people who came to the Bitter Bread Star would come to Martha City to buy artifacts. This was because the artifacts made here were of the best quality. In addition to artifacts, there were also all kinds of refining materials. These things were very important to Zhao Hai. He needed some ores that weren't available in the true spiritual realm. After coming out of the transmission formation, Zhao Hai strolled along the streets of Martha City. As he walked forward, he observed the surrounding environment. Martha City was indeed a city famous for its artifact refining. Inside the city, you could see artifact refining workshops, forging workshops, and other kinds of shops. Naturally, there were also shops that specialized in selling ores and refining materials. It was very lively. Zhao Hai was still wearing the monk's robe of the Buyan sect. However, no one paid much attention to him. This was the Bitter Bread Star, a free trade planet. Cultivators from countless planes would come here to trade. Cultivators from different planes would dress differently. Therefore, no one would be surprised by what you wear here. Zhao Hai looked around. Then he turned around and entered an empty tavern. It seems like the Void Realm was the same. Taverns and restaurants were indispensable. However, Zhao Hai also felt strange. Cultivators who could come to the Bitter Bread Star shouldn't be too weak. These people shouldn't need to eat. So why would there be a tavern here? It was because of this that he felt strange, and also because he wanted to inquire about the tavern. He decided to go inside. Just as Zhao Hai entered the tavern, a waiter came over and asked, "Is Mr. here alone, or are you waiting for a friend?" Zhao Hai glanced at the cultivator. This cultivator wasn't very strong. He only had the strength of a doppelganger realm cultivator. This was normal. Even in the Void Realm, it was impossible to be extravagant enough to use a teleportation realm cultivator as a waiter. Zhao Hai nodded at the waiter and threw a jade essence to him. Then he said, "I'm alone. Find me a place with a good line of sight. Bring me 2 dishes and 2 pots of good wine." The waiter took a look at Zhao Hai's jade essence. When he found that it was a large piece of top-grade jade essence, he immediately smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "All right, mister, please follow me." Then he shouted towards the store, "Steamed spirit smoked fish, braised jade ginseng tofu, and 2 pots of blazing wine." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, are you satisfied?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, I'm very satisfied." Zhao Hai followed the waiter to the 2nd floor. The waiter found a place for Zhao Hai by the window and asked him to sit down. Then he immediately brought a pot of hot tea to Zhao Hai. Then he turned around and left. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the people in the shop. There weren't many guests in the shop. There were only 5 tables. Each table was very far away. The largest table had 4 people. The smallest table was not far from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. After drinking a cup of tea, he turned his head to look at the street. There were a lot of cultivators coming and going. These cultivators weren't very strong. They were either shop assistants or apprentices studying refining. As for the strong cultivators, they weren't as fast as the others. They were just walking slowly on the street. While looking at the shops on the street, Zhao Hai paid attention to what the cultivators were saying. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that he couldn't hear what the cultivators were saying. While Zhao Hai was surprised, he noticed that there was a magic formation engraved on the table in the shop. This magic formation shielded the people who were eating, so no one would be able to hear what they were saying. Even the people behind you wouldn't be able to hear what you were saying. This design made Zhao Hai stare. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like it would be impossible to get any information from the tavern. However, he didn't care about it. At this time, the waiter brought the dishes. Zhao Hai looked at them. These two dishes were very special. One was a blue fish. It looked very beautiful. The other was a meat jelly-like thing. Most importantly, Zhao Hai felt rich spiritual qi in these two dishes. Zhao Hai picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the fish. The taste of the fish was very delicious. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the fish was very high. This made Zhao Hai feel like he couldn't stop himself from eating. He ate 2 dishes and drank 2 pots of wine. After that, Zhao Hai called the waiter and asked him to prepare a few more dishes for him to take away. At the same time, he also paid the bill. When he paid the bill, Zhao Hai knew why these dishes were so delicious. The price of these dishes was also very expensive. The 2 dishes and 2 pots of wine cost Zhao Hai more than 100 jade essences. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these jade essences. After he paid the bill, he gave the waiter 2 more jade essences as a reward. This made the waiter very happy and saluted Zhao Hai. After the waiter packed the dishes, Zhao Hai came out of the restaurant. Then he looked for a hotel and booked a room. However, he didn't rest in the room. Instead, he left the hotel and strolled on the street. While walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly saw a large circular building not far in front of him. This building was very tall, it might be the tallest building in the entire city. Zhao Hai looked at the building not far away. He didn't know why, but this building reminded Zhao Hai of the Colosseum in ancient Rome. He couldn't help but be curious. Then he went straight to the building. Before long, he arrived in front of the building. The building was very tall. It was made of large blue stones. There were several entrances and exits around the building. Each of these entrances and exits had several cultivators standing there. They all had weapons in their hands. They looked like guards. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. Zhao Hai arrived at one of the entrances and exits. The entrance was 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. On the entrance, there were 3 words written on it, Life and Death Arena. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 words in confusion. The 2 rows of cultivators in front of the entrance looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 rows of cultivators, then he curiously said, "Everyone, this is my first time coming to Maru City. I want to know, what is this Life and Death Arena? Is it a place for duels?" When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but loosen. One of the cultivators smiled and said, "No, this Life and Death Arena is a place for cultivators to make money." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Make money? How do you make money? Is it a duel?" The cultivator nodded and said, "Yes, you only need to pay 100 jade essences to sign up for the Life and Death Arena. The Life and Death Arena will arrange for you to fight. If you win 1 match, you will receive 100 jade essences. If you win 2 matches, you will receive 200 jade essences. If you win 10 matches in a row, you will receive 5,000 jade essences as a reward. If you win 20 matches, you will receive 30,000 jade essences as a reward. If you win 30 matches, you will receive 100,000 jade essences as a reward. If you win 50 matches, you will receive 1 million jade essences as a reward. If you win 100 matches, you will receive 10 million jade essences as a reward. You can even get a good magic weapon as a reward. But until now, no one has been able to win 100 matches in a row. The best result is winning 70 matches in a row." Zhao Hai understood what the cultivator meant. If you lose, then you might not be able to get your reward. Because of this, the Life and Death Arena was called the Life and Death Arena. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then his eyes flashed as he said, "How about it, mister? Do you want to come and play? 100 jade essences, as long as you win 1 round, you will be able to get your money back. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, if you win and kill the loser, then everything on his body will be yours, even his corpse will be yours. You can sell his corpse to those corpse refining sects, you can get a good price for it." When Zhao Hai heard the cultivator, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to look at the Life and Death Arena. He felt as if he was looking at a scourge. This was a place that would devour people without spitting out their bones. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was excited. He had been very careful in the real spirit realm. Now that he left the real spirit realm and arrived in the void, nobody knew him. He could do whatever he wanted. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Then he turned to the gatekeeper and said, "Where do I register?" The gatekeeper nodded and said, "Where do I register?" The gatekeeper nodded and said, "Where do I register?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately said, "Mister, please come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai into the life and death arena. The others looked at Zhao Hai with envy. Zhao Hai didn't know that there was a rule in the life and death arena. If they can recruit someone to participate in the life and death arena, then as long as that person wins a duel, they would receive a corresponding reward. On the other hand, if they lose, they would also receive 10 jade essences. Although it wasn't a lot, these people still liked this extra income. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator into the life and death arena. The cultivator then led Zhao Hai to a nearby room. Inside the room were 2 cultivators. These 2 cultivators weren't young, their hair had already turned white. What surprised Zhao Hai was that these 2 cultivators were actually in the Vajra realm. When the 2 cultivators saw Zhao Hai and the cultivator enter, their eyes lit up. Then the cultivator waved his hand towards the cultivator and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Young man, do you want to participate in the life and death arena?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "This is my first time coming to Marshu village. It's also my first time hearing about the life and death arena. I'm very interested in the life and death arena, so I wanted to know what it was all about. I just want to know, if I don't want to fight after a few rounds, what should I do?" When the 2 cultivators heard Zhao Hai, one of them immediately smiled and said, "This is very simple. If you don't want to fight, then you just need to tell the arena. If you win less than 10 rounds, then you can leave immediately. If you win more than 10 rounds, then the arena will arrange a final opponent for you. This will be your farewell match. As long as you fight your last match, then you can leave." When Zhao Hai heard the 2 cultivators, he immediately understood what they meant. It seems like the life and death arena was a place that devoured people without spitting out the bones. Arranging a final opponent for him didn't sound difficult, but Zhao Hai was sure that this final opponent would be someone who wanted his life. This person might even be someone who was trained by the life and death arena. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then who will my opponent be?" The 2 cultivators replied at the same time, "Your opponents will be at the same level as you. Don't worry, we won't arrange a cultivator above the teleportation realm to fight you. However, the time of the battle will be arranged by us. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then, he took out 100 jade essences and handed them over to the old cultivator. Zhao Hai, teleportation realm cultivator. The old cultivator took Zhao Hai's jade essence, then he took out a jade card and gave it to Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Take this jade card. As long as you don't leave the city, you can receive notifications at any time. If you leave the city without notifying us, then we will punish you. We might even send people to hunt you down." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Under normal circumstances, how often do you arrange a match?" The old cultivator replied in a low voice, "That's not necessarily true. Sometimes, they'll specially arrange a one-day match for you, and sometimes, you'll only need to fight once a week." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "What if I have something to do and have to leave? Do I have to report it to the arena?" The old cultivator replied, "You can report it to the arena through the jade card. As long as you don't win more than 10 matches, then you can leave at any time. If you win more than 10 matches, then we'll arrange a farewell match for you in the shortest time possible. So if you really have something to do, then please inform us in advance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I hope that you can arrange a match for me as soon as possible. Goodbye." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist to the 2 cultivators before he turned around and left. The 2 cultivators looked at Zhao Hai's back. One of them curled his lips and said, "Arrogant and ignorant guy. He thinks that he's great. We'll let him know when the time comes." The other old cultivator smiled and said, "All right, don't think too much about it. Arrange a time for him to compete. By the way, I heard that Wild Wolf has won 30 matches in a row recently. Arrange a match for this kid." The old cultivator nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Let Wild Wolf see the kid's strength. If he can kill Wild Wolf, then that would be for the best. If he can't, then he'll be the one to die." Wild wolf has never been able to survive. The other cultivator smiled and nodded, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai left the life and death arena and slowly walked down the street. As he walked, he looked around. He found a shop in front of him called Iron Shop. This shop had a lot of iron ore stacked on top of it. These iron ores looked very ordinary. When Zhao Hai entered the shop, a burly man wearing coarse clothing immediately came over. He cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you want to buy materials or make artifacts?" Zhao Hai looked at this person. This person's strength wasn't very strong, he was only at the transcending realm. However, he had a tall stature and dark skin. He gave people a feeling that he was as dark as iron. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "What materials do you have in your shop? I want to see them." The cultivator nodded and said, "Does Mr. want to see all the materials? Please come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai to the back of the shop. At this time, Zhao Hai looked at the shop. It looked like a blacksmith shop. In the middle of the shop was a huge blacksmith furnace. On both sides of the shop were piles of ordinary-looking iron ingots. While looking around, Zhao Hai followed the cultivator into the shop. After passing through a small door, Zhao Hai felt his eyes light up. This was a very big room. There were a lot of lights in the room. These lights were powered by jade essence, they were very bright. There were a lot of shelves in the room. On these shelves were pieces of ore. Zhao Hai had seen some of these ores before, but there were also some that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. There were at least 100 kinds of ores. Zhao Hai looked at the ores, then he turned to the cultivator and said, "How many ores do you have?" The cultivator stared at Zhao Hai, but he immediately replied, "There are 135 kinds of ores in total." "Mister, which ores do you need? You can tell me directly. I know the ores in the shop like the back of my hand. Just tell me what you need and I'll immediately find it for you. Even if I can't find it, I'll also tell you if my shop has it. At the same time, I'll also tell you where to buy it." When Zhao Hai heard the cultivator, he stared for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. All the ores in your shop, I want one piece of each type. Just one piece is enough. You can prepare one piece for me." The cultivator was stunned by Zhao Hai's strange request. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "One piece for each type? May I ask how big Mr. wants one piece?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he extended his hand and said, "Just a piece about the size of a fist. Is that all right?" The cultivator stared, but he still replied, "All right. But there are a few precious ores that we don't have in our shop." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If it's less than the size of a fist, then just give it to me." The cultivator nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the cultivator to a nearby room. The room wasn't very big, it was a living room with a sofa and a tea table. The cultivator prepared a pot of tea for Zhao Hai, then he said, "Mister, please wait for a moment." Zhao Hai nodded, then the cultivator turned around and left. Zhao Hai sat there, drinking tea while looking around. This was a living room, but on the walls of the living room, there were a lot of weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all kinds of weapons. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that in front of his room, there was a large bow. That's right, it was a bow, an iron bow. The arm of the bow was made of black metal, and the bowstring was also made of metal. The bow was fixed to the wall with several black iron bars. It seemed like the weight of the bow was very heavy. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious, he stood up and walked towards the bow. Then he reached out and touched the bow. The cold metal feeling told Zhao Hai that this bow wasn't just for show, it was a real iron bow. At this time, footsteps were heard as the cultivator entered the living room. He was holding a spatial bag in his hand. When he saw Zhao Hai looking at the bow, he immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, these are the ores that you wanted. Please take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the spatial bag and opened it. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the inside. Inside the spatial bag was a pile of ores. There were all kinds of ores, each of them was the size of a fist. Only a few of them were smaller, some were even as small as a finger. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind, he asked, "How many jade essences are there in total?" The cultivator immediately replied, 135 types of metals, a total of 100,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed to the bow on the wall and said, "What is this bow? It seems to be very heavy." When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai ask about the bow, his face couldn't help but show an awkward expression as he said, "This bow has some history. Mister, please take a seat. I'll explain it to you slowly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sat down. The cultivator also sat down, then he said, "This small shop is called Iron Horn. We specialize in making artifacts. We sell weapons for a living. In Martha Tree City, this business has been passed down for 5 generations. Because Iron Horn's family is focused on making artifacts, their cultivation isn't very high. However, Iron Horn's craftsmanship is famous. The weapons that Iron Horn makes are the best in Martha Tree City." Zhao Hai didn't speak, he just quietly listened to the cultivator. He knew that the cultivator didn't speak, he still had a lot to say. However, Zhao Hai was now even more curious about the bow. The man sighed and said, "Mister, don't look down on this small shop. Our Iron family used to be famous in Martha City. Our reputation as a 10,000-year-old shop isn't just for show. However, during my grandfather's generation, a body cultivator came to this small shop. He took a piece of metal and asked my grandfather to help him make a bow. The piece of metal that he got was very strange. It's a rare piece of metal called strength metal." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator in confusion, then he said, "Strength birth metal? What kind of metal is this?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he smiled bitterly and said, "Strength birth metal is a rare metal. This metal has a very special characteristic. As long as you exert force on it, it will absorb the surrounding metal elements and give birth to a piece of metal. It's very special." Zhao Hai stared and said, "There's actually such a metal? It's very special." The cultivator nodded and said, "However, the metal produced by strength birth metal isn't a high-grade metal, it's just ordinary iron. Therefore, its value isn't very high." However, the body cultivator came up with a whimsical idea. He asked my grandfather to make a bow out of this metal. This way, when he uses the bow, he would be able to use strength birth metal to produce an iron arrow. Then he would be able to shoot the iron arrow with his strength. Although the quality of the iron arrow is very ordinary, its strength is very high. This would make up for his lack of long-range attacks. When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This was a very good idea. Even if the quality of the iron arrow wasn't good, its strength was real. If you let a needle fall from a height of several hundred meters, it would still be able to pierce through concrete. This was the reason for its strength. It can be said that the body cultivator was a very creative person. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "His idea is very good. My grandfather also thought that it was a good idea. Therefore, he accepted the job." The cultivator also made a request. He wanted the strength of the bow to be no less than 100,000 jin, but it also couldn't be more than 1,000,000 jin. This request can be said to be very reasonable, so my grandfather agreed. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he continued, "Grandpa spent a lot of effort to make this bow. He added a lot of precious materials. Not only is the bow strong, but it's also very heavy. The tenacity of the bowstring is also very high. Moreover, the bowstring isn't very thick. In the hands of a cultivator, the bowstring can be used as a melee weapon. At the same time, Grandpa specially researched and made this bow so that when a cultivator draws the bow, the arrow would be in the shape of an arrow instead of an iron bar or an iron block." When he heard this, Zhao Hai nodded. He had thought about this problem before. Although the strength of metal can produce metal, the shape of the metal wasn't that easy to fix. Yet, his grandfather was able to make the metal condensed into an arrow. This was really amazing. He was definitely a grandmaster blacksmith. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. His expression became even more bitter as he said, "But my grandfather didn't come in contact with metal before, so he didn't know much about it. Therefore, he didn't know that after metal was processed, its strength would increase by several times. Therefore, after the bow was made, although the weight of the bow was as my grandfather expected, about 10,000 jin, the strength of the bow actually reached an astonishing 5,000,000 jin. And this 5 million gene of strength must be the strength of the body, spiritual chi wouldn't be able to pull the bow open. The cultivator nodded, his expression became even more bitter as he said, but my grandfather didn't know about metal before. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that this ordinary bow would have such a great pulling force. A body cultivator's body was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's. However, to be able to reach 5 million gene of force was something that almost no one could do. Naturally, Zhao Hai was able to do it. This was because his body was too weak. If an ordinary body cultivator wanted to reach 5 million gene of force, their body would have already collapsed. However, Zhao Hai didn't. At this moment, the cultivator continued, with a pulling force of 5 million gene, that body cultivator wouldn't be able to move it. Moreover, this was a problem that occurred during our forging process, causing him to lose a piece of birth of strength metal. Therefore, our Thai family had no choice but to compensate him. In the end, our Thai family's savings for several generations were all lost to him, leaving only this small shop. Not long after that, my grandfather passed away from depression. The biggest blow to him wasn't the loss of money, but the fact that he actually made such a mistake when he was forging the weapon that he had painstakingly crafted. This was the reason why he was so sad. The cultivator walked to the wall and touched the bow. Then he said, "This bow has always been hanging here. My grandfather passed away while looking at this bow. Don't look down on this bow frame. This bow frame is made of special materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the weight of this bow." Zhao Hai looked at the bow. He felt as if an old man was looking at this bow. His eyes were filled with heartache. It was as if he was looking at his own child, but this child was born in a vegetative state. Zhao Hai stood up and walked to the bow. He gently touched the bow and then turned to the cultivator and said, "Mister, I like this bow very much. If Mister is willing to sell it, then I'm willing to pay a high price for it." When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean? Before my grandfather passed away, he said that if we can't find someone who can use this bow, then we'd rather keep it at home than sell it." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "If that's the case, then that's great. I happen to be the person who can use this bow. Can Mister sell it to me?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mister telling the truth? Can you really use this bow?" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he pointed at the bow and said, "Do you mind?" When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that he wanted to test the bow. Therefore, he immediately nodded and said, "I don't mind. Mister, please." Zhao Hai nodded, then he reached out and took the bow. Although the weight of the bow wasn't light, it wasn't much for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held the bow in his hand and gently plucked the bowstring. Then he nodded and held the bow in his left hand while his right hand pulled the bowstring. When he pulled the bowstring, an iron arrow automatically formed on the bow. This iron arrow was as thick as a thumb and was completely black. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. At this time, Zhao Hai's expression didn't change. He didn't pant as he gently released the bowstring, causing the iron arrow on the bow to disappear. The cultivator waited for Zhao Hai to release the bowstring before he recovered. Then he excitedly said, "Good, good, good. Mister can actually pull the bowstring. Very good." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, good. Mister can actually pull the bowstring." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "Is Mister willing to sell this bow?" The cultivator pulled Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me." Then he didn't say anything else as he picked up Zhao Hai and left. Before long, the two arrived at the backyard of the store. Upon arriving at the backyard, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a woman leading two children in the courtyard. The woman was sewing clothes while the two children were playing in the courtyard. When the woman saw them enter the courtyard, she couldn't help but stare. Then she stood up and looked at the cultivator with a puzzled expression. The cultivator waved his hand and said, "Lead the two of them back to the house first." The woman nodded and then led the two children who were curiously looking at Zhao Hai into the house. At the same time, the cultivator led Zhao Hai to a side room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This room was unexpectedly a small sacrificial hall. There were some memorial tablets inside. After the cultivator entered the room, he immediately knelt down and said, "Grandfather, the Herculean king bow that you forged has finally found its owner. Grandson will follow grandfather's wishes and transfer the bow to this Mr. Today, I came to inform grandfather." Then he bowed 3 times. After paying his respects, he stood up and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this Herculean king bow is yours from today onwards. Grandfather had set a rule that everything else has a price, except for this Herculean king bow. If this Herculean king bow finds its owner, then the price of this bow will be assessed. Even if you give me a jade essence, I wouldn't think that it's too little." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, this Herculean king bow is yours from now on." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this cultivator's grandfather would set such a strange rule. However, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "All right. Then I'll take this money as payment for the bow." Then Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and handed it over to the cultivator. The cultivator received the spatial bag, but he didn't open it. Instead, he made an inviting gesture to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the cultivator out of the sacrificial hall. When the two returned to the living room, Zhao Hai received the medals that the cultivator gave him. Then he took out another spatial bag and handed it over to the cultivator and said, "This is the money for the ores. Take it, we'll meet again." Then he didn't stay any longer, he turned around and left. The cultivator accompanied Zhao Hai to the entrance of the shop before returning to the shop. Then he closed the door and returned to the living room. He looked at the place where the bow was hanging on the wall before he sighed. Then he took out the 2 spatial bags that Zhao Hai gave him. One of the spatial bags was given to him by Zhao Hai. There were 100,000 jade essences inside, it was the money for the ores. The cultivator took a look at it before putting it away. Then he picked up the other spatial bag and opened it. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the inside. When the cultivator's spiritual force entered the spatial bag, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but shake his head. He thought that he was seeing things, so he immediately sent his spiritual force into the spatial bag. When the cultivator's spiritual force entered the spatial bag, he felt himself being surrounded by jade essences. There was nothing else inside the spatial bag, only pieces of jade essences. These jade essences seemed to be newly mined. They weren't small pieces, but rather large pieces. They were piled up in a square, just like a jade essence mine. The cultivator stared, he had never seen so many jade essences before. He didn't even dare to think about it before. Although his family used to run a weapon shop, they didn't see so much money. It must be said that opening a weapon shop was very profitable, but the money they earned was hard work. The ores in the shop were all bought from others. They were processed into weapons and then sold. Moreover, Martha City was famous for its artifact forging. There were a lot of artifact forging shops here, so the price was very low. Therefore, the amount of money they earned wasn't that much. At least, it wasn't as much as people thought. The Iron family has been running a weapon shop in Martha City for more than 10 generations. After so many years of accumulation, they only managed to accumulate a few tens of millions of jade essences. But this time, the amount that Zhao Hai gave him was more than what the Iron family had accumulated for more than 10 generations. After some time, the cultivator sobered up. Then he let out a long breath and closed the spatial bag. Then he muttered, "What a generous person. This person's identity must be extraordinary." Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. After he left the shop, he immediately threw the bow into the space. Then he had the space decompose the bow. Not only did he obtain the power birth medal, he also obtained several hundred other medals. This was definitely an unexpected harvest. After obtaining those things, Zhao Hai had the Power King bow fused back to its original form. To be honest, Zhao Hai really liked this bow. After doing all of this, Zhao Hai returned to the hotel that he booked. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. After finding an empty space, Zhao Hai took out the Power King bow. He carefully looked at the bow. The bow looked really ugly. It had a dark bow and a silver bowstring. Although one could see that it was an iron arm bow, iron arm bows weren't anything special in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai gently pulled the bowstring. An iron arrow immediately appeared on the bow. This time, Zhao Hai released the bowstring. The arrow flew out as a black shadow flashed and disappeared. Zhao Hai estimated the power of this arrow. It wasn't any weaker than a Vajra realm cultivator's attack. This was 5 million gene of strength. The might of this attack was quite small. Then again, to be able to reach 5 million genes of physical strength, only Zhao Hai was able to do it. No one else would be able to do it. Zhao Hai received the bow and then returned to the Space's villa. Laura and the others were waiting for him inside. Upon seeing him return, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how was the power of the bow?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's very good. The bow is very strong, much stronger than I expected. I'll have another weapon in the future." "Right, how have you been? Are you doing well?" Laura and the others smiled, then Laura said, "We're fine. Brother Hai, nobody in the Void Realm knows you. How about we go out and play with you? What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. Laura and the others were now teleportation realm cultivators. Moreover, their strength had improved a lot in the past few years. Playing with him in the Void Realm wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Zhao Hai nodded, causing Laura and the others to cheer. Zhao Hai returned to his room in the inn. He had already told Laura and the others about how they would meet. But before that, he needed to solve the matter of the life and death arena. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he placed the jade token he received from the life and death arena in his room. Just now, the jade token suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Zhao Hai knew that the life and death arena had arranged an opponent for him. Zhao Hai took the jade token and looked at it. He saw a small line of words on it, 3 days later, life and death arena, against Wild Wolf. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. To be honest, he really wanted to see what kind of opponent the life and death arena had arranged for him. After resting for a day in the inn, Zhao Hai went around Martha City the next morning. He bought some ores that the space didn't have. If he saw some artifacts that were made of special ores, he would also buy them. Then he would place those artifacts into the space and have the space decompose them. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Today was the day that Zhao Hai would participate in the life and death arena. Zhao Hai arrived at the life and death arena early in the morning. While he was walking towards the life and death arena, he discovered that a lot of people were also walking towards the life and death arena. Some of these people seemed to be at the transcending realm, while some of them weren't even at the transcending realm. Naturally, this was only a part of the crowd. Because their cultivation was too low, they could only walk on the ground. There were also a lot of cultivators who flew in the sky. These cultivators weren't only at the teleportation realm, there were also a lot of diamond realm cultivators. After a few days of observation, Zhao Hai already knew that Martha City was a large city with a population of about 1 million people. Inside the city, besides the weapon and ore shops, there were also a lot of cultivators. These cultivators relied on the ores that the weapon shops provided to make a living. Martha City's weapon shops needed a lot of ores. Some of the common ores were available in the large weapon shops. These large weapon shops didn't only have their own ores, they also had countless miners. Moreover, these ores would be sold to other small shops. It can be said that in Martha City, one's status wasn't determined by how many spirit stones one had, but by how many ores one had. The ones who really controlled Martha City were the large weapon shops. They were the kings of Martha City. However, Zhao Hai didn't usually see so many people moving around the city. Today was the first time he saw so many people. Moreover, when he saw that these people were heading towards the life and death arena, he immediately understood what they meant. These people were heading towards the life and death arena to watch them fight. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He slowly arrived at the life and death arena. After looking at the guards outside, he walked towards the life and death arena. At this point, Zhao Hai also understood why the life and death arena gave out such a high reward to the winners. It was because there were too many people who came to watch them fight. These people weren't like Zhao Hai, who could enter the life and death arena as he wished. They had to buy tickets, and the tickets for the life and death arena weren't cheap at all. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the room where he received his identity card. The two old cultivators were still there. When the two old cultivators saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, one of them immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, you're here. Please prepare yourself. You'll be the first to challenge Wild Wolf." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Wild Wolf shouldn't be his real name, right? Can I use a fake name to participate in the competition?" The old cultivator smiled and said, "Of course you can. In the life and death arena, we only care about winning and losing, we don't care about where you come from. As long as you can win, even if you're a homicidal maniac, we won't care." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "If I defeat Wild Wolf and someone challenges me, what should I do?" The old cultivator smiled and said, "You can choose to accept the challenge or not. According to the rules of the life and death arena, you can choose not to accept any challenges for 3 days after the battle. Naturally, if you accept the challenge on the spot and defeat the challenger, then your reward will be doubled." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "When do I start?" The old cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Wait for half an hour. When the time comes, you can go out and challenge Wild Wolf. But young man, I have to remind you that Wild Wolf is a pure beast. Those who died under his hands didn't have a complete corpse." Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator and smiled, "I'm a cultivator. When have you ever heard of a cultivator being afraid of a beast?" Then Zhao Hai ignored the two old cultivators and turned around to leave the room. The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai's back, then he coldly snorted and said, "Arrogant and ignorant. How many people have we seen in the past few years?" In the end, none of them had a good ending. The other old cultivator smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. He didn't know why, but he felt that Zhao Hai was different from the other cultivators he had seen before. However, he couldn't tell what was different about Zhao Hai. Because of this, he didn't agree with the old cultivator's words. Half an hour meant 1 hour. 1 hour might be a long time for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator, 1 hour might not even be enough for them to circulate their spiritual chi for half a cycle. And this 1 hour was very important for the life and death arena. They had already released the news in advance that someone would challenge Wild Wolf today. Wild Wolf had already won 30 matches in a row in the life and death arena. It wasn't easy to win 30 matches in a row in the life and death arena. Experts from different planes in the void realm were gathered in the life and death arena. These experts had different cultivation methods. Moreover, the experts who could appear in the void realm all had their own unique skills. None of them were simple. It wasn't easy to win 30 matches in a row in such a situation. Zhao Hai also felt that the time was almost up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked through the dark passage towards the life and death arena. It was a large platform made of red stone, but Zhao was sure that the original color of the stone was not red. The reason why it had turned red was because of the blood of the experts that had spilled on it. The platform itself was dyed red by the blood of the experts that had spilled on it. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the arena, a melodious bell sound was heard. This bell sound was very pleasant to the ears, but in this situation, it gave people the feeling of a death knell. Even if Zhao Hai didn't know the rules of the life and death arena, he could imagine that this bell sound was the signal for the start of the match. He slowly walked towards the life and death arena. At this moment, a loud noise was heard from outside. It was very loud, as if tens of thousands of people were shouting at the same time. Along with this sound, an ear-piercing wolf's howl was heard. It was bleak and cold, then, a figure appeared on the ring. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing on the ring. It was as if he had always been there. This person's attire was very strange. He wore a wolf mask on his head. His yellow hair grew freely on his head. His upper body was bare, but there was a blood-red wolf tattoo on his upper body. The wolf's eyes were looking coldly in front of him. There was a murderous aura in his eyes. It seems that the person who made this tattoo was also an expert. He wore 2 wolfskin bracers on his wrists. The wolf's fur covered his strong arms. It gave people a kind of wild beauty, wild and unrestrained. His lower body was wearing a pair of leather tights and a pair of wolfskin boots. At the tip of the boots, there were 5 wolf claws shining with cold light. He stood there. When you first saw him, you would only think of one word, werewolf. He looked more like a wolf than a human. He had the wildness of a wolf, but he had the body of a human. Zhao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He could feel that this person was an expert. No, perhaps it should be said that this person was an assassin. His job was to kill people, but he was different from the average assassin. The average assassin only took killing as a profession, but this wolf might have taken killing as a hobby. Zhao's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this person was an expert. No, perhaps he was an assassin. At this time, the wolf was proudly standing on the arena. He was constantly doing all kinds of exercises, causing the noise in the life and death arena to become louder. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance of the passage. The entrance was a wooden fence. Zhao Hai could see the entirety of the life and death arena through the wooden fence. This was a circular stone platform with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Zhao Hai gently pushed open the wooden door and walked towards the life and death arena. At this time, Beast turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Although he was wearing a mask, Zhao Hai could still see a trace of killing intent in the wolf's eyes. Zhao Hai didn't care. He slowly walked towards the arena. His actions caused the surrounding people to hiss. In the eyes of these people, Zhao Hai's actions weren't passionate enough. Such a person was too boring. Was he afraid? The life and death arena wasn't very high, it was only about 1 meter above the ground. Zhao Hai quickly arrived at the arena. He looked at the wolf and said, "Wolf, good name, very imposing." When the wolf heard Zhao Hai, he stared. But he immediately smiled and said, "My name isn't just imposing, it's also lethal. Those who dare to stand on the arena after hearing my name are already dead." Zhao smiled. "To be honest, I really have lived enough. If you can kill me, then I will thank you. But if you can't, then I will be very angry, and I will kill all those who make me angry. I hope you can do what others can't." Zhao smiled and said, "I hope you can do what others can't." The wolf was stunned. This was the first time he met such an arrogant person. He was angry. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. He wanted Zhao Hai to die. Wild Wolf howled as he exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he shouted, "Wind Spirit Wolf Fang Fist." Then his hands turned into wolf claws as he clawed towards Zhao Hai's face. His movements were like that of a mad wolf, pouncing towards the enemy. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Wild Wolf as he sent out a punch. This punch was very fast. Wild Wolf didn't even see the shadow of the fist. He only felt a gust of wind coming towards his face. Wild Wolf's face changed. He didn't have time to think as he quickly turned his head, avoiding the gust of wind. Only after he avoided the gust of wind did Wild Wolf discover that Zhao Hai's fist had just brushed past his forehead. If he turned his head a bit slower, then Zhao Hai would have already hit his face. If his face was really hit, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Wild Wolf was anxious. He knew that he had met a strong opponent. If he wasn't careful, then he was afraid that he would die today. Although his mind was racing, his hands didn't stop moving. His hands danced as he unexpectedly adopted a defensive stance. Wild Wolf was very clear that Zhao Hai's movements were very fast. If he didn't adopt a defensive stance, then before he could adapt to the speed of Zhao Hai's fist, he would certainly be beaten black and blue. Moreover, this was also the lightest possibility. Maybe he didn't even have the qualifications to be beaten black and blue, and would be directly killed. Wild Wolf didn't think that Zhao Hai was a merciful person. In fact, no cultivator was merciful, especially in the life and death arena. There was only life and death here, there was no victory or defeat. Wild Wolf's guess wasn't wrong. After Zhao Hai gained the upper hand with his fist, he began to desperately attack. For a moment, the stage was filled with fist shadows. While Wild Wolf was only able to parry, he didn't have the strength to fight back. At the life and death arena, the cultivators who were watching the two of them were staring blankly at the stage. For a moment, they actually forgot to speak. Wild Wolf won 30 matches in a row in the life and death arena. Moreover, almost all of his opponents were dismembered. Such strength made these people have absolute confidence in him. Moreover, because Wild Wolf's fighting style was very bloody, these people who came to watch the life and death arena felt a kind of bloody pleasure. Zhao Hai didn't care about these cultivators. He continued to attack, and attack. It was as if there was nothing else in his eyes other than attacking. The spectators in the life and death arena reacted, but they still didn't make a sound. They didn't even dare to breathe or move, because they were pressured by Zhao Hai's storm-like attacks. Even the spectators felt this way, not to mention Wild Wolf, who was being suppressed by Zhao Hai. Wild Wolf thought that Zhao Hai's fast attacks wouldn't last for a long time. As long as Zhao Hai slowed down, then it would be time for him to counterattack. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. His attack speed could last for a long time. Unknowingly, the two of them had already exchanged hundreds of rounds. Wild Wolf was now numb. He only knew how to defend like a machine. His mind was now empty, he had already lost the ability to think. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly retreated. Due to inertia, Wild Wolf was still making all kinds of defensive moves. However, Zhao Hai stood 100 meters in front of him and looked at him. At the same time, a large black bow appeared in his hand. After Wild Wolf made more than a dozen moves, he stopped. His expression was ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that he was played by Zhao Hai, this made him feel very embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at Wild Wolf, then he smiled coldly and said, "Take my arrow. If you don't die, then I'll let you live." Then Zhao Hai raised his bow and pulled the bowstring. In an instant, an iron arrow appeared on the bow. Zhao Hai released the arrow, and the iron arrow shot towards Wild Wolf like lightning. From the moment Zhao Hai spoke to the moment he shot the arrow, only a blink of an eye had passed. Because of this, Wild Wolf didn't think that Zhao Hai's movements would be so fast. By the time the wolf reacted, Zhao's attack had already arrived in front of him. A black iron arrow, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, swung towards him. Wild Wolf also roared, then a blue wolf phantom appeared around his body. At this time, the black iron arrow also arrived in front of Wild Wolf. When the black iron arrow hit Wild Wolf, it immediately exploded. Then the blue wolf immediately disappeared. At the same time, Wild Wolf's body also appeared. However, his body was flying backwards, as if he was shot by a cannon. Thump! Wild Wolf's body directly hit the protective shield of the life and death ring. In order to ensure the safety of the audience, a protective shield was set up between the audience and the ring. This protective shield was extremely sturdy. Even if it was a spirit condensation expert, it would not be easy to break this protective shield. When Wild Wolf's body hit the protective shield, the shield actually shook slightly. Although it was very slight, it still surprised the audience. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's attack would be so strong. At this time, Zhao Hai put away his bow. He coldly looked at Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf was now like a painting. He was stuck to the protective shield. After a while, he came down from the shield and fell to the ground. Wild Wolf fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Cultivators with a bit of common sense could see that he was killed by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai's attack just now shattered all of his bones and meridians. There was no way for him to survive. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They really couldn't imagine how strong Zhao Hai's attack was. It was actually able to beat someone like this. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators in the stands. Then he faintly smiled and turned around to walk down the arena. When Zhao Hai went through the passage, the entire life and death arena was in an uproar. People didn't think that an unknown person would have such strength. He actually defeated Wild Wolf, who had won 30 matches in a row. How terrifying was his strength? They really couldn't think of anything. From the passage, Zhao Hai directly went to the room where the two old men were. This time, he came to receive his reward. Although it was only 100 jade essences, which he didn't care about, he still won it. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of the life and death arena. Therefore, he came here to receive his reward. The two old cultivators were sitting in the room. They looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. There was a trace of shock in their eyes, but there was also a trace of joy mixed with anger. The life and death arena didn't just use the entrance tickets to increase their income. In fact, the entrance tickets were the least profitable type of income in the life and death arena. Most of their income came from controlling the bets outside and winning bets. That was the main source of income. Each ticket to the life and death arena only cost 10 jade essences. For an ordinary cultivator, this wasn't a lot. However, these cultivators could place bets. The lowest bet was 1 jade essence, and the highest bet was unlimited. Because of this, every time the life and death arena started, the cultivators would receive a lot of bets. And most of these bets would fall into the cultivators' pockets. This time, Zhao Hai's challenge to the wild wolf was a gimmick that the life and death arena came up with for a long time. It wasn't to let Zhao Hai kill the wild wolf, but to let the wild wolf kill Zhao Hai. This would make the wild wolf more famous. This way, more people would bet on the wild wolf's victory. When the time comes, the life and death arena would send an expert to deal with the wild wolf and win all the bets. This wasn't the first time that the life and death arena had done this. In fact, any smart person could see that this was a trap set by the life and death arena. However, there were still many smart people who were deceived. This didn't mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, they could see clearly what kind of trick the life and death arena was playing. However, they always thought that they were the ones who were fooling others. They always thought that they would be the final winner. Because of this, they gambled again and again. They thought that the life and death arena's people wouldn't take away their money. And in the end, the ones who lost were often those who thought they were smart. However, this time, the life and death arena's people miscalculated. They thought that the wild wolf could easily deal with Zhao Hai. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the wild wolf so easily. Although there were many people who bet on the wild wolf to win, the number was far from their expectations. It could be said that the wild wolf's death made the life and death arena's people earn a lot less money. Although they earned less, they still made a profit. Although the wild wolf died, Zhao Hai, who was even more powerful, came. They believed that as long as they could persuade Zhao Hai and let him fight one battle after another, they would send an expert to deal with Zhao Hai. Then, they would earn even more. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the two old cultivators. He knew that these two were just stewards of the life and death arena. Their status wasn't very high. But even so, their strength had already reached the Vajra realm. This showed how powerful the life and death arena was, and how deep the water was. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. When Zhao Hai saw that the two old men didn't speak, he cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, old sirs. I'm here to receive today's reward." The two old men immediately recovered. One of the old men cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Congratulations on defeating the wild wolf. This is your reward." Then the old man took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the spatial bag and looked inside. He discovered that the reward wasn't just 100 jade essences, it was 100,000 jade essences. Zhao Hai looked at the two old men with a puzzled expression and said, "I wonder what old sirs mean by this. Isn't the amount of reward wrong? I only won 100 jade essences, not 10,000 jade essences." When the two old men heard Zhao Hai, they didn't mind. One of them smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't need to doubt us. We don't have any bad intentions towards you." The wild wolf had already won 30 consecutive matches in the life and death arena. Since Mr. helped us kill him today, we naturally have to give Mr. a reward. Although Mr. obtained the wild wolf spatial equipment, I believe that Mr. must be very disappointed. This is because the wild wolf spatial equipment doesn't have anything good inside, it only has some ores. Zhao Hai looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Just like what the two said, the wild wolf spatial bag didn't have anything good inside. It only had some ruined artifacts and ores. What made Zhao Hai even more speechless was that although the amount of ores was huge, the value of these ores wasn't very high. Zhao Hai couldn't understand. Was the wild wolf a garbage collector? Collecting all kinds of garbage into the space and treating them as treasures. You may not know, but wild wolf is actually a very fanatical refiner. Yes, he is a refiner, not a master refiner, nor a master refiner. He is one of the worst refiners, but he is also a very crazy and persistent refiner. Every time he wins a competition, he will use the money he wins to buy a large number of materials, and then use those materials to refine artifacts. The old man smiled and said, "You may not know this, but Wild Wolf is actually a very fanatical refiner." Yes, he is a refiner, but not a master refiner, nor a master refiner. Speaking of this, the old man couldn't help but sigh. But you have to admit that the wild wolf's talent for refining is inversely proportional to his talent for cultivation. His talent for cultivation is very good, you can say that he's a genius. His talent for refining is also at the level of a genius. However, he's just a born idiot. After so many years, although he didn't receive any guidance from a master, if he had the talent for refining, then he might have already become a refiner or even a grandmaster refiner. This is because he's earned a lot of money in the past few years, and he's gotten a lot of precious materials, not to mention ordinary materials. In this case, he still hasn't made any progress. It can be said that he's completely unsuitable for refining. When Zhao Hai heard the old man, he couldn't help but sigh. He already understood what kind of person the wild wolf was. The wild wolf was definitely a stubborn idiot. He was facing a domain that wasn't suitable for him, but he was still stubbornly trying to break through it. Zhao Hai really didn't know what this person was thinking. Refining can be said to be one of the most useless professions. No wonder the wild wolf who won so many matches was filled with garbage that nobody wanted. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. It's precisely because you defeated the wild wolf that we decided to reward you heavily. Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, then I'll have to thank the two old men. Oh, right. Here, this is the Life and Death Arena's identity jade token. I've decided to leave the Life and Death Arena from today onwards. In any case, I only won one match, so it's not a big deal. When the two old men heard Zhao Hai, their complexion couldn't help but change. They didn't think that their plan would be blocked by Zhao Hai's people. Moreover, there wasn't any room for mediation. For these two old men, Zhao Hai was a money tree. Of course, this was based on the fact that Zhao Hai wanted to fight in the Life and Death Arena. If Zhao Hai didn't want to fight in the Life and Death Arena, then their wish to make a fortune through Zhao Hai would fall through. Cutting off one's source of income was equivalent to killing one's parents. How could these two old men allow a money tree like Zhao Hai to leave? The old man who spoke to Zhao Hai before didn't take the identity card that Zhao Hai handed over. Instead, he said, Mister, don't you want to think about it? With Mister's strength, you can make a lot of money in the Life and Death Arena. We can also increase Mister's prize money appropriately. Mister should know that the Life and Death Arena isn't only in Martha City. In fact, the entire Void Realm has Life and Death Arenas. As long as Mister can win 50 matches in a row, Mister will automatically become a legendary champion of the Life and Death Arena. This way, the Life and Death Arena will provide you with various conveniences and won't restrict Mister's freedom. Mister can even decide whether to fight or not. Even if you don't fight in the future, you can still enjoy all the services provided by the Life and Death Arena. When Zhao Hai heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he narrowed his eyes. From the old man's words, not only did he hear benefits, but he also heard a threat. The old man's words were very clear. The Life and Death Arena was a major force in the Void Realm. They had their own arena in every corner. Of course, they could provide countless convenient conditions for people. But at the same time, such a force could also turn into an incomparably huge net in an instant, trapping all those who offended them, leaving them with nowhere to run. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of such a threat. Even if the other party was powerful, he didn't need to be afraid of them with his current strength. However, he didn't want to be entangled with them. This would bring him a lot of trouble. When Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes, the two old men felt a sense of danger. This made the two old men startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai, a teleportation realm cultivator, would actually give them a sense of danger. This was too strange. Zhao Hai was a teleportation realm cultivator. What made them even more curious was that this feeling of danger was obviously caused by Zhao Hai's hostility towards them. However, the old man didn't say anything before, not even a single word of threat. Under such circumstances, why would Zhao Hai still be hostile towards them? This was too illogical. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai still showed hostility towards them. There was only one possibility, and that was that Zhao Hai heard the hidden threat in his words. However, in the eyes of the two old men, this was almost impossible because they had never shown any hostility towards Zhao Hai. This time, their request was also very normal. It even seemed like it was completely for the good of Zhao Hai. There was even less reason for Zhao Hai to take their words as a threat. But apart from this explanation, they really couldn't think of a reason why Zhao Hai was hostile towards them. However, if it was really as they thought, then they had to re-evaluate Zhao Hai's wisdom. These old foxes were very clear that they shouldn't underestimate anyone, especially people like Zhao Hai. If they really dared to underestimate Zhao Hai, then the consequences might be unbearable. Yes, they could use the strength of the life and death arena to get rid of Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person. The two old men saw his battle with Wolf today. It was obvious that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. They didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was, but one thing was certain, and that was that Zhao Hai's strength was definitely very strong, very strong. To deal with such a powerful expert, it was obviously impossible to dispatch ordinary people. If Zhao Hai really killed several experts in the life and death arena, then even if Zhao Hai was killed in the end, the two old men's situation wouldn't be too good. When the time comes, they wouldn't be able to escape from internal punishment. Therefore, the two old men were very careful when dealing with Zhao Hai. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai finally decided to accept the other party's request. He would fight 50 matches for the life and death arena. This way, the people in the life and death arena wouldn't bother him every day. If the people in the life and death arena still wanted to bother him, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. There was another reason why Zhao Hai agreed to the life and death arena's request. He wanted the identity of the legendary champion of the life and death arena. Zhao Hai already knew from the Long family that the cultivators of the real spiritual world didn't have any status in the void realm. If the extraterritorial devils knew that they came from the real spiritual world, then they might chase them down. Therefore, the people of the real spiritual world who entered the void realm were very careful and low-key. But if you want to achieve something in the void realm, it was impossible to just be careful and low-key. If you achieved something, then you would naturally be noticed. Once others noticed you, they would naturally investigate you. If they didn't do well, then their identity in the real spiritual world would be exposed. In that case, they would be in even more danger. But if he could obtain the identity of the legendary champion of the life and death arena, then his identity would be different. The life and death arena must have created such a legendary champion to rope in these people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given so many benefits to these legendary champions. This way, if the other party wanted to investigate Zhao Hai's identity, then the life and death arena would become a protective umbrella for Zhao Hai. Even those who wanted to investigate Zhao Hai's identity would have scruples. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhao Hai was prepared to agree to the life and death arena's request. He looked up at the two old men and smiled faintly. I didn't know that participating in 50 matches would give me so many benefits. If that's the case, then I can participate. But I have a request. When the two old cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel happy. Then they turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What request?" Zhao Hai looked at the two old cultivators and said, "I don't want my 50 matches to drag on for too long. I still want to explore other places. To be honest, I don't care about the prize money. I have a lot of jade essences. What I care about is the identity of a legendary champion. I want to go to other places where I can still receive benefits from the life and death arena. Therefore, the identity of a legendary champion is very important to an adventurous person like me. Therefore, I hope that you can arrange a few specials for me. The interval between each specials can be longer, but I want to use a few specials to finish my 50 matches. I don't want to drag on for a few years." When the two old men heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. The old man who spoke before couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Young man, specials aren't that easy. Each specials requires at least 5 matches. For a champion, this requirement is very big." Zhao Hai looked at the old man and smiled. "You can advertise that Zhao Hai, who defeated the 30-match winning streak Wild Wolf, wants to challenge heroes from all over the world." When the two old men heard Zhao Hai, their eyes widened. They finally understood that Zhao Hai already knew what they wanted to do. He also knew how they would make money. Moreover, he directly pointed it out. This made the two old men's hearts beat like a drum. Zhao Hai knew what they were planning to do, but he still agreed to this competition. It must be because he was certain. If this was the case, then they wouldn't be able to make any money this time. What did the life and death arena rely on to make money? Of course, it was the dark side. Obviously, that person could win, but in the end, they lost. This way, they could accept the bets of the cultivators and win a lot of money. However, if this person keeps winning, then they wouldn't be able to make any money. They might even lose money. Zhao Hai looked at the two old men's expression and smiled. Right, I want to remind you that you can arrange for those who want to challenge me in advance. It's best if you find some famous people and make their names public. Alright, I'll be leaving. Let me know when you're done. Right, I want to leave the city in 2 days. I hope you won't think that I'm running away. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left. Seeing Zhao Hai turn around and leave, the two old men looked at Zhao Hai with ugly expressions. They didn't think that Zhao Hai already knew what they wanted to do. He even told them what to do. This made the two old men's expressions turn ugly. After some time, the two coldly snorted. Then the cultivator who spoke to Zhao Hai said, "It seems like we underestimated this kid. But this kid underestimated us even more. I want to see if he can get the title of legendary champion." The cultivator who spoke to Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Another old cultivator murmured, "His strength is not bad, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy for him to finish 50 battles with just a few people. A special battle may not necessarily have 5 people." When he said this, the old cultivator's eyes couldn't help but light up. He nodded and said, "All right, but we can't let him lose in the first match." Since he dared to say such words, then he must have some ability. Let's arrange for some famous people to participate. This way, we can see how strong he is. The old cultivator nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." Hee, I want to see what kind of ability this kid has to say such words. The other old cultivator nodded and said, "In any case, it's better to be careful. If we let this kid win 50 matches in a row, then I'm afraid that we won't have any good days ahead of us. At that time, this kid might really become a legendary champion. With his shrewdness, it wouldn't take long for him to climb over our heads." The old cultivator nodded and said, "Then we can't let him win. In order to be safe, it would be best to deal with him around the 30th round. If it's too late, he might be able to take advantage of the loophole." The old cultivator nodded and said, "That's right." Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what the two cultivators were thinking. Moreover, he was sure that they were thinking of ways to deal with him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. It was impossible for the other party to send a Vajra realm cultivator to deal with him. Even if he sent a Vajra realm cultivator to deal with him, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. As long as the other party didn't send a spirit condensation expert, then Zhao Hai would be able to win. However, Zhao Hai was thinking about another matter. He wanted to design an image for himself. When the time comes, he would use this new image to explore the void realm. Zhao Hai returned to the hotel and directly entered the space. Laura and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai enter the space, the group immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we're ready. After you leave Martha City, we'll immediately leave the space and look for you in the void realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, but I'll be staying in Martha City for some time. I want to become a legendary champion in the life and death arena." Although Laura and the others were inside the space, they weren't there during the day. Therefore, they didn't know what happened in the life and death arena. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately asked him what happened. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then told Laura and the others why he was staying in the space. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they also felt that the title of legendary champion would be useful to Zhao Hai. Therefore, they didn't oppose it. Zhao Hai continued, "In the life and death arena, I want to change my image. Right, I want to use the soul-reversing beast as well as a knight." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their interest was piqued. The group immediately began to discuss the matter. Zhao Hai sat on the side and looked at them. His heart was very calm. Only when he was with Laura and the others would he feel this way. After some time, Zhao Hai's new image appeared. Zhao Hai looked at the image that Laura and the others designed for him. It was a 3-dimensional image. In the image, Zhao Hai was riding a horse. On top of the horse's head was a small metal cube. Zhao Hai was wearing a black warrior's outfit. He also had a cloak on his back. He also had a helmet and a metal mask. And 2 swords were on his back. Next to the horse was a spear. The spear looked like the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue spear. On the other side of the horse's saddle was a bow. Zhao Hai looked at the image and nodded, "Right, I'll use this image." Then Laura and the others began to discuss Zhao Hai's clothes. They wanted to add a layer of armor. Zhao Hai didn't care about these trivial matters. He called the soul-reversing beast and had it transform into a horse. Then Zhao Hai took out the jade dragon golden snake spear and began to dance outside the villa. People have always thought that the higher one's strength, the less popular a knight would be. However, Zhao Hai was very clear about this. If you have the help of a soul-reversing beast, then a knight would be a great help to you. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to ride a horse and dance inside the space was to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. This way, when he goes to the life and death arena, he would be able to surprise the people there. Before long, Zhao Hai was familiar with this feeling. He even felt that this was a kind of path, the path of a knight. Unknowingly, he became addicted to it. Zhao Hai hadn't come in contact with the path of a knight before. Although he had read a lot of information about Earth's knights, there were very few systematic introductions about them. Moreover, the use of knights differed from country to country. In China, knights were mainly used for mobility. Although there were also heavy armored cavalry, the heavy armored cavalry only appeared for a short period of time. However, it was different in the West. The knights in the West were generally heavy armored cavalry. Their cavalry was mainly used to attack the enemy's formation and play a decisive role in the battle. The reason for this was mainly because of the geographical environment and the concept of war. The West paid more attention to the use of battle formations while China paid more attention to the use of tactics. Different concepts would lead to different uses of knights. Different uses would lead to different training methods for knights. Because of this, the knights' training methods would be very different. For Zhao Hai, there wasn't much that he could use as a reference. But in the end, Zhao Hai decided to take a look at how the Mongol cavalry was trained. In the past, the Mongol cavalry swept the world with their domineering aura. But after looking at the Mongol cavalry's training methods, Zhao Hai hesitated. This was because the Mongol cavalry's training was done in battle. The Mongols grew up on horseback. And with the special environment of that time, as long as the Mongols picked up their weapons, they would become excellent knights. Zhao Hai couldn't compare to them in this aspect. Because of this, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to train according to the Mongol cavalry's training methods. But in the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way, and that was to train himself according to the Beastman cavalry's training methods. The Beastman cavalry's fighting strength was much better than the Mongol cavalry's. But this could only be used as a reference. After all, Zhao Hai's current strength was much greater than the Beastman cavalry's. Most importantly, soul beasts could fly, so they could fight in the air. Because of this, the knight's training was completely new to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was completely immersed in the knight's training. He forgot about time and forgot about everything else. On the third day of Zhao Hai's knight's training, a Dao core suddenly appeared in one of his cells. Before long, this Dao core turned into a magic cube Dao core. Inside this magic cube Dao core was the image of a knight. Zhao Hai had finally comprehended his knight's path. When the knight's Dao core formed, Zhao Hai immediately sobered up. He let out a long breath and calculated the time. Zhao Hai was already familiar with this situation, so it wasn't difficult for him to calculate the time. Before long, Zhao Hai calculated the time. 3 days, he had been practicing the knight's path inside the space for 3 days. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then returned to the space's villa. Laura and the others were still there. They were already accustomed to Zhao Hai's state, so they didn't feel any discomfort. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately surrounded Zhao Hai. They showed him their newly designed image of Zhao Hai's knight to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the new image that Laura and the others designed for him. And couldn't help but smile. This image was too domineering. In this image, Zhao Hai's mount had changed from a horse to a tiger. This tiger's body was covered in armor and a magic cube was floating on its head. On the tiger's back, Zhao Hai was wearing a black tiger head armor. His helmet had also turned into a tiger helmet with a visor. At the same time, the saddle on the tiger's back was specially designed so that Zhao Hai's jade dragon golden tongue spear could be placed there. At the same time, the Herculean king bow could also be placed there. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with this image. Moreover, after calculating the time, Zhao Hai thought that it was time for him to go out. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai went to the hotel. He took the life and death arena's identity card and looked at it. Seeing that there was no information on it, he went out of the hotel and went outside. When he went outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he felt that the atmosphere of Martha City was very different compared to before. This was mainly because there were a lot of people in the city. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked around. At the same time, he was also paying attention to what people were talking about. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai understood what was going on. It must be said that the reason why Martha City became like this was because of him. The Life and Death Arena had already begun to advertise him. The newcomer who defeated Wild Wolf with a 30-win streak was going to open a special event to challenge the heroes of the 4 regions. It was precisely for this reason that Marshu City was bustling with activity. Few cultivators who came to the Void Realm were short of money. Even the cultivators who fought in the Life and Death Arena weren't doing it for money. Many cultivators came here for the challenge, to comprehend the feeling between life and death. However, although the Life and Death Arena released information, it didn't say who Zhao Hai's opponent would be. They were still accepting registrations. However, Zhao Hai was sure that the other party had already determined his opponent. They were just delaying it, leaving some suspense. Zhao Hai didn't care about these advertisements. For him, any opponent was the same. He would win, and he would continue to win until he became a legendary champion of the Life and Death Arena. Zhao Hai walked around the city and then went to the Life and Death Arena. When he arrived at the Life and Death Arena, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The Life and Death Arena had a huge drawing on a white cloth. Although there was a silhouette drawn on it, it was completely dark. It was impossible to see what the person looked like. There was only a line of words on the side that read, "Mysterious man who killed Wild Wolf, challenges heroes of the 4 regions." Zhao Hai looked at the drawing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that the people of the Life and Death Arena would use this as a publicity point. It seems like publicity, whether it was on Earth or other places, would always be self-taught. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. He really wanted to know how people would feel when he appeared in the Life and Death Arena as a knight. The reason why Zhao Hai changed his appearance to a knight was because of the Mighty King Bao that he obtained. The Mighty King Bao's attack power was very strong. However, if Zhao Hai was only an archer, then it would be too unfair for him. Moreover, he also obtained the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. If the spear was only used on the ground, then it would be a waste. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use his knight's appearance. This way, not only would people not doubt his identity, it would also add a sense of mystery to him. As for how much impact his knight's appearance would bring to people, he didn't care. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the jade token in his hand. A line of words appeared on the jade token, informing him that in 10 days, his battle would be held. The first battle would be a 5-person battle. 5 people would come to challenge him. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew about this. This was because when he received this information, the Life and Death Arena had also released it. The 5 people that would fight him were already arranged. They were Life-Seizing Blade, Soul-Hooking Fan, Thunderhammer, Iron Wall, and Shadowless Soul Chaser. Although Zhao Hai hadn't heard of these names, he had been monitoring Martha City for the past few days. From the words of the spectators, Zhao Hai knew that these 5 people were famous figures in the Life and Death Arena. Although they were all teleportation realm cultivators, they had at least 15 consecutive victories in the Life and Death Arena. One could say that these people weren't easy to deal with. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. His figure flashed as he entered the space. Naturally, he left his identity token outside. Zhao Hai wanted to use these 10 days to familiarize himself with his fighting style. At the same time, he also wanted to prepare several weapons for himself. At this time, his weapons were the Power King Bao, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear, and the Blood Saber. However, Zhao Hai also prepared several weapons for himself, such as the Meteor Hammer. Zhao Hai's Power King Bao was a long-range weapon, the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear was an impact weapon, the Dual Saber was a close-range weapon, and the Meteor Hammer was a sneak attack weapon. Inside the space, Zhao familiarized himself with the use of these weapons. At the same time, Zhao also got himself a large shield, which he could use for both offense and defense. 10 days passed by in a blink of an eye. When Zhao Hai came out of the space, he slowly walked towards the life and death arena. While he was walking towards the life and death arena, he discovered that countless cultivators were gathering there. This time, there were almost no cultivators below the teleportation realm, all of them were teleportation realm experts or above. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he continued to slowly walk forward. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the life and death arena. There were already a lot of cultivators gathered at the entrance of the arena. However, these cultivators were all lined up in order to enter the arena. Zhao Hai looked at those people and didn't line up. Instead, he went to the guards in front of the life and death arena and showed them his identity card. When the guards saw the identity card Zhao Hai took out, their eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but they still respectfully welcomed Zhao Hai in. However, when they did this, the other cultivators weren't happy. One of the Vajra realm cultivators stared at the guards and said, "What do you mean by this? Why can't he line up and not go in, but we have to line up? Why?" The life and death arena guard looked at him and then said, "Why? Because he's today's main character. If he doesn't go in, then who will?" When the cultivators heard this, they immediately understood what the guard meant. They couldn't help but go into an uproar. To be honest, they didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai before. Because of this, a lot of them didn't see what Zhao Hai looked like. This made them feel that they had suffered a loss. After Zhao Hai entered the life and death arena, he went directly to the room where the two old men were. The two old men were still in the room, but there was another old man in the room. This old man didn't look young, his face already had age spots, but his spirit was still very good. Although this old man was just sitting there, he gave off an unfathomable feeling, like the starry sky or the sea. Zhao Hai knew that this old man was very strong, so he quickly gave the old man a salute and said, "Greetings, elder. I'm Zhao Hai." The old man looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity as he said, "You are Zhao Hai? Kid, your strength isn't bad. No wonder you dared to ask for a special session. These two good-for-nothings were really blind to want to make things difficult for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you're too polite. I'm just a junior, I don't deserve such praise." The old man waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be modest. It seems that the life and death arena has another legendary champion. Don't worry, as long as you can win 50 matches, I guarantee that you will become the most powerful legendary champion in the life and death arena. In the void realm, no one would dare to provoke you." As soon as the old man said this, the two cultivators who were in contact with Zhao Hai couldn't help but change their expressions. They were very clear about the old man's status in the life and death arena. If he said so, then it was true. If Zhao Hai really won 50 matches, then Zhao Hai would really become one of the most powerful people in the life and death arena. His status was much higher than theirs. Most importantly, once this old man intervened, it wouldn't be so easy for them to deal with Zhao Hai. They also didn't understand why their report would cause such a big reaction. Zhao Hai bowed to the old man and said, "Thank you for your care, elder." This time, Zhao Hai came out for the trial. But to be honest, against cultivators of the same level, it doesn't seem to be useful. The old man laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you down. We will arrange for your special sessions. You just need to be prepared." When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "What do you mean, elder?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Don't call me elder, just call me Elder Tang. Young man, go prepare. The competition is about to begin." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist to the three before turning around to leave. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, the two cultivators looked at Elder Tang in confusion. Elder Tang also felt their gazes, so he said, "You must be wondering why I value him so much, right?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist to the three cultivators before turning around to leave. The two nodded at the same time. Old Tang said, "Remember, in the life and death arena, making money is always secondary. Recruiting talents is the most important thing. You said that he's very smart. If he can be used by the life and death arena, then it will only be good for the life and death arena. This time, even if he wins 50 matches, we won't necessarily lose money. Even if we lose money, as long as we can pull him into the life and death arena, then his intelligence and wisdom will be used by us. When that time comes, not only will we be able to earn back all the money we lost today, we will also be able to earn even more. When the two cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then they said with an ashamed expression, "Yes, Elder Tang's teachings are correct. We've learned a lot. As for Zhao Hai's special sessions, do you think we should lower our level?" Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "No, not only should we lower our level, we should also raise it. If he wins all 5 matches today, then next time we'll send 5 veterans. They must be stronger than the ones we sent today. Do you understand?" When they heard Elder Tang, the two cultivators looked at him in confusion and said, "Elder Tang, what do you mean?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Let those who are watching the show have hope. Only then will they not bet on a single person. Do you understand?" When the two heard Elder Tang, they immediately understood. They would send experts to challenge Zhao Hai. This way, those who are watching the show wouldn't bet on Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai wins, they wouldn't lose money, they might even make money. The two were now convinced that Elder Tang was truly astute. At this time, Elder Tang said, "Let's go to the VIP room. I want to see how strong this kid is. Is he really strong, or is he just bragging?" At this time, Zhao Hai was standing in the passage leading to the life and death arena. He didn't go to the gate, instead, he stood in the depths of the passage and calmly looked at the gate. Time passed by little by little. After about an hour, the sound of a bell was heard. Zhao Hai calmed down and then slowly walked towards the gate. When he arrived at the gate, he heard a voice from outside, "Everyone, pay attention, pay attention. Let's welcome the biggest dark horse in the life and death arena. He killed the wolf with an arrow and challenged the 4 heroes, Mr. Zhao Hai." As the voice fell, Zhao Hai pushed open the gate and walked out. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of the gate, he immediately heard a burst of noise coming from the life and death arena's grandstand. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the stands were densely packed with people. Everyone was looking at him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. Instead, he slowly walked towards the life and death arena. When they saw Zhao Hai's actions, the people in the stands couldn't help but hiss. It was clear that these people were used to the life and death arena. When they saw Zhao Hai's calm performance, they naturally weren't satisfied. Zhao Hai didn't stand there. He walked towards the arena and stood there. Then he slowly closed his eyes, as if he was unaware of the situation around him. At this time, the voice that introduced Zhao Hai was heard again. "Next, let's welcome our first challenger, Life-Seizing Blade from the 27th Life and Death Arena. He has fought 15 battles in the 27th Life and Death Arena and won all of them. His blade is as fast as lightning and as sly as a ghost. Because of this, he is known as Life-Seizing Blade. Let's welcome Mr. Life-Seizing Blade." Along with this voice, a long whistle was heard. Then a figure flew out from the gate opposite of Zhao Hai. This person was wearing a fiery red weapon suit. He looked very eye-catching, but what was even more eye-catching was the blade on his back. It was a large blade that was about 1.5 meters long. The blade was at least 1 meter long and was as wide as a palm. Although the blade was still in its scabbard, the blade was blood red. It looked very terrifying. The man rushed out of the gate and immediately cupped his fists towards the surrounding people. Then, he pulled out his saber and brandished it, causing the surrounding people to burst into cheers. After doing all this, the person turned his gaze towards Zhao Hai. His eyes showed a contemptuous look as he said, "You want to fight? You want to challenge all the heroes? You really don't know life and death. Today, I'll let you understand that not everyone can fight in the life and death arena." Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Life-Seizing Blade. Then he said, "Do you think you can keep winning by being a clown? The arena is for fighting, not for talking. Are you ready? If you're ready, I'm going to attack." When Life-Seizing Blade heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Since you're a newcomer, I'll give you 3 moves. Go ahead and attack." Zhao Hai looked at Life-Seizing Blade and slowly nodded, "All right." Life-Seizing Blade didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree so easily. Ordinary cultivators would certainly fly into a rage after hearing Life-Seizing Blade's words. This was Life-Seizing Blade's goal. He wanted to infuriate Zhao Hai and make Zhao Hai lose his sense of propriety. This way, he would have an easier time winning. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree. This made his heart sink as he began to prepare. Zhao Hai looked at Life-Seizing Blade and coldly snorted. Then a black light surrounded Zhao Hai. When the black light disappeared, the life and death arena quieted down. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's position. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would appear like this, a knight. Zhao Hai sat quietly on the tiger spirit beast. His eyes looked through his helmet and coldly looked at Life-Seizing Blade. Then he said, "Are you ready?" Because he was wearing a helmet, his voice sounded like the buzzing of metal resonating, which made him sound even colder. Life-Seizing Blade raised his blade and coldly snorted, "Stop pretending. Come. Kill." As soon as his voice fell, Zhao Hai took the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear from his hook of victory. Then he patted his horse and charged towards Life-Seizing Blade. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Life-Seizing Blade and stabbed his spear. Life-Seizing Blade didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this fast. It was too late for him to dodge. He immediately used his blade to block Zhao Hai's spear. Bang! Life-Seizing Blade's blade blocked Zhao Hai's spear. However, the impact of Zhao Hai's spear sent him crashing into the arena's shield. The shield shook for a while. Zhao Hai hung the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear on his hook of victory. Then he reached for the Power King Bow and shot an arrow towards Life-Seizing Blade. Life-Seizing Blade was shaken by Zhao Hai's spear. Now that he saw Zhao Hai's sword, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately roared and stomped his foot. His body soared into the air. The arrow shot by Zhao Hai brushed past his shoes and hit the shield, causing it to shake. At this time, a spear suddenly appeared in front of Life-Seizing Blade and pierced his chest. The golden tip of the spear came out from his back. Life-Seizing Blade stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's attack would be so fierce. He couldn't even take 3 moves from Zhao Hai. At this time, Life-Seizing Blade knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of ruthlessness. He wanted to use a secret technique to self-destruct. But just as he was about to use the secret technique, he felt a burst of spiritual energy coming from Zhao Hai's spear. It completely destroyed his body, making it impossible for him to self-destruct. Zhao Hai looked at Life-Seizing Blade coldly and said, "Do you think that I'm an idiot and give you a chance to strike? Do you think that I'm a virgin?" Life-Seizing Blade's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he slowly closed them. He didn't think that a famous person like him would die here today. He always thought that he was a genius, an invincible existence. It wasn't until today that he discovered that he wasn't a genius at all. He was just an ordinary cultivator that could lose and die. Zhao Hai took out his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. Then with a wave of his hand, he received Life-Seizing Blade into the space. Then he held his spear as he stood there with a calm expression. He coldly looked around. The cultivators in the stands were all stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so fierce. The dignified Life-Seizing Blade couldn't even take 3 moves from him. At this time, the voice from before was heard again. "Wow, what did I see? What did I see? I saw a knight, a death knight from hell. Look, Life-Stealer Blade couldn't even last 3 moves in his hands. 3 moves, this is too shocking. Could it be that Life-Stealer Blade underestimated the enemy too much? Or is this Death Knight Zhao Hai too strong? Next, let's welcome our second challenger, the Soul Hooking Fan." Then he said, "The Soul Hooking Fan has won 17 consecutive battles in the life and death arena. With this iron fan in his hands, he can really hook the souls of his enemies. I wonder if his Soul Hooking Fan can hook the souls of Death Knights." Along with his voice, a person slowly walked out of the passage where Life-Seizing Blade appeared. This person was wearing a scholar's robe and had a folding fan in his hand. He was gently fanning himself. The fan's ribs were pure white, as if they were made of white jade. However, Zhao Hai knew that this fan's ribs weren't made of white jade, but of a special kind of metal called jade steel. This person was very handsome, his face always had a smile on it, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. When he appeared, he couldn't help but cause the surrounding spectators to cheer. Obviously, there were a lot of people who knew him. Zhao Hai looked at the soul-hooking fan, but he didn't say anything. He just coldly looked at the soul-hooking fan. The soul-hooking fan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "You're really strong. You actually killed Life-Seizing Blade in 3 moves. But this is also good, it can be considered as helping me. I heard that Life-Seizing Blade wanted to challenge me. Since you killed him, I won't have to do anything when the time comes. In order to thank you, I've decided to leave your corpse intact." Zhao Hai still didn't say anything, he just coldly looked at the soul-hooking fan. When the soul-hooking fan saw that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, the smile on his face couldn't help but increase. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why aren't you talking? I'll allow you to attack first, how about it?" Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Didn't you already start your attack? Don't think that you can do anything to me by using this kind of mental attack that is similar to the soul enchantment great technique. When you first came out of the passage, the attack had already begun. You deliberately said so much to me because you wanted me to unconsciously follow your train of thought. You wanted to plant a seed in my heart that I was doomed to fail. You even let me make the first move. This will make me unconsciously feel that I am inferior to you. In this case, it would already be good if I could use 60% of my strength. Did you also like to let others attack first in the past? In any case, the people in the stands wouldn't know that you used a spiritual attack because of the shield. And because your spiritual attack is very slow and very subtle, most people wouldn't notice it. Unfortunately, you met me today. My heart is as solid as a rock. Not to mention a small spiritual attack, even if it's a strong spiritual attack, it still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. You're dead today." The soul-hooking fan has been quietly listening to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai finished speaking, the smile on the soul-hooking fan's face slowly disappeared. When Zhao Hai finished speaking, a new smile appeared on the soul-hooking fan's face. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to see through it. You're the first person to see through my spiritual attack. But even if you can see through it, my strongest point isn't spiritual attacks." Zhao Hai looked at the soul-hooking fan, then he nodded and said, "Right, your strongest point isn't spiritual attacks, but the fan in your hand, right? If I'm not wrong, the fan in your hand, show it to me. Let me see how powerful your fan is." When the soul-hooking fan heard Zhao Hai, the smile on his face disappeared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to see through this. But this is also good. You dying in the hands of the soul-hooking fan can be considered your good fortune." After he said that, the soul-hooking fan threw the white jade-like fan in his hand. In an instant, the white jade-like fan turned black. Then with a flap of the fan, an incomparably huge formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The formation slowly turned into a black door with all kinds of ghosts painted on it. Then when the door opened, the screams of ghosts could be heard. Everyone in the life and death arena felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Upon feeling this, the expressions of the cultivators in the stands couldn't help but change. They didn't think that the door made by the soul-hooking fan would have this much power. One must know that they were protected by their shields. Moreover, this attack wasn't aimed at them, yet they were still affected. One could imagine how terrifying Zhao Hai's situation was. Just as they were sighing, 2 ghosts suddenly flew out of the door. These 2 ghosts had long tongues. One was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black. Both of them were holding iron chains in their hands. After they flew out of the door, they immediately flew towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the iron chains in their hands went towards Zhao Hai. The iron chains quickly wrapped around Zhao Hai's body. Then the 2 ghosts carried Zhao Hai towards the door. Zhao Hai seemed to have lost his will as he rode his horse and followed the 2 ghosts towards the door. Although the people in the stands didn't know what the door represented, they were certain that as long as Zhao Hai entered the door, nothing good would happen. Maybe he would die as soon as he entered the door. When Zhao Hai's figure arrived in front of the door, he suddenly stopped. No matter how the 2 ghosts pulled him, he didn't move. Then Zhao Hai's body gently shook as the iron chains on his body broke. Then Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "So this is the soul-hooking fan. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed." The soul-hooking fan suddenly shrunk and flew back to its side. The soul-hooking fan stared blankly at Zhao Hai. It seemed like it couldn't believe that Zhao Hai was able to break its attack. Zhao Hai looked at the soul-hooking fan and coldly said, "If you only rely on the soul-hooking fan to deal with me, then you can go die." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as he took out the Power King Bao. Then he instantly shot an arrow towards the soul-hooking fan. The soul-hooking fan reacted. His face couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. But when Zhao Hai shot the arrow, the soul-hooking fan still managed to block Zhao Hai's attack. But as soon as the soul-hooking fan blocked the arrow, it was sent flying. Before the soul-hooking fan could understand what was going on, Zhao's second arrow had already arrived and hit the soul-hooking fan. The soul-hooking fan didn't think that Zhao Hai's attack would be this fast. Before he could react, the second arrow had already hit him. The soul-hooking fan's body flew up and hit the stage's shield. His body was like a pile of mud as he fell to the ground. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he directly received the soul-hooking fan into the space. Then he calmly stood on the stage. At this time, the cultivators in the stands were silent. This was 2 consecutive attacks, and both of them were easily defeated. If Life-Seizing Blade was easily defeated by Zhao Hai because he underestimated his opponent, then the soul-hooking fan wasn't. Yet, it was still easily defeated by Zhao Hai. This made people have no choice but to pay attention to Zhao Hai's strength. At this time, the host's voice was heard, "What a wonderful battle. Next, let's welcome our third challenger, Unparalleled Iron Wall." Unparalleled Iron Wall is known for his defensive capabilities. He has participated in 20 battles in the life and death arena, and has won all 20 of them. So far, nobody has been able to break through his defenses. Let's welcome Unparalleled Iron Wall. Along with the host's words, a figure came out of the passage. This person was wearing a pure black warrior's outfit. On his back was a black shield. It seems like his weapon was actually a shield. Sitting on his horse, Zhao looked at the man who was coming up. When you first saw him, you would have a feeling that he was very steady, surprisingly steady. His first step seemed to be very solid, very steady. Every step he took seemed to be rooted to the ground, so steady that it was hard to believe. The cultivator also looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything to show off his abilities. Instead, he waved his hand as the shield on his back appeared in his hand. Then the shield split into 2, one on each hand. Then the person stood there and quietly looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. But he immediately understood the other party's intention. He couldn't help but smile as he reached out and took the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. Then he pointed the spear at Unparalleled Iron Wall. At the same time, his legs clamped down on the tiger he was sitting on. The tiger let out a roar and rushed towards Unparalleled Iron Wall. The moment the tiger moved, people suddenly felt that Zhao Hai and the tiger had become one. The spear seemed to carry all of Zhao Hai's strength, and at the same time, the tiger's strength. Clang! Boom! Bang! A series of sounds rang out. The people in the stands felt Zhao Hai move, and then a series of sounds rang out. Then the side returned to normal. When people focused their attention on the stands, they found that the battle was already over. Zhao Hai held the spear in his hand, and the spearhead directly pierced through Unparalleled Iron Wall's shield. Moreover, it wasn't just 1, but 2. Unparalleled Iron Wall stacked the 2 shields together, but he still couldn't block Zhao Hai's spear. Unparalleled Iron Wall's spear easily pierced through the 2 shields. Then the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear's tip directly pierced Unparalleled Iron Wall's throat. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Unparalleled Iron Wall was too confident in his defensive ability. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's attack would be this strong, nor did he think that the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear would be this sharp. Therefore, when he was completely unprepared, Zhao Hai's spear pierced through his shield, killing him instantly. Zhao Hai took back the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear and waved his hand to send Unparalleled Iron Wall to the space. Then he patted the tiger and returned to his position, standing there quietly. At this time, the cultivators in the stands were in an uproar. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would use such a violent method to attack Unparalleled Iron Wall. Just a moment ago, the host said that nobody could break Unparalleled Iron Wall's defense, and then in the next moment, Zhao Hai's spear completely destroyed Unparalleled Iron Wall's defense. This kind of attack power was too amazing. The host didn't speak for a long time. Obviously, he was also shocked. After a while, the host said, "Heavens, what did I just see? Our Death Knight only used one spear to break Unparalleled Iron Wall's attack. One spear, heavens, it's too incredible." After saying this, the host paused for a moment, then he loudly said, "Now we have every reason to believe that Zhao Hai will become a legend in the life and death arena. Alright, let me take a look at the news that I just received. I'm sorry, everyone. Because the next two challengers have already given up, Zhao Hai's performance today has come to an end. Because the challengers gave up, Zhao Hai is free to win. Let us cheer for our Death Knight in the life and death arena." One had to admit that this host was really good at stirring up the atmosphere. Because of his words, the atmosphere of the scene became lively. A lot of cultivators stood up and cheered for Zhao Hai. It even made Zhao Hai absent-minded for a moment. To be honest, standing on the stage and receiving everyone's cheers was really good. Zhao Hai now understood why the life-seizing blade and the soul-hooking fan made a special appearance and made the surrounding people cheer. They didn't just want to show off, but more importantly, they wanted to be cheered. Now, Zhao Hai also understood why there were so many stars on Earth. Even though they were already famous, they still wanted to make movies and grab the opportunity to appear on screen. It was because standing on the stage and enjoying people's cheers was really good. However, Zhao Hai was only intoxicated for a moment before he calmed down. The cultivators in the stands were different from the fans that Zhao Hai knew. The people on the stage might be cheering for his victory now, but if he were to be defeated and killed, then those people would immediately cheer for the winner. As for him, he would have already been forgotten by those people. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After the host announced his victory, a black light flashed on Zhao Hai's body. Then the tiger, spear, saber, and bow all disappeared. Zhao Hai was still wearing his black cultivator robe. He looked around before he turned around and walked into the passage, disappearing from everyone's sight. When the spectators saw Zhao Hai's appearance, not only did they not care, they became even more excited as they cheered loudly. Zhao Hai returned to the room where he saw Elder Tang. Elder Tang was already waiting for him. When he saw Zhao Hai, Elder Tang smiled and said, "Young man, I already knew that you were strong, but I didn't think that you would be this strong. Moreover, you are the first knight that I have seen in so many years. You are amazing, I can't accept it." Elder Tang smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, I already knew that you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just happened to obtain a few good things. Combining these things, it just so happens that they're suitable for knights. Therefore, I appeared as a knight." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Very good. Today's reward will be given to you first. You can stay in Martha City for a few days. After a few days, we'll arrange a second special event for you. I believe that more people will come this time. After all, you weren't famous before, but now you're famous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll be taking my leave." Then he bowed to Elder Tang and the two cultivators before he turned around and left. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai's back as a smile appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. Not only was he very smart, but he was also very strong. If such a person were to join the life and death arena, then it would be very beneficial for the future development of the life and death arena. However, after thinking about this, Elder Tang couldn't help but frown. This was because Elder Tang thought of something. Zhao Hai was now in the limelight, so other forces would surely know about him. If it was an ordinary force, then they wouldn't take any action. But what if it was an opponent of the life and death arena? What kind of reaction would they have? This was really hard to say. Thinking of this, Elder Tang immediately waved his hand and called the two cultivators to his side. Then he said, "Pay attention to Zhao Hai's situation for the next few days. See who he's in contact with. Most importantly, make sure to ensure his safety when necessary. Do you understand?" Elder Tang nodded. When the two cultivators heard Elder Tang, they couldn't help but stare. Then the two nodded at the same time. When Zhao Hai came out of the life and death arena, he saw a lot of cultivators standing outside waiting for him. When they saw him coming out of the life and death arena, they immediately cupped their fists towards him. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he knew that they were the cultivators in the stands. However, he didn't care about them as he cupped his fist towards them. Then he turned around and returned to his hotel to rest. When Zhao Hai entered his hotel, he immediately returned to the space. Laura and the others were waiting for him inside. When they saw that he had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how was it? Did we design a good image for you? You look very handsome today." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I looked very handsome that day. But this image is really good." "Right, how are your preparations? What kind of identity do you want to use to stay by my side?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's possible to use large artifacts in the void. I think we can take them out and use them. When the time comes, we'll automatically appear on the large artifacts. I don't think anyone would be able to investigate us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can use large artifacts in the void." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "This time, I've earned a lot from the life and death battles. Once the 50 battles are over, the number of jade essences in my hands would reach an astonishing number. At that time, even if I were to make a large artifact, nobody would say anything." "Your idea is good." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Laura nodded, then she said, "You've won this time. There are already a lot of people spying outside your place. We still don't know what these people are up to. Brother Hai, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about them. If they want to assassinate me, then just kill them. If they don't want to kill me, then we don't need to look for trouble. What I want is the identity of a legendary champion of the life and death arena." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The void realm is much bigger than the true spirit realm. Moreover, there are a lot of experts here. If we can establish a force here and gather a group of experts, then no matter what happens in the true spirit realm, we would be able to deal with it with a thunderous momentum. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then the void realm is much bigger than the true spirit realm." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod. The void realm was a place where the elites of various realms gathered. If they can establish a force here and gather a group of people, then it would be a good thing for them. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "Whether it is the Long family or other people, they were wrong about one thing. They only thought about defense and sealing off the true spirit realm. This way, the possibility of the true spirit realm being attacked would be reduced. However, they didn't think about how the true spirit realm would develop. If the demon race were to invade the true spirit realm in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable." Laura and the others nodded and said, "The Long family and the others were wrong about one thing." Laura nodded, then she knit her brows and said, "But what kind of force should we establish here? The cultivators who came here are all elites from various realms. Each of them is proud and arrogant. It won't be easy to win them over." Zhao Hai replied, "Our understanding of the void realm is still too little. A single bitter bar star can't represent the entire void realm. Let's wait until we have a better understanding of the void realm before we take a look at the situation here." Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, actually, there's another way. There are a lot of experts in the space right now. Moreover, after the undead resurrected, they would be able to appear in front of people. Do you want to release them and have them look around?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." "Right, how about we make the robots our main business? Although those robots don't have much fighting power, they can still be nannies. With them taking care of them, I think those cultivators will definitely agree." Laura smiled faintly and said, "That's a good idea. All right, we'll use the nanny robots as our main selling point. However, this matter can't be rushed. Let's go back and make some arrangements before we proceed." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Today, Elder Tang said that he would be looking for some experts to spar with me. I want to see what kind of experts they can invite. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, Elder Tang said that he would be looking for experts to spar with me. Laura smiled faintly and said, to be honest, if a cultivator in the same realm as you goes against them, it would be no different than courting death. Even Vajra realm cultivators wouldn't be your opponent. Against divine condensation experts, you should be able to keep your life. In the void realm, we should have a place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, once we understand the void realm, we'll be able to establish a foothold in the void realm. When the time comes, whether it's the extraterritorial demons or the true spirit realm, we'll be able to deal with them. I'm sure that the extraterritorial demons would certainly make a move against the true spirit realm. Right, when you release people, make sure to collect information about the extraterritorial demons. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, leave this matter to us. Someone came to see you, you should go and take a look. Zhao Hai also felt that someone had come to his room. His figure moved and returned to the hotel. Just as he sat down, he heard a knock on the door. Then a voice was heard, excuse me, is Mr. Zhao Hai here? This one is Yellen. I've come to see you. Zhao Hai stood up and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he saw a cultivator wearing a green warrior's robe. This cultivator didn't look very old, only about 20 years old. However, his eyes were shining, one could see that he wasn't an easy person to deal with. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, I've seen Mr. Yellen. May I know why Mr. is looking for Zhao Hai? Yellen cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Yellen has seen Mr. I've come this time because I have something to discuss with Mr. May I know if I can enter? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Mr., please. Then he made way and invited Yellen to enter the room. After the two sat down in the living room, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, I've just arrived in the void realm, so I don't know much about this place. I'll have to ask Mr. to explain your intentions. Yellen looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Mr.'s straightforwardness is admirable. I came to see Mr. this time because I want to make friends with Mr. I don't have any other intentions. Mr.'s performance in the life and death arena today really surprised me. With Mr.'s ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to achieve consecutive victories. Making friends with Mr. now is better than making friends with Mr. in the future when Mr.'s fame increases. When that time comes, I'm afraid this little brother wouldn't be able to reach Mr.'s level. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Yellen's words. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Yellen is the straightforward one. Although I'm not weak, I'm still nothing in the void realm. I wonder why Brother Yellen wants to make friends with me. Yellen looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Mister, you don't have to be suspicious. I think Mister must have just arrived in the void realm and isn't very familiar with the situation here. In the void realm, all the cultivators are divided into two categories. One is the natives of the void realm, and the other is the people who came to the void realm in search of opportunities. The natives of the void realm are generally very united. The life and death arena was created by the void realm's local alliance. The Yi family that I'm from is one of the local families in the void realm. When Zhao Hai heard Yellen's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Yellen and said, so Brother Yellen is actually a native of the void realm. In that case, the Yi family also has shares in the life and death arena? Yellen nodded and said, yes, the Yi family does have shares in the life and death arena. However, the life and death arena has nothing to do with me. Our Yi family has a rule. Apart from the eldest son, all the men in the family must go out and make their own way after reaching adulthood. If you can make your way out, the family will help you unconditionally and even give you a corresponding status. If you can't, then even if you die outside, the family won't avenge you. Zhao nodded. Large clans had their own family rules, and the Yet clan's family rules weren't a big deal. But Zhao didn't know what Yelin meant by this. Yelin nodded, but Zhao didn't know what Yelin meant by this. Yelin looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao Hai, I won't inquire about your origin. However, I can see that Brother Zhao Hai is very strong. I, Yelin, am a branch descendant of the Yi family. However, I'm different from the other branch descendants. My ancestor left the Yi family a long time ago. Although I've been in contact with the main Yi family all these years, I'm still relatively independent. I, Yellen, am a direct descendant of the Kubai Yi family. However, our Kubai family is different from the Mainyi family. In our Kubai family, even direct descendants have to go out and make their own way after reaching adulthood. However, the family will give us some help when appropriate. Now that I'm an adult, I want to go out and make my own way. Therefore, I want to get acquainted with Mr. Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Ye Lin's words, he immediately understood what Ye Lin meant. Ye Lin saw that Zhao Hai was strong, so he wanted to win him over. More friends, more paths, these were just words that sounded nice. Ye Lin's main purpose was to win him over. Zhao Hai looked at Ye Lin and smiled faintly. Brother Ye Lin is a straightforward person. To tell you the truth, I came out this time to train. But I have a few good things that I want to sell. Naturally, this is a big business. I just don't know if Brother Ye Lin has any connections? Ye Lin nodded. When Ye Lin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. His face didn't show any happiness. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What kind of business does Brother Zhao Hai want to do?" When Zhao Hai saw Ye Lin's expression, he immediately understood Ye Lin's meaning. Ye Lin had just met him and he wanted to talk business with him. This made Ye Lin suspicious. He thought that Zhao Hai came here specifically for him. Because of this, he was very careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Little brother has some puppets that I want to sell. These puppets don't have any fighting power, they can only take care of people's daily lives. If a cultivator has a puppet like this, they would be able to eat or have someone clean their room without any problems." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Little brother has some puppets that I want to sell. These puppets don't have any fighting power." When he heard Zhao Hai, Ye Lin stared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, do you have a sample?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as a robot appeared on the ground. This robot was a nanny robot. Moreover, it was a very simple one. Zhao Hai looked at the nanny robot and said, "Go, make us a cup of tea." The nanny robot nodded and said, "Yes, young master." After saying that, he looked around and finally walked to the table. He took out the tea leaves placed there and brewed a pot of tea for the two of them. From beginning to end, he did it very smoothly, not even spilling a single drop of water. Ye Lin kept looking at the robot. Although the robot's movements seemed a little clumsy, it wasn't bad. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. When the robot placed the tea on the coffee table, Ye Lin's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of light. Cultivators, especially those in the teleportation realm, were very popular no matter where they went. Even in the Void Realm, although there were many teleportation realm cultivators, many of the natives here weren't teleportation realm cultivators. Therefore, they were very respected here. But sometimes, cultivators would be very distressed, especially those who went out. Although they had servants, the servants weren't as strong as them. It was impossible for them to bring the servants with them wherever they went. As a result, most of the time, the cultivators who went out would have no one to take care of them. Cultivators' time was very precious. If they had to brew their own water and eat their own food, it would waste a lot of their time. Therefore, many cultivators were very distressed about this matter. This was especially true for the cultivators in the Void Realm. They were surrounded by countless servants in their own sections. It can be said that in their sects, they had to stretch out their hands and open their mouths to eat. It was precisely because of this that many cultivators weren't used to living in the Void Realm. This was because they had to do everything by themselves. Although there were some things that could be done with spells, there were some small things that couldn't be done. This made the cultivators in the Void Realm complain a lot. And this nanny robot just so happened to fill this gap. After all, a robot was not a lifeless body. It could be placed in a spatial equipment and let the cultivator carry it around. The cultivator didn't dare to do anything with it. They just had to give the order. For those cultivators, it was definitely a hot commodity. Ye Lin grew up in the Ye family. The Ye family had always been famous for their business in the Void Realm. Even the head of the Ye family valued the Ye family very much. Although Ye Lin's cultivation talent was very high, he also knew about business. Therefore, after Zhao Hai released the nanny robot, he immediately discovered a huge business opportunity. Zhao Hai looked at Ye Lin and smiled, "Brother Ye, what do you think of this nanny robot?" Ye Lin looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed as he said, "How many nanny robots do you have? What's the price?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have as many as you want." "What about the price?" "This hasn't been decided yet, but it's not too expensive. 100 jade essences are enough." Yao Lin's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did Brother Zhao leave this matter to the Ye family? Moreover, Brother Yi is the first person who wanted to make friends with me. I know that Brother Ye's purpose is to win me over, which means that you won't harm me. Moreover, Brother Yi wouldn't use your family background to deceive me, there's simply no need for that. As long as I inquire about this matter, I'll know whether it's true or not. In other words, your identity is real and you really want to win me over to do something together. On the other hand, these robots are a big business. If I do it myself, then although I might succeed, it would take a long time. Moreover, the profits of this business are very big. I can't swallow it all by myself, and if I don't do it well, I might even get killed. Therefore, I need to find someone to cooperate with. At present, Brother Yi seems to have all the conditions to cooperate with me. If I don't look for you, then who else would I look for?" Yao Lin looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go home and discuss it with my family. By the way, I wonder if Brother Zhao can let me bring a nanny robot back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course. But Brother Yao Lin, you have to be careful. My nanny robot can't be disassembled. If it's disassembled, it will explode." When Yao Lin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but shake. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he received the robot and turned around to leave Zhao Hai's room. Naturally, Yao Lin understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was clearly warning him not to disassemble the nanny robot and imitate it. Yao Lin really did have this idea. If the nanny robot business was successful, then it would definitely be a big business. However, the production of nanny robot was very troublesome. Therefore, the price of nanny robot was very high. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's nanny robot was very cheap. When Zhao Hai said that he would sell it for 100 jade essence, Yao Lin naturally thought that this was the cost price. But even so, in Yao Lin's opinion, this was still a cheap price. Because of this, Yao Lin wanted to take the nanny robot back home and ask a refiner to study it to see if he could imitate it. But after hearing Zhao Hai's words, whether it was true or not, Yao Lin didn't dare to touch the nanny robot. If the nanny robot really exploded, then not only would it destroy the nanny robot, it would also leave a bad impression on Zhao Hai. This wouldn't be good for their cooperation. Zhao Hai looked at Yao Lin's departure and couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that Yao Lin would actually come to his door. This was definitely a good thing for him. He originally wanted to develop in the Void Realm. Moreover, he also wanted to use nanny robots as his main product. Cooperating with the Yi family was the best thing that could happen. Of course, he also thought that the Yi family might secretly deal with him because of the nanny robots. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Firstly, he had the strength and wasn't afraid of the Yi family. Secondly, he thought that the Yi family wouldn't do so. Zhao Hai said that he could have as many nanny robots as he wanted. The Yi family wouldn't think that Zhao Hai had the space. They would only think that Zhao Hai was a disciple of a sect that specialized in nanny robots. What Zhao Hai did was just to take the nanny robots out and sell them. If they were to detain Zhao Hai, then they would lose the source of the nanny robots. Even if they found a large number of nanny robots in Zhao Hai's space equipment, it would only be a one-time deal. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that the Yi family wouldn't deal with him. After dealing with Yes matter, Zhao Hai returned to the space. To be honest, he had been in the true spiritual realm for a long time. He didn't have much time to return to the space. He missed this feeling. After all, he didn't need to think about anything in the space, he was absolutely safe. Yao Lin used his fastest speed to return to the Yi family. The Yi family was a first-class force on the Bitterba planet. Their mansion was very big, just like the Long family. The entire city belonged to the Yi family. Because of this, the place was called Yi City. Yao Lin was the eldest grandson of the Bitterba planet Yi family. The current head of the Yi family was his grandfather. Moreover, Yao Lin was the most favored one. Although Yao Lin was born in a great family, he was very careful and didn't have the temperament of a playboy. Therefore, it was natural for him to be valued. Almost everyone in the Yi family knew him. As soon as Yao Lin appeared in Kargalik, there were people greeting him incessantly. Yao Lin also greeted them incessantly. He was polite, but there was a hint of seriousness in his expression that was more serious than usual. When the people of the Yi family saw Yao Lin's appearance, they knew that he had something to do. Therefore, they didn't talk to him and just greeted him. Before long, Yao Lin arrived at the Yi family's residence. The Yi clan's main residence occupied a large area. The direct descendants of the clan were all sitting in the main residence. In front of the Yi clan's gate, there were 2 stone beasts carved with dragons soaring from the 9 heavens. They were very lifelike. With one look, one could tell that they were the work of a famous expert. There were also 2 guards standing at the gate. These 2 guards were actually cultivators of the teleportation realm. When the 2 saw Yao Lin return, they immediately gave him a salute and said, "We have seen the young master." Yao Lin nodded and then hurriedly walked towards the courtyard. It didn't take long before an old man came over. After the old man saw Yao Lin, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Young master, you're back." Yao Lin quickly said, "Grandpa Chen, where is Grandpa? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." This old man was called Ji Chen, he was Yao Lin's grandpa's attendant. The 2 grew up together and had a very close relationship. In the Yi family, aside from Yao Lin's grandpa, no one dared to disrespect Ji Chen. However, Yi Chen was very clear about his status. Therefore, he didn't put on any airs in the Yi family. He always treated himself as a servant. Not only did this not lower his status, on the contrary, everyone in the Yi family treated him with respect. Yi Chen looked at Yao Lin and said, "Young master, master is in the study." Yao Lin nodded and quickly headed towards the study room. Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yao Lin's actions. However, he still immediately followed him. He was very clear that Yao Lin was usually very steady. For him to be this anxious, it definitely wasn't a small matter. When Yao Lin arrived outside the study, he said, "Grandpa, I have something to report." A dignified voice was heard from the study, "Come in." Yao Lin pushed the door and walked in. The study wasn't very big, it was only about 100 square meters. The inside was also very clean. Besides an office desk, there was also a small living room. There were also several bookshelves on the side. There were a lot of books on the shelves. These books were made of real paper. This made the study filled with a scholarly atmosphere. An old man was sitting at the desk. In front of the old man was a book. It was clear that he was reading this book. Yao Lin quickly gave the old man a salute and said, "Grandpa." The old man nodded, then he looked at Yao Lin with a loving expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Little Lin, what's the matter? Didn't you just go out to train? You didn't go to the Bitter Shell planet, so why are you back?" When Ye heard the old man's words, he smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa, I just went to Martha City 2 days ago and stayed there for a few days. There is a newcomer in the life and death arena, his name is Zhao Hai. He first defeated Wolf, who had a 30-match winning streak, and then fought in a special match. Originally, there were 5 matches, but in the first 3 matches, he defeated his opponents in less than 3 moves. In the last 2 matches, his opponents didn't even dare to enter the arena. I saw that this person's strength was formidable, so I wanted to make friends with him, but I didn't think that I would actually make a business deal with him." When the Yi patriarch heard Yao Lin, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Yao Lin curiously and said, "I know about this Zhao Hai. I heard that Elder Tang has seen this Zhao Hai and praised him. It seems like this person has some ability. But what kind of business are you talking about?" Yao Lin replied, "It's puppets." "Puppets?" Yi patriarch stared blankly, he looked at Yi Lin in confusion and said, "Puppets aren't that strong. Puppets with strong combat power are too expensive to make. Moreover, no one would take them out to sell. How could he have them?" Yao Lin shook his head and said, "The puppets he took out aren't high-level puppets. Instead, they're puppets that I haven't seen before. These puppets don't have any fighting ability. They can only be used to take care of people." "Take care of people?" The Yi patriarch looked at Yao Lin with some confusion. Yao Lin nodded, then he waved his hand and a robot appeared in the room. This robot was very simple. One could only see that it was a human shape. It had a round head with 2 eyes, a mouth, and a metal nose. Its body was also round, but its hands and feet looked very normal. The Yi Patriarch looked at the robot and said, "Can this thing be used?" Yao Lin nodded, then he looked at the robot and said, "Go to the shelf and bring me the stone forest miscellanies." The robot immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Then it went to the shelf and found the stone forest miscellanies. Then it took out the book and brought it to Yao Lin. Yao Lin nodded, then he said, "Put it back." The robot immediately responded and put the book back. When the Yi Patriarch saw the robot, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "This robot is used to serve people?" Yao Lin nodded and said, "Yes, these puppets are used to serve people. They can cook, make tea, and do some daily tasks. The most important thing is that they're very cheap to make. I heard from Zhao Hai that the cost of making a puppet like this is about 100 jade essences." The Yi Patriarch's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "Do you think we can copy it?" Yao Lin said, "Zhao Hai said that as long as the robot is dismantled, it will immediately explode. Grandfather, I think it's best if we don't dismantle it now. If it really explodes, then it wouldn't be good." When the Yi Patriarch heard this, he nodded and said, "Yao Lin's production." Yao Lin said, "Zhao Hai's production. It seems like he has a lot of it. Grandfather, what do you think about this matter?" The Yi family pondered for a moment and said, "If the production is really high, then it's not something that Zhao Hai can do alone. We can't do anything to him. You can talk to him about this matter first and see if he has any conditions. If the conditions aren't too harsh, then we can agree. After all, this thing is a good thing, it's also an opportunity for our Yi family." The Yi family's patriarch nodded and said, all right. Yao Lin nodded, then he said, "Grandfather, right now Zhao Hai is still participating in the life and death arena. Can you tell Elder Tang not to make things too difficult for him? Otherwise, if something happens to him, then this line will be broken." The Yi Patriarch nodded and said, "I'll arrange this matter. However, Zhao Hai's strength is much stronger than you think. Elder Tang said that even if they want to deal with Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Elder Tang admires him very much and has always wanted to pull him into the life and death arena. Therefore, even if I don't say anything, I think Elder Tang wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Moreover, you know Elder Tang's vision, it seems like this kid isn't a simple character." When he heard the Yi Patriarch, Yao Lin couldn't help but stare. "Grandfather, it seems like this kid has some talent. Do you think we should pull him into the Yi family?" The Yi Patriarch shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." "When he talked to you about these puppets, what was his reaction? Did he just want to cooperate with us?" Yao Lin nodded. The Yi Patriarch then said, "That's right. A person like him wouldn't be willing to be under someone else. Moreover, he certainly has a powerful force behind him. He wouldn't easily join our Yi family. You should give up on this idea." Yao Lin nodded, the Yi Patriarch nodded. When Yao Lin heard the Yi Patriarch, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Then why does he want to participate in the life and death arena? Moreover, looking at his appearance, it seems like he's aiming for the position of legendary champion. Becoming a legendary champion is equivalent to joining the life and death arena. He should understand this, so why does he still want to participate?" The Yi Patriarch looked at Yao Lin and said, "He can join the life and death arena, but he can't join our Yi family. The life and death arena is only an organization, it's not a fixed force. It's like a trading company. He can join a trading company and become a consecrator. This doesn't affect his position in the original force. But our Yi family is equivalent to a sect. If he joins our Yi family, then it's the same as joining another sect. This is a big matter. Do you understand?" When Yao Lin heard the Yi Patriarch, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Then grandfather, I'll go back and discuss the matter of cooperation with Zhao Hai." The Yi family's patriarch nodded and said, "Discussing the matter of cooperation is necessary, but you should know that there are 2 different kinds of cooperation. One is that he sells these puppets directly to our Yi family, and then we sell them. We can discuss how much he sells to us, but he can't control how much we sell to him. The other kind of cooperation is that he uses the puppets to buy shares, while our Yi family buys shares. Both of us will run the business together, and he can also participate in the management. In the end, we will split the profits according to the shares, and you can see which one he agrees with. Yao Lin nodded, then he said, does he have people to participate in the management? I think he'll most likely choose the first method. The Yi patriarch shook his head and said, no, on the contrary, I think that he's more likely to choose the second method. You should pay attention. If he chooses the second method, then we should be on good terms with him. Because if he chooses the second method, then it means that he's planning something big. It's best not to offend such a person. Who knows, maybe it'll be good for our Yi family in the future. Yao Lin frowned and said, Grandfather, if he's planning something big, then why should we cooperate with him? Isn't that too dangerous? The Yi patriarch replied, even if we don't cooperate with him, there are still others. The Yi family isn't the only one in the void realm. Moreover, the prospects of these puppets are very good. There will always be people who want to cooperate with him. Instead of letting him cooperate with others, it's better to cooperate with us. This way, no matter what he does in the future, we'll know a little about it. Go. Yao Lin nodded, then he turned around and left. The Yi patriarch looked at Yao Lin's back and smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with Yao Lin. Although he was born in the Yi family and had some arrogance, he knew when to put down his pride. This was very important for the Yi family. If the Yi family wants to develop, then they can't always be arrogant. But then he thought of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's origin was too mysterious. After he knew about Zhao Hai, he had people pay attention to Zhao Hai. However, they didn't find him anywhere else. He seemed to have suddenly appeared on the Bitterbaugh star, which made the patriarch very puzzled. However, the patriarch wasn't in a hurry. He had already asked the Yi family to investigate and see if they could find out Zhao Hai's origin. If they could find out about Zhao Hai's origin, then they would have the initiative. They would also be prepared to face Zhao Hai. The Yi family had existed in the void realm for such a long time by relying on this kind of cautiousness. They didn't offend those with unknown origins because they didn't know what kind of existence they could never afford to offend. Moreover, the Yi family had a principle. They either didn't offend people, or if they offended someone, they must kill that person because you would never know how much power a person who wanted to take revenge on you could unleash. Zhao Hai's identity was too mysterious. It was precisely because of this that the Yi family didn't think of dealing with him in the first place. Instead, they wanted to befriend him. Yao Lin still didn't know about this. After he received instructions from the Yi family's patriarch, he immediately took the transmission formation and returned to Martha City. He wanted to see Zhao Hai as soon as possible to discuss the cooperation. However, when Yao Lin arrived at Martha City, he suddenly heard a message from Life and Death Haze. 5 days later, Zhao Hai would have a special fight. This time, his opponents would be 5 people. But when he heard the names of these 5 people, Yao Lin's expression changed. Ya quickened his pace and soon arrived at the hotel where Zhao was staying. When he entered the hotel, the waiter immediately greeted him and said, "Hello, sir. Does sir want to stay here?" Ya nodded and said, "Sir, do you want to stay?" Yao Lin shook his head and said, "Is Mr. Zhao Hai here?" "I'm here to pay him a visit." When the staff heard Yao Lin, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, "So sir is here to pay a visit to Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. said that he's going into seclusion and won't be seeing any guests for a few days. If sir wants to see Mr. Zhao Hai, then I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few days." When Yao Lin heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Seclusion? At this time? Does he know about the list released by the Life and Death Arena?" The staff nodded and said, "I know. Mr. went into seclusion after knowing about the list." Yao Lin frowned slightly and said, "All right, then I'll wait a few days." "Right, do you have any empty rooms in the hotel? Prepare one for me. It's best if it's close to Mr. Zhao Hai." When the shop assistant heard Yao Lin, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, there are rooms available. I'll prepare them for Mr. Mr., please come with me." Yao Lin nodded and followed the shop assistant upstairs. Zhao Hai already knew about Yao Lin's arrival when he entered the hotel. He even knew about the conversation between Yao Lin and the Yi family's patriarch. Don't forget that Yao Lin brought a robot with him. And this robot had liquid silver in its body. Zhao Hai could see Yao Lin's every move. Zhao Hai didn't come out to meet Yao Lin. He didn't want to see Yao Lin right now. In any case, the Yak clan had already discussed this matter, so it didn't matter if he met Yao Lin or not. However, the 5 opponents that were arranged for him in the life and death arena were quite interesting. Zhao Hai had already heard from the cultivators outside that these 5 people weren't simple. These 5 people were considered to be the ones most likely to become the life and death arena's legendary champion. They had won more than 30 matches in the life and death arena. It can be said that their reputation wasn't any lower than wild wolves. But to be honest, Zhao Hai didn't really care about these people. Although their reputation wasn't small, they were still in the teleportation realm and weren't at the Vajra realm. Cultivators who weren't at the Vajra realm wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves against Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. The reason why Zhao Hai came to the space this time was mainly because of Laura and the others. Now that Laura and the others had begun to send people to the Void Realm, Zhao Hai was paying attention to this matter. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that Yao Lin was currently very anxious. This was because Zhao Hai's 5 opponents were too formidable. These 5 people were the top existences in the life and death arena. They were also the focus of the life and death arena's teleportation realm experts. The life and death arena had already begun to think of ways to deal with them. These 5 people were known as the life and death arena's 5 beasts. This was because they were beast cultivators. They were the tiger beast white-headed tiger, the wolf beast howling moon wolf, the bull beast red-furred ox, the fox beast phantom fox, and the deer beast demon. These 5 beasts seem to have appeared in the life and death arena's branches in other cities. Some people even said that they were good friends and came to the life and death arena together. Yao Lin also knew that Elder Tang arranged for the 5 beasts to fight Zhao Hai for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength. Second, he wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's strength to deal with the 5 beasts. Each of the 5 beasts had won more than 30 matches in the life and death arena. Even if they weren't sent to deal with Zhao Hai, the life and death arena would have sent someone to deal with them. The people in the life and death arena knew the identities of these 5 people. They were different from Zhao Hai. They didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity, and they couldn't find out about Zhao Hai's origin. However, they were very clear about the origins of these 5 demons. These 5 beasts came from the monster spirit realm. The monster spirit realm was a very strange realm. There were no humans there, only monster cultivators. There were all kinds of monster cultivators there, so it was called the monster spirit realm. Because the monster spirit realm was full of monster cultivators, their combat strength was very strong. They were also one of the forces in the void realm. However, the life and death arena wasn't afraid of them. The life and death arena was very fair. If you win a lot of matches, the life and death arena would send experts to deal with you. However, the experts would generally be on the same level as you. Therefore, the life and death arena could be held in the void realm for such a long time. Because of this reason, the life and death arena had allowed the 5 beasts to fight with Zhao Hai. Even if the 5 beasts knew that the life and death arena wanted to deal with them, they couldn't do anything about it. This was because they had less than 50 victories. Even if they didn't want to fight now, they had to fight with Zhao Hai first. This was the rule of the life and death arena. If you didn't abide by this rule, you wouldn't be able to fight in the life and death arena. You came to participate in the life and death arena of your own free will. The people in the life and death arena didn't force you. Moreover, before you participated in the competition, the life and death arena had already informed you of all the rules. Since you participated in the competition willingly, don't blame the life and death arena for dealing with you within the scope of the rules. The 5 beasts had been famous in the life and death arena for a long time. Their 30 victories weren't like Zhao Hai's, they didn't do it through special battles. Instead, they did it one by one. This was a very long time, and with each victory, their fame was getting bigger and bigger. The way they became famous was through battle after battle. Their fame was slowly accumulated. However, Zhao Hai was different. His fame suddenly rose. It could be said that most of his fame came from the people in the life and death arena. It was precisely because of this that when they heard that Zhao Hai was fighting against the 5 beasts this time, many people weren't optimistic about Zhao Hai. Of course, this included Yalin. Although Yalin had seen Zhao Hai fight, he still wasn't optimistic about Zhao Hai's chances. This was something that couldn't be helped. One had accumulated fame for a long time while the other had just risen to fame. Comparing the two, Zhao Hai was naturally inferior. What Yalin was worried about the most was that if something happened to Zhao Hai, then his robot business would be ruined. It was because of this that he booked a room in Zhao Hai's hotel. 5 days passed by quickly. Laura and the others had already arranged for people to inquire about the situation many times. Naturally, there weren't any problems. They were very familiar with the process, so Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space with Laura and the others for a few days. After arranging some matters, it was about time for him to leave the space. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to let his resurrected undead participate in the robot business. This was because if he did, then the Ye family would be suspicious of him. Moreover, his cards would be exposed. These resurrected undead were Zhao Hai's trump cards, so he wouldn't let others know about them. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai calculated the time and knew that it was about time. He opened the door and went out of the room. Just as he came out, he saw Yalin waiting for him in the corridor. Although Zhao Hai already knew that Yalin was here, he still pretended to be surprised and said, "Brother Yi, why did you come?" When Yalin saw Zhao Hai, he immediately greeted him and said, "Brother Zhao, you came out. Are you going to the life and death arena?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's about time. I have a special battle today." Yalin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I was just about to tell you about it. Brother Zhao, your opponents this time aren't simple. They are all beast cultivators and are very strong. Brother Zhao, are you sure you can handle them?" Zhao Hai looked at Yalin and smiled, "Let's talk while we walk. Brother Yi, you don't need to worry about me." "Right, how did your discussion with your family go? Is your Yi family interested in this business?" When Yalin heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Brother Zhao, we can talk about this matter later. Let's talk about the life and death arena. Brother Zhao, it's not that I don't trust you, but your opponents are too strong. You should know that our Yi family has a special relationship with the life and death arena. If Brother Zhao doesn't want to participate in the competition, then I can arrange it for you. Brother Zhao, don't misunderstand, I don't want you to run away. But Brother Zhao, the puppet business is very important, we can't afford any mishaps." Zhao Hai looked at Yalin, then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi, rest assured. I never do things that I'm not sure of. From what I can hear, the Yi family attaches great importance to this business." When Yalin saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. Every cultivator had their own dignity. Zhao Hai said that he wanted to fight. If he didn't fight because of the other party's fame, then it wouldn't be a good thing for Zhao Hai. It would also damage his reputation. Because of this, when Yalin saw that Zhao Hai didn't want to fight, he didn't say anything else. Yalin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, the Yi family attaches great importance to this matter. Our Yi family is very sincere in cooperating with you. Moreover, the Yi family also proposed 2 cooperation plans. As for the specifics, I'll tell you after the fight. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we'll talk about it after the fight." While they were talking, the two arrived outside the life and death arena. Zhao Hai directly went in. Yalin followed Zhao Hai. A lot of cultivators who were waiting to enter the arena saw Zhao Hai and came over to greet him. Zhao Hai also returned their greetings. He didn't know these people, it was just these people who knew Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai entered the life and death arena, Yalin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I can only accompany you here. Although the life and death arena is part of the Yi family, there are other people who manage it. There are rules here, so I'll see you after the fight." Zhao Hai replied, "All right, I'll see you after the fight." Then he strode inside. Yalin looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai went to Elder Tang's room. He wanted to see Elder Tang. Elder Tang was in the room that Zhao Hai went to before. But this time, there was only Zhao Hai in the room, there was no one else. When Elder Tang saw Zhao Hai come in, he smiled faintly and said, "How was it? Are you satisfied with the opponent that I arranged for you this time?" Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, "I'm satisfied, I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Elder Tang. You didn't come to the life and death arena for money. You don't lack money, you came here for the trial. At the same time, you also want to become a legendary champion of the life and death arena. Because of this, I won't be polite with you. The opponents that I arranged for you are people that the life and death arena wants to deal with. If you can deal with all of them and become a legendary champion of the life and death arena, then you will naturally have a position in the life and death arena. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Old Tang and said, "You're the only one that I can't see through." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Elder Tang. I can't hide my thoughts from you, so I won't be polite with you. I'll be frank with you, what I want is the legendary champion status. If I get this status, then I'll naturally be part of the life and death arena. If there's anything that happens in the life and death arena in the future, then it will be my, Zhao Hai's, business. Elder Tang can rest assured." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Alright, I can see that you're not a person who can casually say these words. I'll remember your words. I don't know how you got involved with the Yi family, but the Yi family seems to be investigating your background. If you have something that you don't want others to know, then you can deal with it yourself." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but nod. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Elder Tang. I'll be going first." Then he turned around and left. Let's welcome the white-fronted tiger to the arena. The white-fronted tiger has been fighting in the life and death arena for more than 3 years. He has fought a total of 32 battles and won all 32 battles. He is a warrior of the tiger tribe and the white-fronted tiger king of our life and death arena. Roar. A tiger's roar was heard. Following that, a huge white tiger pounced out of the life and death arena's passageway. After this fierce tiger appeared, it first looked around. The domineering look in its eyes made people tremble in fear. Following that, it raised its head to the sky and roared. This made the atmosphere of the entire arena very enthusiastic. The cultivators in the surrounding stands also shouted. Obviously, many of these people supported the white-fronted tiger. At this moment, the white-brow tiger stood up and turned into a 2-meter-tall man. This man had a head of white hair, and there was a black pattern formed by the word king on his white hair. His whole body pointed at the ground, and he had a domineering aura that looked down on the world. At this time, the host's voice was heard again. Next, let's welcome the new powerhouse of our life and death arena, the Death Knight Zhao Hai from the 9th Nether Hell. The cultivators in the surrounding stands roared again. At this time, the tunnel on the other side of the life and death arena opened. Then, a tiger's roar was heard. This tiger's roar was very low. Then, a black shadow slowly walked out of the tunnel. It was a cyan tiger that looked like it was made of iron. On the tiger's forehead, there was a square Rubik's cube that was rotating. On the tiger's back sat a man in a black helmet. This man was wearing a tiger helmet and tiger head armor. He sat quietly on the tiger's back. On the victory hook of the saddle, there was a long spear and a large black bow in a bow bag, hanging on the other side of the saddle. 2 long swords were carried on the man's back. He seemed to be armed to the teeth. When he walked out of the dark tunnel, it felt as if he had just walked out of the gates of hell. The white-fronted tiger looked coldly at Zhao Hai who walked out. To be honest, he really didn't believe that Zhao Hai was that capable. In the past, there were people like Zhao Hai in the life and death arena. They thought that they were strong and invincible, so they wanted to fight in a special match. This way, not only could they make more money, but they could also make a name for themselves. However, such people usually didn't have a good ending. This was because there were too many experts in the Void Realm. Many people were invincible in their own plane, but when they came to the Void Realm, they would have enemies, or even lose. Therefore, there weren't many people who fought in the life and death arena. But when he saw Zhao Hai, the white-fronted tiger didn't think so. He felt a strong pressure from Zhao Hai. In the past, the people who could give him this kind of pressure were some powerful people. It was very difficult for him to deal with such people. Now, Zhao Hai also gave him this kind of pressure. Although they hadn't fought yet, the white-fronted tiger had already determined that Zhao Hai was an expert that he could take seriously. Zhao Hai stood on the stage, and the roars of the cultivators around him could be heard. Some of these cultivators might not know what they were shouting about, but in the life and death arena, they could roar without worry. They didn't need to care about their identity, nor did they need to be afraid of being laughed at. They could roar and curse at will, and no one would care about them. No one would laugh at them, because other people might be crazier than them. The pressure of survival for cultivators was very great. They had to work hard and constantly think about how to improve their strength. This was because they knew very well that if they weren't strong enough, then they might be killed by others in the next moment. In the cultivation world, strength was always the most important thing. Sometimes, this kind of pressure would become a motivation to move forward. But sometimes, too much pressure wasn't a good thing. Too much pressure could affect one's state of mind, which would have a great impact on one's cultivation. Because of this, many cultivators had their own methods to reduce their pressure. The life and death arena was a good place to relieve pressure. Shouting, cursing, and shouting here would naturally make one feel relaxed and the pressure would be reduced by a lot. This was also the most attractive thing about the life and death arena. Zhao Hai turned a deaf ear to the surrounding voices. He just calmly looked at the white-fronted tiger. After a while, he said, "White-fronted tiger, I've heard of your name. Please advise me." The white-fronted tiger wasn't as polite as Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "There is no advice here, only life and death." Then his figure moved as he pounced towards Zhao Hai. Although he was in human form, this pounce was like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Zhao Hai's hand moved as the Power King bow appeared in his hand. Then he released an arrow towards the white-fronted tiger's forehead. This arrow was very fast, but the white-fronted tiger was already prepared. He let out a roar as an energy shot out from his mouth towards the iron arrow. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the iron arrow and the energy collided. The sound was so loud that it went beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the white-fronted tiger that wasn't blocked by the arrow and was still pouncing towards him. He couldn't help but shout, "Good, interesting." Then he shot another arrow. This time, the white-fronted tiger was only a dozen meters away from Zhao Hai. The white-fronted tiger didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to shoot an arrow from such a short distance. He quickly sent out a punch. With a boom, the white-fronted tiger's figure was pushed back until he reached his original position. The white-fronted tiger looked at Zhao Hai in shock. The tiger race had always been known for their strength. Moreover, the roar that he used to deal with the iron arrow wasn't an ordinary energy. It was the innate ability of the tiger race, the Tiger King's roar. The tiger was the king of beasts. Once the Tiger King appeared, the wind and clouds would move. And in order to show his might as a king, the Tiger King would use his roar to mark his territory. Many small beasts would be too scared to move when they heard the Tiger King's roar. It was precisely because of this reason that the tiger race generally had a kind of innate ability, and that was the Tiger King's roar. The Tiger King's roar couldn't be used frequently. Although it was an innate ability, it couldn't be used more than 3 times a day. However, the power of the Tiger King's roar was extremely great. Each roar was equivalent to the tiger race's full blow. Previously, when the white-fronted tiger used the Tiger King's roar to deal with Zhao Hai's iron arrow, he originally wanted to use his own Tiger King's roar to shatter Zhao Hai's iron arrow and then let the energy of the Tiger King's roar directly attack Zhao Hai. At that time, Zhao Hai would definitely be flustered. Then, when his attack arrived, Zhao Hai would naturally be at a disadvantage. However, he never expected that his Tiger King's roar attack would only perish together with the iron arrow. However, at that time, he had already used his move and couldn't change it, so he could only continue to pounce on Zhao Hai. Then, Zhao Hai shot an arrow. He used his fist to block the arrow. This punch was already full of strength, but he didn't expect that he would still be forced to retreat. This made the white-fronted tiger finally understand why his Tiger King's roar couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai's iron arrow. It wasn't that the power of his Tiger King's roar had decreased, but Zhao Hai's iron arrow was too strong. Zhao Hai looked at the white-fronted tiger and said in a deep voice, "Not bad. You can block 2 of my arrows. It's worth it for me to make a move." When the white-fronted tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. He then coldly snorted and said, "Then I want to see what you can do." After saying that, he moved his body and a huge white tiger appeared in the arena. The monster race generally had three forms. The first was their human form. In this form, their fighting strength was actually the weakest. The second form was their half-monster form. This form would allow a part of their body to transform into their original form. For example, the white-fronted tiger could transform his hands into tiger claws. This way, the attack power of his hands would greatly increase. The third form was their original form. This form had the strongest fighting strength. However, ordinary monster race would only use this form when they encountered a strong enemy. This didn't mean that they liked to appear in human form. In fact, many monster race didn't like to transform into human form. They felt that it was very awkward. The reason why these monster race still appeared in human form was because they regarded their original form as a trump card. They wouldn't reveal it unless it was necessary. But now, the white-fronted tiger and Zhao Hai had only exchanged 2 moves, yet he had already revealed his original form. It was obvious that he had already regarded Zhao Hai as his greatest enemy. Zhao Hai looked at the white-fronted tiger and couldn't help but smile. Then he placed the Power King Bao back into his Bao bag and took out his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. He pointed his spear at the white-fronted tiger and said, "Then I won't be polite." Then he stepped on the Iron Tiger. The Iron Tiger roared as it rushed towards the white-fronted tiger. At the same time, Zhao Hai's spear was like a dragon as it stabbed towards the white-fronted tiger. The white-fronted tiger also roared as its figure moved and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Its huge right palm slapped towards Zhao Hai's spear. This palm actually carried a whistling sound as it tore through the air. One could see how powerful this palm was. Zhao Hai shouted as he turned the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear in his hand and thrust it towards the white-fronted tiger's neck. Although he saw the white-fronted tiger's claw, he didn't intend to withdraw his spear. When the white-fronted tiger saw Zhao Hai's actions, his eyes couldn't help but flash with joy. He was very confident in his strength. He believed that if his palm really hit Zhao Hai's spear, then Zhao Hai's spear would be unsteady. Boom! The white-fronted tiger's claw slapped Zhao Hai's spear. Zhao Hai's Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear bent, but Zhao Hai didn't let go. Then, the spear suddenly bounced back. At the same time, the spear trembled, causing the white-fronted tiger to have no choice but to dodge the spearhead. Naturally, he lost the opportunity to continue his attack. The white-fronted tiger's figure moved and retreated to the side. His eyes were full of shock. Although the force of his slap was mostly dissipated by the spear, Zhao Hai's hand holding the spear didn't move at all. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength, and this was what surprised the white-fronted tiger the most. Monster beasts were naturally superior to humans when it came to physical cultivation. This was because their bodies were naturally stronger than humans, so they had an innate advantage when it came to physical cultivation. Tigers were known for their strength, so he thought that he would be able to send Zhao's spear flying with a single palm. He didn't think that Zhao would actually be able to take his attack head-on. Zhao Hai was actually very surprised. He didn't think that the white-brow tiger's strength would be so great. Especially with that slap, it was able to bend the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear that was infused with his spiritual qi. The strength of the slap wasn't small. Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack the white-forehead tiger. He withdrew his spear and looked at the white-forehead tiger as he said, "Good. You're worthy of being a beast cultivator. You're the strongest person I've met in so many years. How about it? Are you willing to surrender to me? If you're willing to surrender to me and work for me, then I'll spare your life." When the white-forehead tiger heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he angrily said, "Fart. Your grandpa tiger will surrender. Kid, you're courting death." Then the white-forehead tiger rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Hold on." The white-forehead tiger looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Then he saw a black light flash on Zhao Hai's body. Then the white-forehead tiger's armor and mount disappeared. Only Zhao Hai was left standing there. He was wearing a black warrior robe. Zhao Hai looked at the white-forehead tiger and said, "You're a beast cultivator. Beast cultivators are also body cultivators. It just so happens that I'm also a body cultivator. Using those things to fight you is really boring. Today, I'll fight you as a body cultivator. When the white forehead tiger saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he stood up and turned into his human form. He looked at Zhao Hai for a while before he said, "Good. You're the first human I've seen with such courage. Today, I'll fight you as a human. If you can really defeat me, then I'll surrender to you." Looking at him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. The biggest difference between beast cultivators and human cultivators was that beast cultivators would do what they say. Unlike human cultivators, beast cultivators would often lie. Beast cultivators were different. Beast cultivators were different. Zhao Hai looked at the white forehead tiger and said, "All right, that's good. Let's begin." Then Zhao Hai let out a roar as he punched the white forehead tiger. White forehead tiger also shouted as he attacked Zhao Hai. This time, the two fought in close combat. Although the fight wasn't very beautiful, it still made the blood of the cultivators on the stage boil. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. These cultivators weren't amateurs. Although not all of them were body cultivators, they had fought with body cultivators before. Although the battle between Zhao Hai and the white forehead tiger wasn't very magnificent, each blow carried the force of several 100,000 jin. This was a battle of pure strength. This kind of battle was really shocking. After the two fought for dozens of rounds, the cultivators on the stage understood that the white forehead tiger wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. At this time, Zhao Hai had the upper hand. The white forehead tiger wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. The white-fronted tiger also noticed this point. He never thought that a human could actually cultivate a body cultivation technique to such a degree. This was too terrifying. However, it was too late for him to think about this. He discovered that Zhao Hai had complete control of the situation. Even if he used the Tiger King's roar, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. He had lost this round. After thinking about this, the white forehead tiger couldn't help but say, "Stop, I've lost today." As soon as he said this, Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the white forehead tiger with a calm expression. The white forehead tiger also stopped. He looked at Zhao Hai, then he kept his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've lost today." This white tiger's might is a man of his words. "From today onwards, you are my master." Then he didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go. I'll go look for you after a few more rounds." The white tiger's might nodded, then he turned around and walked through the passage. When the cultivators on the stage saw this, they couldn't help but stare. But then they understood. Although the white tiger's might lost and became Zhao Hai's servant, he still kept his life. After the white forehead tiger left, a black light flashed on Zhao Hai's body as he returned to his night form. At this time, the host's voice was heard, "Wonderful, very wonderful. This is the first time I've seen a defeated person surrender in the life and death arena. But I don't think anyone will mind. Alright, let's welcome the second contestant, Howling Moon Wolf." Howling Moon Wolf, he has been in the life and death arena for more than 3 years. He has fought 34 battles and won all of them. His Howling Moon Wolf slash has beheaded all heroes. Along with his voice, a wolf howl was heard. Then a green shadow flashed as a 5-meter-long wolf appeared on the stage. When the wolf appeared, it looked up to the sky and howled. Then it turned its head to look at Zhao Hai, its cold and ruthless eyes firmly locked onto Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sat on his iron tiger and looked at the wolf with an expressionless face. The green wolf opened its mouth and said, "Kid, you've made a good plan. You actually took in the white tiger. Alright, I'll fight with you today. If you lose, then I'll set the white tiger free. How about it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, but what if you lose?" The Howling Moon Wolf coldly said, "If I lose, then I'll also surrender to you and become your slave." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's begin." The Howling Moon Wolf coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Then its body suddenly moved as it pounced towards Zhao Hai. At the same time it pounced, it waved its 2 front claws and 2 moon-like energies shot towards Zhao Hai. These 2 moon-like energies emitted a cold aura. When Zhao Hai felt these energies, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he waved the jade dragon golden tongue spear in his hand and faced the two moon-like energies. Boom! Boom! With two loud sounds, the two moon-like energies disappeared. But then more moon-like energies appeared, making it impossible for people to see the situation on the stage. Soon, the battle between the two became faster and faster. Soon, the people in the stands noticed that a layer of white frost had appeared on the stage's barrier. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then their expressions changed. They knew that Zhao Hai's attacks didn't have any attributes. So this white frost could only be caused by the Howling Moon Wolf. The Howling Moon Wolf's attacks actually contained such powerful frost energy. At this time, a loud shout was heard from the stage, "Break!" Along with this shout, a loud sound came from the stage. The entire stage seemed to be trembling slightly. Then a white mist rose, making it impossible for people to see the situation on the stage. After a while, the white mist on the stage slowly disappeared. When the white mist completely disappeared, people could see the situation on the stage. They saw Zhao Hai and the green wolf standing opposite each other. However, the situation between the man and the wolf was somewhat special. Zhao Hai's jade dragon golden tongue spear was pointed at the green wolf's neck. It was clear that Zhao Hai had won this match. Zhao Hai put away the jade dragon golden tongue spear and looked at the Howling Moon Wolf. "I won." The Howling Moon Wolf nodded and said, "I lost. From now on, you are my master." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't mind, he just sat there calmly. The host's voice was heard again. "Next, let's welcome the third challenger, the red-haired ox." The red-haired ox is famous for his strength. People call him the Bull King. Next, let's welcome the red-haired ox. This time, the host's words clearly lacked enthusiasm. However, it was also true. Zhao Hai didn't have any difficulty dealing with the Howling Moon Wolf. Along with the host's words, a rumbling sound of hooves was heard. This sound was very urgent, it was as if there were thousands of cavalry charging. At this time, a red shadow rushed towards Zhao Hai from the passage. The red shadow didn't stop, it seemed like it was going to attack Zhao Hai directly. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he exerted his strength with his legs. Iron Tiger fiercely pounced forward, its giant palm stretched out and slapped the red shadow. With a bang, the red shadow fiercely shook before it stopped. At this time, everyone was able to see that the red shadow was actually a cow. This cow was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. Its fur was a foot long, and all of its fur was red. It looked very beautiful. The bull's two curved horns were like blades. Its eyes were red as it looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired ox and coldly snorted, attacking without saying a word. "You have a good plan." The red-haired ox looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Killing you is my victory. In the life and death arena, there are no rules. There are only life and death." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the red-haired ox and said, "Originally, I wanted to let you live. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Then Zhao Hai roared and rushed forward. He thrust the jade dragon golden tongue spear forward. The red-haired ox roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai's spear was about to collide with the red-haired ox, the Iron Tiger suddenly jumped up. Zhao Hai's figure also rose up. However, the jade dragon golden tongue spear in his hand was as fast as lightning. It directly pierced the red-haired ox's collarbone. This spear was very fast and accurate. The spear went straight to the hilt and nailed the red-haired ox to the ground. The red-haired ox was still running forward, but it was nailed to the ground. However, its life and death force was very strong. It didn't die for a while. The red-haired ox turned its head. Its face was full of disbelief and shock. Zhao Hai looked at the red-haired ox and coldly said, "If you want my life, then I'll take yours." Then he took out his jade dragon golden tongue spear and coldly looked at the red-haired ox. The strength of the red-haired bull seemed to have been sucked out of its body along with Zhao Hai's spear. The bull's body completely lost its support as it fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Before long, it stopped breathing. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the red-haired ox's corpse. Then he stood there quietly. At this time, the life and death arena was silent. These cultivators didn't expect Zhao Hai to deal with the red-haired ox so easily. No matter what, the red-haired ox was a demon cultivator on par with the white-headed tiger and the howling moon wolf. In the life and death arena, the red-haired ox had fought more than 30 battles. But now, it was actually killed by Zhao Hai? How strong was Zhao Hai? At this time, the people in the stands couldn't help but re-evaluate Zhao Hai's strength. At this time, the host's voice was heard, "Heavens, I didn't expect our Death Knight to be hiding his strength. I didn't expect him to be able to kill the red-haired ox in one move. Heavens, how strong is he? Friends, do you have more confidence in him now?" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators in the stands and didn't say anything. At this time, a voice was heard, "Mister's method is good. Although I'm not talented, I still want to ask Mister for advice." Before the host could say who Zhao Hai's next opponent was, the person had already come forward. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was very sweet. Even with Zhao Hai's willpower, he couldn't help but be shaken by this voice. Zhao Hai looked at the passage and saw a young girl wearing a white dress. She slowly walked out of the passage. This young girl had black hair with a very simple headdress and a white beaded flower. Her face was covered with a white veil, revealing only a pair of watery eyes, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, and creamy skin. She was dressed in white, making her look like a celestial being. Zhao Hai looked at the young girl and said, "Phantom Fox?" The young girl looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Correct, it's me. Mister's strength is formidable, but I have an old relationship with the red-haired bull. Mister won't hold back and directly killed him. Although this young girl isn't talented, I still want to fight with you." Zhao Hai looked at the young girl and nodded, "All right, let's do it." The young girl looked at Zhao Hai and was stunned. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so straightforward. One must know that she was very confident in her appearance. All the men who saw her couldn't be so calm. One must know that a good Dao companion was very rare in the cultivation realm. She thought that her appearance was good, and she also had a purine body. She was definitely the best candidate for a Dao companion. Because of this, all the male cultivators who saw her treated her with respect. It was her first time seeing someone as calm as Zhao Hai. The young girl couldn't help but curiously look at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister is really a strange person. If this young girl loses to Mister, what will Mister do to me?" Zhao Hai looked at the young girl and said, "Kill." The young girl couldn't help but stare, then she chuckled and said, "Is Mister really willing to kill me?" Zhao Hai looked at the girl and nodded, "I'm willing to. Although you're from the Era Fox clan and Mister can use charm techniques, it's obvious that you didn't use charm techniques for a living. Moreover, you still have a purine body, so you don't know how to use charm techniques. Therefore, even if you use charm techniques, you can only display 10% or 20% of its power. Don't waste your energy. Since you're a phantom fox, you should be good at illusion techniques, right? Since you didn't use charm techniques to harm others, I'll spare your life." When the phantom fox heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. Just as Zhao Hai said, the Phantom Fox clan was born with the ability to use charm techniques. Because of this, the reputation of the Phantom Fox clan wasn't very good. Other Phantom Foxes used their innate ability to cultivate. It was inevitable that they would do things like plucking the young to supplement the yin, causing them to be shameful. However, since young, the Phantom Fox clan was different from the other Phantom Foxes. She had always thought that the Phantom Fox clan should focus on illusion techniques other than charm techniques. Therefore, she had focused on illusion techniques since young and had never cultivated charm techniques. However, she didn't think that because she didn't cultivate charm techniques, she didn't lose her virginity. But in the end, she was a Phantom Fox, so she was naturally gifted with charm techniques. Although she didn't lose her virginity, her body still had a trace of pure qi. This combination of charm techniques and pure qi made her very attractive. If an average cultivator were to encounter her, their soul would immediately vanish. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai only had Laura and the others in his heart. Therefore, the Phantom Fox clan wasn't very attractive to him. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that the Phantom Fox didn't lose her virginity. Her specialty wasn't charm techniques, which was why Zhao Hai said those words. However, the Phantom Fox knew what Zhao Hai meant. She nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I'll have to offend Mr. Zhao Hai." After she said that, the phantom fox's body moved as her hands gently shook. Along with the shaking of her hands, a melodious ringing sound was heard. It turned out that she had 2 bracelets on her wrists. When her hands moved, the melodious ringing sound was immediately heard. Along with the ringing of the bells, Zhao Hai discovered that his surroundings had changed. He found himself sitting in a large hall. The hall was richly decorated, and he was currently sitting on a dragon throne. In front of him, there were people kneeling on the ground. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he heard the people loudly chant, "Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh. When he laughed, the scene in front of him disappeared along with the people kneeling on the ground. Then in the hall, countless beautiful women appeared. These women wore light muslin as they gently danced. Their captivating eyes looked straight at Zhao Hai. It seems like they wanted to capture Zhao Hai's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care. Before long, the beautiful women's dance became faster and faster. Their movements became more and more captivating. Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then the beautiful women in front of him disappeared again. This time, the scene in front of Zhao Hai changed again. In front of him were no longer ministers or beautiful women. Instead, it was a group of armored soldiers. These soldiers looked ferociously at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still didn't move. The illusion in front of him disappeared once again. This time, Zhao Hai discovered that he had turned into a baby. A newborn baby. His mother was feeding him milk while his father was smiling at the side. Then Zhao Hai began to experience the life of a baby. From birth to growing up, to having a family, to having a wife and child. While his family was happily living together, a strong person suddenly attacked. Not only did the person kill his father and child, but he also raped his wife. Zhao Hai's heart was like stone as he looked at everything in front of him. He knew that everything in front of him was just an illusion. However, he was very curious about the phantom fox's illusions. It wasn't easy to achieve something like this. In fact, when he turned into a baby, there was a moment when he lost his mind. He forgot who he was, as if he had really turned into a baby. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai woke up. Because his soul force was very strong, this illusion had no effect on him. Zhao Hai gently closed his eyes and coldly snorted. Then he began to recite Buddhist scriptures. Along with his voice, a large Buddha appeared around Zhao Hai. The illusions around him were like winter snow meeting the sun. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. When Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he saw the phantom fox standing there. Her face was pale, and her veil was stained with blood. Zhao Hai looked at her and said, "You've lost. You're not my opponent." The phantom fox looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. Then she bowed to Zhao Hai before she turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai heard a gust of wind. Zhao Hai blocked one of the legs with his hand. However, the leg was immediately retracted and the other leg attacked again. At this time, the phantom fox had just entered the passage. When she heard the movement, she couldn't help but turn her head. She saw that Zhao Hai was surrounded by a brown figure. The figure was constantly moving while Zhao Hai's hand was constantly moving up and down, blocking the attack. Upon seeing this, the phantom fox's expression couldn't help but change. Then she coldly snorted and didn't say anything. This was because she knew that the one attacking Zhao Hai was Zhao Hai's last opponent, the spirit-foot deer. The spirit-foot deer was also a beast cultivator. However, he was a deer demon. His strongest attack was his legs. The attack power of his legs was very astonishing. Coupled with his nimble movements, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be his opponent. Moreover, the spirit-foot deer excelled in sneak attacks. He had used this method to win against a lot of people. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent with a sneak attack, he would still be able to gain the upper hand. This was where he was most famous. In a situation where the strength of both sides were similar, whoever could gain the upper hand would have a higher chance of winning. The phantom fox actually looked down on such people. She did know the white-headed tiger, the howling moon wolf, the red-furred ox, and the spirit-foot deer, but they weren't life and death friends. Among them, she had a good relationship with the white-headed tiger and the howling moonwolf. Although the white-headed tiger was an overbearing person, he was a man of his words. He was a true man. The howling moonwolf and the white-headed tiger were life-and-death friends. They advanced and retreated together, and their characters were very similar. She heard that they had offended some big shots in the monster spirit realm and had no choice but to escape to the void realm. However, the two of them were very good to her. Although they didn't have any intention of becoming her Tao companion, they had always taken good care of her. On the other hand, the red-furred ox was a little special. He looked honest, but no one knew what he was thinking. Moreover, when he fought with others, he liked to sneak attack very much. He had never been liked by the white-headed tiger and the howling moonwolf. However, because they were all monster cultivators and it wasn't easy to survive in the void realm, they formed this small alliance. To be honest, the phantom fox's impression of the red-furred ox was better than the spirit-foot deer. The red-furred ox had the intention of becoming her Tao companion. Naturally, he would try his best to please her, but she never agreed. On the other hand, the spirit-foot deer and the red-furred ox were good friends. The two of them had a very good relationship, so he could become a member of their small group. In this way, the five of them were divided into 3 groups. The white-headed tiger and the howling moonwolf were in one group, the red-furred ox and the spirit-foot deer were in another group. Although the phantom fox was closer to the white-headed tiger and the howling moonwolf, she wasn't in their group. It could be said that she was in her own group. The alliance formed by the few of them wasn't an unbreakable alliance. It was just a temporary alliance in order to survive in the void realm. Just now, Zhao Hai used the Buddhist chant to break the illusion of the phantom fox. The phantom fox was convinced of her defeat, but she didn't expect that the spirit-foot deer would sneak attack Zhao Hai before she even left the stage. This naturally made the phantom fox very unhappy. The reason why Phantom Fox was so angry was because the spirit-footed deer's sneak attack was too good. She had just been defeated by Zhao Hai and admitted defeat, but she still hasn't left the stage. Zhao Hai should be most relaxed at this time, so the spirit-footed deer sneak attacked Zhao Hai when he was least prepared. The timing of the attack was really beyond Phantom Fox's expectations. Phantom Fox and Zhao Hai didn't have any relationship, but Zhao Hai had just defeated her fair and square. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that she didn't lose her virginity and didn't rely on her charm technique. Moreover, he also said that he would spare her life because of this. In this case, Phantom Fox couldn't help but have a good impression of Zhao Hai. Moreover, she didn't have a good impression of the spirit-footed deer, so she felt a bit of disgust when the spirit-footed deer attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's heart was calm, he didn't feel angry. After wandering for so many years, what kind of things hadn't he encountered? A sneak attack like this was too common. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't angry, he was just interested in the spirit-footed deer's leg technique. The spirit-foot deer's leg technique was very special. Each of its attacks was very fast, and it was a 2-footed attack. Especially after it could return to its original form and fly in the air, its 4 hooves could attack. Moreover, the speed of its attacks was very fast, making it very difficult for people to counterattack and only be able to parry. In addition to its fast attacks, the spirit-footed deer's attacks had another characteristic. When it attacked, its legs would have a very fast rebounding force. In other words, it was almost impossible to catch its legs. When it attacked, its legs would automatically have a rebounding force. Before one could catch it, its legs would have already bounced off. However, although the spirit-footed deer's attack speed was very fast, Zhao Hai's blocking speed wasn't slow either. Although the spirit-footed deer attacked for a long time, it didn't manage to hit Zhao Hai. All of its attacks were blocked by Zhao Hai. Although it seemed like the spirit-footed deer had the upper hand, the spirit-footed deer knew that it only had the upper hand on the surface. In fact, it couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Not only could it not do anything to Zhao Hai, but as time passed, Zhao Hai began to prepare for a counterattack. The spirit-foot deer did not expect that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong. One must know that their clan was famous for their speed. He thought that his attack would be enough to take Zhao Hai's life, but he did not expect that he could not do anything to Zhao Hai. At this time, the spirit-footed deer began to have a headache. He really couldn't understand why Zhao Hai's strength was so strong, and his speed was also so fast. After attacking for a few dozen times, the spirit-footed deer found that he almost didn't have the upper hand. In 10 moves, 6 of them were attacking, while the other 4 were defending. In other words, his and Zhao Hai's attack and defense were almost equal. He didn't have any advantage. Just as the spirit-footed deer was thinking of a way to escape, he heard Zhao Hai say, "What? You don't have any ability? If that's all you have, then you can go die." When the spirit-footed deer heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. While he was in a daze, he suddenly felt that his leg was grabbed. The spirit-footed deer couldn't help but be surprised. From his debut until now, this kind of thing had never happened. His leg was actually grabbed. This was too surprising. Just when he wanted to break free, he suddenly felt a huge force pass through his leg and into his body. His body stiffened, and he suddenly lost all ability to move. At this time, Zhao Hai swung him up and fiercely threw him to the ground. Boom! The spirit-foot deer was mercilessly smashed into the ring, but it wasn't over yet. Zhao didn't let go of him. Instead, he spun him around and smashed him again, then again and again. The cultivators in the stand saw that Zhao Hai was throwing the spirit-footed deer like a broken sack. Everyone was stunned. Before, Zhao Hai killed the red-furred bull in 1 move. Although they were very shocked, the process was too fast. They didn't seem to be able to react, and the red-furred bull was already dead. This inevitably made them think that the red-furred bull didn't use its full strength, or that it was careless. It wasn't that Zhao Hai's strength was much stronger than the red-furred bull. But this time was different. This time, the spirit-footed deer attacked Zhao Hai first. Zhao Hai was completely on the defensive when he counterattacked. Zhao Hai was in an absolute disadvantage, but he was still able to throw the spirit-footed deer, a famous teleportation expert, like a broken sack. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai threw the spirit-footed deer a dozen times in a row before he stopped. Then he threw the spirit-footed deer to the ground. When people looked at the spirit-footed deer, they discovered that its bones were already broken. Moreover, it was already dead. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the spirit-footed deer into the space. Then he stood there with a calm expression. At this time, the host's voice was heard. "Although this result may be unexpected, I still want to say that it is reasonable. Let us cheer for today's victor, Zhao Hai. He will forever be the death knight of our life and death arena." Following the host's words, the entire life and death arena was filled with cheers. Then the cultivators all shouted in unison, "Death Knight! Death Knight! Death Knight!" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators who seemed to have gone crazy. Then he gently raised his hand and waved to the surroundings. Then he turned around and walked towards the passage. Just as he entered the passage, he saw Elder Tang standing there. Behind him were White Tiger's Might, Xiao Yafeng, and Phantom Fox. Zhao Hai also removed his knight state. He now looked like an ordinary warrior. With his ordinary appearance, no one would think that he would be this strong. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "The 3 of them wanted to see you, so I brought them here to wait for you." "Right, I prepared a room for you. You can go in and chat." Then Elder Tang pointed to the side. There was a door that was opened. It was clear that Elder Tang prepared this room for him. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Elder Tang." Elder Tang waved his hand and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and said, "You 3, if you have something to say, go in and talk." The 3 nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the room. When the group entered the room, Phantom Fox looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, do you really want to treat Brother White and Brother Xiao as your servants?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Phantom Fox and said, "If I'm not mistaken, I don't remember having a bet with you. Why are you looking for me?" Phantom Fox looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm good friends with Big Brother Bai and Big Brother Xiao. And since they have a bet with you, they would become your servants. Naturally, I would come to find you." Zhao Hai looked at Phantom Fox and said, "Do you think it's useful for you to look for me? You've already lost to me. What qualifications do you have to look for me?" When Phantom Fox heard Zhao Hai, her expression changed. Then she said, "Brother White and Brother Xiao are both indomitable men. If Mr. really wants to treat them as your servants, then you should destroy them." Therefore, I beg Mr. to let them go. As long as Mr. is willing to let them go, I can promise Mr. a condition. Zhao Hai looked at her and said, a condition? Any condition? Hearing Zhao Hai, Phantom Fox's expression changed. White Tiger's Might and Xiao Yafeng's expressions also changed. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, we're the ones who made the bet with you. There's no need to involve other people. I'm willing to be your servant. Xiao Yafeng also said, that's right. We're the ones who made the bet with you. There's no need to involve other people. Zhao Hai looked at the two and then looked at Phantom Fox. He smiled faintly and said, she's the one who took the initiative to look for me. Now, I'll ask her one thing. Is any condition possible? Phantom Fox's expression changed. In the end, she nodded and said, yes. As long as you let Brother White and Brother Xiao go, I'll agree to any condition. No. White Tiger's Might and Xiao Yafeng said in unison. Phantom Fox didn't look at them. Instead, she looked at Zhao Hai. White Tiger's Might and Xiao Yafeng were also looking at Zhao Hai. It seems like if Zhao Hai were to say something excessive, they would immediately go all out against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three and couldn't help but laugh. After some time, he cupped his fist towards Phantom Fox and said, Miss Phantom Fox really is a righteous person, this Zhao Hai admires you. The two of you are truly indomitable men, this Zhao Hai admires you even more. Actually, the bet in the arena was just an excuse. I don't want to kill people in the arena, and I don't want to kill people like the two of you. Therefore, this Zhao Hai proposed the bet, but in fact, it was just an excuse for us to not have to fight to the death. The three of you don't need to worry about it. So don't worry about it. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the three felt as if their hearts were on a roller coaster. At the same time, they looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly, the three of you don't need to worry about it. I'm telling the truth. In fact, I've just arrived in the Void Realm. Moreover, my first stop was Ma Shu City. I didn't come here for money or to kill people. I just want to use the life and death arena as a platform to train. Killing isn't necessary. The reason why I killed those human cultivators was because they wanted to kill me. Although I don't want to kill, I'm not afraid of killing. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare. The three looked at Zhao Hai in amazement. Then White Tiger's Might said, Mister, are you telling the truth? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not lying. If you want to leave now, then I don't think the people of the life and death arena would make things difficult for you. Please leave. Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai for a moment before he said, all right, then we'll leave first. Mister, let's meet again if fate wills it. Then he looked at Xiao Yafeng and the Phantom Fox before he turned around and left. Zhao Zeng looked at the three as they left. He didn't have any intention to stop them. Half of what he said was true while the other half wasn't. He didn't want Bai Huwei and the others to become his slaves. However, he also wanted to form an alliance with Bai Huwei and the others. He even wanted Bai Huwei and the others to become his subordinates. However, Zhao Hai also knew that if he used force, it would only make Tiger's Might and the others react to him. Because of this, he said that if Tiger's Might and the others wanted to leave, then he wouldn't stop them. He was actually retreating in order to advance. He could see that Bai Huwei and the others were very loyal people. When he said that he wanted Bai Huwei and the others to leave, it was actually because he didn't want them to leave. He just wanted to put on a show to make Bai Huwei and the others feel touched. When the time comes, Bai Huwei and the others would stay and become his subordinates. However, it was clear that he was wrong this time. Tiger's Might and the others really left. Upon seeing Tiger's Might and the others leave, although Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed, he didn't think too much about it. This time, he wanted to subdue Tiger's Might and the others. It was only a temporary idea. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and walked out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Elder Tang standing there with a smile on his face. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Elder Tang and said, I've seen Elder Tang. I've troubled you. But there's one thing I need to tell you first. For you, fighting against teleportation realm cultivators doesn't have much meaning. But for the next few matches, I will still arrange some teleportation realm cultivators for you. They are all experts who have been famous for a long time. But for the last match, I will arrange a Vajra realm cultivator to fight against you. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, don't worry, don't worry. Kid, your strength is really good. Alright, I will arrange for you to fight against teleportation realm cultivators. But for the next match, I will arrange a Vajra realm cultivator to fight you. If you agree, I'll arrange it for you. If you don't agree, then I'll arrange a teleportation realm cultivator for you. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, of course I'll arrange a Vajra realm cultivator. I came here for the trial. Now that I haven't achieved the goal of the trial, what's the point? The last match with a Vajra realm cultivator is just right for me to challenge myself. As for the other teleportation realm cultivators, you can arrange them as you see fit. It's best if you arrange the troublesome life and death arena cultivators to me. I'll deal with them myself. Elder Tang laughed and said, you little brat, good. I'll take care of the rest. You can go back and rest. Zhao Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the life and death arena, he saw a lot of cultivators standing outside. When they saw him coming out, they cupped their fists towards him. Zhao Hai also cupped his fists in return. At this time, Yao Lin arrived beside Zhao Hai and cupped his fists towards him and said, congratulations, brother Zhao. You've won another match and also received 2 slaves. Congratulations. Zhao Hai smiled and said, this isn't necessarily a good thing. In fact, I've already let them go. Let's go back and talk. Although Yao Lin didn't understand, he could only nod his head when he saw the surrounding cultivators. He knew that if they continued to talk here, some of the cultivators would definitely come up to strike up a conversation. This wasn't something he wanted to see. When the two returned to the inn, they sat down in Zhao Hai's living room. Then Yao Lin immediately asked, Brother Zhao, why did you let them go? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I let them go. It's not a big deal. I didn't want to take them as slaves, I just didn't want to kill too many people. When Yao Lin heard this, he felt that it was a pity, but he didn't say anything. Then he said, alright, if you really take them as slaves, then I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Right, Brother Zhao, let's talk about our cooperation. Yao Lin nodded and said, alright, if you take them as slaves, then I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. When he heard Yao Lin, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, right, we should talk about our cooperation. Tell me, how should we cooperate? Yao Lin nodded, then he told Zhao Hai about the 2 cooperation plans that the Yi family proposed. Zhao Hai frowned and thought for a moment before he said, how about this, I'll choose the second cooperation plan. However, I won't send anyone to manage it. I'll just check the accounts once a year. But I hope that if there comes a day where I need the Yi family's help, I hope that the Yi family can help me. What do you think? When Yao Lin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, alright, I promise you. If there comes a day where you encounter trouble, then the Yi family will do our best to help you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, that's for the best. Then I wish for our cooperation to be successful. Zhao Hai pretended that he didn't understand the meaning behind Yao Lin's words. Yao Lin said that the Yi family would do their best to help him as much as possible. This was what Zhao Hai said before, and Yao Lin specifically emphasized it. But what was within the Yi family's ability? If there's a problem and the Yi family said that it wasn't within their ability, then wouldn't there be no need for them to help? Whether or not it was within the Yi family's ability was only a matter of a word from the Yi family. As for how much they could do, it was up to the Yi family themselves. Yao Lin also smiled and said, I wish for our cooperation to be successful. Then the two laughed. After a while, the two stopped. Zhao Hai took out a spatial ring and gave it to Yao Lin, brother yeah, there are 10,000 of those puppets inside. You can take it. Once they're sold out, then come and tell me. Yao Lin nodded and received the spatial ring. Then he said, Brother Zhao, please rest assured. Our Yi family has always been honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't let Brother Zhao suffer a loss. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's alright, I believe in you. Go and arrange it. Yao Lin nodded and said, Brother Zhao, today we've officially started our cooperation. Shouldn't we celebrate? Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's how it should be. As soon as his voice fell, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai was stunned. He quickly went to the door and opened it. When he opened the door, he was shocked. This was because there were 3 people standing outside. These 3 were none other than Tiger's Might, Xiao Yafeng, and the Phantom Fox. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 in confusion and said, Why are the 3 of you here? Is there something you need? Let's talk inside. Then he turned his body and made a gesture to lead them inside. The 3 didn't enter. Instead, they gave Zhao Hai a big bow. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 in confusion and said, What's wrong? Is there anything you need help with? If there is, then please tell me. I'll definitely help you. There's no need to be so polite. Tiger's Might stood up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with an ashamed expression, I'm sorry, mister. We shouldn't have doubted you. We thought that mister was just trying to bribe us. At that time, we wanted to test mister's reaction, so we left. We wanted to see if mister would regret it. Now, we're sure that mister really wants to set us free. It was us who used our own yardsticks to measure mister's heart. We're here to apologize to mister. When Zhao Hai heard Tiger's Might, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he pulled Tiger's Might and said, So that's what the 3 of you were thinking. Good, good, I don't blame the 3 of you. For the 3 of you to help me is because you think highly of this Zhao Hai. Please come in. From now on, the 3 of you are this Zhao Hai's friends. White Tiger's Might and the other 2 bowed to Zhao Hai before following Zhao Hai into the room. Yao Lin clearly heard what the 3 said. When he heard that Zhao Hai didn't lie to them, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't think that the 3 would use this method to test Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai led the 3 into the room, he immediately smiled at Yao Lin and said, Brother Ya, since you're here, I don't need to introduce these 3 to you. White Tiger, Howling Moon Wolf, and Phantom Fox. Then he turned to Tiger's Might and said, You might not know this person, but his name is Yao Lin. He's the young master of the Bitter Bottom Planet's Ya clan. He's also my friend. Yao Lin didn't get angry because Zhao Hai mentioned his name. He nodded to the 3 and said, Hello, I'm Yao Lin. Nice to meet you. On the other hand, Bai Huwei and the others were surprised. They have been on the Bitterba planet for a long time. They were very clear about what kind of existence the Yi family was. The Yi family was an overlord-level family. They didn't expect the young master of the Yi family to appear here today. This was too shocking. The 3 quickly saluted Yao Lin. Today, we are all gathered here. This is fate, and also a joyous occasion. We should celebrate. Let's go downstairs and prepare a table of delicious food. Let's drink a few cups of wine and be happy. Yao Lin nodded and said, Good luck. Good luck, good luck. Yao Lin nodded and said, Good luck. When Yao Lin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, That's how it should be. Brother Zhao, there's nothing good in this store. Come with me today, I'll take you to eat the best food in Martha City. When Zhao Hai heard Yao Lin, he couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, then I'll take you there. I want to see what's the best food in Martha City. Yao Lin laughed, then he called the others to follow him outside. Zhao Hai sat in his room while White Tiger's Might and the others sat beside him. The 3 of them looked a little nervous, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were now Zhao Hai's subordinates, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Looking at the 3, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, The 3 of you don't need to be so nervous. In the future, we will be allies. If the 3 of you have other forces to rely on, then please leave. I won't stop you. I, Zhao Hai, came to the Void Realm alone. Although I haven't been to many places, I know that there are countless experts in the Void Realm. Surviving here isn't easy. Therefore, I want to form an alliance with the 3 of you. I don't mean to force the 3 of you to form an alliance with me, it's completely voluntary. I just feel that everyone here is isolated and without help. Only by working together can we survive in the Void Realm. White Tiger's Might nodded, then he sighed and said, To be honest with Mr., the 3 of us, the red-haired ox, and the spirit-footed deer are in such an alliance. We don't have anyone to rely on in the Void Realm. In order to survive, we formed this small alliance because we're all from the demon race. But even if we form an alliance, we still need Jade Essence in order to survive. In the end, we came up with a solution, which is to fight in the life and death arena. We'll go to different cities to fight in the life and death arena. This way, we won't meet each other in the beginning. When we meet each other, one of us will admit defeat and we'll be able to earn a lot of Jade Essence. But we didn't expect that we would all be defeated by Mr. Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's might, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be depressed. You've also earned a lot during this time. To be honest, if you didn't meet me, it's hard to say whether you'd be able to come out of the life and death arena alive." Tiger's might was very clear about this. After fighting in the life and death arena for so long, they already knew some things about the life and death arena. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if they fought in the life and death arena for a while, they really didn't know if they could come out alive. There was indeed a legendary champion in the life and death arena, but only a few people were able to become a legendary champion. Many people fell on the road to becoming a legendary champion. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm in a cooperative relationship with the Yi clan. We do business together. I provide the Yi clan with some puppets, and they're responsible for selling them. The money they get, we split it in half." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, White Tiger's might and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression. One must know that they came from the demon realm. Although the demon realm's demon cultivators were strong, they had a natural shortcoming. This shortcoming was that they were naturally weaker than human cultivators. It can be said that in the demon realm, it wasn't easy to find a good artifact, let alone a complicated puppet. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. Then with a wave of his hand, 3 robots appeared beside him. Zhao Hai pointed at the robots and said, "I want to sell these puppets. These puppets don't have any fighting strength. The only thing they can do is to bring you tea and water as well as do some ordinary household chores. In other words, these puppets are used to serve people." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tiger's might and the others couldn't help but stare. Then White Tiger's might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth? If this is the case, then these puppets would be very easy to sell. After all, it's impossible for a person to always bring a servant with them. If a servant isn't strong enough, then they would become a burden. If you just look for a servant, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be safe." Xiao Yafeng and Phantom Fox nodded. Then Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's precisely because of this that I decided to do this business. I can't tell you where I got these puppets, but I can give you these puppets. You can take them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." When White Tiger's might and the others heard Zhao Hai, they didn't feel any disgust. On the contrary, they were very happy. This meant that Zhao Hai was treating them as his own people. The group quickly declined. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You don't need to decline. To be honest, the cost of making these puppets isn't that high. You can use them." When they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't decline. After thanking him, they accepted the puppets. Seeing that the group accepted the puppets, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "By doing business with the Yi family, I can get a large amount of Jade Essence. In addition to the Jade Essence that I earned in the life and death arena, I won't be lacking in Jade Essence. Moreover, I can get some pills and artifacts through other channels. I'm going to use these things to establish a force in the Void Realm. What do you think?" When White Tiger's might and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. White Tiger's might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth? Are you really going to establish a force in the Void Realm?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true, of course it's true. Everyone, my realm isn't a powerful one. Moreover, I don't plan to return to my realm for some time. I want to make a name for myself in the Void Realm. Because of this, I can only rely on myself in the Void Realm. Moreover, I think that there are a lot of people like us in the Void Realm. If we can gather all of them together and form a force that belongs to us in the Void Realm, no one would dare to look down on us when we return to our realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, of course it's true. Everyone, the realm that I'm in isn't a powerful one. Moreover, I don't plan to return to my realm." Zhao Hai's last sentence deeply moved White Tiger's Might and the others. White Tiger's Might and Xiao Yifeng were good friends. It was because they offended some powerful people in the monster spirit realm that they couldn't escape to the void realm. But in any case, the monster spirit realm was their route. They still hoped that they could return to the monster spirit realm one day. And just like what Zhao Hai said, if they can establish their own forces in the void realm, then once their forces grow, they would be able to return to the demon spirit realm. Moreover, the people in the demon spirit realm wouldn't dare to do anything to them. The reason why they were so confident was that there were too many experts in the void realm. Many experts from the same plane as the real spiritual world were gathered in the void realm. If they could get more of these experts to join their forces would grow in a short period of time and their strength would increase greatly. At that time, no one would dare to underestimate them. In general realms, the cultivators who could come to the void realm were almost all cultivators who were at least in the teleportation realm. This was because the weaker cultivators could not do anything in the void realm and might even be killed by the cultivators in the void realm. This was definitely not a joke. The local cultivators in the void realm were somewhat xenophobic. Moreover, the cultivators in the void realm weren't easy to deal with. It was precisely because of this that all the cultivators sent to the void realm were at least in the teleportation realm. This way, they would be able to protect themselves. The other planes didn't treat the void realm like the true spirit realm. Only the Long family could come to the void realm. It was very easy for the other planes to come to the void realm. It was precisely because of this that many people from other planes, like Bai Huwei and the others, who had offended the big shots in their own planes, would come to the void realm. People like White Tiger's Might were Zhao Hai's target. He wanted to find people like White Tiger's Might and bring them to his force. This way, he would have a force that couldn't be underestimated. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, he already had a plan. He glanced at Tiger's Might and said in a deep voice, "Are you willing to help me?" As soon as White Tiger's Might and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, the three of them quickly stood up and bowed to White Tiger's Might. "We will definitely share your burden." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, it's good to hear you say that. How about this, I still have a few specials to fight in the life and death arena. Before I'm done, I have a few things for you to deal with." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "First, you need to find a way to contact people like us who don't have any support in the void realm and invite them to join us. Of course, don't use force. Also, don't invite those who are too cruel, those who have done too much evil, and those who harbor evil intentions." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, "In addition to this matter, I also want you to pay attention to something else. That is, large artifacts. You need to pay attention to what kind of large artifacts are available in the void realm. We need to buy a few large artifacts." When White Tiger's Might and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then White Tiger's Might frowned and said, "You want to buy large artifacts? I'm afraid that it won't be that easy. Although there are a lot of large artifacts in the void realm, almost all of them are owned by the major forces. Moreover, there are very few people in the void realm who can make large artifacts. Those large artifacts are almost all obtained from other planes. It's very troublesome. It's impossible for them to make large artifacts. It's not easy to get large artifacts." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Then let's do it this way. You should try your best to get information about large artifacts and see if there are any. It's best if there are, but if there aren't, then forget it." Tiger's Might and the others nodded. To be honest, if they could get their hands on a large artifact, then it would be a good thing for Zhao Hai and the others. In the void realm, large artifacts were a sign of status. If a force could have one or two large artifacts, then it would be highly valued. In the void realm, large artifacts were considered a superior force. It would be easier for them to recruit people. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai really wanted to form a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed his attention on large artifacts. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, if we want to form a force, we need a name. What do you think we should call our force?" Zhao thought for a moment, then said, although I was the one who proposed the formation of this force, you can also be said to be the founders. I think it would be better for us to become sworn brothers today. The four of us will become sworn brothers, and the force we formed will be called the Four Righteous Gang. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group couldn't help but stare. Then Tiger's Might couldn't help but laugh and said, good, good, good. For Righteous Gang, that's a good name. To be able to become sworn brothers with an expert like Brother Zhao is a great thing for us. Naturally, we have no reason to disagree. Xiao Yafeng and Phantom Fox nodded as well. Seeing that the three had agreed, Zhao Hai said, all right, it's good that the three of you agree. We don't need to make it too grand. I think we should just do a simple ceremony in this room. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll go with you. White Tiger's Might nodded, then he said, although we're sworn brothers, we don't have to be ranked according to age. How about this, Brother Zhao will be the eldest brother, I'll be the second, Old Xiao will be the third, and Huan Hu will be the younger sister. What do you think? Although Zhao Hai didn't want to agree, he couldn't do anything about it since White Tiger's Might and the others agreed. The group went to the living room and worshipped the heavens and earth. After saying the oath, the ceremony was completed. After the group sat down, their relationship was different from before. Cultivators still attached great importance to sworn brothers. This was because sworn brothers were different from ordinary martial brothers. Ordinary martial brothers might have conflicts with you over small benefits. On the other hand, sworn brothers were different. Generally, a cultivator would meet someone with a similar temperament and then become sworn brothers. Because their temperament was very similar, it was not easy to have conflicts. There were a lot of cultivators who believed in their sworn brothers more than they believed in their fellow apprentices. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, second brother, third brother, you two will have to work hard. Contact other cultivators who are in the same situation as us and tell them that we formed the 4C's gang. Bai Huwei and Xiao Yafeng nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the Phantom Fox and smiled, little sister, I didn't know that your surname is Hu. Hu Mengyin, that's a very nice name. But it doesn't matter, no matter what your surname is, you are still our little sister. Little sister, you shouldn't contact other people. If you ask them, I can guarantee that everyone would be willing to join our Four Righteous Gang. Ha ha ha. But I'm afraid that they might have ulterior motives. When White Tiger's Might and Xiao Yafeng heard Zhao Hai, they also laughed. The two of them agreed with Zhao Hai. If Hu Mengyin were to ask them, then all of them would join the 4C's gang. For Hu Mengyin's beauty, they would join the 4C's gang. But just as Zhao Hai said, the main reason why they joined the 4C's gang was because of Hu Mengyin. Such people were the most unreliable. When Hu Mengyin heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. She angrily said, Big brother, you're the least serious. Zhao Hai smiled and said, what I'm saying is the truth. Therefore, you can't be the one to invite people to join the Four Righteous Gang. You still have other things to do, and that is to inquire about large artifacts. You need to find a way to inquire about large artifacts from the major auction houses, major forces, and even planes that produce large artifacts. You need to find a way to inquire about them and see if anyone is willing to sell their large artifacts. If they are willing, then that would be the best. However, you need to remember one principle, and that is to put your own safety first. When Hu Mengyin heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. But she immediately nodded and said, yes, Big brother can rest assured. I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, large artifacts are very important in the Void Realm. If you rashly inquire about this, then you will certainly attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. When the time comes, they might try to harm you. Therefore, you must be very careful. If something goes wrong, then leave immediately. Understand? Hu Mengyin nodded. White Tiger's Might was afraid that she didn't know how serious this matter was, so he also said, little sister, Big brother is right. This matter is no trivial matter. Not only is it related to your life, it's also related to the life and death of the 4C's gang. Therefore, you must be very careful, understand? Hu Mengyin nodded and said, yes, I understand. Big brother, second brother, rest assured. If something happens, I'll leave immediately. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, it's good that you know. Right, here are 3 tokens. Take them with you. If you're in a dangerous situation, just crush the tokens. I'll know your coordinates and immediately come to your aid. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Zhao Hai took out 3 iron tokens that contained liquid silver. They didn't look very refined, but their functions were good. If the 3 of them were in danger, then Zhao Hai would certainly be able to rush to their aid. The 3 took the tokens and looked at them. They found that the tokens were very simple. There was a word on the front and a formation on the back. Their understanding of formations was very limited. Naturally, they didn't know what this artifact was. Therefore, they didn't ask much and just put the tokens away. When Zhao Hai saw the 3 of them put away the tokens, he opened his mouth and said, alright, you can go and rest. Then go and do what I've arranged. I still need to fight in a few specials. After these specials are over, I'll be free. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother, do you still want to fight in those specials? Those specials aren't easy to fight. If you win, then you'll make the life and death arena suffer a lot. I'm afraid that the life and death arena won't let you win so easily. Zhao Hai faintly understood, you can rest assured about this. The life and death arena won't care. You don't know, but the people in the life and death arena have long wanted to deal with you. However, a senior manager of the life and death arena was very optimistic about me. He's the one who led you to see me before, Elder Tang. He wants to pull me into the life and death arena. These 50 battles will be my entrance test. As long as I win 50 battles, then I'll naturally become a legendary champion of the life and death arena. When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he frowned and said, Big brother, is this reliable? Is this a trick that the people in the life and death arena came up with? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, you can rest assured. I guarantee that this isn't a trick that the people in the life and death arena came up with. I've already discussed it with Elder Tang. In the last battle, I won't face a Vajra Realm cultivator. At that time, I believe that no one will be optimistic about me. Everyone will bet on the Vajra Realm cultivator to win. If I win, then the life and death arena won't suffer any losses. On the contrary, they might even make a lot of money. Do you think that the people in the life and death arena will blame me in this case? When White Tiger's Might and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were shocked. Hu Mengyin cried out, Big brother, you can't do this. Although you are strong, there is still a gap between the Vajra realm and the teleportation realm. The gap between realms isn't easy to make up. Big brother, you can't do this. It's too dangerous. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, you don't have to be so nervous. It's not like I haven't killed a Vajra realm cultivator. You can rest assured that I'll be fine. Go back and rest early. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, White Tiger's Might and the others didn't know how to persuade him. Since Zhao Hai had already made up his mind, it was useless for them to persuade him. They could only salute Zhao Hai and leave. Zhao Hai looked at their backs and smiled faintly. He could see that White Tiger's Might and the others were emotional people. Otherwise, White Tiger's Might wouldn't fight with him in his human form. Xiao Yafeng wouldn't have made that bet with Zhao Hai, and Hu Mengyin wouldn't have stood up for a red-haired cow that she looked down on. Such people, unless they don't treat you as a friend, if they treat you as a friend, then you will be their friend for life. However, they also abhor evil. If they find out that you lied to them, not only will they not treat you as a friend, but they will also treat you as a despicable person and never associate with you again. People like them like to interact with others and make friends. However, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to become their true friends. Just like the red-haired cow and the spirit-footed deer. Although they had been together for a long time and knew each other for a longer time than Zhao Hai, they still didn't treat the red-haired cow and the spirit-footed deer as friends. For them, the red-haired cow and the spirit-footed deer were only temporary allies, far from being friends. On the other hand, Zhao Hai liked these kinds of people the most. He liked to make friends with these kinds of people. If these people treated him with sincerity, then naturally he would treat them with sincerity. Although he had some secrets that he couldn't tell these people, he didn't have any bad intentions towards them. He could help them go further, this was enough for him. Even if they were best friends, they would still have their own secrets. This was very normal. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't think that there was anything wrong with not telling his secrets to Tiger's Might and the others. After the group left, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others were waiting for him inside. When they saw Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why are you so concerned about Hu Mengyin? Do you want to take her in as well?" When Laura said this, she didn't look angry, nor did she look jealous. To be honest, the feelings between them and Zhao Hai had already transcended the feelings between men and women. Even if Zhao Hai were to take in a few more women, Laura and the others wouldn't oppose it. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others. He had been with Laura and the others for a long time, so he knew that Laura and the others weren't joking. Naturally, he also knew that Laura and the others weren't angry. Zhao shook his head and said, "No, to be honest, I don't have that kind of thought right now. Laura, you've been with me for a long time, so you should know that I don't lie to you. Having you is already the greatest fortune of my life. I won't provoke anyone else." Laura shook her head and said, "That's right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, there's no need to say that. We really aren't angry. I've also seen Hu Yimeng. To be honest, she really deserves Brother Hai. Although Brother Hai doesn't want to provoke anyone, there are still people who want to provoke you. Brother Hai, don't you know? You're very attractive to those people." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "What's so attractive about it? I think you're the only ones who are interested in me. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing right now is to establish our own forces in the Void Realm. This is the most important thing. As long as we establish our forces here, we can use them to deal with the demons." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "What's the situation in the true spiritual realm? How did the Long family and the Tyrant's Blade sect react?" Laura shook her head and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Everything in the true spiritual realm is normal. I can see that the Unbreakable sect isn't very concerned about the alliance between the Demon Alliance and the Evil Cultivator Alliance. They just want to use this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Right, the situation in the Gravity Mountain is also very good. Lu Zhentian and the others are also quite strong. Some of them have already reached the peak of the Transcending Realm and are about to reach the Teleportation Realm." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, as long as there are a few people who can reach the Teleportation Realm, then they would have a better life in the Onion sect. I wouldn't need to take care of them anymore. I also wouldn't need to worry about the True Spirit Realm. That's the best, I can safely develop in the Void Realm." "Right, what about the Underground Realm? How are the Fire Gnomes doing?" Laura smiled and said, "There's no need to talk about the Fire Gnomes' innate talent. They just need an opportunity and a bit of inspiration. As long as you give them a bit of inspiration, they would be able to grow quickly. Among the Fire Gnomes, there are already Teleportation Realm experts. Moreover, there are a lot of them. Additionally, the terrain of the Fire Gnomes is very special. Since they aren't focused on retaliating against the Ghost Cultivators didn't notice their changes. Naturally, they didn't send people to deal with them, giving them the opportunity to develop. As long as the Fire Gnomes have a few Void-Piercing Realm experts, then they would be able to compete with the Ghost Cultivators." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Red Gnomes to have a Void-Piercing Realm expert. The Ghost Cultivators would still be able to show off for a while. This way, the Ghost Cultivators would certainly go to the True Spiritual Realm and cause trouble. If they don't, then the True Spiritual Realm would be in trouble. Forget it, we don't need to worry about them. Let's think about the Void Realm first." Laura nodded and said, "There's no need to worry about the Void Realm. We've already sent people out to inquire about the situation. At this point, we're currently collecting information about the Void Realm. This will be very beneficial for our future development." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, you don't need to work too hard. Let's rest inside the space for a few days. Once I'm done with the life and death arena, then I'll be very busy." Laura and the others naturally knew what Zhao Hai meant by busy. They were busy with the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang was the force that Zhao Hai wanted to establish. Naturally, he would need to focus on the Four Righteous Gang. On the other hand, the Four Righteous Gang only had a name, a total of 4 people. Even if the people from the space were counted, the number of people still wasn't a lot. Moreover, the people from the space couldn't see the light of day. Because of this, if the Four Righteous Gang wanted to grow, there were still a lot of things to do. For the next few days, Zhao Hai rested inside the space. Only when the battle starts would he go out and fight. But after several battles, Zhao Hai won every single one of them. This made Zhao Hai really famous. At this point, in the Bitter Bar Star, no one didn't know about the Death Knight. The Life and Death Arena wasn't only famous in the Bitter Bar Star, it was also famous in the entire Void Realm. It was precisely because of its fame that the Life and Death Arena became famous. Zhao Hai's fame was much faster than the other cultivators in the Life and Death Arena. When people fight in the Life and Death Arena, they would sometimes choose opponents. Moreover, they would usually only fight one match. After that, they would rest for a long time before fighting the second match. On the other hand, Zhao Hai fought in his own battles. Each battle had at least 5 opponents, which meant that he had to fight against 5 people in a row. It was very rare for a cultivator in the same realm to win against 5 people in a row. However, Zhao Hai was able to win several battles in a row. This made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Zhao Hai was now very famous in the Life and Death Arena. Therefore, those who paid attention to the Life and Death Arena knew that a Death Knight had appeared in the Life and Death Arena. Although this person was only in the teleportation realm, his strength was very powerful. Therefore, unknowingly, Zhao Hai had become famous in the entire Void Realm. After Zhao Hai fought 6 more battles in a row, there was only 1 battle left. Originally, there were 2 more battles to be fought, but Zhao Hai really didn't want to delay this kind of thing. Therefore, after discussing with Elder Tang, they decided to combine the last 2 battles into one. In other words, Zhao Hai's last battle would be against 10 people, and the last one would be a Vajra Realm cultivator. After discussing this matter, Elder Tang began to arrange for publicity in the Life and Death Arena. Moreover, the location of the last battle was changed to a place called the Life and Death Star. This Life and Death Star was the largest arena under the control of the Life and Death Arena. This arena was actually on a huge meteorite. That meteorite was a huge arena. All the people watching the arena had to stand in the void. Several battles were held on the Life and Death Star every year. Under normal circumstances, the battles held on the Life and Death Arena were only for cultivators above the Vajra realm. No cultivator in the teleportation realm was qualified to use the Life and Death Star to fight. However, Zhao Hai was different this time. This time, he was going to fight a special battle, and it was going to be the biggest one. Because of this, the Life and Death Arena decided to arrange this battle in the Life and Death Star. By arranging the battle on the Life and Death Arena, more people would be able to watch this battle. This time, the Life and Death Arena was determined to make Zhao Hai famous. When Zhao Hai proposed to combine the 2 battles, Elder Tang didn't agree. In Elder Tang's opinion, it was too dangerous. Moreover, Zhao Hai's last opponent was a Vajra Realm cultivator. In Elder Tang's opinion, this was no different from suicide for Zhao Hai. However, since Zhao Hai insisted, Elder Tang also agreed. Elder Tang actually wanted to see if Zhao Hai was really arrogant or if he was really capable. If it was because he was really capable, then how strong was he? After hearing the news, Zhao Hai didn't have much of a reaction. He had experienced this kind of thing before, so he didn't take it to heart. At this time, Zhao Hai was still paying attention to Bai Huwei and the others. Bai Huwei and the others had already contacted some cultivators who didn't have any backing in the Void Realm. At the same time, Hu Mengyin was also inquiring about the large artifacts. Through the tokens that Zhao Hai gave to Tiger's Might and the others, Zhao Hai knew that although Tiger's Might and the others had contacted a lot of cultivators, those cultivators didn't think of joining the Four Righteous Gang immediately. Although some people were tempted, they were still waiting and watching. At this time, there was news that Zhao Hai was going to have a special battle on the Life and Death Star. This surprised Tiger's Might and the others, but at the same time, it also gave them an excuse. White Tiger's Might immediately told them that the leader of the Four Righteous Gang was Death Knight Zhao Hai. When the cultivators heard what Tiger's Might and the others said, they were taken aback. However, they immediately made a decision. They decided to wait until Zhao Hai finished the special battle before deciding whether to join the Four Righteous Gang or not. It was normal for them to have such thoughts. Zhao Hai was the leader of the Four Righteous Gang, but now he was fighting in the life and death arena. If he died in the life and death arena, everything would be over. If he could defeat everyone, then he was naturally a person worth relying on. The last opponent that Zhao Hai had to face was a Vajra Realm cultivator. If Zhao Hai could defeat 9 teleportation realm cultivators in a row and defeat a Vajra Realm cultivator, it meant that his strength was stronger than the average Vajra Realm cultivator. Such a person was naturally worth relying on. When Zhao Hai heard about this, he couldn't help but smile. He was very confident about the final battle. Therefore, these people would certainly join the Four Righteous Gang in the future. This was because the strength of the cultivators in the final battle was very formidable. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Not to mention 9 teleportation realm cultivators and a Vajra realm cultivator, even if all of them were Vajra realm cultivators, as long as they didn't swarm him, they wouldn't be his opponents. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He slowly waited and used this time to enjoy a rare leisure time inside the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai said that he was going into seclusion. Therefore, a lot of people who wanted to visit Zhao Hai were blocked outside the door. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to be polite with them. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was time for Zhao Hai's final battle. However, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious at all. He was currently sitting inside the space, looking at Laura and the others. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really have to do this?" Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. They were the only ones who could make Zhao Hai look like this. Seeing the group laughing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a headache. And the reason for this headache was because of Laura and the others' plan. Laura and the others wanted to stay by Zhao Hai's side in the Void Realm. Before this, they planned to wait for Zhao Hai to finish his battle in the life and death arena. Then they would look for an opportunity to appear by Zhao Hai's side. But now, they suddenly changed their minds. They were going to watch Zhao Hai's final battle. After the battle, they would pretend to admire Zhao Hai and appear behind him. Most importantly, they would bring along a large artifact to appear by Zhao Hai's side. Naturally, this large artifact was the Hell King's ship. But in Zhao Hai's opinion, if such a melodramatic thing were to happen to him, then it would be hilarious. But since Laura and the others wanted to do this, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. After some time, Laura and the others stopped. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, isn't this good? This way, we can openly appear by your side. Moreover, you have a large artifact to use. This way, the Righteous Four Gang will be able to gain some fame." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he looked at Laura and the others and said, "All right, you can prepare yourselves. I'll be going out first to see Elder Tang." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he looked at Laura and the others and said, "All right, you can prepare yourselves." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he left the space and returned to the hotel. After that, he went straight to the life and death arena. Elder Tang was still in the life and death arena. His position in the life and death arena was very high. It could be said that he was the person in charge of the life and death arena. Therefore, he didn't need to do many things himself. The reason he stayed in a small place like Martha City was because he was waiting for Zhao Hai. He wanted to go to the life and death star with Zhao Hai. Because of this, he decided to stay in Martha City. Martha City was only a medium-sized city on Bitterbaugh planet, but he was a big shot who controlled all the life and death arenas. For him to stay here for so many days showed how much he valued Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the life and death arena, he immediately went to see Elder Tang. Elder Tang was waiting for him in the room where he met Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, Elder Tang couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Not bad. I thought that you would be in seclusion and ignore the outside world. I thought that you would forget about the time of the final battle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Although I like to go into seclusion, when have you ever seen me neglect my business?" Elder Tang smiled and said, "That's right. You don't need to go into seclusion for now. Prepare yourself, we'll go to the life and death star in 2 days. Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, I need to tell you that the gravity of the life and death star is 5 times stronger than the outside world. Because of this, you need to get used to it first. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile as he nodded and said, all right, I'll get used to it. Elder Tang didn't think too much about it. Instead, he said, I know that with your current strength, you don't need to care about the gravity. However, you should know that the change in gravity has a huge impact on people. The gravity of the life and death star is only 5 times the normal gravity. Although it doesn't have a huge impact on you, it still has some impact. On the other hand, the impact on Vajra realm cultivators is much smaller compared to you. Therefore, it's best for you to get used to it first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll take note of it. Then I'll be heading back first. You can inform me when you want to go. Elder Tang nodded. Zhao Hai gave him a salute before he turned around and left. After returning to the space and waiting for 2 days, Zhao Hai discovered that the life and death battle identity jade token that he left in the hotel lit up. Zhao Hai immediately came out of the space. Sure enough, it was Elder Tang who informed him that he could go. When Zhao Hai arrived at the life and death battle arena, Elder Tang was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang nodded and said, all right, let's go. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Elder Tang to the life and death battle arena. Before long, the two arrived at a room inside the life and death battle arena. Inside the room was a small transmission formation. Elder Tang stood on the transmission formation while Zhao Hai followed behind. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and Elder Tang appeared on a huge meteorite. This meteorite was very large, almost the size of a small planet. There weren't any buildings on the meteorite. On the contrary, traces of fighting could be seen everywhere on the meteorite. Moreover, from the size of the traces, it could be seen that the people who fought were very powerful. Most importantly, the strength of the people who fought wasn't low. Zhao Hai felt that the pressure on the meteorite was indeed heavier than other places. However, for him, this didn't affect him at all. He had been cultivating in the gravity mountain for several years. How could this small amount of gravity affect him? Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai's expression was calm. He couldn't help but nod and said, you should stay here and familiarize yourself with the place first. The life and death star is different from the life and death battle arena. In the life and death battle arena, people can sit around and watch you fight. However, in the life and death star, they can only stand in the void and watch you fight. This is because the life and death star is a huge arena. As long as you don't leave the life and death star, you can fight however you want. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked around and looked up. This meteorite was far away from the star. Therefore, the light wasn't very strong. It was equivalent to the evening light of an ordinary planet. However, it was more than enough for cultivators. Moreover, because there was no atmosphere here, Zhao Hai could see what was in the sky. Besides 2 or 3 small meteorites, there was nothing else. If one wanted to watch the fight, they couldn't just sit on a small meteorite. They could only stand in the void. For cultivators like Zhao Hai, it didn't matter if they breathed or not. Therefore, this place didn't affect them at all. On the other hand, the pressure in the void was nothing for teleportation realm cultivators. After reaching the teleportation realm, one's body would be strengthened to a certain extent. Moreover, even if one's body wasn't strengthened, it wouldn't be a big deal. Their shields would be able to withstand the pressure in the void. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, you should get used to this place. After 1 day, the selection will officially begin. Right, I want to remind you that it's currently daytime in the life and death star. The sky might turn dark soon. After dark, the temperature of the life and death star will be very cold. You need to be prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and asked, Elder Tang, are you going to leave? Elder Tang nodded. Then he pointed to the small meteorites and said, the life and death arena has built several rooms on those small meteorites. I'm going to take a rest there. I'm getting old, I can't bear this kind of torment. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, that's good. That kid can take a look around the life and death star. Elder Tang nodded. Then his figure moved and disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't notice that Elder Tang went to the meteorite. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but shiver. He already had a high estimation of Elder Tang's strength. But now, it seems like he still underestimated Elder Tang. When Elder Tang moved, Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't even catch a trace of him. This kind of strength was indeed formidable. However, after a while, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He was very clear about his own strength. It can be said that he was invincible in the Vajra realm. Even if he couldn't defeat a spirit condensation expert, he could still escape with his life. Elder Tang's strength was clearly above the spirit condensation stage. If he wasn't a void-piercing expert, then he was at least at the peak of spirit condensation. But to say that Zhao Hai was afraid of Elder Tang wasn't necessarily the case. If Elder Tang wanted to kill him, then it wouldn't be easy. Even if Elder Tang was fast, Zhao Hai could still return to the space with a thought. At that time, Elder Tang wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even if Elder Tang followed him to the space, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. The space had its own set of laws. If Elder Tang entered the space, then it would be tantamount to entering Zhao Hai's domain. Whatever Zhao Hai said, Elder Tang wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Additionally, there were also experts from various races inside the space. Although their strength wasn't as good as Zhao Hai, their numbers were too many. If someone were to enter the space and attack Zhao Hai, then it would be tantamount to a person going against an entire plane. Even a void-piercing expert wouldn't have any hope. Zhao Hai calmly walked around the life and death star. There were traces left behind by people fighting everywhere. There were even bloodstains. One could imagine how many experts had died here. This meteorite was very big. Before Zhao Hai could go far, the sky above the meteorite had already started to darken. But the sky here was different from Earth. When half of Earth was dark, the other half was still bright. But this meteorite wasn't. The entire planet was dark. When the meteorite darkened, the surrounding temperature immediately began to drop. In just a blink of an eye, the temperature dropped by several dozen degrees. Zhao Hai felt as if he was standing naked on an ice field. He let out a light breath and then closed his eyes as he quietly felt the cold. In addition to the cold, there was also a deathly stillness. In this kind of environment, it was very easy for people to feel despair. This was human nature. Zhao Hai also felt this emotion. However, he didn't immediately get rid of it. He was slowly comprehending this emotion. He wanted to incorporate this emotion into his martial arts. It wasn't easy to integrate one's emotions or feelings into a set of martial arts. If one could integrate their emotions into a set of martial arts, it would greatly increase the strength of the set of martial arts. If a set of martial arts originally had a soul and emotions, then the situation of the soul was like the gunpowder in a bomb. No one could see it, and the gunpowder didn't have a fuse, so it couldn't display its power. But if a person integrated their emotions into a set of martial arts, then it would be like putting a fuse on a bomb. As long as the fuse is lit, then the bomb would explode. This method of integrating emotions into martial arts was actually a kind of Tao. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to turn these cold, dark, and despairing emotions into a Tao core. As long as he has this Tao core, then he can add these emotions into his martial arts, increasing the power of his martial arts. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to turn his emotions into a Tao core on the life and death star was actually a sudden idea. He had thought about turning his emotions into a Tao core before, but he didn't do so. This was because he didn't have a good opportunity to do so. In this world, there weren't many things that could make his emotions fluctuate violently. Cultivators must remain calm at all times, and Zhao Hai was very good at this. This made it difficult for his emotions to change. It was very difficult for him to experience strong emotions. Naturally, there was no way to turn these emotions into a Tao core. It was like making a sword, you need steel first. But the life and death star was different. It was a huge meteorite. After dark, it was cold and dark. In this environment, it was easy for people to feel despair. It was precisely because of this despair that Zhao Hai suddenly thought of using this opportunity to turn these emotions into a Tao core. Zhao Hai didn't know how many Tao cores he had formed. Because of this, he was very experienced. By the time the sky of the life and death star was completely bright, Zhao Hai had already formed a Dao core of despair. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant star. Because the star was too far away, it wasn't dazzling at all. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "It's the last match. I'll use them to test the Dao core of despair." Just as Zhao Hai opened his eyes, Elder Tang appeared beside him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to be so diligent. No wonder you're so strong. How was your harvest tonight?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, I had some gains." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't need to be too modest. I can see that your harvest this night isn't small. Moreover, you seem to have stayed in a place with gravity before, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to adapt to the gravity here so quickly." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Although Elder Tang was good to him, he didn't want to reveal his background to a stranger. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. He just said, "After a while, the other people will arrive. You should prepare." Zhao Hai nodded. Old Tang was very clear that Zhao Hai was on guard against him, but he didn't blame Zhao Hai. In his opinion, it was normal for Zhao Hai to be on guard against him. Even if Zhao Hai was a member of the life and death arena, Zhao Hai was still not a member of the life and death arena. Even if Zhao Hai was a member of the life and death arena, Old Tang would always be careful. Cultivators didn't trust people easily. If they did, then they would die a miserable death. Therefore, it was normal for Zhao Hai to have reservations about him. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that a lot of cultivators had appeared around the life and death star. These cultivators were quietly standing around the star, calmly watching the situation. When Elder Tang saw this, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Be careful, these people are here to watch the battle. It won't be long before your opponents arrive." Then Elder Tang turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood alone on the life and death star for about an hour. During this time, cultivators gathered from all directions. They were all looking at the life and death star, but no one entered. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai was very familiar with this voice. It was the host of the life and death arena. The host of the life and death arena said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the life and death star. This is the biggest arena of the life and death arena. Every year, many focal battles will be held here. However, there has never been a cultivator of the teleportation realm fighting here. Today, it's different. Today, a cultivator of the teleportation realm will have a special fight here. Maybe you all know it, or maybe you don't. Our Death Knight will challenge a cultivator of the Vajra realm in the last match today. It's always exciting to challenge someone of a higher realm. Let's cheer for our Death Knight." His voice was obviously amplified by a sound amplification formation. Although it was in the void, it still spread far and wide. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed that a huge light curtain had appeared outside the life and death star. His image also appeared on the light curtain. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the life and death arena would put so much thought into it. However, this was also good. His performance on the life and death star would be known to everyone. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. His figure moved and he transformed into a Death Knight. The iron tiger under him roared towards the sky with an imposing aura. When the host saw Zhao Hai's rare cooperation, he was very happy. Then he loudly said, "The Death Knight is very strong. There are almost no opponents in the teleportation realm. Today, his opponents are also not weak. They are all famous people who have won more than 40 battles in the life and death arena. Alright, let's welcome the first challenger, Iron Forest King." As soon as his voice fell, a figure flew onto the life and death star. This person looked very strange. He was tall and thin, with dark skin. He looked like a black man. However, his appearance was completely different from the average black man. He gave people a feeling of being thin and withered. When Zhao Hai saw the Iron Forest King, he immediately knew his identity. The Iron Forest King was a monster, moreover, he was a rare tree monster. Zhao Hai looked at the tree monster and didn't say anything. He moved his hand and took the longbow from his horse. Iron Forest King didn't dare to be negligent. His figure moved and immediately transformed into a towering tree. This tree was several hundred mago in height. Its entire body was as black as iron. Not only did this tree have large branches, it also had countless small branches. These small branches had black leaves growing on them. It looked very strange. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He looked at the tree and pulled the bowstring, shooting an arrow towards Iron Forest King. Iron Forest King waved his large branch and blocked Zhao Hai's attack. Then the tree actually moved towards Zhao Hai. Its speed wasn't slow at all. Zhao Hai didn't expect it to be like this. However, he didn't panic. He just smiled and reached out his hand. At the same time, he took the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear and charged towards Iron Forest King. Looking at Zhao Hai riding a tiger and charging towards a tree, the scene was very strange. If there was an earthling here, they would definitely think that this was like Don Quixote charging towards a thin horse like a windmill. However, no one in the Void Realm knew about this famous novel. Naturally, no one would think of this point. They wanted to see how the final battle between Zhao Hai and Iron Forest King would turn out. Because Iron Forest King was an iron tree monster, his defense was incomparably strong. It was precisely because of this incomparably strong ability that he was able to win more than 40 consecutive battles in the life and death arena. He was about to break through to the legendary arena Lord Realm. At this time, the life and death arena arranged for him to fight Zhao Hai. This was definitely not good news for Iron Forest King. Iron Forest King was also a person who was determined to break through to the legendary arena Lord Realm. He was naturally very familiar with the situation in the life and death arena. Of course, he also knew that Zhao Hai was a newly risen Death Knight. He also knew that he was very likely to face Zhao Hai one day in the future. Therefore, he had also seen Zhao Hai fight with others. However, after seeing Zhao Hai fight, he felt even more uncertain. Because after seeing Zhao Hai fight, there was only one word left in his heart: unfathomable. That's right, after seeing Zhao Hai fight, there was only one word left in his heart: unfathomable. Zhao Hai had never fought more than 50 moves. Of course, this was what outsiders saw. In the eyes of people like Iron Forest King, Zhao Hai had never fought more than 20 moves. Those who could be defeated within 50 moves were all people with special abilities. Zhao Hai wanted to see how strong they were, so he deliberately exchanged a few more moves with them. Speaking of true ability, Zhao Hai had fought so many battles, but he didn't reveal it at all. Iron Forest King was aware of this, so he was very careful when fighting against Zhao Hai. He immediately reverted to his original form and used his strongest state to fight against Zhao Hai. However, he soon discovered that he still underestimated Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was still riding the Iron Tiger, every thrust of Zhao Hai's spear seemed to have the strength of millions of jin. This strength was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, Iron Forest King also discovered a very frightening thing. During the battle with Zhao Hai, the gravity around him was changing. The gravity on the Life and Death Star was 5 times that of the outside world. But during the battle with Zhao Hai, the gravity around him was still increasing. 6 times, 7 times, 10 times. It was constantly increasing. Upon feeling this, Tai Lin 5 immediately understood that Zhao Hai must have a method to control gravity. Only with this method could he change the gravity around him. Tai Lin 5's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't know if the people in the life and death arena knew about Zhao Hai's ability to change gravity. If the people in the life and death arena knew about Zhao Hai's ability, then they would be helping Zhao Hai. This was because the gravity of the Life and Death Star would only affect them, but not Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Iron Forest King couldn't help but be distracted. However, in a fight between experts, how could one be distracted? Once he was distracted, Zhao Hai immediately knew what was going on. Zhao Hai's figure moved as his spear pierced Iron Forest King's trunk. The spear didn't pierce too deep, only about 2 inches. For a tree, this wasn't much. However, Iron Forest King's feeling was completely different from a normal person. When the spear pierced his body, Iron Forest King could feel a formidable destructive force coming from the spear. This force was incomparably powerful. As soon as it entered his body, it immediately cut off a part of his vitality. But this wasn't enough. Just when he wanted to use his spiritual chi to block this force, he found out that he simply couldn't block it. This force was like a hot knife through butter as it rampaged through his body. Before long, all of his vitality was annihilated. When Zhao Hai sensed that Iron Forest King had died, he retrieved his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. Then he sent Iron Forest King back to the space and stood with his spear horizontally. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, many of the cultivators who came to watch Zhao Hai's battle for the first time couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had heard that Zhao Hai was very strong, but they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Iron Forest King was a famous teleportation realm cultivator, but he couldn't even last a few moves against Zhao Hai. Such a person was too frightening. After Iron Forest King died, another teleportation realm cultivator immediately went to the Life and Death Star to fight against Zhao Hai. These cultivators understood that this wasn't the same as before. In the previous battles against Zhao Hai, there were some who took the initiative to admit defeat. Even if they did, no one would laugh at them. However, today was different. Today's battle was on the Life and Death Star. There was a very special rule on the Life and Death Star. Both sides couldn't admit defeat on the Life and Death Star. If one side didn't fight on the Life and Death Star, then the Life and Death Arena would send people to kill them. Because of this rule, people who fought on the Life and Death Star had no other choice but to kill their opponent. The teleportation realm cultivators who were selected to fight against Zhao Hai were all people who had won 40 or so battles in the Life and Death Arena. Just like Iron Forest King, they knew that they might encounter Zhao Hai one day. Therefore, they had observed Zhao Hai's battles. But to be honest, the results they saw were similar to Iron Forest King's. Zhao Hai didn't seem to show his true strength in his previous battles. This made them feel that their hands and feet were tied when facing Zhao Hai. The results were similar to what they imagined. None of the teleportation realm cultivators who fought against Zhao Hai could last more than 20 moves against Zhao Hai. They were all defeated, thoroughly defeated. Zhao Hai won all 9 battles against teleportation realm cultivators on the Life and Death Star. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. However, those who had seen Zhao Hai's battle didn't feel surprised. In their opinion, Zhao Hai had such strength. In the previous battle, Zhao Hai defeated his opponents one by one in the same way. Although the battle had changed from 5 to 9, in their opinion, Zhao Hai could only fight a few more battles. It was impossible for them to be Zhao Hai's opponent. In the opinion of those who had seen Zhao Hai's battle, the only one who could be Zhao Hai's opponent today was the Vajra Realm Cultivator. Only the Vajra Realm Cultivator was worthy of being Zhao Hai's opponent. Now, everyone who came to watch the battle understood that Zhao Hai's strength was invincible in the teleportation realm. No teleportation realm cultivator could be Zhao Hai's opponent. Zhao Hai was indeed qualified to challenge those of a higher realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult the challenge would be. This was a theorem in the cultivation world. Everyone was afraid of this. Therefore, many people weren't optimistic about Zhao Hai's ability to challenge those of a higher realm. Although Zhao Hai was invincible in the teleportation realm, it didn't mean that he was qualified to challenge the Vajra realm cultivator. The Vajra realm and the teleportation realm were two completely different realms. There was no comparison. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to think so much. He stood calmly on the Life and Death Star. The Iron Tiger under him was also standing there calmly. One man and one tiger were like thousands of soldiers and horses. He was waiting for the arrival of the last battle. Challenging those of a higher realm wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai. He was clear about his current strength. With his current strength, defeating a Vajra realm cultivator wasn't difficult. However, today, he was going to defeat a Vajra realm cultivator in front of so many people and let everyone know how powerful he was. At this moment, the host's voice was heard again. He shouted, "Death Knight, our Death Knight, he won 9 battles in a row." It can be seen that he won easily. Those 9 people didn't seem to make him use any strength. This is really incredible. Well, let's see if he can do something incredible. Next, let's welcome the 10th challenger. No, to be exact, it's the person Zhao Hai wants to challenge. He is a real Vajra realm cultivator. Let's welcome the Vajra realm cultivator. Along with his voice, a long howl was heard. Then, a figure rushed into the Life and Death Star. It was a big man. This person was more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body were like hills. His skin was dark, and his hair was messy. He looked more like an ape than a human. He was indeed not a human, but a demon, a giant ape demon. The giant ape demon clan was known for their extraordinary strength, and they were considered to be the top existence among the demon beasts. After they became demons, their battle prowess would increase greatly, and the strength of the giant ape demon clan was an existence that all cultivators feared. That's right, they were afraid. No one was willing to face the giant apes because their strength was too great. Other cultivators, be it body cultivators or demon cultivators, wouldn't spend all their time on polishing their strength. In their opinion, even if one had great strength, if one didn't know how to use it, then it would be useless. However, this wasn't the case for the great apes. The great apes spent almost all of their time polishing their strength. Their strength and defense were the biggest headache for all cultivators. It can be said that the power apes were a race that utilized their strength to the extreme. And this was also their most terrifying aspect. Any kind of thing, when it reached a certain level, would become a terrifying existence. The power ape clan used their power to the extreme. The Vidra ape looked at Zhao Hai in his black armor and said, "You are Zhao Hai? I heard that you are a body cultivator." The Vidra ape's voice was very deep, but it also had a penetrating power. He calmly looked at Zhao Hai, as if Zhao Hai wasn't his enemy, but an ordinary passerby. Zhao Hai also calmly looked at the Vidra ape. Then he nodded and said, "Right, I am a body cultivator." The Vidra ape nodded and said, "I heard that you are very strong. You fought the White Tiger clan with your bare hands. You used your strength to subdue him and even took him as your servant? Then do you dare to fight me with your bare hands? I want to see how strong you are." Zhao Hai looked at the Vidra ape. Then he smiled faintly and said, "All right." Then a black light flashed on Zhao Hai's body. His armor, cavalry, and weapons all disappeared. Zhao Hai stood there wearing a black warrior suit. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's performance, the spectators were in an uproar. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would dare to do this. One must know that the Vidra ape wasn't the White Tiger Mite. Although the White Tiger Mite was from the White Tiger clan, he was still a cultivator in the teleportation realm. It wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai to beat him in strength. But who was the Vidra ape? The Vidra ape was born in all plains. He was known as the most powerful and terrifying giant ape clan. Most importantly, he was a Vidra realm cultivator. The gap between their ranks was obvious. Zhao Hai was courting death. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw Zhao Hai's action. Even if Zhao Hai was a physique cultivator, he actually wanted to fight the Vidra realm giant ape clan with his bare hands. This was no different from courting death. The Vidra ape didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree. He looked deeply at Zhao Hai and said, "Regardless of the result of today's battle, I have to say that you're a man. You're the most courageous cultivator I've ever seen." The Vidra ape didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree. Zhao Hai looked at the Vidra ape and laughed. "I just want to see how strong the giant ape clan is. Let's do it." The Vidra ape nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." After that, he stepped forward and punched Zhao Hai. The martial arts of the Great Ape Clan could be described with one word: simple and crude. Their martial arts were very simple and crude. They would only use a few moves. However, in the hands of the Great Ape Clan, these simple and crude martial arts were able to display a terrifying might. Don't underestimate these simple and crude martial arts moves. These martial arts moves didn't belong to any kind of martial arts. They were the purest, simplest, and most direct means of attack that the Giant Ape Clan had comprehended through countless slaughters. The Giant Ape Clan used this method to deal with countless enemies. Their attack was the simplest attack, but it was also the most direct attack. Their defense was the simplest defense, but it was also the most rigorous defense. The Great Tao was simple, and this sentence was used to the extreme by the Giant Ape Clan. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't used to this method of fighting at the beginning. This was because the attacks were too simple and direct. When he saw this method of attack, Zhao Hai's first thought was that it was simple and crude. There was no beauty in it, it was just that simple and crude. However, in the face of such an attack, Zhao Hai found that some of the variations in his moves were useless. It was as if no matter how he changed, the enemy would still attack regardless of what he did. You hit you, I hit me. You hit me, I hit me. You hit me, I hit you. 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 Zhao Hai had been suppressed by the King Kong ape, which made him very surprised. But what he didn't expect was that the King Kong ape, as well as the other spectators, were also very surprised. The diamond ape was a very famous existence among the Vajra realm cultivators. He was from the demon race, and a very powerful one at that. In addition, the giant ape race was very powerful. Therefore, even though the diamond ape hadn't been in the Vajra realm for long, ordinary Vajra realm cultivators weren't his match. Generally, Vajra realm cultivators didn't need to spend much effort to deal with teleportation realm cultivators. They only needed to use a few moves. However, the King Kong ape and Zhao Hai had already fought for more than 10 rounds. Up until now, the King Kong ape had only gained a slight advantage. He didn't do anything to Zhao Hai. In the eyes of these cultivators, Zhao Hai's strength was too terrifying. He didn't appear as a knight but was fighting with the King Kong ape barehanded. This was the most terrifying part. Being able to fight with the King Kong ape barehanded and even draw with him, how powerful must he be? They felt a chill just thinking about it. Zhao Hai was already so powerful when he was still in the teleportation realm. What would happen if he reached the Vajra realm? While these people were thinking about this, the battle between Zhao Hai and the King Kong ape was still going on. Gradually, people found that Zhao Hai's disadvantage was disappearing bit by bit. His attacks were getting faster and faster. Moreover, he could faintly compete with the King Kong ape. Everyone stared blankly at the two people fighting on the life and death star. They found that Zhao Hai's fighting style was changing little by little. In the beginning, Zhao Hai would use some feints to fight with the King Kong ape. But slowly, his attacks became more and more direct. His every attack was simple and direct without any unnecessary changes. If others saw this, they might feel that his attacks weren't good enough. But they were all knowledgeable people. They knew that Zhao Hai's attacks might not be good, but they were absolutely lethal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be evenly matched with the King Kong ape. After 100 moves, all the spectators were dumbfounded. This was because the situation was completely different from before. In the beginning, the King Kong ape was suppressing Zhao Hai. But now, it was completely reversed. It was Zhao Hai who was suppressing the King Kong ape. This kind of change in attack and defense made people somewhat unable to accept it. This was a cultivator in the teleportation realm suppressing a cultivator in the Vajra realm. What's wrong with this world? Why is this happening? After 150 moves, the King Kong ape was completely on the defensive. There was a trace of disbelief on his face. He couldn't believe how Zhao Hai became so strong. After 200 moves, Zhao Hai suddenly attacked a few times. Then, he punched the King Kong ape's body. A trace of despair appeared on the King Kong ape's face. Then, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He was dead. Outsiders might not know what happened to the King Kong ape, but the King Kong ape knew. Zhao Hai's fist technique carried a trace of despair. This wasn't a great thing for people like them who had hearts of stone. However, it would affect them for a long time. It would make them unconsciously fall into a state of despair. And once this state of despair appeared, it would be like a poisonous snake. It would entangle them until they were truly in despair. In this situation, the Vajra ape was slowly gaining the upper hand against Zhao. Finally, he was killed by a single punch. When Zhao's fist hit the Vajra ape's body, a wave of despair rushed into his body, annihilating all of his vitality. Zhao Hai looked at the King Kong ape. Then he waved his hand and sent the King Kong ape's corpse back to the space. Then Zhao Hai turned his head and looked around. He didn't say anything. However, those who were swept by Zhao Hai's gaze couldn't help but feel a chill. A teleportation realm cultivator used less than 200 moves to kill a Vajra realm cultivator. In anyone's opinion, this was a very frightening thing. At this time, the host's voice was very sharp. It seemed like he was too excited, causing his voice to break. The host loudly said, "A miracle has appeared. Our Death Knight has created a miracle. He actually defeated a Vajra realm cultivator." I now announce that Zhao Hai has won this battle. This is also his 50th victory. Congratulations to Zhao Hai, he has become a legendary champion of the life and death arena. At this time, Zhao Hai cupped his fist in all directions. Then a figure appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw that it was Elder Tang, so he quickly cupped his fist in greeting. Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "Come with me." Zhao Hai nodded as well. Then he followed Elder Tang to a small meteorite. When the people around saw this, they dispersed. Most of them knew Elder Tang and knew his status in the life and death arena. It can be said that Elder Tang's status in the Void Realm wasn't any weaker than the sect masters of the great sects. The life and death arena could be regarded as a powerful force in the Void Realm. Moreover, they also knew about Elder Tang's strength. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, when they saw Elder Tang coming to see Zhao Hai, they knew that Zhao Hai was now a member of the life and death arena. In the future, if someone wanted to make a move on Zhao Hai, they would need to weigh their own strength first. When Zhao Hai came out of the life and death star, he discovered that not only were there a lot of cultivators around, there were also countless large artifacts. These large artifacts almost surrounded the entire life and death star. Upon seeing these large artifacts, Zhao Hai relaxed. Laura and the others' plan had already been implemented. If it was just Laura and the others' large artifacts, then it would be very eye-catching. But with so many large artifacts, Laura and the others wouldn't be noticed. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "Let's go." After arriving at the small meteorite with Elder Tang, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a cave residence on the meteorite. When the two entered the cave residence, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the cave residence was surprisingly big. There were countless rooms inside. Moreover, there were a lot of people going in and out. It was a very busy scene. Elder Tang looked at these people and then looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This is just a branch of the life and death arena. But it's still quite big. Let's go." Then he led Zhao Hai inside. The people they met along the way gave Elder Tang a salute. At the same time, they looked at Zhao Hai with a strange gaze. Elder Tang led Zhao Hai to a room inside. The room was very big. Upon entering, one could see a large living room. Elder Tang invited Zhao Hai to sit down and then said, "Blockhead, pour 2 cups of tea." Then a sound was heard. When Zhao Hai heard the sound, he couldn't help but stare. He turned his head towards the direction of the sound and saw a robot clumsily pouring tea. Although its movements were slow, the tea didn't spill. What made Zhao Hai dumbfounded was that this robot was the one that he gave to the Yi family to sell. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly, "Not bad, right? Although this puppet doesn't have much fighting power, it's still good for taking care of people. It's sold by the Yi family, but it hasn't been sold in bulk yet. It's only sold to some acquaintances. If you want, I can get you one." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need." Elder Tang didn't say anything else and let Zhao Hai sit down. At this time, the robot brought tea. Elder Tang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you're now a legendary champion of the life and death arena. You can be considered a member of the life and death arena. With this, no matter where you go, you can find the local life and death arena branch and get help from there." Then Elder Tang took out a token and gave it to Zhao Hai. This token was very strange. It was made of metal and was divided into 2 colors. One side was black while the other side was white. The black side had the word death written on it while the white side had the word life written on it. It looked very special. Elder Tang said, "This is the life and death arena's legendary champion's token. You can take it and prove your identity. From now on, the life and death arena won't restrict your freedom and won't take the initiative to arrange matches for you. At the same time, you're now a member of the life and death arena. You can get help from the life and death arena. Naturally, if the life and death arena encounters any trouble in the future, you'll still have to help." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the token and said, "Naturally, I'm already a member of the life and death arena. If the life and death arena has any problems, I'll naturally help." Elder Tang nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "The life and death arena takes care of the legendary champions. Your status in the life and death arena is very high. you can ask the life and death arena to provide you with some help. However, if you ask the life and death arena to help you too much, then you'll have to pay a price. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand, this is very fair. Even in our sect, if you want to get help from the sect, then you have to contribute to the sect. The more you contribute to the sect, the more help the sect will give you. On the contrary, if you don't contribute enough to the sect, then you'll have to pay a price for the sect's help. Elder Tang nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. In the life and death arena, there are many ways to contribute to the arena. You can do what the sect does and hand over some martial arts manuals to the arena. The arena will give you the corresponding contribution points. Herbs and ores are the same. Aside from these, there's another way to get contribution points, and that is to help the arena solve some problems. Elder Tang nodded and said, that's right. Elder Tang paused for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you should understand what I mean. Sometimes, there will be some powerful cultivators fighting in the life and death arena. They will win many times in a row. At this time, the arena will send some people to fight them. You can take on these missions and earn contribution points. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Elder Tang. Zhao Hai nodded, he already knew about this. Now that Elder Tang said it, it wasn't unexpected. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, all right, I'll send you back to Martha City in a while. You can go wherever you want in the future. The life and death arena won't restrict you anymore. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. He understood what Elder Tang meant. From now on, the life and death arena wouldn't restrict him. On the contrary, it would help him a lot. It must be said that the life and death arena had some similarities with the great sects of the True Spirit boundary. The process of fighting in the life and death arena was like the entrance examination of a great sect. If you pass the examination, then you would naturally become a member of a great sect. If you don't pass the examination, then only death would await you. However, the difference between the life and death arena and the great sects was that the life and death arena was only an organization and not a sect. If you betrayed your sect and joined another sect, then you would be committing a serious crime. However, the life and death arena wasn't like that. Almost all the cultivators who joined the life and death arena were from their original sections. The life and death arena wouldn't make you an enemy of those sects and wouldn't force you to betray your sect. Therefore, joining the life and death arena would only bring benefits and no harm. And after joining the life and death arena, the life and death arena would become stronger. For the life and death arena, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. A win-win situation. This was a win-win situation. Cultivators can get a lot of things from the life and death arena, and they can also contribute to the life and death arena. At the same time, the life and death arena didn't have as many restrictions as the sects. It was very suitable for cultivators like Zhao Hai to join. Elder Tang chatted with Zhao Hai for a while. Then he used the transmission formation to send Zhao Hai back to Martha City. Although Zhao Hai was now a member of the life and death arena, his status was only equivalent to that of a sect's guest elder. Although he could get some help from the life and death arena, he didn't have the authority to give orders to people in the life and death arena. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want to give orders to people in the life and death arena. Although Elder Tang wanted to let Zhao Hai know more about the life and death arena, he also knew that now wasn't the time. Although he had the final say in the life and death arena, Zhao Hai was still a newcomer. If he gave Zhao Hai too much authority, then it would cause dissatisfaction in the life and death arena. This wouldn't be a good thing for the life and death arena. Zhao Hai returned to Martha City and returned to his hotel. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the hotel, someone came to visit him. However, he didn't know any of the people who came to visit him. After seeing them, Zhao Hai understood the purpose of these people. They were just here to express their goodwill. The reason why they did this was because Zhao Hai was now a member of the life and death arena. Once he joined the life and death arena, Zhao Hai's identity was no longer the same. The cultivators who came to visit Zhao Hai weren't weak. They also came from different planes. Although these people had high status in their planes, some of them were even core disciples of the biggest sects in their planes. They were existences that could move sideways in their planes. However, they didn't have any advantage in the void realm. They were just ordinary cultivators in the void realm. Now that Zhao Hai had joined the life and death arena, it could be said that he had a backer in the void realm. These people would naturally come to curry favor with him, just like how rogue cultivators would curry favor with sect disciples in the true spiritual world. After receiving a few people, Zhao Hai was a little annoyed. Although he wasn't afraid of social interaction, he didn't like this kind of social interaction. However, he didn't want to drive these people away. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way. He asked the hotel staff to inform all the people who came to visit him that he would hold a banquet in Martha City in 3 days. At that time, whether they knew his friends or not, they could attend. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the cultivators all left. Zhao Hai's plan to hold a banquet wasn't nonsense, he really wanted to do it. Among the people who came to visit him, many of them didn't have any backing. Even in their own planes, they didn't have any backing. These people were the people that the Four Righteous Gang wanted to win over. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to hold a banquet to entertain everyone. With these people no longer bothering Zhao Hai felt relieved. Just as he was about to enter the space, he suddenly heard the staff outside exclaim. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he released his spiritual force and immediately smiled bitterly. He didn't think that they would come this quickly. Above Martha City, a huge ship was anchored. This ship looked very strange. The lower part of the ship was a ship, the upper part was a tower, there was water below the ship, and there were cannons on the side of the ship. This ship was very large. It was anchored above Martha City, almost covering half of the city's sky. Martha City wasn't big, so there were a lot of cultivators that came here every day. However, no one would use a large artifact to come here. Because of this, only a few people in Martha City had seen a large artifact before. There were a lot of large artifacts in the Void Realm, but compared to the size of the Void Realm, the number of large artifacts was much smaller. Moreover, those who owned large artifacts weren't ordinary people. How could these people drive large artifacts to a small place like Martha City? Because of this, when they saw a large artifact anchored above the city, the people in Martha City began to panic. They didn't know why this large artifact was anchored there. At this time, several figures suddenly flew down from the large artifact. The people in Martha City looked at these people, not knowing what they wanted to do. Soon, these people landed on the ground. Everyone looked at them and saw that there were quite a lot of them. The group was led by a group of women. There were 9 of them. They were all wearing white palace robes with a hat on their head. Below the hat was a veil that covered their faces. Behind these women was a group of cultivators. These cultivators were all experts in the teleportation realm. The 2 in the lead seemed to be in the Vajra realm. When the people saw these people, they immediately made way for them. They knew that these people weren't simple, so they didn't dare to provoke them. The place where these people landed was right outside Zhao Hai's hotel. Just as the group stopped, a cultivator walked out of the group and arrived in front of the hotel. The hotel staff looked at this person with fear, they didn't know what he wanted to do. This cultivator was dressed in black, even his face was covered. The other cultivators behind these women were also dressed in the same way. This made the staff even more afraid. The black-clothed man went to the shop assistant's side and said, "Little brother, we have come to pay a visit to Mr. Zhao. Little brother, please pass on our message." When the staff heard this, although he wanted to say that Zhao Hai would be holding a banquet in 3 days, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He only dared to bow and said, "Yes, please wait a moment." Then he ran into the hotel. At this time, a voice was heard, "There's no need to look for me, I'm here." Along with the voice, Zhao Hai came out of the hotel. His face was cold, one couldn't see his expression. When the staff saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he retreated to the side. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others who were standing outside the door. His expression wasn't good. Naturally, he wasn't angry, he was just acting. Laura and the others made such a big noise, if he was happy to see them, then he would be a ghost. The black-robed man was naturally an undead. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Mr. Our young lady has seen Mr.'s battle and admires Mr. very much. Therefore, she came here today to see Mr. I hope that Mr. can grant us an audience." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, his eyes flashed with impatience. However, his expression didn't change as he said, "It's not just the young lady who cares. Zhao Hai is just an ordinary cultivator. If the young lady wants to see him, then there's nothing wrong with that." The black-robed man gave Zhao Hai a salute, then he ran to Laura and whispered a few words to her. Then he returned to Zhao Hai and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "Mister, our ship is parked outside. Our young lady would like to invite Mister to the ship for a while. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Then he led the way out. After arriving outside, Laura and the others gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then the group soared into the sky and entered the Hell King's ship. Upon entering the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Laura and the others and said, "You guys, I just came back and you're already here. Can't you wait a few days?" Laura and the others couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed a bit sudden, but they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't be angry because of this. After the group sat down inside the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "Why did you make such a big event? Aren't you afraid of attracting attention?" Laura shook her head and said, "We're not afraid. Brother Hai, the space is already very strong. What do we have to be afraid of? Now that the undead have been resurrected, a lot of them are very strong. With the addition of the laser weapons that we've recently developed, the Hell King's ship's fighting strength has increased. Moreover, we can use the Hell King's ship as a cover. As long as we show our strength, nobody would dare to underestimate us. Moreover, you brought the great apes into the space. The space's apes have been infused with the genes of the great apes. With the help of the space's resources, we can make a group of formidable beasts in a short period of time. With these people in our hands, we won't be able to go to the Void Realm." Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. He didn't think about this before. In the past, he used the space's undead the most. But now that the undead have been resurrected, it would be strange for him to release a living person. Moreover, there were a lot of experts in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai didn't dare take out the undead. But now that they were in the Void Realm, although there were a lot of experts here, as long as the Hell King's ship was used as a cover, he could use the space's power. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he nodded and said, "Right, with the Hell King's ship as a cover, we can use some of the things in the space. Alright, this is good. We'll establish our own force in the Void Realm." After hearing Zhao Hai's agreement, Laura and the others were very happy. To be honest, Laura and the others always felt that it would be a sin if they didn't use the good things that the space had. One must know that the space didn't only have the strength of the resurrected undead, it also had the strength of the other races. With the universal manufacturing machine, almost every race in the space had cultivation methods that were suitable for them. To be honest, there were a lot of cultivators who reached the teleportation realm in the space. Moreover, there were a lot of races in the space, even the true spirit realm couldn't compare to them. With such a population ratio, it wasn't strange for some experts to appear. Because of this, there were a lot of teleportation realm experts in the space. However, there weren't a lot of teleportation realm experts in the space. There were only a few of them, and these were all resurrected undead. Just like the golden ape, after he was killed by Zhao Hai, he was resurrected in the space. However, his strength didn't decline, he was still at the Vajra realm. But now, he had become Zhao Hai's subordinate and was absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai were to use all of the powers in the space, then even if he couldn't unify the entire true spirit realm, he wouldn't be too far off. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about this before. He was afraid that the space would be discovered by outsiders. This was because he knew that the true spirit realm wasn't the highest level of the space. If the space were to be discovered by people from higher realms, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have a good time. Those higher realms would certainly send people to deal with him. When the time comes, he would be in big trouble. However, what Laura and the others said was right. There were a lot of powers in the space right now. If he didn't use them, then it would be a waste. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to using them. As long as the Hell King's ship was used as a cover, nobody would suspect anything. Zhao Hai decided to divide the Hell King's ship into 9 separate spaces. In each space, he would place a few hundred spirit fruits. Then he would have the people live on the 100 spirit fruits. This way, he would be able to explain where these people came from. Then he would be able to openly take out the things inside the space. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at Martha City below. The Hell King's ship didn't leave Martha City, it was still hovering above the city. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Alright, from today onwards, we'll use the things in the space. I want to see if I can break the heavens or if the heavens will kill me. I, Zhao Hai, was born to defy the heavens." Laura and the others were standing behind Zhao Hai. When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but move closer to Zhao Hai. Laura said, "Brother Hai, don't worry. No matter what happens, we will always be by your side. We will always be by your side, in life and death." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he laughed and said, "I, Zhao Hai, was born to defy the heavens. In my previous life, I was an otaku. I wanted to rebel, but at that time I was just a cowardly otaku. But in this life, I, Zhao Hai, am a cultivator. Although I'm not the strongest, those who want to take my life will have to pay the price. Let's go, drive the Hell King's ship far away, don't scare the people below." With Zhao Hai's command, the Hell King's ship slowly moved. Before long, they left Martha City. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others left, Elder Tang received a message. At this time, Elder Tang was still on the meteorite outside the Life and Death Star. Zhao Hai's 50 matches in the Life and Death arena were over. There were still a lot of things to be done. For example, there were a lot of people who had placed bets. Now that the matches were over, Elder Tang needed to calculate how much he earned or lost in the matches. Elder Tang was sitting in the living room with a cultivator standing beside him. With a deep voice, he said, "Elder Tang, in Zhao Hai's 9 matches, we earned 170 million jade essences in the first 2 matches. But in the next 6 matches, we lost 730 million jade essences in total. But in the last match, we earned 138 billion jade essences. In short, we earned 820 million jade essences in Zhao Hai's matches. This is a lot more than we expected." Elder Tang nodded and said, "It seems like having a Vidra Realm cultivator in the last match was the right decision. If we didn't, then we would have lost even more. Hee, this kid is really a lucky star." The cultivator nodded and said, "Yes, Elder Tang's vision is really good. You actually knew that Zhao Hai could defeat a Vidra Realm cultivator. Otherwise, we wouldn't have earned so much." Elder Tang shook his head and said, "To be honest, I didn't know that Zhao Hai could defeat a Vidra Realm cultivator. That Vidra Realm cultivator was his final test. If he passed that test, then he would naturally become a member of our Life and Death arena. Even if we lost some money, so what? How much money have we earned over the years? We can still afford to lose that amount of money, but we can still get an expert with unlimited potential like Zhao Hai. This is a good deal, but we didn't expect to make a profit in the end. This can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone." At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside Elder Tang's room. "Elder Tang, there's an urgent matter." Elder Tang said, "Come in." As soon as his voice fell, a cultivator ran in from outside. The cultivator bowed to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, I just received news that Zhao Hai was invited by a group of women and a group of black-cloaked cultivators. Those people had large artifacts." When Elder Tang heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Do you know where those people came from?" The cultivator shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that they were led by a few women. They wore white robes and white veil hats, making it impossible to see their faces. There were also some cultivators beside them. These cultivators wore black robes with black cloth covering their faces. However, they said that after seeing Zhao Hai's performance, they admired Zhao Hai, so they went to see him. I don't know if what they said is true or not. The large artifacts that the women used were of a style that I've never seen before. They looked like ships, but they weren't quite the same." The cultivator shook his head and said, "I don't know if they're telling the truth." Old Tang nodded, then he turned around and left. Old Tang nodded and said, "Send my order to the people in Bitter Relief Planet. Keep an eye on that ship and see where it's heading. If they leave Bitter Relief Planet, then make sure to ask them about Zhao Hai's situation." If Zhao Hai has any problems, then report it immediately. The cultivator nodded before he turned around and left. The cultivator who reported to Zhao Hai before was standing beside Elder Tang. At this time, he said, "Elder Tang, do you think we should stop that ship now?" Elder Tang shook his head and said, "There's no need for that right now. I want to see what the people on that ship want to do. Everyone knows that Zhao Hai is the legendary champion of the life and death arena. Even if the other party has some status, they still need to give the life and death arena some face in the void. They shouldn't dare to do anything to Zhao Hai. But if they do, then they should be prepared to face the wrath of the life and death arena." The cultivator who reported to Elder Tang didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. The Hell King's ship stopped on a hill not far from Martha City. Zhao Hai looked at Martha City and said, "Tiger's Might and the others went out for some time and should be back soon. Let's wait for them here. The Four Righteous Gang still needs to be established. If it's not necessary, we shouldn't use the space's strength. If we have too much strength in our hands, it would arouse people's suspicion. Although we aren't afraid of these guys, we still don't want the people of the space to suffer too many casualties." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile faintly as she said, "Brother Hai, you're too good to the people of the space. You're too protective of them. Look at the experts of the true spirit realm. Which one of them didn't go through countless trials and tribulations in order to grow? Brother Hai, it's time for them to come out. There are too many people in the space right now. If you keep protecting them, then they'll never be able to grow." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll do as you say. I'm too protective of them." Grandma Merlin and Grandpa Green have been researching magic formations these past few years. They've already made spiritual chi laser weapons. Even if the people of the space aren't that strong, with these weapons in hand, their fighting strength wouldn't be too low. It's time for the people of the space to come out and see the world. Laura and the others already knew that this would be the result. Although Zhao Hai was very protective of the people of the space, he also hoped that the people of the space would become stronger. Moreover, the constant fighting in the space allowed Zhao Hai to understand that experts weren't born through training, but through fighting. Cultivators who don't experience life and death situations wouldn't be able to become an expert. Although Zhao Hai had set various tests for the people of the space, these tests weren't very dangerous. Even if they didn't pass, their lives wouldn't be in danger. In this case, the probability of the space producing experts was much lower compared to the outside world. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Now that Laura and the others proposed for the people of the space to come out and fight in the Void Realm, this was indeed the best opportunity for the people of the space to temper themselves. When these people grow up, Zhao Hai would have a truly formidable force in his hands. The spiritual chi laser weapon was actually the space's latest research. This laser weapon wasn't an ordinary laser weapon, it was a weapon that was powered by spiritual chi. It was a weapon that was supported by several thousand magic formations. The laser that it fired was a concentrated energy of spiritual chi. It was very powerful. Even a teleportation expert wouldn't be able to block this attack. This was the space's most powerful weapon, and the space had already begun to mass-produce this weapon. End of chapter 24:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.